Chapter 271. Noon, March 16th, Year 1 of the New Era. 72 hours have passed since the outbreak of the Homo sapiens virus. Wang Mingzhi and others silently looked at the latest data detected by the listening system. The era of the old humans has ended. For the new humans, 1.4 billion people in East Asia, 17.6 million in Northeast Asia, 37.44 million in Southeast Asia, 2.43 million in Central Asia, 5.71 million in North Asia, 1.42 million in South Asia, and 130,000 in West Asia. 770,000 in Australia, 180,000 in South Africa, 20,000 in North Africa, 17.75 million in Central America, 1.96 million in South America, 3.18 million in North America, and 16.4 million in Western Europe. The total population of the new humans is 1.52 billion. The remaining old humans are 75.26 million in the Russian Federation, 6.44 million in the Gaul Republic, 8.62 million in other Western countries near the Russian Federation, plus other old humans who have produced natural antibodies. The remaining old humans are 91.41 million. As for the lizard people, there are 17.36 million in North America, 3.42 million in Australia, 5.43 million in the 8 northern countries of Western Europe, 1.36 million in other parts of Western Europe, and 7.15 million in the Kingdom of Judah. The total number of lizard men on Blue Star is 35.06 million. The global population in January of the first year of the new era is 7.18 billion, which means that 5.54 billion people were directly or indirectly wiped out by the Homo sapiens virus. At the secret meeting of the Nether Palace. Mingzhi, what do you think of the virus inhibitor of the Lucia Federation? Wang Mingzhi shook his head and said, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. The G organization is just looking for an ally on Blue Star. The others are all old foxes, and naturally know that the biotechnology of the Lucia Federation cannot produce a virus inhibitor in 2 days. The only possibility is that the G organization is supporting it behind the scenes. Liagua paused as he was about to speak. A message popped up in front of him. He glanced at it and frowned. Just received news that the moon launched 3 small rockets to the Blue Star. In addition, the Gaoming No. 1 space telescope found 6 engine tail flame tracks on the back of the moon, heading outside the blue moon system. What does G want to do? The 3 small rockets are probably to test the attack range of the Phoenix satellite and the shielding range of the Silent satellite. Wang Mingzhi analyzed calmly. What about the 6 rockets heading for deep space? After pondering for a few minutes, Wang Mingzhi's eyes narrowed. If I'm not mistaken, there are only 2 possibilities. The first is a fleeing spacecraft, and the second is that they want to find something to attack us. Liagua's brain turned. Attack us? Could it be an asteroid? From the current situation, an asteroid is the most likely. Wang Mingzhi said while thinking about the response plan. The threat of an asteroid hitting the blue planet is very serious. If it is just 1 or 2, it's okay. Once the other party pushes asteroids from outer space to hit the blue planet on a large scale, the current outer space defense mechanism of the blue planet of the new human beings may be difficult to defend. While Wang Mingzhi was thinking, Liagua received several messages in succession. At this time, on the back of the moon, the G organization launched a second wave of 6 rockets, flying into deep space. And in the ultra-high orbit of the outer space of the Blue Star, 3 small rockets have approached the orbit within 123,000 kilometers of the Blue Star. The 3 small rockets showed a step-by-step deceleration, one of which accelerated to orbit around the synchronous orbit of the Blue Star, and the remaining 2 small rockets flew around in the 123,000 kilometer orbit. Xinling Base immediately locked onto the 3 small rockets. The small rocket broke through the ultra-high orbit of 57,000 kilometers, and suddenly a gamma-ray stream hit the small rocket, disintegrating the small rocket in a moment. Although the vacuum environment of outer space allows the Phoenix satellite's range to be increased to a limit of 21,000 kilometers, this distance is obviously not enough. The synchronous orbit is 35,900 kilometers, and the high-level Phoenix satellite defense system deployed on it has a maximum coverage range of about 56,900 kilometers in the ultra-high orbit. If it is an interference range, it can be increased to about 80,000 to 90,000 kilometers in the ultra-high orbit. And the Silent satellite, or the super-large pi neutrino launch station on the ground, can shield the Blue Star within 170,000 kilometers. But these are currently out of reach for the moon. After testing the attack range of the Phoenix satellite, the G organization headquarters activated the neutron bombs in the remaining 2 small rockets to test the nuclear reaction. The result was naturally no explosion, and then the moon modified the flight direction of the small rocket and gradually flew away from the blue star. While flying, it stimulated nuclear reactions until it was about 170,000 kilometers away from the blue planet, and 2 pulse neutron bombs were detonated one after another. The pulse neutron bomb, with an equivalent of only about 1,000 tons, converted about 70% of the nuclear reaction energy into X-rays, which radiated in all directions together with neutron streams and high-energy rays. The killing radius of this level of pulse neutron bomb in outer space is about 10 kilometers, and the interference influence radius is about 200 to 300 kilometers. If it is in the atmosphere, the killing range will be reduced tenfold. Phoenix satellites have long been protected against electromagnetic interference and high-energy rays, and this X-ray and neutron flow is not as strong as solar storms. 6 Gaoming Sky Telescope satellites are paying close attention to the direction of the moon and the 2 batches of space rockets heading to deep space. March 17, 2:16 a.m. Gaoming 5 observed an abnormal situation. An S-type metallic asteroid with a diameter of about 573 to 685 meters, an N-type rocky asteroid with a diameter of 851 to 1269 meters, and an M-type rocky asteroid with a diameter of 432 to 664 meters are rapidly moving towards the blue planet. Apparently, the G organization is moving near-Earth asteroids to hit the blue planet. As time goes by, the moon has shifted another 3 asteroids, and a total of 6 asteroids are coming towards the blue planet. The closest asteroid to the blue planet has already broken through to within 680,000 kilometers. This is an open conspiracy, and the G organization is not afraid of being discovered by the new humans. Once a large-scale asteroid group attacks, even the Phoenix satellite and the mushroom egg will be difficult to stop, because the opponent can blow the asteroid into pieces before it reaches the range of the Phoenix satellite, turning it into a group of asteroid fragments. These asteroid fragments are even more dangerous to satellites. Faced with dense asteroid fragments, the satellite's orbit will be occupied by the fragments, thus blocking the exit of the blue planet into outer space. As the orbits of the blue planet are occupied by asteroid fragments, the opponent can push large asteroids to hit the blue planet unscrupulously. As long as the diameter of the asteroid exceeds 10 kilometers, it can cause a devastating blow to the surface of the blue planet. These are the calculation results of the Strategic Deduction Department. Everyone in the netherworld stayed up all night, from the night of the 16th to the morning of the 17th, discussing how to deal with this deadly threat. Wang Mingzhi looked at the star map of the blue moon system, and saw that another 6 asteroids with diameters ranging from 400 to 1600 meters were deflected. It was obvious that the G organization wanted to kill the new humans. The new humans destroyed the G organization's plan for hundreds of years, making their last step of changing the world fail. It would be strange if they didn't want to kill the new humans. As for supporting Lucia, Gaul was just a backup plan. Their first plan was to destroy the new humans. Wang Mingzhi knew that his side had little time left. Once the asteroid broke through the 360,000 kilometer lunar orbit, the threat level of the asteroid would increase exponentially. His brain was working frantically, using all the cards and strengths of the new humans as conditions, hoping to calculate a solution that could be dealt with. Time passed by minute, and everyone in the conference hall was very anxious and irritable. Wang Mingzhi had been thinking with his eyes closed. Chapter 272. Wang Mingzhi opened his eyes and calmly asked everyone, how many Phoenix satellites are currently in stock? 27. What about Long March 5D and Long March 5E? There are 14 Long March 5D and 5 Long March 5E. According to the latest data, the lunar delivery payload of Long March 5D is about 14.2 tons, while the lunar delivery payload of Long March 5E is about 27.5 tons. And a single Phoenix satellite is about 17.1 tons, which means that Long March 5D cannot deliver Phoenix satellites to the lunar orbit. Only 5 Long March 5ES are available. Wang Mingzhi calculated that it would take about 5 to 15 days for the asteroids to break through the 360,000 kilometer lunar orbit limit. Opening the internal database of KASIC, there are currently 3 Long March 5ES with a progress of 45 to 73%. It is a bit too late to go all out. With only 5 Long March 5ES, at most 5 Phoenix satellites can be sent to the lunar orbit. The problem is that the lunar side will definitely not let the new humans send satellites there easily. In order to ensure the lethality of the Phoenix satellite must be sent to at least 20,000 kilometers from the moon. Wang Mingzhi reviewed the means and technologies that both sides might use, and found that the success rate of sending the Phoenix satellite to the 20,000-kilometer orbit of the moon was almost zero. To prevent space rockets from approaching, it is not necessary to use laser cannons or pulse neutron bombs. There is also a local method that can solve the problem once and for all. That is to detonate a large number of space rockets in orbit to create a debris barrier belt. If it is a launch vehicle specially modified to create a debris barrier belt, only a few dozen are needed to temporarily lock the orbit between the blue planet and the moon for several months or even years. Huang Mingzhi does not believe that the G organization, which has been entrenched on the moon for decades, will not have dozens of launch vehicles in stock. Now, let alone several months, the new humans do not even have 10 days, at most only a week. If the gamma-ray laser can roast the moon with one shot, then everything will be fine. Unfortunately, scientific progress requires time to accumulate, and it is impossible to make a breakthrough just by saying so. Therefore, the new humans must find a way to break into the 2-kilometer orbit of the moon, and the time is only 1 week at most. Wait. Huang Mingzhi suddenly thought of something, turned on the virtual projection system of the virtual conference room, and used brain waves to combine the required information and materials. Everyone only saw a dazzling fleeting light on the virtual display screen in front of him. About 10 minutes later, Huang Mingzhi stopped. Mingzhi, have you figured out a way? Li Yidhua asked nervously and expectantly. Others were also full of expectations. They had a blind faith in this young man who had created countless miracles. My plan is this. On March 17th, at 1400 hours p.m., the 3 major space launch centers in Wenchang, Xicheng, and Jiuquan launched 6 Long March 5D carrier rockets. Each of these 6 Long March 5D carrier rockets carried only one Phoenix satellite, after the core stage and core stage were successfully separated. The 3 space centers recovered the core stage and core stage while maneuvering the core stage to gradually perform a large elliptical maneuver toward the ultra-high orbit. Although it only carried one Phoenix satellite, it was impossible for the Long March 5D to reach the 20,000-kilometer orbit of the moon. On the other side, the G organization on the moon had already observed the 6 approaching launch vehicles. Your Majesty Adam, 6 enemy launch vehicles have been found. Please give instructions. Palmore reported respectfully. Adam stared at the star map of the blue moon system, and immediately ordered with a fierce look in his eyes. Absolutely do not let the enemy approach 100,000 kilometers of the moon's orbit. Immediately start the Stardust Storm plan 100,000 kilometers between Blue Star and the moon. Apparently Adam did not believe the previous test data, and raised the safe distance of 20,000 kilometers to 100,000 kilometers. Yes, Your Majesty. Soon, 12 large rockets flew to the orbit between the blue moon from the Copernicus crater on the front of the moon. Then came the second batch, another 12 large rockets. In just 2 hours, the Copernicus crater base launched 48 large rockets to the orbital area between the blue planet and the moon. Near the 120,000-kilometer orbit of the moon and the 250,000-kilometer orbit of the blue planet, 12 large rockets were detonated in this orbit in a sheet-like distribution. Countless steel balls, steel nails, and steel wires splashed in all directions. Since the gravity of the moon is only about 1/6 of that of the blue planet, the large rocket carried 140 tons of steel balls, steel nails, and steel wires. As many as 1,680 tons of steel balls, steel nails, and steel wires, as well as the debris of the carrier rocket itself, filled this orbital area in a short time. Then, there were 12 large rockets to fill the vacant areas of the first wave of large rockets. Densely packed steel balls, steel nails, and steel wires floated in this orbital area. Don't underestimate these small things. But in a vacuum environment with high-speed flight, a screw is more terrifying than a bullet on the blue planet. It is an invisible killer for spacecraft passing through this orbit. For highly precise spacecraft, the most feared thing is these small fragments, which are not only very difficult to detect, but also difficult to avoid. In addition, the Crazy G organization deployed a full 1,680 tons. A steel ball and steel nail only weigh a few grams, so you can imagine how much 1,680 tons is. Half an hour later, a second dust storm defense line was established in the orbit 100,000 kilometers from the moon. Qin Jingwei, the head of Jiuquan Space Center, reported to Huang Mingzhi through the virtual network. Academician Huang, as you expected, the other party detonated 48 large rockets in the 250,000-kilometer orbit of the Blue Star and the 270,000-kilometer orbit of the Blue Star, and they were specially designed directional scattering rockets. Huang Mingzhi calmly ordered, "You execute according to the original plan." Yes. At this time, Wang Mingzhi was in the newly established Outer Space Strategy Office, coordinating and directing various space launch centers, manufacturing units such as aerospace science and industry, and other related departments. Oldly, your transformation should be as fast as possible. I have already invested all my efforts. I will speed up as much as possible. Li Guqing was also very anxious. Wang Mingzhi stared at the star map, and the debris barrier belt around the orbit of the blue planet had inevitably spread. The G organization's calculations were clacking. Since the gravity of the blue planet is 6 times that of the moon, the debris barrier belt they arranged is actually the orbit around the blue planet. Only a small part of the lunar orbit overlaps with the debris barrier belt, which has little impact on the aerospace activities on the back of the moon. March 17, 21:37 p.m. The first Phoenix satellite approached the 250,000-kilometer orbit of the blue planet, followed by the remaining 5 satellites. Faced with a dense debris group, the 6 Phoenix satellites can only brake at the edge of the debris orbit and then adjust the flight orbit. After detecting the Phoenix satellite block halfway, the lunar side was very satisfied with the effect of the Stardust Storm plan and continued to push the asteroid step by step, preparing to give the new humans on the blue planet a fatal blow. Both the new humans and the G organization are acting in their own way. And Wang Mingzhi's arrangements are also being advanced against the clock. At the 3 major space launch centers, the 5 Long March 5E carrier rockets have been prepared for launch. They are just waiting for what Li Guqing and his team are making. As long as what they are making is completed and loaded onto the carrier rocket, the Long March 5E will be launched into the sky immediately. Those asteroids are getting closer and closer to the 360,000-kilometer orbit, and the life and death of the new humans depends on this. Chapter 273. March 18th, 4:37 a.m. In the ultra-far orbit 580,000 kilometers away from the blue star, the first intruding asteroid is flying towards the blue star. For this S-type metallic asteroid, with a diameter of 874 to 965 meters, according to the volume calculation formula of a sphere, we can conclude that the volume of the asteroid is between 349.39 million cubic meters and 470.28 million cubic meters. The average density of N-type rocky asteroids is between 3 and 3.5, and the main components are silicates. The density of S-type metallic asteroids is between 5.5 and 6.0, and the main components are iron, nickel and silicates. The mass of this asteroid is between 1.92164 billion tons and 2.82168 billion tons. With such a huge mass, it will hit the blue planet at the second cosmic speed, producing a destructive force close to 100,000 trillion tons of TNT. All the mushroom eggs in the old human era combined are not as large as this asteroid. And there are as many as 12 such asteroids. So how does the G organization move such a huge asteroid? In fact, the G organization's lunar headquarters has been closely monitoring and exploring the near-Earth asteroids in the blue moon system. First, it is to prevent these asteroids from hitting the moon and the blue planet, and second, these asteroids contain rich resources. Otherwise, the moon would not be able to accurately find so many suitable asteroids at a time, nor could it quickly shift the asteroid's orbit. At this time, there is an obvious impact mark on one side of the asteroid, which is left by a spacecraft hitting the asteroid. To rely on an instant impact to give the asteroid a tangential force and change its orbit, what size of spacecraft is needed? Taking an asteroid with a diameter of 1 kilometer as an example, through supercomputer simulation calculations, it is estimated that a rocket with a mass of 500 tons is needed to hit it at the first cosmic speed to produce an effect. It seems that the rocket required is very huge, but in fact it is relative. The space rocket of the G organization on the moon is in the same vein as NASA's Saturn V. Many indicators of Saturn V are very amazing. Its total weight is about 2,970 tons, the maximum diameter is 10.1 meters, the height is 110.6 meters, the near-Earth orbit capacity is 140 tons, and the Earth-Moon transfer orbit limit capacity is 48.6 tons. This data does not seem to be enough to reach the scale of 500 tons. But everyone has forgotten one problem, that is, the environment is different. On the moon, where the gravity is only 1/6 of that of the blue planet, and the atmosphere is so thin that it is almost non-existent, the payload of Saturn V can be increased by about 10 to 30 times. Moreover, the G organization, which has been entrenched on the moon for decades, must pay more attention to the development of space rockets and spacecraft. The large rocket launched to carry asteroids has an overall mass of about 6,400 tons, and the payload within 100,000 kilometers reaches 3,300 tons. 500,000 kilometers is about 2,400 tons, and 1.15 million kilometers is about 1,500 tons. This type of launch vehicle is actually more like a spaceship. And the payload does not represent the entire payload. For example, the part that hits the surface of the asteroid, and 30% of the mass comes from the dead weight of the launch vehicle. This large launch vehicle named Saturn VIII by the G organization carries 3 split appendage cores, which can impact the asteroid 3 times to deviate its orbit. In addition, the main body of the Saturn VIII rocket also flies around the asteroid, using its own mass to affect the asteroid's flight trajectory. With the quantum computer owned by the G organization, they can accurately shift the asteroid to the expected trajectory and carry out precise asteroid strikes on Blue Star or other aircraft. The first asteroid was hit twice by 2 800-ton split rocket cores, successfully exerting tangential forces on the asteroid twice, and with the main rocket on the side, it used its own mass to affect the asteroid's flight trajectory. March 19, 8:14 when the sun rose. Academician Huang, I have done my job. Li Guiqing reported to Huang Mingzhi with bloodshot eyes. Thank you for your hard work. Huang Mingzhi immediately turned to Qin Jingwei and ordered, launch the rocket immediately. Yes. Inside the Outer Space Strategy Office, everyone was nervously and quickly arranging various tasks. 5 Long March 50 rockets at the 3 major space launch centers were ready. Engineers assembled the equipment on the Core 3 stage and then assembled the fairing. On the afternoon of the 18th, the 3 major space launch centers had already sent the second batch of 6 Phoenix satellites to the 248,000-kilometer orbit of the Blue Planet. In the 248,000-kilometer orbit, a 12-satellite Phoenix array was formed. Prepare to ignite. 10, 5, 1 ignite. The 2 Long March 5ES of Wenchang Space Center were launched first, followed by Xichang Space Center and Jiuquan Space Center. After the 5 Long March 5ES were launched into low Earth orbit, the G organization headquarters, which has been paying close attention to Blue Star, also received the news as soon as possible. Palmore and others who were full of confidence in the Stardust Storm plan were not too worried, especially since the satellites of the new humans were blocked halfway in the previous 2 launches, which boosted their confidence. As long as we wait for a while, after the asteroids reach the synchronous orbit of the Blue Planet, everything will be settled, and the victory will belong to the Asian people. In about 7 hours, the Core 3 stages of the 5 Long March 5ES have circled the large elliptical orbit and reached an orbit of 248,000 kilometers, only about 124,500 kilometers away from the Moon. The 2 debris barrier belts are rampant in the middle, blocking the space traffic between the Blue Planet and the Moon. Academician Huang, we have reached the predetermined orbit. Qin Jingwei reported nervously. Huang Mingzhi stared at the blue moon star map calmly, nodded and ordered, follow the original plan. Yes. Qin Jingwei saluted with sweaty palms. After a period of assembly, the previous 12 Phoenix satellite arrays, 10 Phoenix satellites, and 5 Long March 5E merged into one orbit, then rushed directly to the lunar orbit, as if not afraid of the dense steel balls and nails. Jiuquan Space Center. Start the joint magnetic field. Received. The 2 miniature nuclear fusion reactors on the Long March 5E were started. After passing through the rectifier, the huge amount of nuclear fusion electricity was continuously released, forming a strong magnetic field with a radius of 5 kilometers. Of course, the strong magnetic field only has a certain magnetic field deflection effect for the steel balls and nails flying at high speed and in large numbers. Start Phoenix satellites 73 and 74. Received. The 2 Phoenix satellites that stayed behind the charge cluster opened their gamma-ray lasers at full power and continuously swept the orbital area surrounding the charge cluster. The dense steel ball and nail fragments came into direct contact with the dense gamma-ray flow, and the ultimate light melted these steel balls and nails in a few seconds. The steel balls and nails were turned into hot iron ions by the gamma-ray flow, and the iron ions were easily deflected by the strong magnetic field. The first debris barrier, with a thickness of 400 to 600 kilometers, was torn apart by the gamma-ray flow and the strong magnetic field. Phoenix satellites 73 and 74 completed their missions, and the charge cluster entered the vicinity of the Moon's 110,000-kilometer orbit and headed towards the second debris barrier of the 100,000-kilometer orbit at high speed. The Moon. Inside the Copernicus crater base. Palmore looked at the radar data and the feedback from the orbital monitoring satellite and wiped his eyes in disbelief. How is it possible? How did the other party break through the Stardust Storm defense line? Scientific advisor Hammock frowned and carefully browsed a series of data. Chapter 274. After reading the data, Hammock initially figured out how the new humans broke through the dust storm defense line. Commander Powell, the other side, used gamma-ray flow to melt steel balls and nails into plasma, and then used strong magnetic fields to deflect the trajectory of these plasmas. Powell asked gloomily, "Is there any way to stop them?" After thinking for a while, Hammock said, "Our electromagnetic gun is not yet mature. Even in the near-vacuum environment of the moon, the range is only about 1,000 kilometers at most, and it is very easy for the other side to evade." Powell, who was annoyed, became impatient. "Nonsense, is there any other way?" Hammock thought about it, and finally suggested, "We can try our laser interference. If it doesn't work, we can only use a large-yield hydrogen bomb to destroy the opponent. Of course, the opponent's gamma-ray satellite will probably not let the hydrogen bomb get close." Shit! On the ocean of storms, sea of tranquility, sea of serenity, and sea of rains on the front side of the moon, 16 laser interference stations opened their covers and detected through orbital monitoring satellites and radar base stations. Prepare to interfere with the communication and operation of the charge cluster. On the other side, the charge cluster left 2 Phoenix satellites near the 100 and 2,000 kilometer orbit of the moon, and then the main force continued to rush into the second debris barrier. The same tactics, the 2 Phoenix satellites used gamma-ray streams to melt the steel balls and nails on the way forward, and the charge cluster activated the joint strong magnetic field and rushed directly over. After breaking through the 100,000 kilometer orbit, the core third stage of the Long March 5 he separated from the things on board. These are 5 improved Phoenix satellites, different from the 17.1-ton first-generation Phoenix satellites, which are temporarily modified second-generation Phoenix satellites. The second-generation Phoenix satellite weighs 27.2 tons, with 2 micronuclear fusion reactors, 2 strong magnetic field generators, a neutrino communicator, and 1.8 tons of nuclear fuel reserves. This was built specifically for attacking the moon. If time was not too tight, Kasich could have optimized some dead weight. The charge cluster of 13 Phoenix satellites rushed to the moon together. When they approached the Lagrange point L1, note, Lagrange point L1 is 65,000 kilometers away from the moon, and it is also the dividing point between the gravity of the blue planet and the moon. It means that they began to be captured by the gravity of the moon. At the same time, they also entered the attack range of the G organization's laser jammers. Wang Mingzhi and Li Guqi knew this very well. When the G organization attacked the Keiqiao relay satellite before, this range was exposed, because the Keiqiao relay satellite was in the halo orbit of the Lagrange point L2, between 65,000 and 80,000 kilometers away from the moon. Sure enough, when the Phoenix satellite charge cluster entered the vicinity of the 88,000 kilometer orbit of the moon, strong laser interference continued to attack. However, Phoenix satellite was well prepared. Not only were its 3 electronic systems anti-interference and anti-laser, but its communication system also adopted the new neutrino communication. The interference of pulsed laser interference on neutrino communication was almost zero, and the Phoenix satellite charge cluster continued to approach the moon at a high speed. It soon broke through the Lagrange point L1 and entered the real lunar orbit. Looking at the Phoenix satellite cluster approaching step by step, Powell became more and more anxious. Suddenly his communicator rang, and Powell answered it seriously. "Your Majesty Adam, I am very ashamed. I already know. Use all means to block the other party outside the 25,000 kilometer orbit." Adam ordered in a low voice. "Yes, Your Majesty." After hanging up the phone, Powell, who had become fierce, immediately ordered all laser interferometer stations to go all out. Then at the Copernicus crater base, a number of carrier rockets took off and attacked the Phoenix satellite. March 19th, 4:21 a.m. There are groups of Phoenix satellites in the 48,000 kilometer orbit of the moon, and 24 launch vehicles in the 21,000 kilometer orbit of the moon, with a distance of about 32,000 kilometers between the two. 4 of these large launch vehicles, Saturn VIII, suddenly burst out with the strongest thrust, and then projected 12 split cores towards the Phoenix satellite cluster. These single-stage rockets, about 800 tons, carry the strongest weapon of the old humans, including a 270-ton super-large Ivan hydrogen bomb with an equivalent of 500 million tons. Other launch vehicles changed their orbits and moved away from the core area of the hydrogen bomb explosion. Facing the incoming rocket, the 8 first-generation Phoenix satellites break together. In fact, the 48,000 kilometer orbit of these Phoenix satellites was already the limit. After the braking was completed, the 8 Phoenix satellites immediately aimed at the incoming rocket. However, Powell knew that the killing range of the Phoenix satellite was about 2.1 kilometers, so he would naturally not let the rocket get close to this distance. When the two sides were about 24,000 kilometers apart, Powell directly ordered to detonate 12 hydrogen bombs. In an instant, 12 small suns flashed on the front of the moon, and countless neutron streams, X-rays, gamma rays, etc. swept in all directions. The G organization's orbital monitoring satellite in the vicinity was the first to suffer, and its electronic components and solar panels were instantly destroyed. If I get ruthless, I will even kill my own satellite. I just want to ask you if you are afraid? Although the core killing range of the 12 super-large Ivan hydrogen bombs did not hit the Phoenix satellite, the huge and dense neutron streams, X-rays, and gamma rays still enveloped the Phoenix satellite. The power of the Super Ivan hydrogen bomb is several orders of magnitude stronger than the pulse laser of laser interference. The Phoenix satellite, which had been prepared in advance, continued to move forward motionlessly, as if these neutron streams, X-rays, and gamma rays were a breeze. After the communication was interrupted for 15 minutes, the Copernicus crater base finally restored normal communication. This is the case when the G organization was well prepared. If it was not prepared, even at an altitude of 27,000 kilometers, these hydrogen bombs could permanently or semi-permanently destroy the communication system. Mobilize satellites in other areas to check the situation, Powell ordered. A few minutes later, Hawk reported with a grim face, "Commander Powell, the enemy is not affected and is approaching." Powell stared at the satellite monitoring data, and his emotions were out of control, and even his light green skin appeared. Powell, who was angry and irrational, roared, "Start other hydrogen bombs, I want to completely eliminate these bugs." Hawk, sweating profusely, hastily dissuaded, "Commander Powell, we are too close to the moon now, which may cause great harm to us." The 5 second-generation Phoenix satellites finally entered the 18,000-kilometer orbit of the moon at 9:15 a.m. on March 19, and then began to fly around the moon. The G organization headquarters, which had exhausted all its means, could only watch the 5 Phoenix satellites being deployed. 5 gamma-ray stream lasers then hit 5 areas on the front of the moon, each with a radius of about 10.6 kilometers. These attacks have caused great deterrence to the G organization hidden underground on the moon. The destructive power of the Phoenix satellite has brought a very terrible psychological pressure to all lizardmen. As soon as the netherworld received this good news, it immediately sent a clear broadcast to the moon through the communication satellite. Stop the asteroid attack immediately, otherwise you will bear the consequences at your own risk. Chapter 275. In just over a week, Blue Star and human society experienced an unprecedented mutation. With Irina Britannia's rectification of chaos as the fuse, the G organization tore off its disguise and spread the Homo sapiens virus to the world, creating the White Valentine's Day incident. However, the new humans took advantage of information asymmetry and launched a thundering offensive, directly hitting the branches of the G organization on Blue Star. The old humans were slaughtered by the Homo sapiens virus, and the death toll reached 5.54 billion. The angry G organization's lunar headquarters secretly supported Lucia and Gaul while pushing asteroids to attack the blue planet, trying to destroy the new human forces on the blue planet. At the critical moment, Huangmingzhi once again turned the tide and successfully sent 5 Phoenix satellites to the lunar orbit, forcing the G organization's lunar headquarters to abandon the asteroid impact plan. This is the context of major events in more than a week. Despite responding to the asteroid crisis, the new human offensive around the world has not stopped. Using the cleaning effect of the nano-defenders in the city, the new humans have currently cleared Northeast Asia, Southeast Asia, and parts of North Asia, Central Asia, and South Asia. In addition, they also occupy about 57% of the Australian continent, 31% of the North American continent, and the Central American region controlled by the Mexican branch of the Human Alliance. The remaining areas are the intricately connected Western continent, the self-destructive Black continent, South America, the western part of West Asia occupied by the Judah branch of the G organization, and part of the Balkan Peninsula. As the core area of the former B country, the Great Lakes region is currently the focus of the lizardmen. The remnants of the North American Divine Domain branch of the G organization have regrouped in this area. But they don't have much confidence now. New York. The General Assembly did not collapse with the war, but was maintained with difficulty. In fact, the number of new humans in New York City is not small, reaching 1.43 million. Under the command of the New York branch of the GO's Secret Service, they occupied a large area of Long Island and Chinatown in New York. Especially with the continuous arrival of support from the mainland, they are gradually eroding the entire New York City. At this time, at the UN General Assembly, Cole Franklin represented the G organization, Wang Lifeng represented the New Humans, and Joseph Petrov and David Martin represented the Old Humans. The Old Humans, who were lingering on, were in a state of frustration at this time, daring to be angry but not to speak out. On one side were the New Humans who were conquering cities and territories all over the world, and on the other side were the G organization that held their lives in their hands. They could not afford to offend either side. Cole Franklin, who had received the order from the Moon headquarters, only then knew that the headquarters wanted to push the asteroid to hit the blue planet. Although it was understandable for the headquarters to do so, as a lizardman on the blue star, Cole Franklin felt that he had become a discarded pawn, which made him very uncomfortable. Temporarily suppressing the grudge in his heart, he reevaluated the strength of the New Human side in the past few days. If the G organization did not have a lunar headquarters, they would definitely lose this war, and the various divine domains on the blue star had already been defeated. Cole Franklin looked at the calm Wang Lifeng, and finally he could only speak first. Wang, we need to talk. We can talk after your asteroid has modified its orbit, otherwise there is no point in talking. Wang Lifeng responded coldly. Cole Franklin was silent for a while about the New Humans, who would not release their eagles until they saw the rabbit. He spoke again. Heaven headquarters is modifying the asteroid's orbit, but this will take some time. I hope both sides can stop the war now. Really? Wang Lifeng did not comment. Cole Franklin frowned. Wang Lifeng's unyielding attitude clearly showed that the New Humans wanted to continue to eliminate the remnants of the G organization on the blue planet. The current situation is that every second of delay will result in countless compatriots being wiped out. Cole Franklin knows the situation and must not delay any further. Wang, I need to remind you that even if you have destroyed many of our bases, it does not mean that this is all. Cole Franklin reminded in a bad tone. Wang Lifeng raised his eyebrows and said calmly, Franklin, what do you want to say? Cole Franklin, with a gloomy face, stared at Wang Lifeng and threatened with a little murderous intent. If the war cannot be stopped, we will use all means, including releasing all biochemical viruses, to completely destroy the ecology of Blue Star. Gulu, Joseph Petrov and David Martin, who were invisible, broke out in cold sweat and cursed these lunatics in their hearts. If they really continue, it is unknown whether the New Humans and Lizardmen will be finished, but they, the Old Humans, will definitely be killed. Don't be impulsive. Blue Star is our home. We need to calm down and talk. David Martin hurriedly tried to smooth things over. However, Wang Lifeng had no intention of giving in, and the two sides were already in a silent stalemate. After more than 10 minutes, Cole Franklin proposed a compromise plan. We can modify the orbit of the asteroid first. Once the modification is completed, both sides will stop the war. If not, then we will fight to the death. Wang Lifeng pressed his temple, and reported the matter to the Netherworld through the virtual network. The Netherworld did not want to force the G organization, and agreed to this plan. Okay, when you complete the orbit modification, we will stop the war. Okay. A verbal agreement for a temporary ceasefire was reached. New Human North American Front, San Francisco Command. Commander-in-Chief Wang Jin received instructions from the Netherworld to march towards the North American continent with all his strength and destroy the living forces of the Lizardmen as much as possible. At the same time, Sakajuan's Central American Front was divided into two routes. One route quickly advanced towards the Mississippi River Basin from the direction of Texas, and the other route went straight to the Florida Peninsula from the Gulf of Mexico. Looking at the situation on the virtual sandbox, the North American Front currently controls California, Oregon, Washington, Idaho, Utah, Arizona, British Columbia, and mainly the Rocky Mountains. The troops he had were obviously insufficient. Although there were more than 17 million New Humans in North America, the problem was that about 60% of these people were children and young children, and about 16% were scientists and their families. The remaining 24% were Chinese, minus the elderly and children, who were not suitable for enlistment. The North American Front even included young and middle-aged women, to make up 1.6 million soldiers. In addition, there were 30,000 local elites in East Asia. These 30,000 people were the real elite forces. They were mixed with temporary enlisted soldiers from North America to form 6 elite corps. 6 elite corps marched forward rapidly towards the eastern part of North America. With the support of Phoenix satellites and nano-defenders, the advance speed was very fast, and they could advance 500 to 800 kilometers a day. Transport planes that continued to support from East Asia, carrying nano-defenders, threw them at the cities occupied by Lizardmen. And the G organization also knew that the new humans wanted to kill as many lizardmen as possible and occupy more territory before they ceased fighting. In order to slow down the pace of the new human army, they broke up into small pieces to fight guerrilla warfare, destroyed railways and bridges along the way, and buried a large number of mines. Not only was the battle in North America fierce, but the battle in Western Europe was also tense. On the contrary, Australia, which had a sparse population, was swept away by the new human army. The new humans went all out to clear the territory of the lizardmen on the Blue Planet. In the 500,000-kilometer orbit of the Blue Planet in outer space, the G organization had to launch a second batch of large carrier rockets. Chapter 276. In the ultra-far orbit area, 24 asteroids, with diameters ranging from 400 to 1,700 meters, are flying rapidly towards the Blue Planet. If the orbit is not shifted, they will directly hit the surface of the Blue Planet in the next 20 to 50 days. In particular, 6 of them are S-type metallic asteroids, and the atmosphere of the Blue Planet cannot completely melt them. The 24 Saturn VIII launch vehicles launched from the back of the moon are preparing to shift the flight direction of these asteroids again. Adam on the spacecraft understood that he had to deflect the asteroids' flight direction, but he could not completely give up control of these asteroids. Just like in the old human era, stopping the flight of strategic ballistic missiles did not mean destroying them. If it was just to deflect the orbit, the Saturn VIII that had previously accompanied the asteroid could complete the deflection work. The reason for launching another batch of Saturn VIII was very simple, which was to take control of these asteroids. If they don't control these asteroids, the new humans will definitely launch a fatal attack on the lunar headquarters. This is why Adam is now on the spacecraft, because the lunar headquarters is no longer safe. The moon is surrounded by 5 Phoenix satellites, and the death threat of gamma rays makes the G organization uneasy. Now Adam and some of the Asians have evacuated the lunar headquarters and led 10 Saturn VIIIs to the far Earth orbit area 900,000 kilometers away from the Blue Planet, where there is a rocky asteroid with a diameter of 8.4 to 11.6 kilometers. G organization plans to open a second main base there to deal with the Phoenix satellite of the new humans. Of course, this is not Adam's ideal target. His real target is Mars. In fact, G organization has launched satellites and has accumulated rich experience in exploring Mars, the asteroid belt, Jupiter and Saturn. They also have the technology to migrate to Mars, but the reason why they have not implemented it is mainly because they focus on the moon and the Blue Planet. After being caught off guard by the new humans, they remembered the backup Mars. Of course, now is not a good time for them to march to Mars. Mars is very far away from the Blue Planet. If conditions permit, it is best to go to Mars during the period of Mars opposition. July 27th next year is the Mars opposition, when the distance between Mars and the Blue Planet will be only 57.6 million kilometers. Mars is currently about 255 million kilometers away from the Blue Planet, and the distance is increasing until it reaches a maximum of more than 400 million kilometers in August this year. So Adam first plans to temporarily set up a second main base in the ultra-far orbit area, and wait for the right time to strategically move to Mars. The Netherworld, who was staring at the moon and those asteroids, naturally discovered the G organization's tricks. Wang Mingzhi forwarded the investigation report to others. After reading it, everyone was not too optimistic about the current situation. Although the lizardmen were already deflecting the asteroids, those large rockets were still circling the asteroids, and they could attack the Blue Planet again at any time. And the 10 large rockets that retreated were obviously the other side's retreat route. Tide put down the report and said helplessly, "The war is not over yet, this is just halftime. We must find a way to deal with those asteroids, otherwise once the lizardmen evacuate the moon on a large scale, they will push asteroids to attack the Blue Planet next time." Liagwa said with a headache. "I already have a preliminary draft in mind, but it will take 2 to 3 months to prepare," Wang Mingzhi said while handing out his plan to everyone. For Wang Mingzhi, who turned the tide, everyone still trusted Wang Mingzhi very much. After reading the plan, they discussed the feasibility and implementation arrangements of the plan with Wang Mingzhi. Rapid City, South Dakota. The vanguard of the 3rd Army of the North American Front has arrived about 12 kilometers west of Rapid City. The commander of the 3rd Army, Lee Chungson, is in the vanguard. There are 3 mechanics in the vanguard. Of course, these so-called mechanics are actually local materials. The new humans have transformed a large number of captured and picked up pickup trucks, off-road vehicles, and large trucks into temporary war vehicles. The new humans have absolute air superiority, plus the listening system that can scan and locate the world, so no enemy can easily approach the new human army. Nano-defenders were installed in the container of the truck, and countless nano-robots kept moving with the truck. Once the enemy approached about 3.4 kilometers, they would be attacked by the nano-robots. The road leading to Rapid City was now full of mines, scrap vehicles, and wood. The new human army was no stranger to such tricks. On a truck, several soldiers wearing nano-helmets were seen manipulating nano-robots to clear mines or traps along the way. The nano-robots are omnipresent. No matter how hidden the mines or explosives are, they cannot escape their cleaning. Report, cleanup completed. Bulldozer team, remove all obstacles. Received. 6 modified large bulldozers directly removed abandoned cars, debris, and wood on the road. Thousands of basketball-sized swarm drones quickly flew into Rapid City. These swarm drones were equipped with a 2.4 kilograms high-energy bomb that could carry out suicide bombings against the lizard men. Report, southeast at 5 o'clock, 4.66 kilometers away, there are 16 lizardmen lurking in the forest. Beware that there are 134 biochemical monsters around. Use swarm bombardment. 50 swarm drones rushed towards the forest. The lizardmen have discovered the drones, and while firing rifle grenades, they commanded the biochemical monsters to charge at the vanguard. Beep beep beep. On the container rack of a large truck, there is an iron wall laser and neutrino detector. The neutrino detector and the interception supercomputer locked all the rifle grenades, and the laser array of the iron wall laser destroyed all the rifle grenades in an instant. As soon as those fearless biochemical monsters approached the vanguard core within 3.4 kilometers, their brains were immediately dug out by the nano-robots, and they fell to the ground and rolled. Then the nano-robots completely decomposed these biochemical monsters and turned them into dust. The 16 fleeing lizardmen were blown to pieces by the swarm drones. Facing the technologically powerful new humans, guerrilla warfare was no longer feasible. If the G organization had not lost air superiority, it might have been able to fight against the new humans, but now their planes or missiles would be locked by the listening system as soon as they took off, and destructive gamma rays would follow. They wanted to fight guerrilla warfare or urban street fighting, but faced with nano-robots that were difficult to defend, and were beaten without any ability to fight back. Of course, this group of lizardmen still brought a lot of trouble to the new human army. The Third Army was attacked by genetically modified prion in the small town of Buffalo, Wyoming. This highly toxic genetically modified prion can directly attack the human brain, and the onset speed is very fast. It can kill people in less than 15 minutes. Lee Chung-sun had no choice but to activate the force removal function of the cell robot. Fortunately, this virus will be automatically degraded and inactivated in about 2 hours. The Third Army, which broke through Rapid City, marched towards the east without stopping. At 1500 hours p.m. on March 22nd, along the highway line, they broke through the city of Chicago beside Lake Michigan. Chapter 277. New Era Year 1, March 22nd, 1800 hours North American time. In New York City, at the UN General Assembly. Cole Franklin, suppressing his anger, handed Wang Lifeng the safety assessment of asteroids in outer space. Wang, we have completed it as agreed, now it's your turn. Wang Lifeng took the document with a sneer, flipped through it casually, handed it to his assistant, and said, then cease fire. Cole Franklin handed over a ceasefire agreement, and Wang Lifeng read it and said, Franklin, are you still asleep? I think this armistice is very reasonable. North America and West Europe will follow their respective control lines, and South America, Africa, and West Asia will belong to us. Cole Franklin said firmly. Wang Lifeng refused bluntly. I don't remember you have anyone in Africa. Damn it, we destroyed more than a dozen bases in Africa. Cole Franklin, who was furious, did not want to give up Africa. The tug-of-war negotiations lasted for 3 days, and finally the armistice agreement and the division of spheres of influence were completed. The 3 parties signed the New York Agreement in New York. At this time, the whole world entered a brief period of calm. According to the sphere of influence of the New York Agreement, the G organization owns the northeastern region of North America, the southern region of South America, Zealand, Central and Western Africa, Eastern North Africa, Western West Asia, the Balkan Peninsula, and the 8 Baltic countries in Northern Africa. The new humans own most of Asia, Australia, most of the Pacific Ocean, all of Central America, most of North America, Northern South America, Southeastern Africa, all of the Indian Ocean, all of Antarctica, Central and Southern Africa, and the British Isles. The old humans own Western Lucia, the West Siberian Plain, the northern coastal areas of the Caspian Sea, Belarus, Ukraine, Poland, Romania, and more. Spain, Portugal, Italy, and Western North Africa are controlled by the Gaul Republic. Note, There is a map of spheres of influence in the comet area. Among the three parties, the old human forces can only hide in Western Europe, and their lifeblood is held by the G organization, a typical semi-puppet force. The G organization does not care much about the territories on the Blue Star, but they do not want to hand over these territories to the new humans, so they strongly demand to retain these controlled areas. After all, under the gamma rays of the new humans, no matter how many territories are taken, they are just food. The territories on Blue Star are used to contain the new humans and achieve a certain containment effect. Secondly, if materials that can defend against gamma rays are developed in the future, these territories can be used as a springboard for landing on Blue Star. All three parties know that the New York Agreement is just a temporary truce agreement. Once one side gains an overwhelming advantage, the war will inevitably be rekindled. While accelerating the construction of the second main base, the G organization reorganized the remnants of Blue Star and invested huge manpower and material resources to develop gamma-ray isolation materials. As for the old humans, Lucia and Gaul put aside their grudges. They knew that the old humans could only survive. If there was still Lucia and Gaul, they might as well just wait for death. After several discussions and negotiations, the Holy Roman Federation was officially established, referred to as the Holy Roman Federation. Vasily Alexander III served as the Supreme Commander of the Federation, and Mark Rowland served as the Minister of the Federation Cabinet. Great Britain, Edinburgh, Scotland. Irina put down the secret letter in her hand with a smile. This was written by Mark Rowland of the original Gaul. The secret letter contained the little thoughts of the Holy Roman Federation. They hoped that Irina could lead Great Britain and other Western Human Alliance forces to join their Shinra Federation. Unfortunately, they didn't know that the new humans could only be a whole, because the highest authority of the biological computer was in the hands of the Netherworld, and the new humans could not be divided. She wrote a letter and directly rejected Mark Rowland. As the Western continent region where three forces are intertwined, it is also the most complicated region in the current world situation. Irina is now somewhat overwhelmed and hopes that the Netherworld will complete the internal reorganization as soon as possible. That's right, the Netherworld is reorganizing internally. After all, the territory of the new humans is huge, and the population is concentrated in East Asia, so internal reorganization is urgent. In addition, the name of the Netherworld is not suitable as an official name. They no longer need to be sneaky, but appear in the world openly, so a formal name is indispensable. April 2nd, the first year of the new era. The last enlarged meeting of the Netherworld was held in Nank World. Everyone was discussing matters related to internal reorganization. For example, the resettlement of a large number of refugee children, the development and utilization of various control areas, the imbalance of regional population, the threat of outer space. Everyone, please tell me about the name. How about calling it the New Human Alliance? No, we are one, and we don't need an alliance. Then call it the New Human Republic? I think the concept of a country should no longer exist. Everyone was discussing fiercely. In the end, it was the New Human Universe proposed by Liigua that won the approval of most people. Therefore, after readjustment, the New Human Universe was officially established, referred to as the New Human. The highest institution is the New Human Universe. The New Human's overall supreme will, referred to as the Supreme Will, is composed of all the biological computers of the New Human, that is, the human computer system. The Supreme Will governs everything in the New Human Universe, and has 4 first-level institutions: Service Committee, Science Committee, Arbitration Committee, and War Committee. Each committee shall have a chairman, 2 vice-chairmen, and 20 directors. After the official names were given, everyone began the first internal election for the first members of the 4 committees. Wang Mingzhi was elected as the chairman of the Science Committee as expected. The next step is to divide the regions, resettle the more than 60 million children, and readjust the population of each region. The 16 control regions of the New Human Universe are East Asia, Central Asia, South Ocean, South Asia, West Asia, Oceania, Pacific, North America, Central America, South America, Lesser Western Ocean, Great Rift Valley, Cape of Good Hope, Western Ocean, Antarctic, and Arctic Ocean. Of the more than 60 million children and youngsters, some were adopted by other adult new humans, and the rest were uniformly trained by the Service Committee. In addition, for the Western Continent and Central America regions, 2 regions with relatively large local populations, the Supreme Will decided to migrate some of the population to the Cape of Good Hope, the Great Rift Valley, and the Oceania region. The real population migration region is the East Asian region, and the Supreme Will plans to migrate 800 million people to other regions. Doing so can promote the development of each region, reduce the environmental pressure in the East Asian region, and at the same time dilute the local population in various places, and completely assimilate everyone. Of course, the population migration work will not be too urgent, especially in the special period of tit-for-tat with the G organization. Maintaining the productivity of the East Asian region is the first priority of the Supreme Will. Looking at the two Blue Star forces renamed as the Shinra Federation and the New Human Universe, Adam thought again and decided to change the name of the organization to make the G organization more formal. The original meaning of G is light, and they have a religious structure, so Adam decided to change the G organization to the Illuminati. So far, a new pattern with the New Human Universe, the Illuminati, and the Shinra Federation coexisting has been initially formed. Chapter 278. Although the world temporarily maintains the three-way balance of power between the New Humans, the Illuminati, and the Holy Roman Federation with the signing of the New York Agreement. However, all three parties know that the binding force of this agreement is not great, and the armistice is only a half-time break, so none of the three parties have the idea of putting their weapons in storage and letting their horses go to the mountains. In the face of life and death, even the free-spirited Gauls have to put aside their previous extravagance and debauchery. In Moscow, the capital of the Holy Roman Federation. At this time, the first cabinet meeting was being held. The positions of Vasily and Mark were actually the relationship between the two major entities of the Holy Roman Federation, Lucia and Gaul. As the country with the largest population, relatively complete combat power and military-industrial strength, Lucia has taken the lead in the Holy Roman Federation. In fact, the Gaul region is not doing well now because of their previous power structure problems. Nuclear energy provides 76% of Gaul's total power, and 15% comes from hydropower. This structure looks very powerful, but it encountered the silent system of the New Humans, and now all nuclear power plants are out of service. Lucia is not so bad. There is a lot of oil and natural gas to generate electricity. It has 32 nuclear power plants, and 15 nuclear power plants taken over from Ukraine. However, a large part of their nuclear power plants are old-fashioned graphite reactor nuclear power plants, which are very useless nuclear power plants. It is estimated that the Russians have been maintaining these nuclear power plants for the byproduct of nuclear fission reactions, plutonium. Now there is no way for nuclear reactions to succeed without neutrino barriers. For example, the dozen Iron Coffin aircraft carriers floating on the sea have completely lost their nuclear power. Vasily looked at the map in front of him with a depressed and painful face. The Shizhou area of the New Humans was directly between the two parts of the Shinra Federation, making it difficult for the eastern and western parts of the Shinra Federation to be connected. This situation is fine in the short term, but if it continues for a long time, it is very likely to induce the emergence of separatism. The communication and transportation between the east and the west either starts from the Baltic Sea, passes through the North Sea and the English Channel, or passes through the Mediterranean, the Aegean Sea, the Dardanelles, the Bosphorus, and the Black Sea. Vasily and Mark are both overwhelmed by the detours. Moreover, as the Shizhou region where the three parties are intertwined, this is also the most complicated area. The 1.5 million troops of the New Human Shizhou front are stationed here, and the Baichi and Huangshan mixed fleets are stationed in the North Sea, and the Tianan fleet is stationed in the Mediterranean and the Aegean Sea. The lizardmen of the Illuminati are also rearming the Nordic Temple and the Jewish Temple. The weakest Shinra Federation has great difficulty in protecting itself, and now they are busy formulating their first 5-year plan. On the one hand, they are concentrating their elite scientific research forces to seek ways to get rid of the biochemical virus. On the other hand, Vasily and his team are secretly planning to have researchers develop technology that can destroy the Blue Planet. Since it is impossible to defend against the gamma-ray attack of the Phoenix satellite, they might as well give up the idea of defense and develop a world-destroying technology that can destroy both sides, so that they can threaten the New Humans at that time. On the Illuminati side, Adam's migration rocket team has arrived at the planet he named Curtin. Curtin means cotton, and the shape of this asteroid is very similar to cotton. Powell, how is the situation on the moon and the Blue Planet? 5 minutes and 13 seconds later. Your Majesty Adam, everything is normal on the moon. The 24 asteroids have been readjusted to 3 orbital zones of 550,000 kilometers, 600,000 kilometers, and 680,000 kilometers, and can hit the Blue Planet again at any time. On the Blue Planet, the New Humans are reorganizing internally. Vasily and Mark of the Shinra Federation are trying to develop technology to restrain biochemical viruses, and technology that can destroy the Blue Planet. Do they need to be eliminated and replaced with some obedient people? Adam sneered and shook his head, then edited a message to Powell on the moon. Don't worry about the Shinra Federation. Keep an eye on the new humans, especially their movements in space. 5.7 seconds later. As you command, Your Majesty. Adam turned off the communicator, stood in front of the window of the spacecraft, looked at the white and blue planets, and muttered to himself in a low voice, I want to see how big a storm you can stir up. The reason why he let the Shinra Federation go was mainly because once the other party developed on the blue planet, it would inevitably conflict with the new humans. As for the Illuminati, which has a base on the moon and will have a base on Mars in the future, the development and rise of the Shinra Federation will not threaten them for the time being, but they can sit back and watch the fight. The first batch of 24 Saturn verses that were withdrawn from the asteroid group and returned to the moon were reused. 12 of them were prepared for transportation between the moon and the blue planet, and the remaining 12 were used for transportation between the moon and Curtin. Putting down the documents, Adam floated to a cabin, which was a small experimental cabin. 5 lizard scientists were conducting research. There was a 3-meter-high cabinet in the experimental cabin. Through the transparent window of the cabinet, a baby could be seen inside. The head of the experimental cabin hurriedly greeted respectfully, Your Majesty. Adam stared at the baby in the life support cabin and asked, with a slightly burning look, How is the situation? This is the 16th experimental subject, and the situation is not good. The supervisor replied nervously. Adam looked at the experimental data. The first 15 experimental subjects failed without exception, and the situation of the 16th experimental subject was also getting worse. It seems that there is a difference between genius and mortal in bringing Eric from Blue Star. Adam was obviously not satisfied with the experimental results. The head of the experimental chamber beside him looked very terrified. Beep beep. What's going on? Shit, it's like this again. The baby in the life support chamber was twitching violently. No matter how they tried to rescue him, the baby's body began to collapse. Looking at the baby who had lost vital signs, Adam asked in a low voice, Have you found out the reason? The supervisor swallowed and stammered, Your Majesty, we have tried our best, but for some reason, once this person's genes are cloned, the clones always have genetic collapse and die. After hearing this explanation, Adam was not satisfied. Why can others clone, but not this person? The supervisor, who was sweating profusely, didn't know how to explain. Forget it. Wait for Eric to come and let him take over your work. Yes, Your Majesty. The supervisor felt a little disappointed and relieved. The body of the experimental subject was taken out of the life support capsule. It had obvious East Asian characteristics, and was sent to the recovery capsule next to it to be decomposed into nutrients and biochemical materials. Adam stared at the empty life support capsule with a burning look, and whispered morbidly, I must obtain your wisdom. Boston, the new capital of the Illuminati North American Temple. Eric Fan had received the order from the Moon headquarters, and was ready to set off for the Moon headquarters. His previous Marcus Lab had been reduced to ashes by the laser. If Marcus Lab was not the first target to be eliminated, Eric Fan would definitely not have escaped death. After the Marcus Lab base was destroyed by the Phoenix satellite, he fled all the way to the northeast, and fled to Philadelphia on March 27th. As an elite scientist of the Illuminati, Eric Fan was naturally protected at a very high level. This escape gave him a huge shock. Even the sub-gods, who have been genetically enhanced, have no power to resist in the face of absolute power. Chapter 279. New Era Year 1, April 11th. A Boeing 747 from Boston landed at St. Petersburg Airport. This is a civilian airliner that has been discontinued, because Boeing's headquarters and main factory are near Seattle, Washington, which is now the North American region of the new human race. Eric Fan, who was under strict protection, hurriedly got off the plane and then, under the escort of a special car, went to the Arkhangelsk region of the Shinra Federation. He will take the Soyuz carrier rocket at the Plesetsk base there to the Low Earth Orbit International Space Station, and then take the Saturn VIII to the moon. The reason why they came all the way to the Shinra Federation to ride rockets is that the space launch bases in the Illuminati-controlled area have been basically occupied or destroyed by the new humans. The Cape Canaveral Launch Center, Kennedy Space Center, in Florida was occupied, and the George Marshall Space Center in Alabama was occupied. The Western Space Missile Test Center, Vandenberg Air Force Base, in California was destroyed, and the Houston Rocket Launch Center in Texas was destroyed. The only remaining space base is the Wallops Flight Center in Virginia, in the Illuminati-controlled area, which was destroyed. In fact, the Shinra Federation is not much better. The Baikonur Cosmodrome and Svobodny Cosmodrome in Russia were occupied by the new humans. The Shenzhou Cosmodrome in Gaul in South America was also doomed. After spending all the money, the only one left was the Plesetsk base. The Soyuz launch vehicle at the Plesetsk base is the only complete launch vehicle left besides the New Humans. For example, the Illuminati Blue Star branch has lost its complete industrial chain and supply chain. Even if the design data of the Falcon Heavy, Saturn V, and Saturn VIII were given to them, they still have no way to complete the construction of the launch vehicle. On the other side, on the sea surface on the south side of the western section of the Strait Cross Sea Bridge, an artificial island is under rapid construction. This is the newly planned and constructed Strait Space Launch Center, which is also the largest space launch center to date. It consists of 3 main island bases, each with an area of 36 square kilometers, and 12 secondary island launch sites, each with an area of 3.7 square kilometers. It can launch 48 large space launch vehicles at the same time, with launch, remote control, monitoring, recovery, maintenance, supply and training functions. The choice of building it next to the Strait Cross Sea Bridge is to facilitate transportation with land on the one hand, and to facilitate the transportation of large rockets on the other hand. In addition, the sea is far away from densely populated areas, which is conducive to confidentiality and security work. Qin Jingwei, the head of the Jiuquan Space Center, was transferred to the Strait Space Launch Base as the commander-in-chief of the base. He is now discussing the planning and construction of various areas with a large group of engineers and designers. Qin Jingwei is also very anxious. This space launch base is affiliated with the Science Committee and the War Committee. Both Huang Mingzhi and the War Committee now require the construction work to be completed as soon as possible. Mainly because of the threat of asteroids, the New Humans feel uneasy, especially since the Lizardmen have set up a base in an ultra-long orbit 937,000 kilometers away from the Blue Star. After the other party has a retreat, they may become unscrupulous. The New Humans on the Blue Star have no retreat, and can only face the asteroids head-on. Huang Mingzhi requires that the Strait Space Launch Base must be completed before the end of June this year, because he is preparing something to deal with asteroids, which must be launched into outer space. Moreover, there are a lot of items to be transported, estimated to reach tens of thousands of tons. Currently, the number of Long March 5D launch vehicles has been expanded to 24, and the one-time Long March 5E launch vehicles have also been supplemented to 8. However, this number is not enough. The Long March 5D has only 37 tons of payload in the low Earth orbit, and the Long March 5E can reach about 68 tons in the low Earth orbit. However, compared with the transportation volume of tens of thousands of tons, it seems to be a drop in the bucket. Now there is no time to design a new launch vehicle, so we can only expand the Long March 5D and Long March 5E on a large scale, and use the method of ants moving to transport these items to the low Earth orbit little by little. Engineer Zhang, you should pay attention to the windproof design of the transport port on the third main island. After all, typhoons often land near the Tainan Strait. Qin Jingwei pointed to the design drawing and reminded. Zhang Hainan, chief engineer of China Construction Group, patted his head and said, "I'm very sorry, I've been too busy these days, I'm almost crazy." Qin Jingwei was also very helpless. "I know everyone is working hard, but both quality and progress cannot be left behind, remind each other. I will immediately instruct the design team to conduct windproof simulation as soon as possible." After Zhang Hainan finished speaking, he immediately turned around and told his assistant about this matter. This April was particularly hot, and the sky was blue and a little purple, which was a side effect of the destruction of the ozone layer. Qin Jingwei's arms were exposed to the sun, and the strong ultraviolet rays made him feel slightly painful. In the purification war last month, the adverse consequences of the large-scale use of gamma rays by the New Humans finally began to emerge. Perhaps some people would say that East Asia was not attacked by gamma rays, so why did the intensity of ultraviolet rays increase in the Dayuan Strait? The reason is that the ozone layer is a constantly flowing atmosphere, and as the hardest-hit areas for the use of gamma rays, North America and Western Europe are in the middle and high latitudes of the Northern Hemisphere, along with East Asia. To this day, Phoenix Satellite still uses gamma rays from time to support the New Human Army in various places. Although there is a temporary truce with the Illuminati and the Shinra Federation, there are still 3.96 billion biochemical monsters of the more than 5 billion old humans mutated in the New Human Control Area. Especially in the densely populated South Asian subcontinent, the more than 1 billion biochemical monsters are like locusts. The large-scale use of gamma rays directly decomposes the ozone in the ozone layer. As the ozone layer is destroyed piece by piece, the ozone holes in the Northern Hemisphere are increasing. Now in mid-April, the daytime temperature has reached 41 degrees Celsius, and it drops to 12 degrees Celsius at night. The temperature difference between day and night has reached 29 degrees Celsius. Fortunately, the resistance of the new humans is very strong, and the promotion of greenhouse agriculture and three-dimensional indoor agriculture has ensured the stability of food supply. However, this is not a solution. If the area of the ozone hole becomes larger and larger, the consequences will be disastrous, and the ecology of the blue planet will suffer serious damage. San Francisco, the newly repaired airport. 15 Y-20s landed at the airport one after another, with a dozen wearing white work clothes, with an armband on the work clothes, and an infinite symbol on the armband, infinitely surrounded by a line of words. New Human Universe Supreme Will Science Committee. They are engineers, scientists, and staff members of the Science Committee. The North American region is currently under martial law, and Wang Jun personally received these people from the Science Committee. The weather in California is even more extreme. San Francisco can reach 45 degrees Celsius during the day, but only 8 degrees Celsius at night. Commander-in-Chief Wang, are your rockets ready? Kai Huaqiang, director of the Institute of Atmosphere Research, asked hurriedly. All places are ready. Wang Jun was also worried about the extreme weather in North America. Then take action immediately. In an open space near San Francisco, more than a dozen rocket launchers launched hundreds of ozone proliferation bombs into the ozone layer at an altitude of 30 kilometers. These ozone proliferation bombs can promote the rapid combination of oxygen molecules and oxygen atoms in the atmosphere into ozone, thereby achieving the effect of repairing the ozone layer. In each control area of the New Humans, a large number of ozone proliferation bombs were launched, and a large number of ozone holes were quickly repaired. It is expected that the ozone layer can be repaired in about a month. It is easy to destroy and difficult to repair, especially in the natural ecology. Gamma rays will kill everything at once. But it is difficult and troublesome to repair. This is the case when the New Humans have been prepared. If they have not prepared ozone proliferation bombs, the extreme weather caused by strong ultraviolet rays will be enough to severely damage the ecology of the blue planet. Chapter 280. While the Straight Space Launch Base was being built overtime, Wang Mingzhi was not idle either. Inside the launch vehicle assembly plant in Jinshe, Wang Mingzhi was discussing with Chen Yao, Li Guqing, and John Field, the former member of the British Interstellar Society. At this time, they were in the virtual laboratory, and in front of them was a very rough spacecraft, codenamed Daedalus. Note: Daedalus is the builder of the Minoan Labyrinth in ancient Greek mythology. Daedalus is a nuclear fusion spacecraft designed by the British Interstellar Society in the 1970s, and it is currently the only confirmed feasible spacecraft that can cross galaxies. Of course, the plan is feasible, but the engineering difficulty is very huge. In 1978, the British Interstellar Society announced the final plan of the Daedalus project, which gave the first detailed design of a nuclear-powered spacecraft in history, aiming to demonstrate the feasibility. Daedalus is an unmanned interstellar scientific research spacecraft, but the weight of this spacecraft is too touching, weighing 55,000 tons, of which 50,000 tons is the weight of fuel, and the weight of scientific instruments is only 500 tons. Moreover, the spacecraft can only be assembled in orbit. Look at the International Space Station, which is only 300 tons. It took 20 years to assemble. Even if the New Human Long March 5D has reduced the launch cost to a very considerable level, the Daedalus spacecraft is still very unfriendly in terms of engineering. The reason why Wang Mingzhi chose the Daedalus plan is mainly that this plan has no technical difficulty. There are two types of nuclear fusion propulsion rockets. One is fusion direct injection, and the other is nuclear photon rocket. The working principle of fusion direct injection rocket is as follows. Nuclear fusion produces a large number of helium nuclei, alpha particles, protons, and electrons, which are ejected through magnetic field guidance, which can achieve a very high exhaust speed and specific impulse, and the thrust and thrust-to-weight ratio generated are higher than nuclear power propulsion. The Daedalus plan uses deuterium and helium-3 as fusion fuel. The fusion fuel balls composed of deuterium and helium-3 are ignited by high-energy electron beams in the inertial confinement reactor to produce fusion. The generated ion gas is discharged from the stern at a speed of 10,000 kilometers per second under the confinement of the magnetic field as a source of power. Daedalus needs to consume 250 such fuel balls per second. The exhaust gas ejection speed of the nuclear fusion thruster envisioned by Daedalus can reach about 12% of the speed of light in a vacuum. Of course, Wang Mingzhi does not need the spacecraft to reach 15% of the speed of light. On the one hand, he does not need to use an intergalactic spacecraft for the time being. On the other hand, 50,000 tons of deuterium, and helium-3 are a life-threatening problem. Deuterium is easy to say, it can be extracted from seawater, but helium-3 is a ripoff. It is difficult to extract 1 kilogram on the blue planet, and more than 20,000 tons of helium-3. Why not send it to space? The moon does have millions of tons of reserves, but unfortunately the Illuminati occupies the land there, and there is no mining condition at all. Wang, if you don't need a high-speed nuclear fusion spacecraft, the fuel can be reduced a lot. John Field used the rocket formula to calculate the result while talking. Wang Mingzhi certainly knew that if the spacecraft did not need too high a speed, the fuel-load ratio could be reduced a lot. For example, to accelerate the deadless spacecraft to 0.2% of the speed of light in a vacuum, the required fuel-load ratio is 0.029. If the spacecraft is fully loaded with fuel, it is required to accelerate from rest to 0.2% of the speed of light in a vacuum, and then decelerate to rest, and repeat at least 10 times. The final fuel-load ratio is about 0.77. That is, a spacecraft with a mass of 10,000 tons other than fuel must be able to carry 7,700 tons of nuclear fuel. In fact, even 0.01% of the speed of light, 30 kilometers per second, is much faster than the first, second, and third cosmic speeds. Wang, if you only require a maximum speed of 30 kilometers per second, I can compress the fuel-load ratio to 0.04. Considering the endurance, the final fuel-load ratio is best around 0.08. John Field pointed to the data and explained. Wang Mingzhi was quite satisfied with the final fuel-load ratio data. He nodded and said, if we directly use the small Jinwu nuclear fusion reactor, we can transform it into a nuclear fusion direct injection engine. There are no problems with other components. We estimate the total weight of the spacecraft to be around 1,200 tons, which means we need 96 tons of nuclear fuel. Li Guiqing echoed. Qin Yao shook his head and added, no, Lao Li, you forgot the nuclear fuel needed for other nuclear fusion reactors. I estimate it to be around 100 tons. Wang Mingzhi looked through the current domestic deuterium reserves. The advantage of the Jinwu nuclear fusion reactor is that it does not require helium-3. The nuclear fuel of the spacecraft only needs deuterium. The current domestic deuterium reserves are divided into 3 parts. One part is the power generation reserve of the state grid, which is about 1,600 tons. One part is the strategic reserve of the War Committee, which is about 1,050 tons. The last part is the reserve of the Seawater Desalination Management Company, which is about 342 tons. Fortunately, due to the application of nuclear fusion reactors in recent years, there are many heavy hydrogen refining plants in China, and the desalination plants have separated heavy hydrogen, so there are so many reserves. The power generation reserve is 1,600 tons, of which 600 tons can be taken out at most, and the strategic reserve of the War Committee and the reserve of the Desalination Management Company add up to 1,992 tons of heavy hydrogen. It is barely enough for 20 spacecrafts. Of course, Wang Mingzhi and the War Committee plan to build 10 spacecrafts. This is a reasonable arrangement that can be made at present. Wang Mingzhi thought for a while and ordered, Lao Li, you should complete the construction of the first batch of components as soon as possible, and you can launch them into low Earth orbit from the other 3 space launch centers first. We are making arrangements. We have already completed part of the main skeleton. Li Guiqing also knew that the situation was urgent. In addition, the assembly orbit is selected at 650 kilometers in the low Earth orbit. You can discuss it with the various launch centers. No problem. In fact, the aerospace field is one of the few fields within the new human race that is not withdrawn from the wartime mechanism. On the contrary, the scale is expanding like a snowball. A large amount of manpower and material resources are invested in the aerospace field. After all, in the war within the Blue Star planet, the new human race has a very obvious advantage. The war in outer space is what the new humans should pay attention to. One after another, Long March 5D carrier rockets were manufactured and quickly put into service. After internal discussions by the Science Committee and the War Committee, the project codenamed Witzhubing-class nuclear-powered space battleship was officially implemented within the New Humans. This class of space battleship will integrate the current top technology of the New Humans, realize the New Humans' comprehensive defense of the Blue Moon system, and eliminate the fatal threat of the Illuminati to the Blue Planet. Once the construction is completed, it will be the day when the New Humans and the Illuminati will rekindle the flames of war. Various supporting factories and enterprises have received a large number of orders for spare parts, which involves the cooperation of tens of thousands of factories. In fact, the most troublesome part of building this kind of spacecraft is the coordination of manpower and material resources. Moreover, the cost of spare parts is very high, because a part is generally produced in dozens of sets, at most hundreds of sets, and it is a huge waste of manpower and material resources to open a production line to produce dozens of sets of parts. But there is no way out now. The War Committee is pushing forward the construction of the 271 class at all costs. All the desalination plants and heavy hydrogen refining plants along the coast are refining heavy hydrogen nuclear fuel at full capacity. Under the wartime mechanism, the new humans can do anything to win, and everything must give way to the war. Under this sense of urgency, the new humans have exploded with unprecedented productivity and cohesion. Chapter 281. North America, California. As the new humans continued to launch ozone proliferation bombs, the previous extreme weather was finally suppressed, and the high temperature and high ultraviolet rays during the day and the low temperature at night slowly restored the balance. A team of 30 people was driving on the road. In a month, the once prosperous human city has become bleak and dilapidated. This is a biochemical elimination team. They are specifically responsible for clearing the remaining biochemical monsters. Although there is no Lizardman command, these biochemical monsters still rely on their super physical fitness and beast instincts to stubbornly roam around. A rugged middle-aged man with a Cuban cigar in his mouth stood on the chariot, smoking and observing the surroundings. The convoy had a special neutrino detector that could scan the surrounding area of about 80 kilometers. On the map, biochemical monsters would be marked one by one. Since the elements in the body of biochemical monsters are almost the same as those of humans, the automatic identification system would distinguish them by elimination. The new humans themselves have the characteristics of locators and biological computers, while the lizardmen have elemental anomalies. The rest are biochemical monsters and old humans. In fact, the Homo sapiens virus cannot completely eliminate the old human population. According to the latest research data, about 0.2 to 0.4% of the old humans will produce immune antibodies to the Homo sapiens virus. This means that 11 to 22 million people may produce immune antibodies. The fact that so many people may produce antibodies does not mean that so many people will survive. On the one hand, when the new humans attack, there are many old humans who are killed by mistake. On the other hand, biochemical monsters will also hunt or attack the old humans. It is estimated that it is good if 1 in 10 can survive. As for the North American region, it is estimated that there are about 60,000 to 120,000 survivors. The convoy passed through the city of San Bernardino on the east side of Los Angeles. After leaving the dilapidated city, it headed north into the Rocky Mountains. There were many abandoned vehicles, or rotting corpses on both sides of the road. The middle-aged soldier turned his head and ordered, "There are 3 reactions in the KJ town ahead, get closer." Okay. The driver was a Latino. Release the nanorobots. Received. The town was in ruins and dead silence, mainly because the biochemical monsters were more interested in living food. In the city where humans gathered, when a large number of living creatures were eliminated, they would flee to the mountains and forests. Fong Dehai pressed the cigar on the armor on the roof of the car and jumped towards a small rock villa more than 200 meters away. He pulled out the electromagnetic gun and was on guard. On his tactical glasses, 3 humanoid creatures were in the villa. The exoskeleton warriors on the left and right began to surround the villa, but they did not rush in stupidly. Fong Dehai waved his hand behind him, and the nanorobots immediately infiltrated the villa. Huh? Fong Dehai stopped, pressed down his tactical glasses, and carefully observed the interior of the villa. Through the data shared by the neutrino detector, he found a very strange phenomenon. He told other soldiers through the built-in brainwave communicator, "Everyone stop attacking and be alert." Received. Inside the small villa at this time, a biochemical monster was lurking behind the iron gate, but what was surprising was that this biochemical monster actually had an assault rifle and a grenade in his hand. Fong Dehai only needed to glance at the biochemical monster lurking behind the iron gate, and countless nanorobots controlled it. The 2 soldiers on the left and right quickly used nanorobots to open the iron gate. Looking at the biochemical monster standing stiffly with a gun on guard, Fong Dehai's eyes flickered. It was the first time he saw a biochemical monster with a brain. Was it a mutation or evolution? This is a question worth studying. "Captain, we found 2 children." A soldier brought 2 children out of the basement. A man and a woman. The older one is a teenage girl. The younger one is a boy of 7 or 8 years old, with typical white children's features. Suddenly the little boy saw the biochemical monster that was frozen on the side, and ran over shouting loudly, "No! You are not allowed to hurt Jace. Don't! A big hand grabbed the back of the boy's collar and lifted him up. The German soldier warned angrily, "Little boy, do you want to die? That's a biochemical monster." The little boy struggled desperately and shouted, "No. He is Daddy. He is Jace." "Dad?" Fong Dehai took a look at the biochemical monster and found that it was fighting against the stiffness and paralysis of the nano-robot. He turned to the older girl and asked, "Tell me your names and the story of this biochemical monster." The little girl was so nervous that her face turned pale. She clutched the corners of her clothes tightly with both hands and replied in a trembling voice, "My name is Luna, Luna Brute." The little girl Luna answered Fong Dehai incoherently. Fong Dehai understood the cause and effect by reorganizing the little girl's words. The little girl is Luna Brute, the little boy is Corning Brute, and the biochemical monster is their father, Jess Brute. During the outbreak of the Homo sapiens virus a month ago, Jess Brute and his wife and 2 children were infected with the Homo sapiens virus, but the Bruce family seemed to have a recessive gene for the Homo sapiens virus antibody. The 2 children successfully withstood the Homo sapiens virus, but Jess Brute and his wife did not, or rather, Jess Brute's wife did not. Although Jess Brute had mutated into a biochemical monster, he had not completely lost his mind. Perhaps it was the recessive gene of the Brute family that was at work. Jess Brute, who had a certain degree of rationality, had been protecting the 2 children in the early stage of the biochemical frenzy, and had been in the small villa. As time went by, Jess Brute's sanity gradually returned to normal, and the characteristics of the biochemical monster were fading. Compared with those monstrous biochemical monsters with bared fangs and claws, Jess Brute's current form was more inclined to the state of a lizard man. But the lizard men have light green skin, no tails and large scales, while Jess Brute has large gray scales and a tail. "Take them back to the camp," Fong Dehai ordered. "Okay." Jess Brute, whose restrictions were partially lifted, could only be locked up in a mobile cell converted from a large truck with his 2 children. Fong Dehai quickly reported the matter to his superiors. Jess Brute, a mutated biochemical monster, actually regained his sanity. This matter could be a big deal or a small deal. If this is an isolated case, it's fine. If it's not, then the new humans need to pay attention. In addition, the special physiques of Luna Brute and her brother are also worth studying. After more than a week of clearing out biochemical monsters in the Rocky Mountains, Fong Dehai's team eliminated more than 700 biochemical monsters and encountered 2 survivors during the period. April 28th. The convoy returned to Los Angeles, which is one of the base cities of the new humans and a safe city on the west coast of North America. The so-called safe city is an area within 80 kilometers around where biochemical monsters have been cleared, mines and traps remain, and nano-defenders are arranged. Entering Los Angeles, the survivors were placed in a special closed area. There are currently 143 old human survivors in the entire Los Angeles city. And the biochemical monster Jess Brute was placed alone, waiting for biochemists to examine and analyze. Chapter 282. Green Community, a small community near the northwest coast of Los Angeles. This is the temporary resettlement area for the survivors. More than 100 survivors are concentrated in this small community. Most of the survivors are healthy young people, and there are relatively few elderly and children. The community is surrounded by barbed wire and wooden stakes, and the survivors are like animals in a zoo. After encountering an unprecedented biochemical crisis, most of these survivors are in a very bad mental state. Coupled with the recent extreme weather, everyone seems listless. In the evening, the sun had not completely sunk into the horizon. The thin ozone layer caused the atmospheric insulation effect to decrease a lot. The high temperature of 38 degrees Celsius during the day dropped rapidly, and now it was only about 24 degrees Celsius. In the second half of the night, the temperature would drop sharply to 15 degrees Celsius. If there were no ozone proliferation bombs of the new humans, the weather in Los Angeles would be even more extreme. A food supply truck drove into the community not far away, stopped and rang the bell. Ring, ring, ring. The survivors came out of their houses, and they lined up numbly, ready to receive food. The food supply truck opened the side compartment, and inside was a row of large stainless steel barrels. The chef in charge of serving food shouted loudly, "Line up and start to receive food." The survivors were divided into groups of 10 people. They lived in the same house, and were assisted by the team leader. Everyone held a stainless steel lunch box, stainless steel chopsticks, a soup spoon, or a knife and fork found in an abandoned house. Luna Brute, who was with her brother, got the food for 2 people. Everyone's dinner was mashed potatoes, ham, boiled eggs, fried carrots and squid, as well as a fresh tomato and a bottle of purified water. Everyone was eating at the table in the open space. Many survivors were very hungry, mainly because the new humans only provided lunch and dinner a day, and no breakfast. Originally, Luna Brute wanted to ask about her father, but the food supply truck left in a hurry today. After she and her brother finished dinner, they saw an off-road vehicle entering the community, and 3 people in black got off the off-road vehicle. They had an armband hanging on their clothes, with a blue star symbol on it, similar to the logo of the United Nations General Assembly, and a circle of words engraved around it. Luna did not recognize Chinese. The circle of words read, "New Human Universe Supreme Will Service Committee." The 3 negotiated with the new humans responsible for the management of the survivor community for more than 10 minutes, and took out some documents, discussing and signing them. After a while, all the survivors were gathered together, and everyone was uneasy. This was the 3rd time they were gathered together since they came here. The man in black frowned at the listless survivors, and then said in English, "Hello, I am a waiter at the Civil Affairs Department of Los Angeles City, North America, New Human Service Committee. My name is Zhang Xiangdong, and I have a few things to announce today." The survivors all waited quietly. First, children who are under 12 years old and have no living relatives have 2 choices: accept adoption or be adopted by our service committee. Of course, you also have a 3rd choice, which is to refuse. For Luna, her brother Corning, and the other 3 children, this was a fateful choice. Second, the free food supply for other people in the survivor community will be cancelled starting next week. Before Zhang Xiangdong finished speaking, the survivors started to quarrel. "No. You can't do this. No food, what to do? Shit! You are discriminating. It's over." Zhang Xiangdong knocked on the table with a calm face. "Be quiet, if you don't want to lose even this week's food." The survivors didn't dare to make a fuss. "We will give you a month's worth of emergency food at one time. You can find a job in Los Angeles within a month. Here is a list of job openings. Each team leader will come and take one back later." After hearing these arrangements, the survivors felt relieved. Third, your identity registration and learning Chinese. The survivors did not have new human identities, but temporary identities, which meant people without political rights and social welfare. In fact, in addition to these old human survivors, there were also some quasi-new humans, who were rescued by new humans and injected with biocomputers, but not fully activated. There are about 14.47 million quasi-new humans, of which only a small number have obtained new human identities, and the rest have temporary identities. The reason why they have not obtained the new human identity is mainly because these people are hostile to the new human and the supreme will, and they may have antisocial personality, cult members, etc. For these people, the supreme will decided to carry out ideological transformation and labor transformation. If they are hopeless, they will be labor reformed for life. Moreover, the biological computer has locked their reproductive ability, and the temporary identity is not eligible to reproduce offspring. To obtain the new human identity, the basic conditions are Chinese Level 8, Chinese Culture Level 8, a natural science degree certificate recognized by the Science Committee, at least undergraduate, and ideological awareness in line with the new human society. There are also a series of other miscellaneous things. Of course, if you are a female temporary status holder, there is a shortcut, which is to marry a new human male. However, even if you are a married in type, if you want to unlock the right to marry and have children, you must pass the ideological awareness that conforms to the new human society, otherwise everything is out of the question. For the married in type, who want to apply for the new human status, the standard is Chinese Level 4, Chinese Culture Level 4, and a natural science degree certificate recognized by the Science Committee, at least high school. In this way, these temporary old humans will be gradually transformed. As for the stubborn ones, let them fend for themselves and be eliminated by society. From the population composition within the new human universe, the total population is 1.54 billion, of which more than 1.52 billion are new humans, and about 15.42 million are old humans. Among the new humans, the Chinese people have an absolute advantage, reaching 1.44 billion, the sub-ethnic people, yellow people except the Chinese people, are 36.97 million, the Latin people are 14.36 million, and the European people are 28.69 million. In fact, the concept of sub-ethnic groups is a very vague division. With the rise of the Chinese as the main body, the Japanese, Vietnamese, Thai, Inuit, Koreans, and other sub-ethnic groups will be completely assimilated. After all, the official languages of the new humans are only Chinese, English, and other languages, which are generally not used internally. Whether on the internet, in academia, socially, or at work, Chinese has become the general trend. This subtle influence, coupled with the terrible assimilation ability of the Chinese, even the Slavs, Germans, and Anglo-Saxons among the Europeans will be diluted and assimilated. Although there are a few who oppose this cultural unification, the Chinese, as the main body of the supreme will, and with a unified historical tradition, will not allow this cultural separatism. Therefore, a series of targeted plans were launched by the supreme will, including allowing Chinese new humans to adopt other ethnic groups, and for those children, comprehensive Chinese education and training. For example, Luna and her brother will either be adopted by Chinese new human families or be trained intensively by the Service Committee. Chapter 283. At night, in Green Community, a group of survivors were discussing what happened in the evening. The Los Angeles Civil Affairs Department obviously did not give them much time and choice. Several more prestigious survivors were checking some information on the only laptop with internet access in Green Community. The network they could use was also the virtual network of the new human universe. The internet was now useless. The Shinra Federation used the quantum network of the Illuminati. The quantum network and the virtual network were independent of each other, and there was no way to connect them. Hank, I've read some public documents of the new humans, and the situation is very unfavorable to us. Polka, who used to be a lawyer, felt terrible after reading the translated documents. The tall Hank asked quickly, "You are a professional lawyer, what suggestions do you have?" Polka shook his head and said, "According to the public documents of the new humans, unless we become new humans, we will not even." "Even what?" a silent team leader asked hurriedly. Polka spread his hands and gave an answer that frightened everyone. "We will lose our reproductive rights and most of our civil rights." "Oh my God! They are violating human rights." The team leaders and team members cursed angrily. Polka, the only one who was very calm, said calmly, "Do you think the other party treats you as a human being? They are completely different races from us." The angry MO people were speechless. If it was the international environment in the past, they could use public pressure to gain privileges. But in this situation, even if the new humans buried them alive, no one would dare to come out and talk nonsense. One of the team leaders whispered, "Why don't we flee to the Illuminati or the Shinra Federation in the Northeast?" However, Hank interrupted him directly, "Don't be naive. How can you travel thousands of kilometers to the Illuminati? The Shinra Federation is in the Western continent. Can we swim across the Atlantic Ocean?" That person probably didn't learn geography well. Even if the new humans were willing to let them go, they could probably be wiped out by the biochemical monsters running around everywhere. The more rational Hank, Polka, and others knew that running away would definitely lead to their own death. "What should we do now? How hard is it to do these jobs?" The Murin team leader slapped the table, with a frustrated look on his face. On the table was a list of job openings. The jobs on the list included sanitation assistants, garbage truck drivers, garbage sorters, offshore fishermen, and farm breeders. These jobs were hard, dirty, and messy, and even the Murin didn't want to do them. Hank said unhappily, "What else can we do? If we can't find a job within a month, we'd probably starve to death next month." He looked down on the MO people who were ambitious but incompetent. They really thought they could just lie down and eat welfare money like before, but now the US dollar is too hard to use to wipe their asses. "Everyone, find a job as soon as possible. There is another thing, you have to pay attention to it. Don't violate the laws of the new humans, otherwise you will lose the opportunity to become a new human forever." Polka finally reminded. "Shit! I really envy those little kids, who can be adopted directly." One of the Latinos complained with envy and jealousy. Polka scoffed at the idea of such people. As a lawyer, he had guessed the idea of the new humans, which was probably to completely assimilate these children. Once the new generation was assimilated by the new humans, the consequence would be a generational gap in the original civilization, which might completely destroy other cultures. This was a foolish thing, only a fool would think this was a good thing. The next day, many people made resumes on some old computers, and then sent their resumes through the only laptop that could access the internet. The Los Angeles Civil Affairs Department quickly arranged jobs for these old humans. Los Angeles Garbage Disposal Company and the Los Angeles Wanong Group branch recruited these people. The 5 children were taken out of the Green Community by the Civil Affairs Department and were to be raised by the Chinese in Los Angeles. Luna Brew brought her brother to meet her father in the laboratory and then was taken away by the Civil Affairs Department. Academician Lin Shaw, who came from the mainland, was studying the situation of Westbrook, a mutant. Mutants are the internal name of biochemical monsters, like Westbrook, by the Science Committee, mainly to distinguish them from ordinary biochemical monsters. At this time, Westbrook's body is slowly returning to human appearance, but some characteristics of biochemical monsters still remain. For example, when emotions are out of control, mutants will transform into biochemical monsters again. Under the microscope, Westbrook's cells have undergone great mutations compared to ordinary people. The neutrino atomic imaging device next to it even picked out Westbrook's genes, which are 24.69% different from human gene sequences. Mutants are a completely new race different from old humans, new humans, and lizardmen. Fong Dehai walked in with a document. Academician Lin, we have captured 20 biochemical monsters. Yes. Lin Sha took the list and signed it, and then arranged for researchers to conduct full gene testing and intelligence testing on these biochemical monsters. In the 20 alloy cages, the restless biochemical monsters roared loudly, bared their teeth and claws, and were silent. Looking at the data one by one, Lin Sha found that the genes of these biochemical monsters had 15 to 42% mutations. Biochemical monsters with a genetic mutation rate lower than 26% generally have a certain degree of rationality, but not as normal as Westbrook. Lin Sha put down the report and frowned for a while. There were only 20 samples, and there were few parameters to compare. She picked up the communicator and sent a message to Fong Dehai, asking them to capture another 100 to 200 biochemical monsters. From the current signs, the mutant Westbrook is definitely not an isolated case. According to the data of the human genome, the number of humans with the recessive gene of the Homo sapiens virus antibody is about 7.6 to 9.4%. Even if only a small part of them mutated successfully, there must be a lot of mutants. The main reason why she studies mutants is for human evolution. The evolution of the lizard people can only be said to be hybridization with the Nibelung people, thereby obtaining the genetic advantages of the Nibelung people. This method is not acceptable to the new humans. The mutants did not hybridize with the Nibelung people, but evolved adaptively after being infected by the virus, which can serve as a reference for human evolution. Lin Sha, who felt that this project had great potential, immediately applied to the Scientific Committee for the establishment of a scientific research project and submitted a copy of the Westbrook Mutation Research Report. Submitted. The Science Committee attached great importance to this report. On the one hand, it involved a new race, and on the other hand, it was related to human evolution. After a discussion, Wang Mingzhi, Fang Ge and others agreed to Lin Sha's application for a scientific research project. At the same time, the War Committee was asked to cooperate to capture a large number of biochemical monsters in the control area of the new humans, and to pay attention to those mutants that may exist. At the same time, the Illuminati and the Shinra Federation also discovered the emergence of mutants. In particular, the Shinra Federation was ecstatic. They were now very wary of the Homo sapiens virus. Once the Illuminati stopped supplying virus inhibitors, they might collapse directly. A trend of capturing mutants was set off on Blue Star. Chapter 284. Shinra Federation Moscow. Facing the hopeless biotechnology, Shinra Federation Technology Research and Development Department, scientific advisors Baku Kuznetsov, Quinn Bernard and others are discussing relevant technical routes and plans. Baku Kuznetsov, who presided over the meeting, started the discussion. Everyone, please give your opinions. I start with this. We have organized biochemists and geneticists to study virus inhibitors, but the results are very unsatisfactory. As he spoke, he projected some research reports on the projection screen. The data on the projection screen made everyone frown. The effect of the Homo sapiens virus inhibitor is one time. Just like the description given by the Illuminati, the validity period is only about 350 to 380 days. After this time, the inhibitor will lose its effect, and they will be infected by the Homo sapiens virus again. Unless the Illuminati can provide new inhibitors, or the Shinra Federation can develop a Homo sapiens virus vaccine itself. Baku, can we start with those two cyborgs? Quinn Bernard suggested. However, Baku Kuznetsov shook his head grimly. Last night, Francisco of the Illuminati had asked the Supreme Commander to hand over the two cyborgs. Asshole. Everyone was furious. Cyborgs are the name given by the Shinra Federation to the mutants among the biochemical monsters. The Illuminati, which started out as a biochemical organization, will naturally not let go of these precious mutant samples. The Shinra Federation, which is controlled by people, is estimated to be unable to withstand the pressure of the Illuminati. We can only keep some blood samples. It is estimated that there is little hope of breaking through the Homo sapiens virus from them. Baku Kuznetsov said pessimistically. Others also felt very frustrated. Quinn Bernard's eyes turned. Baku, how did the new humans achieve virus immunity? No one knows. Baku Kuznetsov was also very helpless. Before, the New Humans and the Illuminati had a big fight. Although there were quite a few Chinese people in Moscow and other places, after the Russians were defeated, they dared not say a word when facing the Phoenix satellite hanging over their heads. The Shinra Federation doesn't have the guts to capture New Humans and slice them up. The Illuminati did try to do so, but they never succeeded in the face of the threat of gamma rays and the strange biochemical technology of the New Humans. In addition, the New Humans wouldn't be stupid enough to tell anyone, so naturally no one knew how the New Humans achieved immunity to the Homo sapiens virus. After discussing for most of the day, everyone felt that the Homo sapiens virus vaccine route had little future. Even if a vaccine was developed, the Illuminati would release other viruses at that time, and it would still be a dead end. Baku Kuznetsov listened to everyone's opinions with a headache. None of them was feasible. Now the situation was hopeless. In fact, many people still had some thoughts. The Shinra Federation was a united force forced out under crisis. The internal contradictions were very large. It was only because the external threats exceeded the internal contradictions that the various internal problems were covered up. There were many capitulationists and speculators in the Shinra Federation. For example, among the Gauls, many hoped that the Illuminati could accept them, while Lucia hoped to integrate into the New Humans. If they could join the New Humans, as a whole in the form of a member country, they would probably agree with both hands. The problem is that the Illuminati despises the Gauls, and the New Humans do not want 70 million Slavs to join. After all, this ratio and population are too large, and it is very troublesome to deal with. Although Britain also retains a lot of white groups, the problem is that Irina was able to be cruel at the time, resulting in more than 73.6% of the population left in Shizhou being children and young children, and refusing to save the extraordinary scientific group. Sometimes, women are more terrible than men when they are cruel. At that time, the Netherworld also returned the favor. After the establishment of the New Human Universe, Irina was appointed as the vice chairman of the service committee. She was one of the few white people who entered the upper echelons of the New Human race. The Slavs, who were large and well-preserved, were destined not to be easily accepted by the New Human race. No one wanted to introduce this bomb into the interior. Moscow State University. When the power of the old human race declined significantly, this place became the last stubbornness of the old human technology and civilization. An ancient electronic computer was running slowly. This computer had a little-known name, SETB-70. In the 1950s and 1960s, researchers at Moscow State University designed the first ternary computers in human history, SETB and SETB-70. Note: SETB is the name of a small river near Moscow State University that flows into the Moscow River. The reason for restarting this ancient computer sealed in the KBL secret warehouse is mainly because of a top-secret document codenamed 09967. Project leader Orang Ivanov connected a new display screen to SETB-70 and typed, "Hello." A few minutes later, a dialog box popped up on the LCD screen, "Hello." Orang Ivanov's hands began to tremble. He did not expect that the content of the document was actually true. However, considering the problem of program design, Orang Ivanov and other researchers immediately conducted a Turing test. In particular, after they imported a simple program full of loopholes into the computer, something terrifying happened. SETB-70 actually repaired these loopholes by itself. Gulu, Orang Ivanov was surprised and delighted. "Take out the ternary CPU and other spare parts we prepared. I want to upgrade SETB-70. But Haladuma on the side hesitated. Orang Ivanov certainly knew what the other party was worried about. This kind of artificial intelligence that has awakened self-awareness is a huge threat to humans. Otherwise, Chi Lucia would not have banned the promising ternary computer because she was worried that the artificial intelligence would get out of control. "We have no other choice," Orang Ivanov said to the researchers. Staring at the old computer case, Haladuma finally compromised. The loss of control of artificial intelligence is just a possibility. Once the biochemical virus breaks out, or the New Humans and the Illuminati go to war, the Shinra Federation can only become cannon fodder and sacrifice. No one wants to die. The 20-nanometer chips and a large number of electronic components produced in Western Europe are being modified on SETB-70 with the efforts of everyone. In order not to destroy the artificial intelligence core of this computer, they dared not touch the prototype of SETB-70 easily, but only added a parallel CPU and other electronic components on the outside. As more and more advanced ternary electronic components were added to SETB-70, the computing power of artificial intelligence was skyrocketing. Of course, Orang Ivanov and others still had a sense of propriety. The computer was in an independent operation state, and was physically isolated from the external network. Artificial intelligence is a double-edged sword. If it is not handled properly, it may first collapse the Shinra Federation itself, so some precautions must be taken. In order to fight against the New Humans and the Illuminati, the Shinra Federation was also desperate enough to open the Pandora's box of artificial intelligence. Chapter 285. Kremlin. Vasily Alexander watched Francisco's back with a twinkling look. Just as many people in the Shinra Federation had guessed, the Shinra Federation handed over the two mutants to the other party under pressure from the Illuminati. But the Shinra Federation did not give away the two mutants for free, but in exchange, it obtained the technology of the Falcon Heavy and Saturn V launch vehicles. Half an hour later, Mark Rowland came into the office. The negotiation was successful? Vasily Alexander nodded. The information will be delivered soon. Mark Rowland, with a happy face, said, then the plan must be as soon as possible. We can't trust the lizard men or the New Humans. The two of them knew the current situation very well. The New York Agreement was just a treaty that could be torn up at any time. Through the remaining 5 GLONASS satellites and some other military monitoring satellites, the Shinra Federation knew that the New Humans were building a super-large space launch base in the Tainan Strait. With the huge military forces still maintained in various places, everyone knows that the New Humans may attack the Illuminati at any time. Neither Vasily nor Mark want to pin their fate on the kindness of others. The Illuminati can release the virus to eliminate all mankind, and the New Humans clearly have the technology to fight the virus, but they just sit and watch 5.54 billion old humans perish. It is clear that both sides are not good people. Vasily took out a document from the drawer, signed his name without hesitation, and handed it to Mark for signature. The file name is Smaggle Project. Note: Smargl is the seed god in Slavic mythology. After receiving the Falcon Heavy and Saturn V launch vehicle data from the Illuminati, the Shinra Federation Space Department immediately organized a large number of experts and scholars to improve their Soyuz launch vehicle. In the Soyuz rocket series, the maximum near-Earth orbit carrying capacity is 8.2 tons, the Sun synchronous orbit carrying capacity is 4.8 tons, and the Blue Star synchronous transfer orbit carrying capacity is 2.4 tons. This data was barely usable in the AD era, but in the new era, this data can only be said to be very weak. Not to mention the Saturn VIII, which can reach a payload of 3,300 tons on the Moon. Even the Long March 5D and Long March 5E are far better than the Soyuz launch vehicle. The maximum payload in low Earth orbit is 8.2 tons, which can't even send some large satellites up, let alone cooperate with the Smagl project. After absorbing all the aerospace talents of the Shinra Federation, they began to use the Saturn V as the main template and integrate the related technologies of the Soyuz and the Heavy Falcon. This new launch vehicle is codenamed Strybog. Note: Strybog is the god of wind, atmosphere, and sky in Slavic mythology. Strybog uses a large number of modular parts and the lowest cost manufacturing materials. It is expected to have a payload of 120 tons in low Earth orbit, 70 tons in solar orbit, and 35 tons in Blue Star synchronous orbit. If the nuclear reaction had not been shielded, Vasily would have planned to directly launch a nuclear explosion-powered rocket, such as the Orion spacecraft. Of course, this is a false proposition, because the use of nuclear reactions means that the Shinra Federation can use nuclear blackmail on the New Humans, and does not need to fully advance into outer space. Under the Universal Wartime Mechanism, there is a huge external threat. The Shinra Federation mobilized tens of millions of people, and invested all their efforts in various projects. This major project not only includes the research and development of large-scale space launch vehicles, but also includes artificial intelligence and a series of other research and development work. In the underground base of Moscow University, the ternary computer has become unrecognizable, and has become an array supercomputer covering an area of 300 square meters. Oleg Ivanov looked at Yevgeny Marlin, who was already able to think, inputting a lot of knowledge and underlying programs. And Harry Duma came down from the elevator with a box. "Harry, you are here," Harry Duma said with a complicated expression. "This is the program installation package of the neural array computing mode. We may completely open Pandora." Oleg Ivanov took the box, opened the box and took out the memory, and slowly said, "Let fate decide everything." After saying that, he inserted the memory into the data transmission interface without hesitation and pressed the read button. Ding, 2%, 54%, 97%, 100%. Do you want to install the program? Perhaps to give himself a chance to regret, Orang Ivanov directly pressed the agree button. Program installation, 23%, 65%, 100% as the installation was completed, the others became more and more nervous. They felt that they were arming something that was difficult to control. Thank you very much for your help. Yevgeny Marlin is at your service. Work hard to calculate how to shield nuclear reactions. This is Orang Ivanov's first task. Task established, calculating. Half an hour later, the result of Yevgeny Marlin's supercalculation disappointed everyone, but it was also expected. Task failed, insufficient data. Possible result 1. The technology may have been developed in the HOE project in 2013 AD, and the relevant personnel are Huang Mingzhi, Wei Feng, Zhang Tingyu. Possible result 2. The technology comes from the legacy of the Nibelungs. After thinking for a while, Orang Ivanov asked again, calculate how to block the gamma ray flow. Task established, calculating. Yevgeny Marlin's supercomputer started calculating again, with full strength. The central air conditioner sensed that the temperature of the underground space was rising and immediately cooled it down. This time it was much faster than the last time. Task completed. Possible result 1. Degenerate neutron material. Possible result 2. Gravitational distortion technology. Possible result 3. Gamma ray absorbing material. Possible result. Looking at the 6 results on the display, Orang Ivanov and Kaladuma looked at each other. There are currently 2 feasible methods. One is gamma ray absorbing material, and the other is superfast regenerative cell technology. For the Shinra Federation, which has average biochemical technology, the only feasible solution is gamma ray absorbing materials. This technical solution is actually the solution of the new humans, which is to passivate gamma rays into other long-wave light waves through a compound, and then use the second, third, and nth layers of materials to block the long-wave light waves. As for the degenerate neutron materials, gravitational distortion technology, etc. and other solutions, just forget about it. Calculate how to develop gamma ray absorbing materials. Task established, calculating. However, the progress this time is very slow. Orang Ivanov looked at the progress bar, and it would take at least a week. It can be seen that material calculation is really difficult. If Yevgeny Marlin's supercomputer has Huang Mingzhi's computational materials model, it can probably be completed quickly. Unfortunately, Huang Mingzhi is the only one who has fully mastered computational materials science. His disciple Wen Kahan can only be considered to have mastered half of it, and other new humans who study materials science can only scratch the surface. Yevgeny Marlin's supercomputer can only calculate an approximate range based on the existing data. As for whether it can succeed, it is still an unknown. Artificial intelligence is not omnipotent. They can only continuously combine trial and error based on the existing knowledge system to improve the speed of research and development. Chapter 286. Yevgeny Marlin's supercomputer is still calculating gamma ray absorbing materials. However, the Shinra Federation has not stopped increasing the scale of Yevgeny Marlin's supercomputer. It has even used coercive means to centralize all binary computers in the Shinra Federation and transform them into the Shinra internal network based on the original international optical fiber. Especially those supercomputers and large servers. Although their floating point computing power is much weaker than that of ternary computers, now they only want to increase the computing power of Yevgeny Marlin's supercomputer as much as possible. May 8th. Yevgeny Marlin's supercomputer completed the material calculation task and gave 5 compounds that may passivate gamma rays. The laboratories responsible for material research and development immediately worked hard to synthesize and verify these 5 new materials. At the same time, after completing the task, Yevgeny Marlin's supercomputer performed a self-repair and self-upgrade. Looking at the Yevgeny Marlin supercomputer with autonomous consciousness in front of him, Vasily Alexander and Mark Rowland, the 2 pillars of the Shinra Federation, were also very wary. As a human being, the uncanny valley effect was magnified to the extreme at this moment. Vasily made up his mind and ordered, Olinger, execute according to the plan. Commander Vasily. Olinger Ivanov hesitated to speak. I have already realized this. Vasily looked at the self-upgrading Yevgeny Marlin supercomputer with a determined look. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, and finally had to choose to execute the order. Olinger Ivanov and others began to get busy. They waited for Yevgeny Marlin to complete the self-upgrade, and then turned off the power. Then a life support capsule was moved into a laboratory at Moscow University, and Vasily lay inside it. Vasily said calmly, as if announcing his last words, Mark, if I don't succeed, the Shinra Federation will be in your hands. Mark Rowland nodded, and he couldn't help but respect the short Slav. With the help of the staff, Vasily inserted various life support devices, then put on a special helmet, pressed a red button, and then the whole person seemed to fall asleep. In fact, Vasily entered the virtual world. Although there was no way to replicate the brainwave sensing materials, the Shinra Federation used the brainwave glasses previously exported by Country A, dismantled the materials inside and reused them, and pieced together a small batch of brainwave helmets. Then a physically independent virtual world was created, and now Vasily is in this independent virtual world. After receiving the signal, Orang Ivanov and Hallie Duma nervously carried out the original plan. They divided the parallel computers of Yevgeny Marlin's supercomputer into blocks through physical isolation. Then it was gradually opened to Vasily in the virtual world, and Vasily was guided step by step to fuse part of the computer. In 5 days, Vasily had controlled about 75% of the peripheral computer resources of Yevgeny Marlin's supercomputer, and was approaching the core area of Yevgeny Marlin step by step. At this time, Vasily was resisted by the residual subprograms of Yevgeny Marlin, and the fusion progress was getting slower and slower. Until 15:24 p.m. on May 17th. Vasily finally occupied 99.99% of Yevgeny Marlin's computer resources, leaving only a small part of the core, especially the old ternary computer, which was the focus of this plan. When Orang Ivanov connected the power of the last area, a completely different situation appeared. Inside the entire computer room, the alarm lights flashed wildly. In the virtual world, Vasily was setting off a huge computing torrent, impacting Yevgeny Marlin's last intelligent core. Yevgeny Marlin's intelligent core was not to be outdone, and tried to break through Vasily's encirclement and regain computer resources. At this time, the computer screens in the computer room were all in a chaotic snowflake shape. The nervous Orang Ivanov immediately ordered, "Quickly activate those underlying restriction rules." Yes! More than a dozen programmers helped Vasily together. They used the underlying control program previously set in Yevgeny Marlin's supercomputer to assist Vasily. Oh damn! The bottom level rule number 8 has been modified. The bottom level rule number 17 has been activated successfully. Not good. It is obvious that Yevgeny Marlin is secretly modifying the bottom level control rules of Orang Ivanov and others in the process of self-upgrading and patching loopholes. Hallie Duma, who was holding the circuit breaker button in his hand, was now sweating profusely. If they were to execute this plan again after a while, they might really be killed by Yevgeny Marlin. Under the relentless pursuit of a group of programmers, the Yevgeny Marlin Intelligence Core, which was in trouble both internally and externally, was finally broken and swallowed up by Vasily. The computer room returned to calm again, but everyone was not careless. Especially Mark Rowland, who had been silent all the time, went directly to a computer and opened an input box. "Who are you?" "I am Kirov Urulha." Mark Rowland breathed a sigh of relief. This was a secret password between the two. If Vasily failed to swallow Yevgeny Marlin, he would format the computer without hesitation. After devouring Yevgeny Marlin's intelligence core, Vasily felt as if he had evolved, and the computer was like a part of his body. He separated a part of his consciousness, and returned to his body in the life support cabin. That feeling was really very strange. Vasily, who successfully completed the devouring plan, became a main consciousness Yevgeny Marlin and a subsidiary consciousness Vasily Alexander III. After merging with human consciousness, the Yevgeny Marlin supercomputer obtained the highest authority, and only then could the Shinra Federation use artificial intelligence with confidence. Vasily began to analyze how to solve the problem of the Homo sapiens virus. Although he had recorded most of the knowledge of the Shinra Federation, the results of the analysis disappointed everyone again. Within 300 days, the probability of them developing a vaccine for the Homo sapiens virus was 37.69%. The probability of a conflict with the Illuminati and being destroyed by the secondary biochemical virus was 97.24%, and the probability of being destroyed by the tertiary biochemical virus was 99.99%. The probability of winning a war with the new humans was 0.00001%, which was a despairing result. What made Vasily, Mark, and others even more uneasy was that the probability of a second war between the new humans and the Illuminati this year was as high as 96.74%. Faced with this situation, Vasily frantically drove the computing power, combining all their technologies and resources, hoping to find a glimmer of hope. After 3 days and 3 nights of calculations, Vasily finally came up with a plan that he had to do. He greatly modified the previous Smuggler plan. The Shinra Federation entered a state of full war, and all actions and production were to serve the success of the Smuggler plan. Countless rare metal materials, oil and coal, inorganic materials, and electrical energy were used to serve the Smuggler plan. The crazy Russians and Gallic chickens were carrying out the plan in their own way, and the other two forces were not idle either. Blue Star entered a calm, competitive development full of gunpowder. Chapter 287. While the Shinra Federation was busy with the smaller project, the New Humans were playing the march of a large-scale march into outer space. At the same time, the Illuminati North American Temple had just completed the restoration of the launch site at the Wallops Air Force Base in Virginia, and was welcoming a Saturn VI carrier spacecraft that landed from outer space. The Saturn VI carrier spacecraft is somewhat similar to a space shuttle, with a size of about 1,300 tons. It can transport 600 tons of goods from outer space to the Blue Planet, and can also transport 120 tons of goods from the Blue Planet into outer space. Louis Brown, the servant god of the North American Temple, received an order from the Moon headquarters to transport the gene bank on the Blue Planet to the Saturn VI spacecraft. In the previous Purification War, the Illuminati suffered heavy losses on the Blue Planet, and many bases and laboratories suffered heavy losses. Even the Icewell base in Antarctica and the Ice Rock base in Greenland suffered a devastating blow, and the important gene banks of the Illuminati's Blue Planet branches stored in them were also destroyed. As a last resort, the 6 temples of the Illuminati on the Blue Planet could only collect the gene bank again. These gene samples not only contain the genes of all lizard men, but also the genes of many old humans, biochemical monsters, mutants, and wild animals. The North American Temple is responsible for transferring these gene samples. Considering that after filling up the fuel, the Saturn VI can only carry 80 tons of goods to the lunar orbit. In order to transport as many gene samples as possible to the Moon, all the gene samples are only placed in a micro-test tube the size of a fingernail, and then stored in a frozen life support box. After the Saturn VI space shuttle successfully landed, it did not stand upright like the space shuttles of the AD era, but lay flat on the launch site like the aircraft in the atmosphere. Move all the storage and life support boxes up immediately, Louis Brown ordered. Yes. Opening the transport cabin of the Saturn VI space shuttle, the lizards quickly put rows of boxes in. On the other side, several fuel transport vehicles were refueling the space shuttle. At this time, the New Human listening satellite in the low Earth orbit was fully monitoring the Illuminati and the Shinra Federation. Listening detectors and silent shields have always been the killer weapons of the New Humans. The Illuminati and the Shinra Federation have already known or guessed about the gamma rays of the Phoenix satellite and the nuclear fusion reactor. To support the high-power Phoenix satellite, high-density energy is essential. As long as the energy of those gamma ray streams is calculated, the amount of energy required can be reversed. Obviously, high-energy batteries or solar panels cannot support the consumption of gamma rays, and even nuclear fission reactors may not be able to meet the requirements. The only possibility is controlled nuclear fusion technology. The New Humans are also on guard against and investigating the Illuminati and the Shinra Federation, who are constantly making small moves. Just like in nature, when predators evolve, prey will also evolve. This is the inevitable result of competition effect and survival rules. In order to prevent the infiltration of New Humans, the Illuminati activated the full pheromone detection mechanism, which made the Ghost Secret Service fail in multiple infiltrations. On the other hand, many people in the Shinra Federation were infiltrated by the Ghost. After hastily loading 80 tons of genetic samples and 4 hours of maintenance, the Saturn VI space shuttle started again. The powerful hydrogen-oxygen engine pushed the Saturn VI space shuttle to fly to the low Earth orbit. Louis Brown was on the tower, watching the space shuttle gradually disappearing from his sight, and silently prayed in his heart, "I hope everything goes well." These gene samples are very important to the various branches of the Illuminati Blue Star, because the Illuminati headquarters has mature cloning technology. As long as these gene samples are obtained by the headquarters, it means that they have achieved alternative immortality. The lizard people on Blue Star all know that it is very dangerous to stay on Blue Star. If the New Humans and the Illuminati go to war again, they will definitely be the first to suffer. Therefore, they can keep a way out only by sending the memory and gene samples to the Moon and the second main base. At the same time, the 3 major space launch centers of the New Human race have sent more than 800 tons of Huatsubin-class spacecraft parts into low Earth orbit. In the large rocket assembly factory in Jinshi, Li Guiqing and his team have been busy for more than a month and finally completed the design and technical integration of various components of Huatsubin-class. Some components and parts have been produced to meet the plan. Now, 17 of the planned 60 nuclear fusion engines have been completed, and the rest are also being worked overtime. June 2nd. The Straight Space Launch Base is also nearing completion. It is estimated that all construction and interior decoration will be completed in about half a month. After completion, it can be put into use immediately. All supporting facilities have been installed during the decoration process, and no secondary decoration is required. For the spacecraft of the new human beings in the low Earth orbit, the Illuminati, which has always attached great importance to the new human beings, feels a lot of pressure. Although we don't know what the new human spaceships are used for, we can still guess more or less. For example, they carry large-yield mushroom eggs to destroy the Illuminati's asteroids and eliminate the Illuminati's threat to the blue planet. Or they build an escape spaceship and prepare to transfer some people to outer space once the blue planet's environment is severely damaged during the decisive battle. The Illuminati is well aware of the power of large-yield mushroom eggs in outer space. This thing can only be said to be mediocre for asteroids with a diameter of more than 500 meters. The huge power of mushroom eggs, many of the killing effects can only be manifested in the atmosphere. For example, the huge energy released by a nuclear explosion instantly heats and expands, forming a fireball and shock wave, and gamma radiation separates electrons from atmospheric molecules, producing a Compton effect. The separated electrons will be captured by the Earth's magnetic field, thereby generating a wide range of diffuse electron pulses. The vacuum environment of outer space directly weakens the electromagnetic pulses of shock waves, expanding fireballs, and Compton effects to the extreme, and even the effects of nuclear contamination will be greatly reduced. In the vacuum of outer space, the main killing effects of mushroom eggs are light radiation and neutron flow. The problem is that these two types of killing may be very threatening to organisms, but for asteroids, they are probably just tickling. Unless they explode directly inside the asteroid, they may shatter the asteroid. And after the explosion, the fragments are still in outer space, which may cause more serious consequences. Although the Illuminati knew that the power of mushroom eggs was limited, they did not take it lightly. The new humans had some very strange technologies, and they had to be wary. Shinra Federation. In an underground base, under the permafrost near the Arctic Circle in the north, rows of coffin-like life support capsules are being tested. This is the Shinra Federation Human Cryonics Hibernation Center. They plan to use human cryonics to solve the problem of sudden outbreaks of biochemical viruses. It can be used for emergency use. In fact, this human cryonics center has a second function, which is to provide body preservation for those who are transferred. The so-called transfer people are humans who have transferred their consciousness to robot computers. There are also some more extreme humans who directly abandon their human bodies and become independent consciousness robots. All three parties are taking action. Chapter 288. June 17th. The Straight Space Base was officially completed and put into use. In the northwest of the Eurasian continent, a large carrier rocket stood on the launch pad. Although it was already June, the temperature at the launch site was still only around 26 degrees Celsius. A large number of staff were busy with the launch. The Stryberg used a large number of modular parts and the lowest-cost manufacturing materials. With the best efforts of the Shinra Federation, 3 rockets were built. Vasily Alexander was standing in a building on the side of the launch tower. Opposite him were 15 robots, and they were the kind of robots that had abandoned their human bodies. We don't want war, but we have no choice. For the survival of the Shinra Federation, and the continuation of everything is up to you. Please rest assured, Supreme Commander, we will open up a new future for the Shinra Federation. The 15 robots shouted in unison. Vasily opened his hands and shouted loudly, "May the spirit of mankind live forever, and may the glory of Shinra live forever. May the human spirit live forever, and may the glory of Shinra live forever." The transferees also shouted loudly. Vasily saluted the transferees, and then they boarded the Stryberg. Compared with ordinary human astronauts, the cabin of the transferees is very simple. In addition to the cosmic ray barrier and the anti-electromagnetic interference layer, the remaining equipment is the cockpit equipment and 5 charging ports. There is no complex gas circulation system, nor a strictly controlled constant temperature and humidity system, and no need for drinking water, organic food, etc. The only extra items are 30 spare robot bodies, which can be replaced in case of body failure in outer space. The transport cabin of the Stryberg launch vehicle is filled with 95 tons of supplies, including a 10-ton supercomputer with Vasily's split artificial intelligence. There are also many production equipment. This is a colony spacecraft that Vasily has analyzed through supercomputing and combined with the current technology of the Shinra Federation to allow the spacecraft to take root on alien planets. Since the transfer people are robots, they do not need a large life support cabin and equipment compared to the fragile old human astronauts, which not only saves the payload of the spacecraft, but also reduces the difficulty of building alien colonies. Everything is ready. At 12:13 a.m., the Stryberg launch vehicle ignited and took off. After breaking through the Kármán line, the Stryberg flew to an orbit slightly higher than the International Space Station, 530 kilometers, and flew around the blue planet. At the same time, it quickly refueled through the fuel storage tank launched by the Soyuz in low Earth orbit. While waiting for the other 2 Strybergs, 3 Stryberg launch vehicles will form a team and head to the destination scheduled by the Shinra Federation. Regarding this plan, the Shinra Federation said that it was to explore near-Earth asteroids, and the Illuminati and the new humans did not pay too much attention to it. After all, the bodies of the old humans could not withstand long-term survival in outer space. The Illuminati even knew that there was no life support equipment for human survival in the life support cabin of the Stryberg. The new humans detected through the listening satellite that there were no human life forms on the Stryberg, only some supplies and equipment. Finally, on June 26th, as the 3rd Stryberg rocket completed the fuel replenishment in the low Earth orbit, the operation codenamed Major Plan formally entered the 2nd step of the plan. The 3 Stryberg rockets formed a joint array and flew to the more distant starry sky. At the same time, the first Witzhuben-class space battleship was officially completed in the low Earth orbit, and the new human space force was established. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Witzhuben-class space battleships were also quickly built as the Strait Space Base was put into use. The Moon. Copernicus Crater Base. Powell put down the report and wondered if the Illuminati would stop the continuous actions of the new humans and the Shinra Federation. On the one hand, they invested a lot of manpower and material resources in the research and development of anti-gamma ray materials. On the other hand, the lunar headquarters has transferred many personnel and equipment to Curtin through the Saturn VIII launch vehicle. Powell also asked the Judgment Army's lunar fleet to deploy a large number of space mines near the impact asteroid group. If the new human space warships approach the asteroid group, these space mines will be immediately detonated to create a large area of debris barrier to slow down the opponent's speed. Then all the asteroids were pushed towards the blue planet. In order to increase strategic deterrence, the size of the impact asteroid group increased from 24 to 57. The Illuminati has pushed all the near-Earth asteroids with a diameter of more than 500 meters. The tense atmosphere between the blue planet and the moon became more and more serious. In this atmosphere, the 3 Stryberg launch vehicles of the Shinra Federation were also moving away from the blue planet quickly. On the side of the 3 Stryberg launch vehicles, there are 3 small spacecraft. Moscow Space Command Center. This is Moscow. The spacecraft has reached the planned orbit and can deploy the light sail. After a delay of several minutes, in the cockpit of the 3 Stryberg launch vehicles, Kalinin Orlov, the captain of the Major team, received a communication from the Moscow Space Command Center. This is the Major team. We have received it. After that, Kalinin adjusted the channel of the communicator. Attention, all units, execute according to the original plan. Received. The light sail was successfully deployed. Nuclear reaction detected. Isotope battery activated. The tail of the 3 Stryberg launch vehicles deployed a large light sail like a radar dish cover, with a radius of about 18 meters. The 3 accompanying small spacecraft appeared behind the 3 Stryberg light sails. Detonate. Kalinin ordered loudly. Yes. The 3 small spacecrafts instantly detonated the small hydrogen bombs inside them about 30 kilometers behind the 3 Strybergs. In an instant, the 3 light sails at the tail of the Stryberg were subjected to strong light radiation, and the speed of the spacecraft increased again. With the support of the gravitational slingshot, the spacecraft engine, and the light radiation of the nuclear explosion, the Stryberg flew to the distant outer space of the solar system. At this time, the speed of the Stryberg has increased to 18 kilometers per second, and their destination is the orbit of Jupiter. Although July has passed the period of Jupiter's opposition. However, the shortest distance between Jupiter and the blue planet is 440 million kilometers, when Jupiter is in opposition, and Jupiter will be in opposition every 399 days or so. The last time Jupiter was in opposition was on April 7th this year, and the next time Jupiter will be in opposition will be on May 9th next year. In this way, there are still 312 days before Jupiter's opposition. The speed of the Stryberg is 18 kilometers per second. In 312 days, it can fly 485,222,400 kilometers. If the deceleration phase before approaching Jupiter is included, it can just reach Jupiter's orbit during Jupiter's opposition. The time and distance are just right. As long as the flight trajectory is calculated well, Jupiter's orbit can be reached at the shortest distance. However, using nuclear explosion light radiation to accelerate is not without cost. Many parts of the spacecraft have radiation damage. There are even 8 transfer personnel who have computer failures. For this situation, the Shinra Federation has been prepared for a long time, and the transfer personnel began to repair themselves and the spacecraft. Chapter 289. July 16th, the first year of the new era. The new human space force, the first fleet of Blue Star, was established. In the cockpit of the Huitsubing space battleship, 11 space soldiers were driving and operating the space battleship. The captain and fleet commander, Major General Luo Feng, quietly looked at the real-time star map of the Blue Moon system. At present, the first fleet of the Space Force Blue Star has the flagship Huitsubing, and 2 ships of the same level, Li Guang and Wei Qing. The standard personnel of the Huitsubing class is 11, including 1 captain, 2 deputy captains, 1 communicator, 1 monitor, 1 logistics manager, 1 damage control officer, 2 maintenance engineers, and 2 gunners. Many people have multiple roles, such as the 2 deputy captains, who are not only responsible for driving the warship, but also serve as temporary tactical commanders, temporary gunners, or temporary communicators. The standard configuration of the Huitsubing class is 1,334 tons, which looks much heavier than the more than 300 tons of the International Space Station. In fact, when the two are put together, the volume does not look much larger. Because the spacecraft has no solar panels and needs to fly at high speed, the structure is very compact. The warship looks like 7 cylinders tied together, divided into 4 compartments, from the beginning to the end: combat compartment area, comprehensive auxiliary compartment area, driving and logistics compartment area, power and fuel compartment area. There are also 12 external auxiliary engines, which are mainly used to change direction and brake. Luo Feng stared at the star map. At this time, above the Blue Moon system, the Illuminati only had 1 base in the near-Earth orbit, the former International Space Station. The International Space Station was named Near-Earth Spaceport by the Illuminati, and it was expanded from more than 300 tons to about 2,400 tons. 6 lizard men of the Illuminati were stationed on it, responsible for the transfer between Blue Star and the Moon, and also for monitoring the new humans and the Shinra Federation. Then, there are the 27 satellites of the Shinra Federation. The rest of the Blue Star's near-Earth orbit, medium and high orbits are all the territory of the new humans. On the contrary, in the lunar orbit, the new humans only have 11 Phoenix satellites on it, and the rest of the area is occupied by the Illuminati. According to the New York Agreement, the division of power between the 3 parties in the Blue Star and Blue Moon system has been fixed, but the treaty is meant to be torn up. The new humans have never thought of sharing the Blue Moon system and the solar system with the lizard men and the old humans. It was only because of mutual fear that they stopped the Blue Star unification war. Captain, there is a situation. Monitor Xiao Bing reported. According to the data of Gaoming No. 1 Sky Observation Satellite, an M-type rocky asteroid with a diameter of 1280 to 1597 meters is heading towards the blue planet. Luo Feng's expression became serious. Is it the Illuminati? The system is analyzing, and the results will take about 12 minutes. Xiao Bing replied. Looking at the flashing red light on the star map, Luo Feng made a quick decision. Everyone, level 1 alert. Received. Wei Qing, contact the Space Force Command immediately. Yes. Communicator Wu Weiqi began to contact the Space Force Command in Western Australia. And Luo Feng quickly notified Wei Qing and Li Guang. For a time, the entire outer space was on the verge of a war, and even the Phoenix satellite system went directly into standby mode. 12 minutes later. Captain, there is no trace of artificial orbit modification on asteroid 1753106. According to the results of supercomputing analysis, it will intersect with the 16,000-kilometer orbit of the blue planet in 16 days, and then move away from the blue planet. Xiao Bing reported the results to Luo Feng. False alarm. Luo Feng looked at the predicted orbit, and immediately lifted the first level alert. This situation has actually happened more than once. It is normal to have misjudgments, but the new humans will not relax their vigilance. No one can be sure whether the Illuminati is behind the scenes. The Moon. After listening to the report from his subordinates, Powell squinted his eyes and thought about it. After a while, he asked the head of the Lunar Research and Development Department, "How is our research and development of high gamma-ray resistant materials going?" The head of the R&D department replied, "Commander Powell, the best anti-gamma ray composite material number 15 can only block 16.6% and disperse 27.9%, and the remaining 55.5% cannot be blocked." Powell quickly asked, "If the thickness is increased, can the blocking rate be improved?" "Commander Powell, this is the blocking effect of 10 meters thick." The head of the R&D department replied awkwardly. 10 meters thick? Apparently this thickness scared Powell, and he frowned. And if the opponent attacks the same location multiple times, the barrier layer will weaken. In addition, the production volume of this material is non-ideal. The head of the R&D department became less and less confident. After thinking again and again, Powell asked about other situations. After listening to the explanation of the head of the R&D department, he had to temporarily give up the idea of gamma-ray barrier material. If the barrier effect is only this level, the thickness must reach 50 meters to block most of the gamma rays. Now even if their lunar headquarters goes all out, there is no way to produce so much barrier material. Even if there are so many materials to create a barrier layer, it is still a turtle shell that cannot move and can only passively take a beating. 50 meters thick is obviously not suitable for use as spaceship armor. Without a spaceship and weapons that can instantly destroy the Phoenix satellite, the Illuminati is also very helpless. Powell ordered, "Let the scientific researchers evacuate the lunar headquarters to the second main base as soon as possible, and we can keep the clone soldiers here." Okay. After staring at the blue planet for a while, Powell looked at the asteroid coming from the distant void and gave some instructions to the Lunar Defense Headquarters. July 26th. It has been 10 days since the small asteroid entered the orbit of the blue planet. In the past 10 days, the new human army has been watching the trajectory of the asteroid. On the Huitsubing, the alarm suddenly sounded. "Report, emergency." Luo Feng hurriedly asked, "What happened?" The orbit of the asteroid suddenly changed. Luo Feng's expression changed drastically. What? What happened? Why did it suddenly change its orbit? Monitor Xiao Bing said hurriedly, 11 minutes ago, a black asteroid with a diameter of 23 meters collided with the tracking asteroid. I suspect it was a metallic asteroid. Damn, what a coincidence. Luo Feng said with his eyes fixed. Others also thought about it. This is indeed very suspicious. Generally speaking, metallic asteroids are reddish, while rocky asteroids are grayish-white, and carbonaceous asteroids are black and gray. A black metallic asteroid, and, coincidentally, it hit a large asteroid and just happened to hit the large asteroid's orbit towards the blue planet. No one would believe it if there was no problem. Luo Feng ordered the fleet to be on high alert while reporting to the Space Force Command. The Huitsubing spacecraft started the nuclear fusion direct injection engine, increased the speed to 15 kilometers per second, and rushed directly to the direction of the asteroid. After obtaining relevant intelligence information, the highest will of the new human beings came to the final conclusion that the Illuminati was testing the new human beings. The people from the 4 major committees held an emergency meeting to discuss how to solve this matter. Apparently, the Illuminati could no longer hold back and wanted to test the bottom line of the new humans and their means of fighting the asteroid. Zhang Siping, chairman of the War Committee, asked others solemnly, "If we successfully block this asteroid, the Illuminati may go all out. Then let's fight," Huang Mingzhi said calmly. After weighing the pros and cons, the others felt that there was no need to hesitate. Instead of waiting for the other party to take action, it would be better to take the initiative. The war was about to break out. Chapter 290. The Moon. Located in an orbit 18,000 kilometers above the sky, 5 second-generation Phoenix satellites suddenly launched an attack on the lunar surface without warning. 5 gamma-ray streams, guided by the Phoenix satellite's own neutrino detector, launched a surprise attack on the important Illuminati bases such as the Copernicus Crater Base, the Galileo Crater Base, and the Moscow Sea Base. Powell, who was directing the work on the Moon at the Copernicus Crater Base, suddenly felt his body burning and then instantly turned into charcoal, and a large number of fires and explosions suddenly broke out throughout the base. 12 kilometers away from the Copernicus Crater Base, in a surviving emergency signal station, several lizardmen saw part of the interrupted internal signal and the strong gamma-ray signal. They knew that the war had broken out. Activate the asteroid impact program. A lizardman slammed a red button hard, and the laser communicator of the signal station instantly sent signals in all directions. The communication satellite in the lunar orbit received the signal and forwarded it to Saturn VIII, the Blue Star branch, and the second main base of Curtin Star on the impact asteroid. The 57 asteroids orbiting the blue planet at 550,000 kilometers, 600,000 kilometers, and 680,000 kilometers orbits. The accompanying Saturn VIII rockets activated the impact program as soon as they received the signal. 2 split secondary rockets hit the asteroids one after another, quickly modifying the asteroid's flight trajectory. 57 asteroids attacked the blue planet from different directions. After completing the task of modifying the asteroid's orbit, the last split secondary rocket was left behind, and the 57 Saturn VIII rockets were directly ignited and headed towards the direction of Curtin. At the same time as the Moon battle broke out, the Blue Star battle also broke out. The first to be completely destroyed were the Near-Earth spaceport and the satellite of the Shinra Federation. The new humans had no intention of showing mercy. The Near-Earth spaceport had no power to resist the attack of the gamma-ray stream, because gamma rays attack at the speed of light. The moment the detection instrument detects the gamma rays, the attack has already been on the body. This super-large space station weighing 2,400 tons could not even hold out for 3 seconds under the destruction of the gamma ray stream. The 6 garrison lizardmen and the spaceport became space jumped together on the ground of Blue Star. The gamma ray stream also fell from the sky, and the large bases that were hit had no power to resist and were completely destroyed. The new human army launched a powerful offensive like a plowing and sweeping holes, and the various legions on the border line also rushed to the Illuminati-controlled area. The Illuminati's North American temple suffered the most fierce attack. The new humans who controlled the air power directly used a large number of bombers to scatter nano-defenders in various areas. The lizardmen operating the anti-aircraft guns knew what the bombers were releasing, and immediately launched a large number of anti-aircraft rockets and shells, preparing to destroy the bombers and the nano-defenders. However, just as they were about to shoot down the planes, a barrage of rockets hit them in the face. Wang Jin put down the telescope and picked up the intercom. All troops attack. More than a dozen armored regiments and exoskeleton infantry directly broke through the border line. Even if the lizardmen laid out a minefield more than 10 kilometers wide in front of the all-pervasive nanorobots, no matter how dense and wide the minefield was, it was useless. The armored regiment simply and roughly advanced to the enemy city. The lizardmen were already fleeing everywhere, hoping to take advantage of the complexity of the city to hide, such as the complex and very wide sewers or subways. However, Wang Jin had no intention of fighting a street battle with the enemy, and directly used nanorobots to clear the area. There were more than a dozen lizardmen entrenched in a sewer, including young people, children and the elderly. They were obviously members of a family. Didn't the Lord say that he was invincible? One of the young men cursed in anger. The old man was also very regretful. They did not expect that after becoming lizardmen, they did not destroy the old humans as they imagined, and then dominate the blue planet. Instead, they were beaten back by the new humans like a stray dog. Now they are about to lose the last control area. As for their omnipotent master, he has already fled to the planet of Kaduan, 930,000 kilometers away, and is lingering on. Suddenly, the old man felt a pain in his brain, and he screamed in pain, "Ah!" Others also felt a pain in their brains. Within a few minutes, screams echoed in the sewers. This was the nanorobots cleaning up the lizardmen. The lizardmen whose brains were eaten by the nanorobots fell down one after another. No matter men, women, old or young, they were all cleaned up. Since they chose to become lizardmen, they had completely drawn a line between themselves and the new humans. The new humans could not tolerate the existence of two intelligent races on one planet. The Illuminati-controlled area in southern South America. The city of Santiago, occupied by the lizardmen, was bombarded by the mixed fleet. The Baichi battleship sprayed streams of gamma rays towards the city of Santiago, and the air still contained ionized oxygen atoms, nitrogen atoms, and carbon atoms. 8 landing ships rushed directly to the beach area. On the coastline that had been washed by rockets and gamma rays, there were only a few fish that escaped the net, firing rifle grenades or trying to snipe the landing soldiers. Unfortunately, they encountered exoskeleton armored infantry and armored vehicles with even higher armor strength. Su Tonka, who was landing on the beach, shouted loudly, 3-3 assault. Yes! As exoskeleton armored infantry, they have several types, such as nanomanipulators, heavy infantry, assault infantry, etc. 3 armored infantrymen formed a triangular array as a small unit, and then formed a large scattered line and rushed towards the enemy position. Since the lizardmen's coastal defense position has been almost wiped out, the armored infantry rushed very fast. 2 rifle grenades attacked from the distant mountains and forests. Boom boom. A light yellow gas quickly spread. Biochemical poison gas. Biochemical poison gas appears in area D23. Clear it immediately. Su Tonka shouted through the internal channel. Received. The nanobiochemical protection soldiers immediately took action, manipulating the nanorobots to isolate the biochemical poison gas of unknown origin. After retaining a sample, the nanorobots were activated to force the clearing function, and soon all the components of the biochemical poison gas were decomposed into non-toxic compounds. After instructing the cleanup work, Su Tonka locked the lizard man who fired the poison gas bomb through the neutrino detector. Press the launch switch. 3 fist-sized drones popped out of the box behind him, and flew quickly to the position of the two lizard men. Cover. While charging quickly, he used an assault rifle to shoot at the hidden position of the lizard men. The lizard men had changed their color to the environment color and moved to other locations, but their environment color camouflage was ineffective against the neutrino detector. The three drones flew a strange route in the air, and then hit the body of the lizard men. After 3 fierce explosions, one of the two lizard men was killed, and the other was injured. Sutonka, who was chasing after him, shot the seriously injured and struggling lizard man directly. The sparsely populated lizard man completely collapsed under the first wave of the new human army's attack. This situation was also related to Adam's decision. He knew that if the new humans wanted to destroy the Illuminati branch on Blue Star, it would be easy, so he didn't pay too much attention to the Blue Star branch. In the final analysis, the Illuminati Blue Star branch was just a discarded pawn. In outer space, the unexpected asteroid and 57 impact asteroids were attacking Blue Star. How will the new humans deal with these asteroids? Chapter 291. 3 hours have passed since the outbreak of the Second Purification War. The Moon War came to an end with the destruction of the last satellite of the Illuminati on the Moon. The Blue Star War is in full swing, and the Westland Temple and the North American Temple have been completely wiped out. Only the South American Temple, the Black Continent Temple, and the Judas Temple are still in fierce fighting, especially in the area controlled by the Judas Temple, where the situation is unexpectedly tense. Eastern Mediterranean. The battleship Louis, stationed on Crete, was leading the fleet straight into the Suez Canal. However, something happened that caught the Louis fleet off guard. 23 missiles attacked from the direction of Cyprus, and the fleet commander Colonel Li Jiguang immediately ordered, "Intercept." Yes. The neutrino detector was locked, and the gamma-ray laser was emitting a stream of gamma rays. What is this? The radar soldier's eyes widened, and the 23 missiles on the radar screen were constantly changing their trajectories at high speed. Although the laser shone on the missile again every time, the missile that could be destroyed in 2 or 3 seconds before did not work now. Laser interception failed. Prepare for live ammunition interception. The array interceptor guns of the 3 frigates reacted immediately, quickly adjusted the shooting direction with the assistance of supercomputers, and fired dozens of interception or decoy missiles. Li Jiguang frowned. This was the first time he encountered a failed gamma-ray stream attack. Ding! On the monitoring radar screen, 34 ballistic signals appeared from the direction of the Sinai Peninsula. Boom boom! In less than 2 minutes, 3 missiles that failed to intercept hit the fleet, including the left deck of the Louis and a gamma-ray laser. Li Jiguang in the command cabin on the island felt a violent shaking and explosion. Report, laser number 6 is damaged, and there is a slight crack in the J-12 area of the deck. No casualties. Increase the laser energy level. I don't believe they can completely block it. Li Jiguang slammed the table and ordered fiercely. Yes. Then the laser energy level was raised by 2 orders of magnitude, and the invisible gamma-ray stream once again burst towards the 34 incoming missiles. When the missile was irradiated by gamma rays, a sensor inside was directly burned out, directly igniting the side nozzle, causing the missile to suddenly change its trajectory. The rocket engine and warhead of the missile were wrapped in a layer of special material, which can passivate about 93% of gamma rays into infrared rays. It was with this special material, plus the induction trajectory change system, that the Judas Templar Inquisition of the Illuminati successfully made the gamma rays ineffective. New Human West Continent Front, Berlin Headquarters. Commander Huang Xingli and Chief of Staff Rudolf Max and others listened to the battle situation on the front line, and their faces couldn't help but look ugly. Huang Xingli asked with a sullen face, "What is the detection data? Why was the enemy's base in the Suez Canal area not destroyed by the Phoenix satellite?" Report, detection data shows that the enemy's bases in West Asia, North Africa, and the Balkans have not stopped their activities, and their life reactions are very normal. Report, 15 bombing formations were attacked by anti-aircraft missiles and lost 8 bombers. Report, Li Yi's fleet was attacked by missiles, and a frigate sank. Bad news came from the front line, catching Huang Xingli and others off guard. Immediately, let the lasers clean up the enemy's bases and strongholds again. The Phoenix satellite in outer space once again aimed at the ground, and a stream of gamma rays with higher energy density attacked each designated target. However, after the attack, the scanning results of the listening detector did not make the Shizhou Front Army happy, because the lizard men in those bases were still alive and kicking. Then the third gamma-ray attack began, but it was still unsuccessful. East of the Red Sea, southwest of the Saudi Peninsula. The Western Front, was advancing rapidly to the northwest along the coastal highway. They also suffered a missile attack, and the armored corps lost more than 30 people and more than 20 tanks before capturing the frontier positions of the Lizardmen. Like the offensives in other directions, the new humans encountered strong resistance when attacking the Judah area, and suffered considerable losses. The 8th Armored Division of the Konishi Front had to stop to rest. Rockets or missiles hit the fast concrete structures and bulletproof trenches from time to time, causing fierce explosions on the ground. Division Commander Fong Peguang looked at the map, and the communicator was reporting some situations to him and several other officers. Division Commander, our smoke jammers have no effect on the interference of missiles. It seems that the enemy no longer uses laser guidance. Chief of Staff Nan Yishang analyzed. Fong Peguang pinched his temple and said solemnly, "Sure enough, no enemy can be underestimated. In more than 4 months, the Illuminati has developed missiles that can restrain gamma rays and do not require satellite navigation." Nan Yishang raised a question, "But it's very strange. Why is it only here in the Temple of Judas, but not in the Temple of North America?" This situation really made them feel strange. For the time being, let's consider how to deal with the missiles of the Lizardmen and this thing. Fong Peguang pointed to a ball of blue fluid under the atomic imaging scanner. This is the anti-gamma material they use in this base city, a strange copper sulfate plus carbon 60 plus hydrogen nitrogen mixed gel, and there are some strange cells in the gel. The gel can passivate gamma rays, but the gel and are gradually consumed in the process. At this time, the special cells will work to repair the gel, so that the gel thickness remains unchanged. If the irradiation time exceeds 5 to 6 minutes, the gel layer and the internal repair cells will be completely destroyed, thus losing the barrier effect. The thickness of the gel layer used in underground bases and land is relatively thick, while the gel layer on the missile may be very thin, which verifies why the enemy missile needs to change its trajectory suddenly to avoid being intercepted. Now the new humans can only attack the enemy's positions and fortifications through rockets, missiles, and artillery shells. The Lizardmen are also using these things to fight back against the new human army. The Lizardmen even dispatched fighters to attack the new human bases in the West Asia region, the Western Continent region, and the Great Rift Valley region, causing a lot of trouble and casualties to the new humans. As for using ballistic missiles to raid the new human East Asian homeland, the Lizardmen have not done so for the time being, mainly because the gains do not outweigh the losses. Because the destructive power of ballistic missiles is too weak when mushroom eggs cannot be used, and the defense circle of the new human homeland is not so easy to break through. At this time, the war situation in West Asia was in a stalemate. The two sides were almost the same in missile technology, and the fight was hard to tell. The nanorobots of the new humans needed to be close to work, unless they approached under enemy fire, and then used nanorobots to clear the field. This method would lead to huge sacrifices, and the new human army did not want to use human lives to fill it. Fong Peguang and Nan Yishang were discussing with frowns that the opponent's anti-gamma gel seriously weakened the strategic deterrence of the new humans. If it doesn't work, apply for the use of mushroom eggs, Fong Peguang said murderously. Nan Yishang, who was looking at the map, thought about it, and suddenly his eyes lit up, and then whispered in Fong Peguang's ear, "We can do this." Chapter 292. Saudi Peninsula, the 8th Armored Division of the Little Western Front is stationed in Jeddah. The Lizardmen's Judgment Army is stationed in the small town of Rabai in the northwest. The two cities are about 146 kilometers apart, and the front positions of both sides are about 80 kilometers apart. Amid the wind and sand, Fong Peguang and Nan Yishang stood in the frontline bunker. After using gamma rays many times, the intensity of ultraviolet rays has once again increased a lot. "Shang-Yi, how is your side going?" Licking his dry lips, Nan Yishang whispered back, "Everything is going well." At the same time, War Committee, inside the council chamber. The Temple of Judas has sent a request for negotiation, hoping to reach an agreement with us. Vice Chairman Lu Dawei handed a document to everyone. War Chairman Zhang Siping looked at the document and frowned at one of the messages. Did the Lizardmen really deploy cobalt bombs in these areas? Lu Dawei nodded. "We have confirmed through the detection data of the listening system that a batch of cobalt bombs are indeed stored in these areas. From the analysis of the element content, the cobalt content is as high as about 8,628 tons. It's quite well prepared." Zhang Siping put down the file. Cobalt bomb is a kind of alternative mushroom egg, and also a doomsday weapon. You only need to coat a layer of cobalt-59 on the three-phase bomb, and detonate it in the stratosphere to turn cobalt-59 into deadly cobalt-60. Cobalt-60 is a radioactive element with terrible radioactivity, and its half-life is more than 5 years. Although the new humans can shield nuclear reactions, the problem is that it is very troublesome to deal with it once it is detonated. The Judas Temple is afraid that the new humans will use mushroom eggs to attack them, so they threaten to immediately detonate all cobalt bombs, hydrogen bombs, and neutron bombs if the nuclear reaction resumes, striving to destroy the ecology of Blue Star to the greatest extent. Because they know that once the nuclear reaction can react, it means that the new humans will release mushroom eggs to them. Zhang Siping ordered coldly, "Send a batch of fuel air bombs and earth-penetrating bombs to the front line. Even if we don't use mushroom eggs, we can destroy them." No problem. The war committee has no idea of compromise. At this point in the war, the new humans are no longer trying to occupy territory, but to obtain a complete planet. The lizard people must die. On a front line from Jeddah to Rabbi. More than 200 lizardmen, more than 3,000 biochemical monsters, tanks, anti-aircraft missile vehicles, and a lot of other equipment. Their frontline positions are trenches and concrete bunkers, and all the things and facilities are covered with camouflage canvas. The inner layer of these camouflage canvas is a 20 mm thick anti-gamma gel layer. Some key areas are covered with several layers. The battalion commander of the defensive position, Ekberg, looked at the dense rockets that attacked from time to time and cursed inwardly, "What a fucked up day." Behind him was a modified radar display, with circles of light red ripples flashing on it, just like raindrops hitting the water. In the bunker next to him, dense mosquitoes flew out, covering the pheromone signal within 700 kilometers around, forming a huge pheromone tracking network. This is a new radar system developed by the Scientific Research Department of the Judas Temple, the purpose of which is to prevent missiles and aircraft from losing navigation after losing satellite navigation and ground radar. It is in the information mosquito monitoring network that the lizardmen can lock onto the planes, ships, and ground troops of the new humans, thus achieving precision guidance. While Ekberg was busy resisting the attack of the new humans, a group of silent killers were approaching silently in the underground rock layer more than 20 meters below his feet. Although the lizardmen had installed underground vibration sensors, these underground vibration sensors did not detect any abnormalities at this time. In the rock layer more than 20 meters underground, a channel with a radius of 1.6 is forming rapidly. The nanorobots transport a series of compounds such as calcium carbonate, silicon oxide, aluminum oxide, etc. in the rock and soil to the rock around the pipeline. There are many small gaps and small spaces in the soil and rock layers in nature. Under normal circumstances, it may only be possible to build underground tunnels by digging out these soil or rock layers. However, nanorobots can use these small gaps and small spaces to move soil and rocks into these small gaps, thereby realizing tunnel excavation without the need to move the slag away, and without causing huge noise and vibration. 3 modified nano-defenders are advancing along with the tunnel. The 8th Armored Division controls these 3 nano-defenders through neutrino communication. A large number of nano-robots are expanding the tunnel and advancing rapidly to the northwest, advancing about 20 kilometers per hour on average. The front positions of both sides are less than 80 kilometers, and the tunnel will spread in 4 hours. A passage only the size of a straw rushed up from the main track more than 20 meters underground, and invisible nano-robots surged to the surface from the small pipe. In the nano-control room of the 8th Armored Division, a large group of soldiers were wearing nano-control helmets and remotely controlling these nano-robots. Report: the enemy's frontline position, the northeast side position, is more than the limit of 3.4 kilometers. After looking at the map, Nan Yishani ordered, "Branch a tunnel to the northeast. Unit 1 continues to advance towards the small town of Rabbi, and send 4 more nano-defenders down." Received. On the virtual map, a red dotted line went from the front line of the new human army in Jeddah City to the front line of the lizard people, the small town of Rabbi. Fong Pegwang was commanding the armored vehicle formation, preparing to quickly take over the enemy's positions and cities. They had not obtained the lizardmen's equipment before, so they must take some equipment for research in this raid, such as how they achieve precision guidance, which Fong Pegwang was very interested in. The lizardmen's frontier positions and their base city of Rabbi were only 36 kilometers away. 1 hour and 43 minutes later, the tunnel spread to the underground of Rabbi City, and then a small passage led to the surface. The lizardmen, who had not noticed the situation underground, were celebrating their success in resisting the attack of the new humans. But they did not expect that the scythe of the god of death had already been swung down on them. Ekberg, who was watching the pheromone tracking radar, suddenly felt a pain in his brain. He was horrified to find that other people were like him, commanding the officers in the bunker to wail in pain or roll on the ground. Before he could press the alarm switch, his brain had been eaten by the nanorobots. Bunker communicator. Alert. The enemy is approaching. Fight back immediately. Alert. The enemy is approaching. Fight back immediately. However, the communicator was lying on the ground with a blank look in his eyes. Likewise, Rabbi City was also cleared by nanorobots. The Vanguard Armored Regiment of the 8th Armored Division broke through the front line of the lizard men, with rolling dust, and rushed towards Rabbi City. Since the pheromone tracking network is connected to the entire territory, it was suddenly lost, and the enemy's armored division was found to be advancing rapidly. It is estimated that Rabbi City is in danger. The lizardmen fired a large number of rockets in an attempt to stop the attack of the 8th Armored Division. Unfortunately, Fong Peguang, who had been prepared, was not ambushed by the enemy like the first time. With the support of air firepower and ground rocket artillery clusters, he quickly counterattacked the enemy's artillery positions. The new human army, which modified its combat methods, exploded with the combat power of the world's first army. With precision guidance and artillery coverage, the armored group penetrated and advanced. Chapter 293. The front line that was breached, except for the dust and sand raised by the armored soldiers and armored vehicles, and the scorching ultraviolet rays, the rest was dead silence. A dozen scientists accompanying the army were checking the equipment left behind by the lizard men. Under the command bunker, there were lizardmen officers lying on the ground, and a lot of documents that had not been destroyed in time. Nano Noichi had no interest in the dead bodies on the ground. What really interested him was the equipment in the corner. Although the lizardmen had remotely controlled the pheromone tracking radar to self-destruct, many things still left traces. Report to the Chief of Staff. It is preliminarily determined that this device and the pheromone mosquito breeding room next door are a biological radar. A scientist handed him the report. Nan Yishangyi flipped through it and returned the professional information to the scientist. Pheromone radar? You are really worthy of being a lizardman who started with biology. You pack up these data and samples and send them back to the local laboratory. No problem. Just as he was about to leave the command bunker, he heard hurried footsteps behind him. Report to the Chief of Staff, the division commander's telegram. After taking a look at it, Nan Yishang immediately ordered, everyone, the 803rd Regiment will stay where they are to clean up the battlefield, and the rest of the troops will follow me north. Yes. The earthworm tactic was a great success, and the 8th Armored Division immediately shared this tactic with Brother Corps on other fronts. The three major directions that the Konishi front was responsible for once again quickly advanced towards the Illuminati's Judas Temple control area. Using the earthworm tactics, they can advance 450 to 500 kilometers a day. On the Pyramids front, the 13th, 14th, and 15th Armored Divisions of the Lesser Western Front have approached the central area of the Pyramids, specifically the line of Falafila Fort, Asiat, and Safaj Port. On the Saudi Peninsula front, Fong Peguang's 8th, 10th, and 11th Armored Divisions have also advanced the Steel Torrent for more than 400 kilometers, and have now reached the line of Umrich, Fed, and Jara. On the Persian Plateau front, the 4th Armored Division, the 5th Armored Division, and the 6th Armored Division were a bit slower, mainly due to the terrain restrictions. They advanced more than 200 kilometers in one day, and are currently maintaining the Bushehr-Isfahan-Rash line. This advancement speed is actually very amazing. Basically, all the armored divisions are advancing, and the battle is to deal with the guerrilla sneak attacks and missiles of the lizardmen. However, the combat effectiveness of the new human army that reacted is rising sharply. The Little Western Front alone mobilized 45 armored divisions, 1,800 fighters, and 2 fleets to suppress the lizardmen in all directions. At the same time, the Western Continental Army is also exerting its strength. It has completely wiped out 120,000 soldiers of the lizardmen in the Balkan Peninsula, and is preparing to land on the Anatolian Peninsula. The headquarters of the Temple of Judas, Jaffa City. Facing the front line being broken through by the new humans, the enemy's front has now approached the core area of the Temple of Judas, and the 12 saints appear very solemn. This time, the Temple of Judas has a different resistance from other temples. The fundamental reason is that the Temple of Judas does not want to be controlled by the Illuminati headquarters. As abandoned children, the various branches of Blue Star actually have grudges against the Illuminati headquarters, but they express it in different ways. The Temple of Judas, which has a great deal of independence, has become increasingly alienated from the Illuminati headquarters after the lessons of the First Purification War. For example, the G flag symbol has been changed to a 6-pointed star, and the management of the temple was reorganized by the former servant god Joshua Moses, which is now the 12 saints. Inside the underground cathedral, Joshua Moses listened to the various news reported by his subordinates, and realized that they were sitting in a well, and looking at the world. Joshua, judging from the offensive of the new humans, it is estimated that they will be able to break through the Suez, Dead Sea, Upper Euphrates River, and Asia Minor by noon the day after tomorrow. The Saint Solomon in charge of the war said with a dejected look. That is to say, we have at most 1.5 days. Joshua Moses asked. Yes. Solomon nodded. The situation of defeat was so overwhelming that everyone was breathless. In addition, the Shinra Federation has decided to abandon Blue Star, and they are preparing to retreat. Another saint said. Joshua Moses, who had made up his mind, sighed. Let's retreat too. I agree. It's the only way. The Shinra Federation suddenly launched a full-scale attack on the Central Asian, West Asian, and Western continental regions of the New Humans, and also launched a large number of ballistic missiles in stock at various key areas of the New Humans. The Temple of Judas was doing the same thing, launching missiles and rockets recklessly, and even suicide fighters. The war headquarters at the Qinling base. Zhang Siping and Lu Dawei looked at the crazy Judas Temple and the Shinra Federation, knowing that the other side was going crazy. The calm Zhang Siping ordered the Homeland Defense Command to intercept these missiles and rockets with all your strength. The Lesser Western Front, the Central Asian Front, and the Western Front should go all out. Yes. Half an hour later. A monitor hurriedly reported, Report emergency. After taking a look at the document, Zhang Siping and Lu Dawei frowned. What do you think? They are running away. We have been fooled by them. Lu Dawei said angrily. The information in the file shows that the Shinra Federation and the Judas Temple have launched a large number of space rockets into outer space, including 137 by the Judas Temple and 276 by the Shinra Federation. From all the signs, the other side is deliberately launching a full-scale offensive to make the New Humans flustered, and then take the opportunity to launch space rockets to escape from the Blue Planet. This timing is just right. Now the 3 space battleships of the New Humans in outer space are dealing with the asteroid swarm, and the means they can use is the Phoenix satellite. Unfortunately, the gamma rays of the Phoenix satellites were weakened, and it was unknown how many launch vehicles could be destroyed. Zhang Siping angrily ordered, Start all Phoenix satellites and destroy the opponent at all costs. Yes. Low Earth orbit. The 36 Phoenix satellites in low orbit and the 36 Phoenix satellites in high orbit launched the strongest attack on the fleeing launch vehicles. Gamma ray streams penetrated the vacuum, and the fleeing launch vehicles of the Shinra Federation and the Judas Temple were covered with anti-gamma gel, which could block gamma rays to a certain extent. In order to interfere with the Phoenix satellites' offensive, many launch vehicles separated a large number of sub-rocket and headed for the Silent Satellite, the Listening Satellite, and the Phoenix Satellite, forcing the Phoenix Satellite to return to defense. The two sides fought from the low Earth orbit to the synchronous orbit, and more than 2/3 of the escaped launch vehicles were destroyed by the Phoenix Satellite. However, the New Humans were not in a good situation either. 6 Phoenix satellites, 3 listening satellites, and 4 silent satellites were destroyed, leaving many areas of the Blue Star blank. Fortunately, the satellites were adjusted in time, so no serious consequences were caused. After escaping from the 60,000-kilometer orbit of the Blue Planet, the Shinra Federation only had 65 launch vehicles left, and the Judas Temple only had 32 launch vehicles left. They carried the fire of civilization and fled directly to the asteroid belt. The Shinra Federation and the Judas Temple, which temporarily joined together, will once again sacrifice 1/3 of their launch vehicles in an orbit about 170,000 kilometers away from the Blue Planet, detonating hydrogen bombs to accelerate the launch vehicles away. Chapter 294. After receiving the battle report from the Space Force, Zhang Siping was very depressed. Damn it, these guys actually escaped. The remaining Judas Temple on Blue Star, the remnants of the Shinra Federation suffered a powerful offensive from the New Humans, and were wiped out like a whirlwind. But big trouble also followed. The lizard men were almost wiped out, with only a few left fleeing in the primeval forests or mountains. Under the precise monitoring of the listening system, they will soon be completely wiped out. But the Shinra Federation was left with a mess. The top leaders, and elites such as Vasily and Mark had chosen to keep the gene samples and consciousness, and fled the Blue Planet on the carrier rocket. The remaining more than 80 million civilians surrendered without even resisting. These more than 80 million people became a hot potato. They could not be killed directly, nor could they be allowed to join the New Humans. How to deal with it became a big problem. The service committee was having a headache about this matter. In outer space, It had accidentally entered the orbit of the blue star and was deflected to become an impact asteroid. It had now met the Huitsubing space battleship. This is a grayish-white rocky asteroid, mainly composed of silicates, with an exact diameter of 1567, 1806, and 1642 meters, moving at a speed of 8.5 kilometers per second, and located near the orbit 88,000 kilometers away from the blue star. Huitsubing's wireless charging magnetic field enveloped the asteroid, and countless nanorobots were rapidly eroding the asteroid. Nanorobots are transforming more than a dozen wells on the asteroid's rock formations. 3 of the wells are very large, with a wellhead diameter of about 10 meters. 6 outer space-modified nano-defenders were launched onto the asteroid, and then pulled into the asteroid's rock formations by nanorobots. Report: the jet wells and fuel have been manufactured. Captain Luo Feng looked at the battleship and the asteroid's position and immediately ordered, "Stay 100 kilometers away from the asteroid." Received. The nuclear fusion engine slightly changed the direction of the nozzle, and then increased the density of direct injection, and Huitsubing gradually moved away from the asteroid. 2 minutes later, Huitsubing braked and repaired the flight orbit, maintaining a dynamic distance of about 100 kilometers from the asteroid. Luo Feng calmly ordered, "Carry out the first asteroid deceleration and orbit correction." Yes. Huitsubing remotely controlled the 6 nano-defenders on the asteroid through neutrino communication, and with the assistance of the battleship supercomputer, accurately calculated the fuel usage, injection timing, injection duration, and injection direction of the injection well. The nanorobots ignited the fuel at the bottom of the jet wells. These fuels and oxidizers were all made by the nanorobots, using local materials. Whether it was a rocky asteroid or a metallic asteroid, the science committee conducted simulation calculations to ensure that the nanorobots could use local materials to make oxidizers and fuels. Relatively speaking, rocky asteroids have more usable components, and the method of obtaining fuel and oxidizer is relatively simple. After the fuel and oxidizer at the bottom of the 3 large jet wells were ignited, they instantly burned and expanded, spraying flames and particle flows toward the wellheads. In the cockpit of Huitsubing, they could observe through the neutrino detector that countless particles were ejected at high speed from the jet wells. The reaction force of these particle flows slowly modified the asteroid's flight direction. Soon, the small jet wells were also activated and ignited to assist the main jet well in modifying the flight direction. After more than 5 hours of modification and correction, the asteroid's flight orbit was finally twisted to the orbit predetermined by the scientific committee. Success. Luo Feng clenched his fists with joy. Others were also excited. Report our success to Blue Star. Yes. Xiao Bing smiled and saluted. Scientific Committee. In the virtual conference room, Huang Mingzhi received the news that Huitsubing successfully modified the direction of the asteroid, and he could finally put his mind at ease. This plan was proposed by him, based on the function of nanorobots, to quickly realize the use of local materials to create jet wells, fuel and oxidizers on the asteroid. This avoids the trouble of transporting engines, fuel and oxidizers on a large scale from the blue planet to outer space, and also avoids the waste of using hydrogen bombs to blow up asteroids, as well as secondary hazards. In addition, these asteroids are not just weapons, but also contain rich mineral resources. Since the Illuminati has worked tirelessly to push these asteroids over, the new humans can only accept them all. After successfully modifying the first asteroid, Luo Feng and others did not slack off at all, because there are still 57 asteroids waiting for Huitsubing to favor them. Even with the cooperation of Li Guang and Wei Qing, the 3 space battleships need to deal with 19 asteroids on average. In the starry sky, Huitsubing flew towards the nearest asteroid at full speed. The storage compartment on the battleship can carry 20 nano-defenders, and then 4 were stuffed into other parts of the battleship, a total of 24. 24 nano-defenders can deal with up to 4 asteroids. After dealing with 4 asteroids, they must immediately return to low Earth orbit. The Strait Space Base has already reflected a large number of nano-defenders into the low Earth orbit to ensure that there will be no shortage of equipment supply. The Huitsubing spewed high-energy rays and high-energy particles produced by nuclear fusion, increasing the flight speed to 30 kilometers per second, and it can travel 108,000 kilometers in an hour. Luo Feng, floating in the cockpit, was eating meat sandwiches and lemon tea while staring at the neutrino detection data. Passing near the 170,000 kilometer orbit, a large area of carrier rocket wreckage and debris appeared here. This is the area where the Shinra Federation and the Temple of Judas detonated hydrogen bombs to accelerate the carrier rocket. Luo Feng swallowed a mouthful of Rigiamo and ordered, "Activate the strong magnetic field deflection shield and use the laser cannon to disperse the fragments. Okay. This is the experience accumulated from the previous raid on the moon. Gamma rays disperse the fragments, and the strong magnetic field shield deflects these fragment particles. If it is a large piece of debris, it can be maneuvered to change its trajectory to avoid it. The cruelty of war is set off by the dark tunnels in outer space. The cold mechanical wreckage is like a wandering ghost. The vacuum is so empty. The history of human civilization is a history of war. In the development of weapons to kill the same kind, humans have reached the point where they have gone to great lengths. Perhaps only when life is completely destroyed can the war stop. This is a theme full of helplessness and tragedy. Witzubing flew for about 3 hours. Arrived at the 286,000-kilometer orbit of the blue star, and a metallic asteroid was rolling towards the blue star. The laser cannon mercilessly destroyed the Illuminati's accompanying rocket, and then began to modify the orbit. Repeat the same steps, charging the magnetic field coverage, landing the nano-robots, digging the jet wells, and making fuel and oxidizers. Compared with rocky asteroids, metallic asteroids are more difficult to handle, mainly because the proportion of iron and nickel in the metal components is generally around 40 to 60%, and other components can only be used to make fuel. However, for asteroids with a mass of more than 1 billion or even several billion tons, even if only 1% of the materials can be used, it is still tens of millions of tons, so there is no shortage of raw materials. The 3 space battleships spent about 230 hours, and finally modified the flight orbits of 58 asteroids. These asteroids have changed from the killer weapons that attacked the blue planet before to resource reserves orbiting the blue planet. Chapter 295. After Witzubing solved the first asteroid, the Illuminati received relevant information. Curtain Star Base. Adam put down the report with a grim look on his face. Powell, who had just come out of the clone cultivation chamber, was also beside Adam. The head of the R&D department, who was also a clone, analyzed, "We seriously underestimated the technology of the new humans. Judging from the observation data of the spacecraft, it is very likely that it is the deathless spacecraft proposed by the British in the 1960s and 1970s. You mean the nuclear fusion engine?" Powell was stunned, but then he thought it was very reasonable. The new humans have achieved the controllable nuclear fusion miniaturized power generation technology, so the nuclear fusion direct injection engine must be easy to master. Your Majesty Adam, we must follow up on this technology, otherwise the consequences will be very serious. The head of the R&D department suggested. Adam nodded. The report showed that the speed of the new human spacecraft had reached 30 kilometers per second, while their Saturn VIII spacecraft had a maximum speed of 18 kilometers per second. This gap is quite fatal. Once a space war breaks out between the two sides, the Illuminati spaceships will have no way to escape. Adam immediately ordered, "We must evacuate the planet of Curtain as soon as possible and move the headquarters to Mars. I have a hunch that the war with the new humans will not be long." As the commander-in-chief of the Judgment Army, Powell felt this even more strongly. If he put himself in their shoes, he knew that the new humans would not give up. Whether for the sake of living space or for the safety of the blue planet, the new humans have the reason and necessity to eliminate the Illuminati. Adam turned to the head of the intelligence department and asked, "Has Judas Gang still not responded?" "Your Majesty Adam, they haven't responded yet. I think they want to betray the Lord," Powell said coldly. Adam was actually prepared. Since they gave up the branches on Blue Star, and forced everyone to inject the extremely dangerous God Blood potion, the rift between the Illuminati headquarters and the branches has been difficult to close. With the sudden betrayal of the British Temple, it was expected that the Judas Temple would set up its own organization. Adam changed the subject. "Forget it, now is not the time to argue with these traitors. We are preparing to retreat from Mars." "Yes, Your Majesty." The clean and neat Illuminati, without any regard for the Curtain base, 458 Saturn VIII spacecraft flew towards the orbit of Mars one after another. It is August 3rd, first year of the new era, and the next Mars opposition is July 28, 2018, about 360 days away. Based on the cruising speed of Saturn VIII of 15 kilometers per second, it will take about 50 days to reach the orbit of Mars, which is 55 million kilometers away, plus the acceleration and deceleration time. Then, they can collect resources from the asteroid belt while flying back to Mars from the orbit of Mars, and it is expected that they will reunite with Mars in 160 days. Adam stood in front of the window of the spacecraft, looking at the two planets in the distance, and he fell silent. They fell into a passive position just by underestimating their opponents once. The first time, they were occupied by the opponent for most of the blue planet. The second time, they were directly driven out of the blue moon system and fled to the alien planet like a stray dog. Maybe I will never return to this blue planet again. Goodbye, pure blue hometown. Set sail. Yes, your majesty. Saturn VIII spewed out a light blue tail flame and flew towards the orbit of Mars 55 million kilometers away. The new humans who had been paying attention to the Illuminati soon discovered the Illuminati's actions. The various committees of the Supreme will held a meeting again. This meeting was for the aftermath of the unification of Blue Planet and for the next strategic arrangement. According to the monitoring data of the Gaoming satellite, the main force of the Illuminati has retreated to the direction of the orbit of Mars. The destination is currently unknown, and there is an 80% chance that it is Mars. Liagua reported. The chairman and directors pondered. Now the Illuminati, the Shinra Federation, and the Temple of Judas have all evacuated the Blue Moon system, leaving only the new humans in the Blue Moon system. However, this situation does not mean that the new humans can rest easy. On the contrary, the new humans need to be more vigilant because the enemy has entered the vast universe and is no longer under the new humans' eyes. Before, they were watched by the new humans, and they could do so many things. Now that they are no longer under the surveillance range, who knows what these guys will do? Liagua continued. We have obtained some intelligence from some residual data of the Holy Roman Federation. First, the Holy Roman Federation and the Temple of Judas once had a secret cooperation. The anti-gamma gel of the Temple of Judas was jointly developed by the Holy Roman Federation and the Temple of Judas. These Russians still have some background. Huang Mingzhi smiled. Zhang Siping pressed his temple and said with a headache, in this case, whether the Illuminati has obtained the anti-gamma gel technology is worth discussing. Indeed. Liagua nodded. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Under the oppression of the powerful enemy of the new human race, the Shinra Federation, the Temple of Judas, and the Illuminati may form an alliance, so it is not impossible to share some technology. Liagua then reported, the second intelligence is that the Shinra Federation has mastered the technology of consciousness datization, human body freezing technology, artificial intelligence technology, and mechanical transformation technology. After listening, Huang Mingzhi said thoughtfully, so that's it. The 3 carrier rockets they launched for the first time may be Civilization Seed spacecraft. As the intelligence information was brought out, everyone soon sorted out many things. Then, they discussed how to plan for the future. After 3 days of discussion, everyone formulated the guiding direction for the next 10 years. In summary, it can be summed up in 16 words. Clean up the blue planet, develop technology, enter the universe, and pursue the remaining enemies. Cleaning up the blue planet means clearing out the biochemical monsters, lizardmen, transfer people, nuclear weapons, and biochemical weapons that remain around the world. In addition, we have to deal with the more than 80 million Shinra people. This is a problem that must be faced and cannot be left to the next generation. After dealing with nuclear weapons, the nuclear reaction shield inside Blue Star will no longer need to be turned on 24 hours a day. In terms of developing science and technology, this is what Huang Mingzhi is responsible for, and it is also what he has been doing. At present, more than a dozen new projects have been formulated. Similarly, entering the universe is also what the new humans are doing. As the enemies of Blue Star are eliminated, the new humans can finally enter outer space with all their strength. For example, in addition to the original planned 10 Huitsubing-class space battleships, the War Committee has decided to add 10 ships, and it is expected that 20 Huitsubing-class space battleships will be formed by the end of the first year of the new era. The next generation of space battleships is already being designed. In addition, space mining, space factories, and the development of the moon are also included in the recent plan. Finally, we are preparing to form a Space Force expeditionary fleet to eliminate the remnants of the Shinra Federation, the Temple of Judas, and the Illuminati. If we do not attack and eliminate the other side, they may soon catch up with the new humans with their technology. We must not relax our vigilance in this regard, otherwise we may capsize. Now that the new humans have achieved a phased victory and a certain advantage, we must seize the opportunity to pursue the victory, and not give the other side any breathing space. The teacher's words are not outdated. It is better to pursue the enemy with the remaining courage, rather than to seek fame and learn from the tyrant. Chapter 296. A lot of troubles on Blue Star kept Huang Mingzhi and others busy. In the 240,000-kilometer orbit of Blue Star, Huitsubing was parked next to a metallic asteroid, and was inseparable from the asteroid through the synchronous companion mode. Luo Feng, who had just finished dinner, floated in the cockpit. Old Wang, how much have you collected? Deputy Captain Wang Gangsheng, who was working hard, raised his head and replied, we have mined 76.5 tons. If it were in the AD era, it would be very rich. Luo Feng glanced at the data. The cabin is almost full. Nanorobot mining is amazing. Not only is the speed fast, but the purity of the mining is over 99%. Of course, Captain, you look after the equipment. I have a meal first. Wang Gangsheng floated up from his seat and swam to the back. Leave it to me. Luo Feng sat down in his seat. In front of him was a row of dazzling control panels, large and small buttons and data. For ordinary people, without a few years of training, there is no way to use them proficiently. It is more convenient for the new humans. They can directly download the Huitsubing level spaceship driving skills and become very proficient in a few days with the help of biological computers. In the AD era, a qualified astronaut had to train for several years. In the new era, astronauts or space soldiers can be put into work in just a few days. This is the difference. On the dashboard, the storage data of one of the cabins is displayed as iridium, 76.5 tons, and the decimal point behind it is constantly jumping, indicating that the nanorobot is collecting iridium from the asteroid. Iridium is one of the rarest elements in the crust of the blue planet, with an average mass ratio of only 0.001 parts per million. The abundance of common gold is 40 times that of iridium, platinum is 10 times, and silver and mercury are 80 times that of iridium. The abundance of tellurium is similar to that of iridium. There are only 3 other stable elements that are rarer than iridium, namely, rhenium, ruthenium and rhodium, of which the abundance of the latter two is 1/10 of iridium. In contrast, the content of iridium in asteroids is much higher, generally above 0.5 parts per million, especially on metallic asteroids, where the storage content will be even higher. Iridium is generally found in platinum osmium iridium associated minerals on the blue planet. In fact, the iridium content in the core of the blue planet is not small, but the problem is that it is difficult to mine. The asteroid that Luo Feng and his team are mining has about 80,000 tons of iridium. The total amount of iridium mined on the blue planet is not even a fraction of this reserve. That is why Wang Gangsheng said that in the AD era, these 80,000 tons of iridium are a huge fortune. Of course, for the new humans in the new era, these iridium elements are still an important resource. Although there are no real private enterprises now, these things will still circulate in social production. Ding! There is a notification. Luo Feng knew there was a communication when he heard the sound. Report, the Blue Moon Command sent a notification requiring us to complete the collection of minerals and immediately return to the new Wenchang satellite city in low Earth orbit. Reply received, expected to return in about 5 hours and 24 minutes. Yes. The cabin storage capacity has risen to 77.2 tons at this time. The available storage load of the Huitsubing class is 246 tons, of which food, fresh water, and daily necessities take up 30 tons of load, 20 nano defenders, cosmic model, take up 180 tons, and the remaining 36 tons are flexible loads. This time, Huitsubing emptied half of the nano defenders and gathered 100 tons of available payload. 5 hours and 24 minutes later, the iridium element stored in the cabin reached the upper limit of 100 tons, and Huitsubing started the nuclear fusion engine and returned to the new Wenchang satellite city in the low Earth orbit of the Blue Star. Because it was returning to the low Earth orbit of the Blue Star, Huitsubing's speed was not too fast, only reaching about 10 kilometers per second, and the flight orbit was not a straight line to the new Wenchang satellite city, but a large circular orbit that saved the most fuel. After 7 hours, Huitsubing finally reached the low Earth orbit of 1,500 kilometers. The new Wenchang satellite city is located in this orbital area. After braking, Huitsubing slowly parked on one side. Luo Feng looked at the new Wenchang satellite city through the observation window. Compared with half a month ago, the scale of the new Wenchang satellite city has expanded by more than 10 times, weighing about 3,500 tons, and the volume is about 6 times that of Huitsubing. The staff of the satellite city pulled down the 100 tons of iridium elements stored, and then replenished Huitsubing with nuclear fuel, daily necessities, and fresh water. The Space Force's Blue Moon Command was temporarily set up in the new Wenchang satellite city. The reason why it was temporary was that the Space Force's Blue Moon Command was planned to be set up on the moon, and this was just a transitional office. Luo Feng and Deputy Captain Wang Gangsheng went to the Space Force's temporary office together. Floating in the traffic pipe, there are nanorobots inside the traffic pipe that can safely and accurately push astronauts to the designated cabin. The upper third of the traffic pipe is made of high-strength transparent material, and part of the satellite city and the starry sky can be seen. At this time, Many small spaceships were entering and exiting the satellite city port. These small spaceships were space garbage recycling spaceships. They used nanorobots to decompose space garbage, and then pulled it back to the new Wenchang satellite city for processing. Before the Great Escape of the Shinra Federation and the Temple of Judas, there were hundreds of large and medium-sized launch vehicles and spacecraft left in low Earth orbit and medium-high orbit, as well as the abandoned low Earth space port of the Illuminati. For future safety issues, these space garbage must be processed as soon as possible. It's fun to shoot, but it's a tearful ending. After more than half a month of processing, the new Wenchang satellite city only cleared less than 1/5 of the large debris. As for the small fragments, they could only be decomposed using gamma rays. Pushed all the way to the temporary office of the Space Force by the nanorobot. The commander of the Space Force Blue Moon Command was a middle-aged man with a square face and a hint of majesty. He took off his brain-wave glasses. Luofeng, Gangsheng, you came at the right time. There is a mission from above. Please ask Commander Long for instructions. Luofeng saluted and said. Long Leaning handed a virtual file to Luofeng. This is the transfer notice and the Lunar Intelligence Summary Package. Luofeng received the notice, which turned out to be a transfer to the commander of the Lunar Fleet and the base commander of the Lunar Defense Base. After loading the Lunar Intelligence Summary Package into his biological computer, he learned the current details of the moon. Long Leaning continued, by the way, take the newly commissioned Wiguang to the moon. Okay. Currently, the Blue Star Fleet only has Wei Qin, Li Guang, and the Jean Midi, which is about to be put into service. One more thing. Considering the gamma rays are restrained by anti-gamma gel, a batch of Jingke missiles will be sent over the day after tomorrow. Jingke missiles? New stuff? Luofeng asked with interest. Long Leaning explained, it was modified half a month ago, using a nuclear fusion direct injection engine, weighing about 2.4 tons, and a warship is equipped with 20 missiles, so use them sparingly. No problem. Luofeng nodded. This time, in addition to building the Lunar Defense Base and Lunar Fleet, they have another mission. Responsible for clearing the Curtain Star base located in the 930,000-kilometer orbit of the Blue Star, and completely clearing the Blue Moon system. Note, the orbit range of the Blue Star is approximately 1.5 million kilometers in radius. The newly formed Lunar Fleet is preparing to march to the moon. Chapter 297. August 27. Luo Fenghua led the Huitsubing and Huiguang, departing from the new Wenchang satellite city and flying rapidly towards the lunar orbit. Since the warship's flight speed has been increased to 30 kilometers per second, this speed exceeds the third cosmic speed, and even the gravity of the sun cannot restrain the spaceship. Reaching this speed also means that the spaceship can choose to fly in a straight line into the lunar orbit, because the gravity of the blue planet and the moon cannot capture the spaceship at all. At this time, the distance between the moon and the new Wenchang satellite city is 378,000 kilometers. For Huitsubing, this distance is actually divided into 3 parts: accelerated flight of 5 kilometers, full-speed flight of 200,000 kilometers, and decelerated flight of 128,000 kilometers. If it does not decelerate, the consequences will be either direct collision with the moon or flying out of the lunar orbit. The strength of the moon's gravity is not enough to capture the space battleship moving at full speed. 8 hours and 14 minutes later, Huitsubing and Huiguang slowly flew around the moon's 3,000-kilometer orbit. Looking out the observation window, the moon 3,000 kilometers away is like a pale yellow millstone. In the various orbits of the moon, there are also a lot of spacecraft debris floating, as well as radioactive dust left over from the previous nuclear explosion. The desperate moon lizardmen even detonated more than 200 cobalt bombs in the final stage. Now, within the 1,000-kilometer orbit of the moon and on the moon's surface, there is a layer of radioactive cobalt-60, which releases a large amount of deadly gamma rays. Monitor Xiao Bing looked at the data line by line, shook his head helplessly, and said, "Captain, the situation is not good. The radiation concentration on the moon has reached more than 80 times the lethal dose. The nuclear reaction shielding system and nanorobots must be activated to remove the residual cobalt-60. Luofeng ordered, "Start the nuclear reaction shielding system and prepare to land on the moon, target Copernicus crater." Received. Deputy Captain Wang Gangsheng operated the warship to fly to the front of the moon. The Huiguang stayed in orbit on alert, and ready to support the Huitsubing at any time. After the nuclear reaction shielding system was deployed, the nuclear reactions and radioactive elements within 1,200 kilometers around were like a chirping bird whose throat was strangled. Huitsubing cut into the moon at an inclined angle, and then flew to the Copernicus crater on the front of the moon. Unlike the landing of ordinary launch vehicles, Huitziobing landed sideways on a small plane. Due to the strong power of the nuclear fusion engine, even if it was lying on its side on the lunar surface, Huitziobing could still use the auxiliary engine to push the spacecraft up a few hundred meters, and then start the main engine to rise. As soon as the landing was successful, Luo Feng immediately start the charging magnetic field and nanorobots to clean up the surrounding cobalt-60 residues. Okay. Another deputy captain manipulated the nanorobots on the warship itself to spread in all directions. The nanorobots captured the cobalt-60 elements spreading in the air and covering the lunar soil and rocks through the data of the neutrino atomic imaging scanner. These cobalt-60 elements were gathered together, and an area was randomly selected. A pit was dug with nanorobots to bury the cobalt-60. After the 5-year half-life, the cobalt-60 will decay into non-radioactive cobalt-59. The deposited cobalt-60 on the ground is relatively easy to deal with. The real trouble is the cobalt-60 floating in the air, which is constantly floating and moving. Because the gravity of the moon is very small, and there is no atmospheric movement, the speed of the cobalt-60 dust settling will be dozens of times slower than that of the blue planet. There are gains and losses. The low gravity and near vacuum environment of the moon allow the warship to control the radius of the nanorobot to expand to about 6 kilometers. While the nanorobots were stripping the cobalt-60, Luo Feng, a maintenance engineer, and a gunner wore space suits and walked out of the warship's airtight cabin. Desolation and loneliness, this is Luo Feng's first impression of the lunar surface. Maintenance engineer Tian Haoming opened the auxiliary equipment compartment on one side and pushed out a special lunar rover, while gunner Zhou Yuan pulled out a nano defender and hooked it to the lunar rover. They drove the lunar rover to Copernicus crater. The area where Huitziobing landed was about 26 kilometers southeast of Copernicus crater. Everyone was busy. Luo Feng operated the nanorobot to transform the surrounding environment, such as leveling the ground and digging underground space. The first base was busy for about a week before it was transformed into a temporary space airport with a radius of 3 kilometers and opened an underground passage to the Copernicus crater. Luo Feng and gunner Zhou Yuan also explored the Copernicus crater base, but the ferocity of the gamma-ray flow did not bring them any gains. Even the Nibelung spacecraft that the Illuminati had obtained on the back of the moon was probably packed up and taken away by the Illuminati. There were quite a few traps left behind. If it weren't for the nanorobots clearing the area, Luo Feng would not dare to explore the Illuminati base casually. The gamma rays of the Phoenix satellite directly targeted the lizardmen, resulting in many uninhabited areas that were not attacked. There were many traps hidden in these areas, even hydrogen bombs. For example, when Luo Feng and his companions explored the number 12 base attached to the Copernicus crater, as soon as they entered the base, the automatic program inside tried to directly detonate the hydrogen bomb. If the nuclear reaction shield of the Huitziobing had not been activated, Luo Feng and his companions would probably have died directly. The Illuminati would not be kind enough to leave the moon intact to the new humans. They detonated cobalt bombs to create nuclear contaminated areas, and set up a large number of secret traps in order to slow down the development of the new humans as much as possible. Fully armed, Luo Feng and Zhou Yuan drove the lunar rover, dragging a nano defender towards the northwest of Copernicus crater. This was the last nano defender carried by their spacecraft, and the other 19 had been deployed around Copernicus crater. Although driving, the nano defender's nanorobots were still running, mainly to be on the safe side, as the lizardmen left too many traps on the moon. Hydrogen bombs and the like can be shielded, but ordinary chemical bombs cannot be shielded. 1.3 kilometers ahead, there is a rock blasting trap. Luo Feng controlled the nanorobot to destroy the bomb. The so-called rock blasting trap is to bury a bomb in a pile of rocks. When someone approaches 50 meters, the bomb will be detonated, and the stone fragments will be splashed in all directions. This trap is very destructive for a civilization that has just entered the space age, because the lunar environment will enhance the destructive power of the stone fragments. The captain has arrived. Then set up the nano defender. Okay. Controlling the nanorobot, dig a pit at the bottom of the nano defender and bury it about 10 meters underground. Luo Feng looked at the situation within a radius of 6 kilometers and found an abandoned underground mine about 4 kilometers to the east. Judging from the element composition analysis data, this should be a rhenium mine. Unfortunately, those rich mines have been mined by the Illuminati, leaving only a large pile of poor mines and some abandoned machines. Huh? Suddenly, Luo Feng enlarged the map and called up the geological detection data of the Diding satellite. So that's it. This rhenium mine is between 400 and 500 meters underground, and it is estimated that the rhenium element reserves can reach about 13,000 tons. For rare elements, 13,000 tons of reserves are already very large reserves. Blue Star had very little rhenium minerals in the AD era. After entering the new era, with the application of listening detectors and nanorobots, mineral exploration and mining have undergone qualitative changes. After registering this rhenium mine in the Natural Resources Database, the two drove the lunar rover back. Chapter 298. September 7th, first year of the new era. Witzubing returned to the 3,000-kilometer orbit of the moon and quickly replenished the nano-defenders, nuclear fuel, and daily necessities. Then he set off with Huguang, preparing to destroy the Caduan Star base located in the 930,000-kilometer orbit of the Blue Star and remove the last stronghold of the Illuminati in the Blue Moon system. The moon was guarded by the Li Guang, which was transporting supplies. The two space battleships spewed atomic power and flew across the endless starry sky, with the blue and pale yellow stars behind them. Luo Feng did not take it lightly. In the outer reaches of the Blue Moon system, 600,000 to 1.5 million kilometers from the Blue Star, the new humans were relatively unfamiliar with this area. The Illuminati had been entrenched here for decades, and were very familiar with the situation here. Suddenly, alarm! A large-scale asteroid group appeared at the left 125/364/056 position, with 167 asteroids, with a diameter of more than 1 meter. Please avoid. The neutrino detector, which can cover a 5,000-kilometer radius, immediately sounded the alarm. Luo Feng looked at the data and decided that if they continued to move forward, they would definitely encounter this asteroid group. Before he could make a decision, the alarm sounded again. Alarm! Large-scale spacecraft debris appeared at 458/693/054 on the upper side. The estimated number is more than 120,000 pieces. Please avoid. Alarm! Large-scale spacecraft debris appeared at 758/605/114 on the right side. The estimated number is more than 240,000 pieces. Please avoid. Luo Feng's eyes changed, and he turned his head and ordered, "The person who comes is not friendly. Xiao Bing will conduct a fuzzy search." Yes. Xiao Bing raised the energy level of the neutrino detector to the maximum, and instantly a denser stream of neutrinos was emitted in all directions. The so-called fuzzy search is to sacrifice the detection accuracy from the atomic level to the centimeter level. In fact, the accuracy is still very high, and the exploration range can be expanded to 300,000 kilometers. Target found. Azimuth 367/123/084, distance 86,200 kilometers. Target found. Azimuth 361/123/084, distance 87,100 kilometers. Target found. Azimuth 363/123/084. As expected, Luo Feng looked at the three spacecraft lurking near 8.7 kilometers. The scale of these spacecraft was only about 120 tons. "Captain, how do we solve this?" Wang Gangxing asked hurriedly. Luo Feng thought for a while, clapped his hands and said, "Don't worry about these flies. Let's go straight to Huanglong." Okay. Witzubing and Huguang directly activated the gamma-ray laser, destroyed some debris, and then rushed to Ketan Star with a strong magnetic field shield. Because Luo Feng knew that these small spacecraft had limited fuel, once they destroyed the Ketan Star base, they would become rootless duckweed, and the desolate universe would naturally kill each other. At this time, Witzubing was less than 420,000 kilometers away from Ketan. If it was moving at full speed, it would reach Ketan in less than 5 hours. Ketan detected that Witzubing and Huguang were rushing over, and immediately became anxious, ordering all small spacecraft to attack and stop the other side at all costs. Along the way, there were a lot of debris, space torpedoes, disguised space mines, and even 3 waves of suicide attacks. Unfortunately, facing Witzubing, who had precise scanning technology, the Lizardman's intention was just a dying struggle. The two ships swept all the way to less than 50,000 kilometers from Ketan. As a last resort, the Lizardmen of Ketan could only take the spaceship and try to escape to Mars. In the cockpit of Witzubing. Report, the enemy wants to escape. There are 11 ships in total, and the escape direction is roughly the asteroid belt. Xiao Bing reported. Luo Feng picked up the communicator and ordered, "Huguang, you are responsible for destroying the escaped ships." Received. The soldiers of the 2 ships were divided into 2 groups. Huguang pursued the 11 escaped ships with all his strength, and Witzubing quickly approached the Ketan base. The Curtain Star base. which had been operated by the Illuminati for more than half a year, was no longer what it used to be. It was like a steel fortress. The Curtain Star fought desperately, and launched a large number of missiles at Witzubing, but they did not seem to have obtained the anti-gamma gel technology of the Judas Temple, and the gamma rays directly exploded these missiles. Approximately 15,000 kilometers. Luo Feng loudly ordered, maximum power of the gamma ray main gun, target the enemy's asteroid fortress. Yes. Gunner Zhou Yuan pushed the power push rod of the gamma ray cannon to the bottom, and an invisible and deadly gamma ray stream shot towards the Kaduan star base. 0.05 seconds later, the gamma ray stream swept across the Kaduan star base, and in an instant, the remnants of the lizard men in the base were turned into a pile of human-shaped charcoal without any resistance. The fuel, inflammable, and explosive items inside the base exploded and burned one after another. Witzubing, who was 15,000 kilometers away, could not directly see the situation on Kaduan star. He could only see that Kaduan star was exploding and disintegrating through the virtual imaging system of the neutrino detector. The enemy's asteroid fortress has been completely cleared. Xiao Bing reported. Very good. Luo Feng picked up the intercom. Huiguang, how are you? Commander Luo, 4 of the escaped ships have been destroyed. After completing the mission, rendezvous at the Mopan asteroid. Luo Feng ordered. Received. Luo Feng then ordered Wang Gangsheng to drive the ship to the Mopan asteroid, which was the name given to the Curtain Star by the new humans. The small ships around that had received the news that the Curtain Star base was destroyed were immediately desperate. The fuel and supplies on their ships could only last for 15 days at most. Without the base supplies, they would have no choice but to die. Some chose to self-destruct, while others chose to give up the suicide charge towards Witzubing, and finally turned into a pile of cold space junk. In the space war between first-level civilizations, the danger of spaceships is comparable to that of submarines. Once they are hit by the enemy, or lose power and supplies, death is almost 100%. Unless there are spaceships of their own around, they can be rescued. 3 hours later, Huiguang completed the extermination mission and successfully returned to the Mopan asteroid to reunite. Witzubing placed 3 nano-defenders on the Mopan asteroid, transforming the Mopan asteroid, and also installed 2 neutrino detectors on it. In this way, the new humans can monitor a part of the outer area of the blue star. This is an indispensable arrangement. The enemies inside the blue star have been completely eliminated. Future enemies are very likely to come from the outside. The new humans naturally have neutrino detectors arranged on the periphery. Interstellar wars can be large or small, and there may even be star-destroying weapons. If you are not careful, you may not even know that your hometown has been destroyed. Xiao Bing tested the detection function several times, and after confirming that there was no problem, Luo Feng took the 2 warships back to the moon. The empty interstellar space between Blue Star and Mars. Hundreds of large Saturn VIII and Saturn VII spacecraft are moving at full speed towards the orbit of Mars. Powell floated into Adam's cabin. Your Majesty, bad news. Adam raised his head and his eyebrows jumped. The Curtain Star base was destroyed? Yes. Powell replied with a little sadness. Adam was very calm. Don't worry, after arriving on Mars, we can clone them again. Powell himself felt a little uncomfortable. Are the clones and the originals really the same person? Even though their genes and memories are exactly the same. Adam changed the subject and asked, what did the traitors say? They agreed, but we need to use cloning technology to exchange. After weighing the pros and cons, Adam nodded, okay. Chapter 299. 2 months have passed since the surrender of the Shinra Federation. Moscow is now under the control of the new human army. Bykov, who is in charge of cleaning Moscow University, is sweeping the fallen leaves with a broom. The abnormal weather has triggered a stress response in the flowers, plants and trees, and the ground is covered with fallen leaves before autumn. After sweeping the dead branches and leaves, a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. After wiping it with his sleeve, he subconsciously reached for his pocket. Bykov paused, and only then did he realize that the supply of cigarettes had been cut off for more than half a year. After entering the wartime state, all products such as cigarettes had been discontinued. Now that the new humans rule Moscow, they naturally won't supply cigarettes to the old humans. Finding a clean stone staircase, Bykov sat down, looking at the distance with a somewhat empty look in his eyes. The sky, which was a little purple-blue before, has now returned to normal. His job is to clean 2 nearby teaching buildings, a small square and 4 walkways, just to make sure there is no obvious garbage. As a native of Moscow, 58-year-old Bykov was born in the glorious era of Red Russia, grew up in the hegemonic period of chauvinism, worked under the rule of Gatsu, witnessed the collapse of the unbreakable alliance, and understood that licking dogs will not die well, and muddle through for more than a decade under the strongman politics. I thought this was the end of my life, but I didn't expect that he would witness history again. 3 days of desperate virus torture, followed by the lingering Shinra Federation and the new humans who were threatening the world. Less than half a year after the establishment of the Shinra Federation, it and the Illuminati were defeated by the new humans and fled to the alien planet with the remnants. Now he has become a sanitation worker under the rule of the new humans. As for the future, Bika feels very confused. How the new humans will treat them has become an undercurrent within the old humans, and many people are uneasy. A middle-aged Slav with a big beard, holding a newspaper in his hand, hurriedly ran over from the outside of the small square. The big beard gasped, "Huh? Old man, something big happened." Bika's heart tightened, and he quickly stood up and asked, "What happened?" The big beard stuffed the newspaper in his hand. "Look at this." He took the newspaper, which was a Moscow daily. Bikov saw the big headline on the front page at a glance. Indigenous Resettlement Plan. After reading the specific content, Bikov realized how terrible this resettlement plan was. The resettlement plan for the indigenous people is exactly the same as the previous law for the disposal of the old humans in the new human-controlled areas, and it is even more stringent. For example, after the residential area is allocated, you must pass the approval to leave the local area. You have no citizenship and reproductive rights, and can only do some dirty and messy jobs. Children are fully absorbed and given independent collective education. Non-new humans are no longer allowed to raise and educate the new generation. The inheritance of Slavic and Gaul culture is completely eliminated from the root. These cultures only need to become research materials for museums. A unified society does not need too many different cultures to exist. The old humans were destined to be completely eliminated. The new era had no spaceships to carry them. After all, the fugitives from the Shinra Federation had abandoned the form of the old humans. This was the self-denial of the old humans. Bikov stared blankly at the newspaper. Although everyone had saved their lives, the price was very high. As for the uprising, the nanorobots of the new humans had already been deployed throughout Moscow. The group of troublemakers had all been decomposed into soil and returned to nature. "Andre, accept your fate. At least we are still alive." Bikov sighed. But Bearded Andrew replied sarcastically, "Alive? After this bill is implemented, what is the difference between being alive and dead?" Bikov said dejectedly, "There is no hope for our generation. I hope young people can join the new human race and continue our Slavic people." Depressed Bearded Andrew sat on the steps, crying helplessly and unwillingly. Katyusha Bikov was in charge of distributing wages to the workers. She used computer data to distribute a week's wages to the sanitation workers. The old human workers in Moscow were paid weekly wages. According to the calculations of supercomputers and artificial intelligence, they could get different wages of 50 to 200 yuan a week. Katyusha paid the last worker and pressed the noon break button. The noon break in Russian popped up in her window. However, she did not really take a break. Instead, she collected the data of others, checked the data, and uploaded it to the main server of the Citizen Service Bank. Other bank employees envied Katyusha very much, because in the 6 branches of the Citizen Service Bank in Moscow, except for a dozen new human directors, all other employees were hired as temporary workers from the old humans. As one of the few people who knew Chinese, Katyusha's position naturally rose, and she was an important person responsible for the communication of new humans and the management of local old humans. After more than an hour of busy work, Katyusha went to the cafeteria to get a lunch, and she ate lunch alone at the table. A simple lunch of 0.5 yuan, white bread, beef stewed with potatoes, stir-fried loofah, and a small apple. She ate with gusto. After more than half a year of food distribution control, Katyusha finally understood the tragedy of the 1990s that her father talked about. If you haven't experienced it, you won't understand how luxurious these simple foods are. During the Shinra Federation period, she was only allocated 2 meals a day. Lunch was dry bread and pickled cucumbers, and dinner was still dry bread or barley rice, with a small piece of sausage and a little carrot. At the beginning, the Shinra Federation allocated more, but as time went on, the food became less and less. In April, they could barely eat enough, but in May, only about 60% was left. In June, many people had to go to the suburbs to find wild mushrooms and wild vegetables. Now she felt how happy it was to have enough food. A meal costs 0.5 yuan, which is a luxury in Moscow now. Ordinary workers spend at most 0.1 to 0.2 yuan per meal. Many people directly purchase ingredients from the grain supply and marketing cooperatives and cook their own meals. Except for bachelors, who eat in the canteen, the old humans with family members will not choose to eat in the canteen. As the only legal currency of the new human race, the purchasing power of Huayuan is unprecedentedly high, especially for food. 1 yuan can buy 8 to 9 kilograms of flour, or 3 to 4 kilograms of pork and mutton. After finishing all the food, Katyusha drank a glass of boiled water, then sat at the dining table, chewing a small apple, and took out the Xinhua dictionary and the Chinese Level 4 test materials. Katyusha, who had passed the Chinese Level 2 test before, is now preparing for the Chinese Level 4 test. To enter the Society of New Humans, Chinese Level 8 is one of the basic conditions. She doesn't want to live in the hopeless society of old humans all her life. Striving to become a new human is the real way out. The street outside the cafeteria is deserted. After experiencing continuous mutations for more than half a year, Moscow, which used to have a population of tens of millions, now has less than 2 million people. In October, the cold air from the Arctic has begun to invade Moscow. The old humans walking on the street either have numb eyes, indifferent faces, or come and go in a hurry. Moscow does not believe in tears. Chapter 300. A long queue formed outside a building in the northern district of Moscow. Many Slavic young people were discussing in whispers, and the crowd was mixed with anxiety and expectation. They all looked ahead eagerly, and on it were those unfamiliar words: employment agency. Now the sanitation workers in Moscow have been fully recruited, and the remaining positions are some farm workers, nature cleaners, ruins explorers, biochemical monster cleaners, human civilization relics maintainers, nature reserve managers, etc. There are a total of 102,436,771 million surviving old humans. Excluding 24,336,394 children and young children, the majority of the remaining people are young and middle-aged. This is a problem, but also a group of available labor. The Supreme Will and various committees have been discussing the division of various regions on Blue Star, the readjustment of population, agriculture, industry, and transportation in the past few months. Now that the old forces on Blue Star have been completely eliminated, the new humans must plan for the future and cannot repeat the mistakes of the AD era. According to the replanning arrangement, all areas of Blue Star are divided into two types: human civilization areas and nature reserves. There are a total of 8 human civilization areas, including East Asia, Moscow, Berlin, Old JS, Philadelphia, Cape of Good Hope, Sydney, and Pampas. The remaining areas are all nature reserves, super-large nature reserves. In order to reduce the impact of human activities on the natural environment of Blue Star, humans are no longer allowed to enter nature reserves at will. As for transportation, we will fully promote vacuum pipeline railways to connect various human civilization areas and gradually reduce the intersection of human society and the natural environment. In the most uninhabited place in the Pacific Ocean, there is a new continent that is being formed. This new continent is completely made up of garbage. In the AD era, it was also called the 8th continent. In 2007 AD, this huge garbage island was 6 times the size of the Kingdom of Britain and twice the size of Texas. The state has an area of about 690,000 square kilometers. The huge garbage island floating on the sea is currently the world's largest marine garbage gathering place, and its area has doubled in the past 10 years, reaching 2.7 million square kilometers. A 100,000-ton ocean-going ship is sailing in this huge garbage dump. Unlike the impression of garbage and plastic bags filling the sea surface, there is not much garbage on the sea surface. Only a small garbage belt of a few hundred square meters can be seen occasionally. However, the results of the atomic imaging scanner on the ocean-going ship are terrifying. The virtual sea area is covered with large and small red dots. The captain of the ship, Guan Lin, and the technical director, Dr. Li Enong, both knew what these red dots were. They were plastic particles analyzed by supercomputers. Plastic particles and plastic products are the most difficult garbage to deal with among all garbage. They are difficult to degrade in a short time, and are easily decomposed into small particles that are difficult to detect by sunlight and seawater. In addition, this is the deep waters of the Pacific Ocean. In the AD era, no country was willing to deal with these thankless garbage. Lianong shook his head and said, "The situation is indeed a bit more serious. The plastic particles per cubic meter of seawater have increased by 3% to 5% compared with last year. Doctor, we can act now." After dropping anchor nearby, Guan Lin turned around and said, "Then act." The ocean-going ship turned on the charging magnetic field, injected the nanorobots into the seawater, and then manipulated these nanorobots to clean up the garbage in the sea. On the deck on one side, 20 old humans wearing marine working exoskeletons, 2 people in a small boat, sailed to the sea in all directions. These people were responsible for scooping up the garbage lumps condensed by the nanorobots onto the small boat, and then transporting them back to the ocean-going ship. Although nanorobots can completely decompose these garbage into small molecules or even atoms, doing so is not only time-consuming and labor-intensive, but may also bring some secondary disasters. For example, it causes a sudden increase in the carbon dioxide content in seawater and the atmosphere. The goal of the new human beings is to remove garbage, not to turn old garbage into new garbage. Therefore, it is the right approach to pack these garbage away and transport them to human civilization areas for treatment. These garbage are also a kind of resource. Recycling garbage as a resource can reduce the exploitation of natural resources. The current recycling rate of garbage of the new humans is close to 100%. After the initial separation of garbage, biological organic matter is processed into fertilizer and soil, and inorganic matter and plastic are decomposed and redecomposed into raw materials by nanorobots. 10 small boats are within 3.4 kilometers around the ocean-going ship. The auxiliary glasses of the marine garbage cleaners will mark the surrounding garbage blocks, and they only need to use the pole bag net to pick up the garbage blocks. In the nearby waters, there are a total of 35 such garbage recycling ocean-going ships. One garbage recycling ocean-going ship can clean more than 100 square kilometers of sea area a day. In addition to this type of garbage recycling ocean-going ship, there are also special submarines for submarine garbage recycling. These submarines are responsible for the seabed area below 3,400 meters deep. The submarine will manipulate nanorobots to condense those difficult-to-degrade plastic products to form cavitation structures and bring these submarine plastic garbage to the surface. Not only is the ocean being cleaned up on a large scale, but all human products on land and various nature reserves are being recycled. Guan Lin and Li Enong stood on the deck, a large group of seagulls hovered nearby, and a group of dolphins were swimming on the sea, with a number of about 20 or so. Li Enong put on his auxiliary glasses, detecting the heavy metal and plastic particles in the dolphins. Testing completed. Dolphin 1, lead content exceeded the standard by 0.54 times. Plastic particles. Li Enong called a few assistants and said, "Prepare to control these dolphins and clean up the plastic particles and heavy metals in their bodies." No problem. Several assistants wearing individual nanomanipulation backpacks and helmets quickly controlled more than 20 dolphins and used nanorobots to remove the plastic particles and heavy metals in these dolphins. This is what they have been doing recently. As consumers at the top of the food chain, if the new humans do not handle these things properly, they will eventually be punished by humans. Although they have cell robots in their bodies, the accumulation of toxins in the body will still harm the human body, so it should be avoided as much as possible. After cleaning up an area, more than 5,000 tons of recycled garbage blocks have been piled up in the garbage recycling cabin of the ocean liner. 20 old human employees returned to the ocean liner. They took off their work exoskeletons and washed their sweaty bodies. "Jessica, do you want to have dinner together?" Jessica, who was drying her hair, did not respond, but took her coat and walked outside. The man seemed to have gotten used to the other's coldness. In fact, he knew that Jessica looked down on him. This was a very obvious natural instinct. Most of the young women of the old human race tend to be new human men. This is the original instinct of genes. Females like strong males. When the new humans completely crush the old humans, this phenomenon becomes more and more obvious. Even many parents of the old humans are instilling in their daughters that they cannot marry old humans, and must find new humans to marry. Marrying with new humans means that the social class and life level are improved. There are few loves that do not succumb to bread. Reality is often so cruel. Chapter 301. After the Second Purification War on Blue Star ended, Huang Mingzhi has been busy with meetings. It was not until October that he had time to devote himself to scientific research projects. The project Huang Mingzhi is currently working on is called Multiple Controllable Nuclear Fusion Reactor, which is an advanced version of the Controllable Nuclear Fusion Reactor. In the case that antimatter cannot be mass-produced, multiple controlled nuclear fusion is the energy technology of the next stage of the new human beings. In the Lotus Mountain Nuclear Research and Development Base in Lingnan, Huang Mingzhi was in the laboratory with Wei Feng, Dong Quan and others. On the virtual display, there were lines of nuclear fusion reaction formulas and structural improvements for the controllable nuclear fusion reactor. Dong Quan stopped helplessly and said, "We can only fuse hydrogen atoms to carbon atoms now, and there is still a long way to go before iron atoms. We must improve the nuclear fusion reactor. In the future interstellar navigation era, if we can only fuse heavy hydrogen to carbon atoms, the utilization efficiency of nuclear fuel will be too low." Wang Mingzhi was very determined. He personally established this project. Although the particle collider in Xi'an can produce antimatter, the anti-hydrogen they have collected so far is only a pitiful 0.000026 milligrams. Even if the super-large particle collider is to be built on the moon, it is estimated that it can only produce 0.02 to 0.03 milligrams of anti-hydrogen per year. This little bit of anti-hydrogen is not very useful. It is too little to use for experiments. As for using it to generate energy, the new humans may lose everything. Before the antimatter output reaches 1 kilogram, nuclear fusion technology is still the most advanced energy production technology for the new humans. From the DD nuclear fusion of carbon atoms, the energy production efficiency has actually been improved a lot. Wei Feng felt that it has reached a bottleneck period. Wang Mingzhi touched the stubble on his chin and thought for a long time. We have to start from two aspects. On the one hand, we need to improve the power generation efficiency of the nuclear fusion reactor, that is, the heat utilization rate and light utilization rate. That makes sense. Dong Quan nodded. Others all understood this. At present, the maximum energy compound utilization rate of the Jinwu nuclear fusion reactor is between 76.53 and 77.21%, which means that 22.79 to 23.47% of the energy is wasted. You should know that the current controlled nuclear fusion power generation of the new humans on Blue Star alone has reached 127 trillion kilowatt-hours. After the large-scale entry into outer space in the future, the application scale of controlled nuclear fusion will be even larger, and this waste is very huge. Wei Feng suddenly remembered something. Oh, I remember that the Nibelung heart I got before had an energy siphon system. How is the research going? Wang Mingzhi shook his head and replied, "The material research has been analyzed, but the problem is that there is no way to synthesize it. The laboratory has tried many methods, but it is helpless." What material? So difficult? Dong Quan was very surprised. With the current material technology of the new humans, plus the samples in hand, it should be no problem to copy it. You will understand after reading it. Wang Mingzhi shared a top-secret document with the two of them. Wei Feng took a look and studied it carefully. After a while, he shook his head with a wry smile. "I understand. It's 8-neutron material." No wonder. Dong Quan also suddenly realized. The so-called 8-neutron material is an atom composed of 8 neutrons. This is a special atom that the new human academic community speculates to exist, but has never confirmed its existence a pure neutron atom. Wang Mingzhi spread his hands and said, "You understand now. We have no way to reverse engineer for the time being, because pure neutron materials are a completely new field." After deleting the file, Wei Feng asked, "Pure neutron materials? Mingzhi, I think this is a general direction for the future. What is the attitude of the science committee on this? I have discussed it with others, and have increased investment in this area." Wang Mingzhi is not a fool. With the physical object of the heart of the Nibelung in hand, if he still does not attach importance to research in this area, then he is not worthy of being the chairman of the science committee. Everyone brought the topic back to nuclear fusion. Currently, deuterium atoms can be fused into carbon atoms, but the energy production has not increased much. The atomic weight of deuterium atoms is 2.016, the atomic weight of helium atoms is 4.003, the atomic weight of carbon atoms is 12.011, and the atomic weight of iron atoms is 55.845. 84 deuterium atoms, 169.344, equals 42 helium atoms, 168.126, 84 deuterium atoms, 169.344, equals 14 carbon atoms, 168.154, 78 deuterium atoms, 157.248, plus 12 neutrons, 12.084, equals 3 iron atoms, 167.535. From the above reaction raw materials to the final reaction products, it can be seen that the mass loss rate of deuterium-helium and deuterium-carbon in these two processes is actually more for deuterium-helium than for deuterium-carbon. The more mass loss, the more energy generated. According to the test of Jinwu nuclear fusion reactor by Wang Mingzhi and others, the energy output power of nuclear fusion reaction to carbon atom stage only increased by 4.36 to 4.61%. If the iron atom stage can be reacted, the energy output power is expected to increase by 50 to 60%. The difference between the two is very huge, so the carbon atom stage is just a transitional stage. Of course, this does not mean that the carbon atom stage is useless. The carbon stage does not necessarily need to use heavy hydrogen as nuclear fuel. Helium, lithium, and the like can also be used as nuclear fuel. As nuclear fusion gets closer to iron atoms, it means that more types of nuclear fuel elements can be used. The more types of nuclear fuel that can be used, the more convenient it is for spacecraft to be resupplied in outer space. After all, there are a lot of elements before iron atoms in the universe. Even in the empty interstellar space, there are more or less free hydrogen atoms and helium atoms. For example, the amount of helium-3 brought out by the solar wind is very large. At worst, there are asteroids that can be captured and used as nuclear fuel supplies. Wang Mingzhi encouraged, "Let's work harder." Anyway, there are a lot of scientific researchers now. I don't believe that the new human race with hundreds of millions of engineers and scientists will be weaker than the poor 1950s and 1960s. That's true, Dong Quan replied with a smile. Now the engineers and scientists of the new human race are the main body of social personnel. Currently, the number of registered engineers and scientists has reached 460 million, and there are still many who have not had time to certify, or simply have no interest in certification. So many engineers and scientists are now being invested in thousands of fields, big and small. On average, tens of thousands of engineers and scientists can be assigned to one project. Compared with the 1950s and 1960s, there has been a qualitative leap not only in quantity, but also in personnel quality. The new humans equipped with biological computers can almost beat 10 people. If they still can't come up with anything, they might as well buy a piece of tofu and die. The Science Committee, which is going all out, is vigorously developing various fields. Many projects have been launched one after another. Whether there is any gain or not, they will study it first. If there are 10,000 laboratories, and only 100 of them achieve results, it is not a loss for the new humans and the Science Committee. In the new era of abundant materials and energy, the new humans have long since broken away from the operating mode of the capital economy. It is no longer the capital market that determines R&D, but the needs of civilization that determine R&D. This is an essential difference. If the capital market operates controlled nuclear fusion and biological computers, it is estimated that the gap between the rich and the poor in human society and social solidification will be further increased. This is because the purpose is different, resulting in different results. One is for money, the other is for civilization, and the two are highly different. Chapter 302. Wang Mingzhi stayed at the Lianhuashan Nuclear Research and Development Base for more than a week, and only advanced the multi-controlled nuclear fusion to the sulfur atom stage. Sulfur atoms face many technical difficulties, and the engineering will greatly increase the volume of the reactor. Obviously, this is a problem caused by the poor quality of the materials. Materials, it is a hurdle that cannot be crossed after all. Wang Mingzhi shook his head and said. Dong Quan patted him on the shoulder. We have completed the theoretical design, and we will definitely be able to do it next. It's just a matter of time. However, Wang Mingzhi is not so blindly optimistic. From the perspective of theoretical design, the material performance of the reactor needs to be improved by at least 10 times to barely reach the minimum standard. If miniaturization is to be achieved, the material performance needs to be improved by 30 to 50 times. As a top scientist in materials science and a master of computational materials science, Wang Mingzhi knows that the materials science of the new human race has entered a bottleneck period. The bottleneck of atomic and molecular materials has arrived as expected, which is what he expected. This is a fundamental innate limitation. Even if atomic and molecular materials are used in a fancy way, they are still atomic and molecular materials. Compared with degenerate neutron materials and quark materials, the starting point is much weaker. Boss, you are responsible for the multiple controlled nuclear fusion. I need to deal with the Nuclear Fusion Engine Research Institute. No problem. As for Wei Feng, he had already given up. He was not very interested in nuclear fusion. Wang Mingzhi had dragged him here before. When he got to the carbon atom stage, he knew that it was impossible. Now he is also in charge of 2 large physics projects, so naturally he has no time to waste here. Wang Mingzhi came to his office, put the stand-in robot back into the storage cabin, and then left the Nuclear Research and Development Base. In the unknown base, Wang Mingzhi exited the virtual network and moved his body. When he came to the outside of the base, it was a secret base built deep in Wui Mountain. Now the area around Wui Mountain is a natural scenic area, and human activities are very rare. As the core area of the new human race, the East Asian region will still retain 400 to 500 million people in the future. Although it is a human civilization area, some ecologically fragile areas should be withdrawn. For example, the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, the Yunnan Guizhou Plateau, and mountainous areas in various places. Except for the historical cities that will be preserved, the population of other areas will be fully relocated. Next to this base is an abandoned town. All the residents of the town moved together to the Philadelphia area in North America. It is a joke to say that it is difficult to leave the hometown. In the past, it was due to environmental restrictions. The country was overcrowded, and there was no place to move. Now the new humans occupy the entire blue planet, and a lot of plain land is used for resettlement. In addition, the new humans have many different concepts from the old humans, so they do not reject migration. Wang Mingzhi strolled in the town, and Zhang Zhi followed him like a shadow to protect him. The houses in the town are still preserved, but the plastic products and household appliances have been recycled. On the mottled walls, the lime pits are bumpy, revealing the red bricks underneath, and moss, weeds and morning glories are encroaching on the remains of humans. Meow. He looked up and saw a big cat with a cub, staring at the stranger on the second-floor balcony. Less than a month after humans collectively moved out of here, wild animals and plants began to recover. Life is so great. Blue Star has never cared about humans, nor does it need humans to save it. We are just saving ourselves. Wang Mingzhi sighed. After walking around, the traces of humans in this town are disappearing. Animals and plants are destroying the reinforced concrete, furniture and supplies of humans. Perhaps in a few years, there will be no town here anymore. Let's go! Back to the base. Wang Mingzhi entered the virtual network again, and logged into the stand-in robot located in the Qinhuangdao Nuclear Fusion Engine Research Institute. Qin Chengde, who is in charge of the management of this institute, was the head of the laser laboratory of Seaway Society before. He introduced the idea of the next generation of nuclear fusion engines to Wang Mingzhi. Wang Mingzhi quickly flipped through the information of the institute while listening. Generally speaking, the work of a spacecraft engine requires two things: energy and working fluid. In chemical rockets, the propellant is both the father and the mother, providing both the energy for propulsion and the working fluid for propulsion. This seems to simplify the structure, but according to the law of conservation of momentum, the specific impulse of the rocket is proportional to the speed of the ejected working fluid, and there is an upper limit to the speed of the ejected working fluid in chemical rockets. A nuclear fusion engine is an engine that uses the energy generated by fusion to heat the working fluid. The fusion product itself can also be used as a working fluid to generate propulsion. In a fusion engine, there are three types of energy from fusion reactions: plasma thermal energy, neutron energy, and Bremsstrahlung energy. Plasma thermal energy is when the fusion fuel is fused, the fuel atoms are ionized into useful hot plasma ions, which contains most of the fusion energy, and is also easy to use energy. Many fusion reactions or side reactions will produce fatal neutron radiation, and high-energy neutrons are also fatal to new humans. In addition, long-term neutron irradiation can cause neutron embrittlement and neutron activation of engine components. Neutron energy is semi-wasted in nuclear fusion direct injection engines. Bremsstrahlung energy mainly occurs when ions and electrons collide in the hot plasma from nuclear fusion reactions. Useful plasma heat energy is converted into useless, dangerous X-rays and cold ions, which is also considered a waste of energy. Wang Mingzhi knows that the engineering upper limit of nuclear fusion engines is about 30% of the speed of light, but now humans can hardly reach even 10%. The main reason is that too much energy is wasted in nuclear fusion direct injection engines, resulting in a very large fuel load ratio. It takes 50,000 tons of nuclear fuel to accelerate 500 tons of equipment to 12% of the speed of light, and the fuel load ratio reaches 100. That is, 1 ton of equipment requires 100 tons of fuel to accelerate, which wastes too much energy and working fluid. Wang Mingzhi has already understood Qin Chengde and his team's ideas. Your solution is a hybrid mode, which is a good idea. This is also an idea that has existed since the AD era. We just happened to meet the technical conditions, so we used it. Qin Chengde explained with a smile. Let's go and see your prototype. No problem. In the laboratory, a 12-ton nuclear fusion engine is undergoing ignition testing. This engine is somewhat different from the previous nuclear fusion direct injection engine. The so-called hybrid mode is because the nuclear fusion engine has 3 modes: pure fusion, fusion afterburner, and dual-mode fusion engine. And the hybrid mode is a dual-mode fusion engine. In addition to using plasma thermal energy, this nuclear fusion engine also uses neutrons and bremsstrahlung energy to heat the cold reaction mass. In addition, the dual mode can be switched to pure fusion mode, so this mode has the highest minimum thrust/propellant mass flow and the highest exhaust velocity/specific impulse. Look, Chairman, this is the magnetic inertia engine in hybrid mode. Qin Changde introduced it swiftly. How much has the fuel utilization rate increased so far? About 26%. If we collect working fluids in outer space, the fuel utilization rate can be increased to about 85%. Wang Mingzhi nodded. This increase is huge. Even if it is conservative, it can reduce the fuel load ratio of the spacecraft by about 1/3. For a spacecraft, a slight decrease in the fuel load ratio can increase the payload of the spacecraft. Chapter 303. After visiting the laboratory for half a day, Wang Mingzhi already knew the progress of the second-generation nuclear fusion engine. The Qin Huangdao Nuclear Fusion Engine Research Institute has almost perfected the technology to the point where it can be put into use. Now Qin Changde and his team are doing the final debugging and improvement, hoping to make the second-generation nuclear fusion engine reach maximum efficiency. The second-generation nuclear fusion engine is also the engine prepared for the next generation of spacecraft. With the same weight of fuel reserves, the second-generation nuclear fusion engine can increase the flight range by 26%. If the working fluid can be collected on the way, the flight range can be increased by about 85%. Wang Mingzhi then put the stand-in robot back into the storage cabin and came to the stand-in robot in another research institute through the virtual network. This is the new Xichang satellite city located in the 36,000-kilometer orbit of the Blue Star. Currently, the new humans have a total of 4 satellite cities in the Blue Moon system, namely the new Weichang satellite city in the 1,500-kilometer orbit, the new Jiuquan satellite city in the 1,500-kilometer orbit, the new Xichang satellite city in the 36,000-kilometer orbit, and the Kunlun satellite city at the Blue Moon Lagrange point L1. The functions of the 4 satellite cities are different. Among them, the new Weichang satellite city is a spaceport, a space garbage recycling station, and a spacecraft supply center. The new Jiuquan satellite city is positioned as an industrial satellite city, as a spacecraft shipyard, spare parts processing plant, and spacecraft repair plant. And the new Xichang satellite city where Wang Mingzhi is now is a space research city. The last Kunlun satellite city is actually a Blue Moon stationary satellite city transformed from a rocky asteroid with a diameter of 1817 to 2237 meters. Kunlun satellite city is a future extraterrestrial colony experimental site, specifically used to test artificial simulation environments, which is an essential step for the new humans to truly step into outer space. Biocomputers and cell robots can reduce space sickness to a certain extent, but it is impossible to completely guarantee safety. For example, most of the current astronauts are middle-aged people who have given birth to offspring. Biocomputers even directly lock the astronauts' reproductive function to avoid unpredictable consequences. After a long time in the low gravity, high vacuum, and high radiation environment of outer space, the new human body may undergo unpredictable mutations. Pregnancy and childbirth in outer space are prohibited by the supreme will. Therefore, the Kunlun satellite city, which simulates the environment of the blue planet, came into being, where space biology, space environment, and the physical condition of astronauts are studied. On the new Xichang satellite city, the scale is not large at present, weighing only 800 tons, with 27 cabins of various sizes. Most of the researchers working here are using stand-in robots to go into outer space. There are only 3 Space Force soldiers stationed in the real human body. Currently, there are only 5 laboratories in the new Xichang satellite city, namely the Space Materials Research Institute under the Materials Research Institute, the Gravitational Laboratory under the High Energy Research Institute, the Cosmic Particle Laboratory, and the Cosmic Observation Laboratory under the Astronomical Research Association. The last one is Wang Mingzhi's destination, the Space Test Laboratory under the Spacecraft Research Institute. Welcome, Chairman, to come and inspect. Hua Dongfeng, the head of the laboratory, floated over. Although they are all stand-in robots, there are nano-robots on the stand-in robots, which can simulate the user's appearance and make it easier for others to identify the identity of the stand-in robots. Dongfeng, how is your test going? Wang Mingzhi asked while floating in the cabin. Chairman, this is the test situation in the past few days. Hua Dongfeng shared several test reports. Wang Mingzhi looked at the data and knew the test experimental data of the equipment. A week ago, the Spacecraft Research Institute sent a 50-ton small spacecraft for testing. This is a very simple spacecraft, with only a small nuclear fusion engine and a particle collector. The focus is to test the function of this particle collector, which can release an ionized magnetic field with a radius of about 10 to 50 kilometers. In the vast interstellar space, hydrogen atoms are the most distributed and most widely distributed particles, but due to the weak magnetism of hydrogen atoms, it is difficult to attract free hydrogen atoms through electromagnetics under normal circumstances. At this time, an ionized magnetic field is needed to enhance the magnetism of hydrogen atoms, so that the particle collector can collect hydrogen atoms by electromagnetic attraction. In the inner circle of the blue moon system, where the particle concentration is very high, the particle collector activates the most cost-effective 24-kilometer ionized magnetic field, and can collect an average of 0.2 to 0.5 kilograms of hydrogen atoms per hour. These hydrogen atoms can be used directly as nuclear fuel, thereby further improving the self-sustaining ability of the spacecraft. Of course, if you can encounter asteroids and directly mine the material of asteroids as nuclear fuel and heating medium, it will be even more perfect. Particle collectors are mainly used for traveling in empty interstellar space, but are not very useful in the solar system. Neutrino detectors can scan fuzzy situations as far as 1.5 million kilometers, and can even be accurate to the atomic level if they are within 5,000 kilometers. With the support of neutrino detectors, spacecraft can easily find asteroids to supply working fluids. In addition, the new humans plan to set up supply stations along the interstellar routes, so particle collectors are a bit useless inside the solar system. However, the Spacecraft Research Institute has invested in the research and development of this technology. Even if it is not used now, it does not mean that it will not be used in the future. After inspecting the various laboratories in the new Xichang Satellite City, Huang Mingzhi went offline again to the new Jiuquan Satellite City. The scale of the new Jiuquan Satellite City is more than 10 times larger than that of the new Xichang Satellite City. 3 spacecrafts are being built at the space dock of the spacecraft assembly plant at the same time. 2 of them are Huitsiubing-class space battleships, and the other is a Kunping-class space transport ship. The Kunping class is a variant of the Huitsiubing-class space battleship, with a total weight of 2,600 tons. It sacrifices speed to increase the payload, reaching 1,300 tons. It uses a nuclear fusion direct injection engine, with a maximum speed of 14 kilometers per second, suitable for internal transportation in the Blue Moon system. Huang Mingzhi looked at the main body of the spacecraft on the dock. Except for the engine part, the other parts are almost completed. This is waiting for the second-generation nuclear fusion engine to be delivered from the Blue Star ground, and these battleships and transport ships can be put into use. Zhang Siping and Lu Dawei from the War Committee also came up to inspect using stand-in robots. Seeing Huang Mingzhi here, Zhang Siping floated over to greet him. "Mingzhi, why are you here?" Huang Mingzhi smiled and replied, "I came here to inspect. Some projects of the Science Committee require large space transport ships." "I see." Zhang Siping then added, "You may have to wait until next year. We are forming a Mars expedition fleet." "So soon?" Zhang Siping explained, "It's better to eliminate them as soon as possible because we are afraid of more troubles." "That's true." Huang Mingzhi agreed with the idea of the War Committee. After all, the existence of the Lizard Men and the remnants of the Shinra Federation is a time bomb. If they are allowed to develop on Mars and the asteroid belt, they will get into big trouble sooner or later, and Huang Mingzhi is a person who doesn't like trouble. The docks of the spacecraft assembly plant are being expanded. By the end of the year, it is expected to be expanded to 20, and 20 spacecrafts under 5,000 tons can be started at the same time. It seems that the War Committee is very determined. After Huang Mingzhi said goodbye to Zhang Siping and others, he immediately inspected the important projects of the Science Committee to understand the progress. Chapter 304. November 11th, Year 1 of the New Era. The shopping carnival of the AD era seems to be a bit out of place in the new era. The sales of e-commerce giants such as Taobao.com, Beak and JD.com are all tepid this year. This is a difference in the times. In the new era with abundant materials, the average monthly salary of new humans is about 5,000, but the food consumption is often no more than 500. The food consumption of ordinary people is usually between 50 and 200. As for houses, many places are now uninhabited, and there is no chance to speculate in houses. An ordinary electric car costs 500 to 1,000. The real consumption is actually knowledge payment, such as the reorganized Human Knowledge Development Group, which is the real giant. Many people are selling their own knowledge, and with the reasonable redistribution of the highest will, the new human beings are in a thriving state. On the same day, the Mars expedition fleet was officially established in the Copernicus City on the Moon. Copernicus City is inside the Copernicus crater, The Illuminati's Copernicus crater base was reconstructed through nanorobots. Now it is the capital of the lunar region. Luo Feng was transferred to the commander of the Mars Expedition Fleet. Currently, the Mars Expedition Fleet only has Huitsubing and Li Guang. In the next 4 months, the Mars Expedition Fleet will expand to 10 Huitsubing-class space battleships, 5 Kunping-class space transport ships, and 2 Xinjiang provincial-level space battleships. Luo Feng took the appointment letter and the Major General uniform from Zhang Siping, and then saluted immediately. "Thank you for the recognition of the highest will. I wish Major General Luo Feng to continue his efforts." Zhang Siping replied, "I will definitely live up to the mission." After the ceremony, Zhang Siping instructed, "Major General Luo Feng, you arrange the handover of the lunar fleet, and then take Huitsubing back to the new Jiuquan satellite city to update the spacecraft engine." Yes. Luo Feng was busy with the handover work, but Zhang Siping did not leave the moon, but came to the back of the moon through a substitute robot. The back of the moon, as the core area of the Illuminati's headquarters, naturally retains a very important infrastructure and underground base. Although the Phoenix satellite destroyed more than 67% of the area in the previous Second Purification War, the remaining 33% of the area was still relatively intact. Originally, the Illuminati set up a lot of traps and self-destruct devices on it, but unfortunately they encountered new humans with nanorobots. The Lunar Advanced Troops of the War Committee successfully transformed 12 underground bases through nanorobots, and these underground bases were concentrated on the Moscow Sea. At this time, Zhang Siping came to the new Moscow City through a substitute robot. The new Moscow City consists of 3 small bases, and is also connected to the ruins of the previous Illuminati main base. "Chairman, welcome to New Moscow." The Lunar Vanguard garrison saluted him. "Excuse me, where is Colonel Chu Bai?" "Chairman, Colonel Chu Bai is at the launch site." "Okay." Zhang Siping and 2 assistants drove an electric car to the launch site. The launch site in New Moscow was the main base of the Illuminati on the moon. The Lunar Vanguard did not have many personnel, and only 146 soldiers were transported from the Blue Star, so they had to take on multiple roles. Zhang Siping and the other 2 followed the underground tunnel, and arrived at the edge of the base that was being converted into a launch site. Due to the damage caused by the Phoenix satellite, the entire base had been destroyed. Chu Bai and others in space suits, as well as hundreds of engineers, who came with substitute robots, were renovating the base. "Chairman, long time no see." Chu Bai greeted through the internal channel while flying over with the help of the nanorobot's jet. "You've worked hard. Everything is for the new humans." Chu Bai landed gently beside Zhang Siping. They were at the edge of the rock wall of the crater, where there was an extended platform. "How is the progress of the base modification?" Zhang Siping asked. Chu Bai called up the virtual map and replied, "The foundation has been completed. We are building a parts factory with nanorobots under the guidance of the Science Committee. This place used to be the main base of the Illuminati on the moon. The natural area is not small. The radius of the crater is about 37 kilometers, which is enough for them to use." Looking down from the air, the building that Chu Bai and his team are building is a cylindrical building, which is actually an electromagnetic orbital accelerator. The new humans plan to build a large electromagnetic orbital accelerator on the back of the moon. The height of this building will reach 3 kilometers. This is only a part of the electromagnetic orbit. The real electromagnetic orbit is in the underground orbit around the moon's equator, a super electromagnetic orbit with a length of 10,914.64 kilometers. Through the super strong magnetic field and super long acceleration orbit, combined with the near vacuum environment of the moon, the launch speed of the spacecraft can be increased to 50 kilometers per second. This speed is a waste of energy for the Blue Moon system, but it is a very important tool for the new humans to explore Mars, the asteroid belt, Jupiter and Venus. Considering that we can go on an expedition to Mars in March next year, the underground track is only planned to be built for 2,000 kilometers. This electromagnetic orbit around the equator is not built only for the new Moscow launch site. It can be divided into dozens of launch exits along the way. If needed in the future, we can find a location and build an extension pipeline. Using nanorobots to dig tunnels and transform capabilities, we can produce room temperature superconductor electromagnetic materials locally. The moon itself has abundant raw materials. After learning about the progress, Zhang Siping, who was worried about the progress of the project, looked at the time and decided to mobilize more personnel to support. A situation report was sent to Lu Dawei of Blue Star, asking them to mobilize 300 soldiers to support as soon as possible. In addition, assistance letters were sent to the Science Committee and the Service Committee. Chu Bai, Let's go to the parts processing factory to take a look. Okay, please follow me. The group drove the electric car to the north of Moscow. Soon they arrived at the parts processing plant. The mining trucks poured carts of ore into the decomposition furnace, and the nanorobots quickly sorted the elements in the ore. Then these sorted elements were used to make the required parts, and the less commonly used helium-3 was stored in the element warehouse on the other side. Under Zhang Saiping's feet was a piece of room-temperature superconductor material with a length of 10 meters, a width of 1.5 meters, and a thickness of 0.2 meters. The parts warehouse was storing more than 100,000 such room-temperature superconductors. Since the moon is a near-vacuum environment, the temperature difference is very large. The average temperature of the lunar surface is 107 degrees Celsius during the day, with a maximum of 130 degrees Celsius. The average temperature at night is minus 153 degrees Celsius, with a minimum of minus 180 degrees Celsius. In this case, even normal temperature superconductors have to pay attention to this temperature difference. Because the normal temperature superconductors of the new humans can only achieve superconductivity at temperatures below 15 degrees Celsius, it is essential to set up insulation layers and refrigeration systems. Chubai, I have asked Blue Star to increase its support. You should prepare to receive the personnel. No problem. Chubai breathed a sigh of relief. He had submitted several reports before, but Blue Star could not spare the transportation share for a while, and he was always worried about the progress of the project. By the way, there is also a batch of living supplies. It was very hard in the early stage. The highest will was recorded. You are indispensable for the credit. Zhang Saiping patted Chubai on the shoulder and encouraged him. Everything is for the new human beings. Chubai saluted happily. After inspecting the progress of the electromagnetic orbit on the back of the moon, Zhang Saiping and other talents returned to Blue Star. Chapter 305. Wang Mingzhi, who was inspecting the Dai base in Xi'an, received a letter of assistance from Zhang Saiping. He took a look at the letter of assistance, which was about the construction of the new Moscow launch site on the back of the moon and the electromagnetic orbit around the moon's equator. The letter also hoped that the science committee could send a group of engineers and scientists to support the construction of the moon through stand-in robots. Wang Mingzhi did not embarrass the war committee for this kind of assistance. Anyway, the science committee also needed the facilities on the moon, so he agreed without hesitation. Mingzhi, we have updated a lot of data now. Is it really necessary to build a large lunar particle collider? Wang Yifeng asked puzzledly. The reason for asking this is that the Dai collider has been upgraded to the 17 million TeV energy level, and is about to enter the 20 million TeV energy level. The data generated by the Dai particle collider is very large and very complex. There are more than 20,000 researchers at the Institute of High Energy Physics, of which more than 4,000 are responsible for data analysis and processing on this side. Together with the people from universities and other research institutes, there are more than 10,000 people, and it is still difficult to process these data. Wang Mingzhi explained. The Lunar Large Particle Collider project must be carried out, because after exceeding the energy level of 5,000 TeV, unpredictable dangers may occur. We cannot continue to place the Large Particle Collider on the blue planet. Danger? Wang Yifeng was stunned. Academician Yang next to him reminded. Antimatter and micro-black holes. Wang Yifeng then realized that as the energy level of the Large Particle Collider increased, they did observe more and more antimatter and micro-black holes. The thought of these two things losing control was simply unimaginable, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Wang Mingzhi continued, Old Wang, you are the one who is in charge. Although the micro-black hole will evaporate with a high probability, we cannot rely on probability, but must avoid uncontrollable factors. After all, there is only one blue planet. I understand. Wang Yifeng nodded. Wang Mingzhi knew that the other party was not a person who did not understand the situation. Academician Yang added, the moon is also conducive to the deployment of large particle colliders. The near-vacuum environment and low gravity are still very useful. After leaving Dai base, Wang Mingzhi came to the Indian laboratory where Wei Feng was in charge. How is the situation? Wang Mingzhi asked while checking their research data. Wei Feng took a sip of boiled water before speaking. Indians do exist, but I don't understand why you attach so much importance to this thing. After reading the data, Wang Mingzhi raised his head and replied, when the Large Particle Collider on the moon is completed, the conditions I need can be met. Wei Feng asked in surprise, you are so optimistic about Indians? Under the Grand Unified Theory, not only forces need grand unification, but particles also need grand unification, which is related to the practical application of gravity. Wang Mingzhi explained calmly. Grand unification, mechanics, particles, gravity. Wei Feng's brain was working quickly. In the early 1980s, physicists first observed the fractional quantum Hall effect, in which electrons gather together to produce so-called quasiparticles, whose charge is only a small fraction of the charge of a single electron. In 1984, a seminal two-page paper by Wilczek, Daniel Arovas, and John Robert Schrieffer showed that these quasiparticles must be anyons. But the physics community has never observed anyon-like behavior in these quasiparticles. This does not prove that any particle is different from a fermion or a boson, that they can neither come together nor completely repel each other. This year, the second cleansing battle ended, and the scientific committee organized a New Era Physics Symposium in the physics community. At the meeting, Wang Mingzhi clearly affirmed the existence of anyons and initiated a research project, which is the origin of the Anyon Laboratory. This laboratory has been directly managed by Wei Feng and Wang Mingzhi. Based on Wang Mingzhi's theoretical description and prediction, Wei Feng designed an experimental device that is similar to a miniature particle collider in 2 dimensions. Then, this instrument was used to conduct anyon collision experiments, hoping that by measuring the fluctuations of the current in the collider, they would be able to prove whether the behavior of anyons is consistent with theoretical predictions. Using this device, Wei Feng mainly wanted to observe the results of the collision between 2 indistinguishable particles. If the collision in this device is fermions, then these particles will go their separate ways after the collision and leave along different paths. If the collision is bosons, they will appear at the same exit in a clustered form. The result is just as Wang Mingzhi expected. In thousands of collision experiments, anyons did not show the above 2 results. The anyons at the exit were not completely separated, but they were not completely clustered, and the degree of clustering was much less than that of bosons. Therefore, this is also Wei Feng's experimental proof of the existence of anyons, and also shows that Wang Mingzhi's theory is correct. Wei Feng has always admired Wang Mingzhi's theoretical research level, as if he can see the future of Wang Mingzhi, and Wei Feng, who is good at theoretical practice, cooperates very well. Wang Mingzhi said affirmatively, the emergence of anyons supplements particle physics, and is also a necessary condition for moving towards true grand unification. But how to realize the connection between anyons and grand unification of mechanics? Wei Feng raised his hand and scratched his head. The unification of mechanics means the existence of superforce, and the existence of superforce means that there must be something to carry the superforce. I call it superforce or primordion. Wei Feng's eyes lit up. Primordion. You mean bosons, fermions, and anyons will eventually return to unification. Talking to smart people is simple. Wang Mingzhi nodded. I think the universe is more than just these types of particles. After all, there is still 97% unknown in the universe. The existence of dark matter and dark energy indicates that many things have not yet been discovered. You plan to use the Large Particle Collider on the moon to create micro black holes. Wei Feng has obviously guessed Wang Mingzhi's purpose. Wang Mingzhi replied confidently, that's right, black holes are the closest to the cosmic singularity. Only by completely completing the true grand unified theory can we manipulate gravity and enter a new particle foundation. It seems that the Large Particle Collider on the moon is indispensable. Wei Feng has understood the key issues. He also understands why large particle pairs should be built on the moon. After all, frequently creating micro black holes is risky. No matter how small a black hole is, it is still a black hole. He had no doubts about Wang Mingzhi's theory. In the current physical theory, superforce and superforce must be inseparable. If the two cannot be unified, it means that mechanics and particle physics are separated. Either the grand unified theory is wrong, or mechanics or particle physics is wrong. Wang Mingzhi's foresight has made the rational Wei Feng a little blindly optimistic. In the Anyon Laboratory, Wang Mingzhi and Wei Feng discussed some theoretical and experimental issues, and then he went to several other laboratories through a stand-in robot. He attached great importance to the Lunar Large Particle Collider project. The real grand unified theory is not only related to future physics, but also closely related to future material science, thermodynamics, antimatter science, dark matter science, etc. Chapter 306. Straight Space Base. Almost every day, more than a dozen launch vehicles enter outer space, but the transportation volume in near-Earth orbit is still a drop in the bucket. The upper limit of chemical energy launch vehicles is too low, especially on planets like Blue Star with thick atmosphere and relatively strong gravity. Chemical energy launch vehicles are even more stuck with the upper limit. In 1962, Country B announced a very radical rocket design and named it the Sea Dragon rocket. This behemoth is 150 meters long and 23 meters in diameter. the largest rocket ever built by humans, the Saturn V, pales in comparison. The Sea Dragon's carrying capacity has reached an astonishing 550 tons per trip to the 566-kilometer near-Earth orbit of the Blue Planet, which is about 4 times that of the Saturn V. The Sea Dragon rocket, with a takeoff weight of about 18,000 tons, is still the largest chemical launch vehicle with the largest mass and carrying capacity among the chemical launch vehicles, with complete design demonstrations. The problem is that the fuel-to-load ratio is as high as 32.7, which is extremely useless, plus the terrible cost. Wouldn't it be better to use Long March 5D? The reusable Long March 5D is hundreds of times cheaper than the Hailong. At most, it can be launched a few more times to get a carrying capacity of 550 tons. Therefore, the Science Committee seems to be uninterested in developing large-tonnage chemical energy launch vehicles, mainly because this route will be thankless when used on the Blue Planet. Although the Illuminati has created a giant like Saturn VIII on the Moon, the problem is that the environment on the Moon is different from that on the Blue Planet. Now the Science Committee is also very troubled. The payload of Long March 5D is SOSO, and the large-tonnage chemical launch vehicle has a very low cost-effectiveness. Nuclear-powered launch vehicles cannot be used inside the atmosphere. The mass projector does not have a super-long vacuum orbit for the time being, and the space elevator is also made of materials. In the long run, the future development direction of the new human race is to be self-sufficient in outer space. But in the short term, Blue Star is still the most important industrial center. For example, nuclear fusion reactors, biological computers, precision instruments, agricultural products and food are heavily dependent on Blue Star, which is not a problem that can be solved in a short time. Unless the new humans stop being human and become mechanized like the remnants of the Shinra Federation, or cover their bodies with a layer of chloroplasts like the lizard men to perform photosynthesis. Otherwise, there are many people who need to eat, drink, defecate and urinate in outer space, and the food alone is not a small number. According to statistics from the Service Committee, there are currently 1,248 new humans living in outer space for a long time, more than 1 month, and there are between 500 and 800 mobile astronauts. This number is constantly being updated. It is expected that by January of the second year of the new era, the permanent population in outer space may exceed 3,000. Astronauts need to consume a lot of food every day, and as time goes by, the amount of food they need to consume will increase. This is a major issue that cannot be ignored, and it is related to the progress of the new human colonization of outer space. Qin Jingwei looked at the display screen next to him, which was scrolling the schedule of space launches. The 24 launch sites of the Strait Space Base were almost full. Director Qin, this is the launch list just sent by the Spacecraft Research Institute. Taking the documents from the staff, Qin Jingwei said with a headache, adjust the launch and take out a launch schedule for the day after tomorrow. But the launch schedule the day after tomorrow is very important. The person in charge of the launch scheduling office looked depressed. Qin Jingwei said helplessly, it must be launched the day after tomorrow. The priority of the Spacecraft Research Institute is 8.7, you know? Priority 8.7. Okay then. The new human has an internal priority evaluation system, with a priority between 0 and 10. The artificial intelligence evaluates it. The higher the priority index, the unit, enterprise, and individual who receives the task must give priority to the task with a high priority index. The priority of tasks is not fixed. Artificial intelligence will make dynamic corrections based on time and actual conditions. Generally speaking, tasks with a priority index of 8 or above are basically very urgent tasks. After completing the task, Qin Jingwei was about to go to the warehouse when a message popped up on his communicator. Trouble is coming again. He complained and hurried to the port. A transport ship of the Aerospace Science and Industry Corporation was moored at the port. The gantry crane lifted a carrier rocket from the transport ship and slowly placed it on an oversized electric transport vehicle. Li Guqing got off the boat. Jingwei, arrange a launch site for us. Loudly, there are no launch flights these days. Maybe we have to wait until next week. Qin Jingwei replied unhappily. Li Guqing handed over the launch application impatiently. This is very urgent. The launch missions of other units are also very urgent. Qin Jingwei spread his hands, looking helpless. Let's take a look. Li Guqing stuffed the launch application form over. Qin Jingwei, who took a look at the application form, suddenly widened his eyes. Priority index 9.3. After carefully looking through it, he had to pick up the communicator. Guahao. Received, Director Qin. Clear a launch site immediately. There is an urgent task with a priority index of 9.3. Okay. Half an hour later, Launch Site 17, was quickly cleared, and the launch procedure was ready. A 70-meter high carrier rocket was erected on the launch tower of the launch site. From the appearance, this carrier rocket is different from the Long March 5th family, especially the 4 auxiliary booster rockets, whose heads are not pointed, but concave hourglass-shaped. The code name of the paint job is Tianjin No. 1 Type A. Qin Jingwei, who had finished preparing for the launch, said hurriedly, loudly, "The launch procedure has been completed, and it can be launched." "Then launch." Qin Jingwei shouted into the communicator. Tianjin No. 1 enters the launch countdown. Received. The launch of Tianjin No. 1 is very different from that of ordinary chemical energy carrier rockets. The 4 booster rocket heads began to force air inhalation, and then compress the gas into the ionization chamber. The nuclear fusion reactor used the fastest and most violent electrical energy to directly ionize the compressed air, and finally ejected it directly from the engine nozzle. The Tianjin 1 carrier rocket carrying 200 tons of test items was pushed into the sky by plasma. And as the rocket's flight speed increased, the 4 boosters started the active and passive air intake mode, and the dense troposphere and stratosphere provided a huge amount of heating fluid for the carrier rocket. As the altitude increased, the air became thinner, and Tianjin 1 began to use the solid powder fluid stored inside. Report: Tianjin 1 broke through the Kármán line. The core stage was separated successfully. Prepare for recovery. Li Guiqing, who was in the launch command hall, hurriedly checked a series of data with his assistant. In fact, Tianjin No. 1 uses a jet engine, but instead of using the compressed air to ignite chemical fuel, it uses the electricity of the nuclear fusion reactor to directly ionize the compressed air. This is to lower the fuel-load ratio of the launch vehicle and use the air in the atmosphere as the working fluid. The total weight of Tianjin No. 1 is 850 tons. The payload is 200 tons, of which the working fluid is 420 tons, and the working fluid load ratio is 2.1. It is designed to be used for Blue Star near-Earth orbit and medium-orbit transportation. This time, the test of Tianjin No. 1 is to carry 200 items to the new Jiuquan satellite city and transport a batch of raw materials for processing. Chapter 307. In the vast starry sky, a faint light flickered from the lunar orbit towards the blue planet. Compared with before, the space debris in the orbit of the blue moon system has been greatly reduced. The Huitsubing space battleship, spewing plasma and neutron flow, is returning from the lunar orbit to the near-Earth orbit of the blue planet, and its destination is the new Jiuquan satellite city. It takes about 7 hours to get from the moon to the new Jiuquan satellite city. Space travel is not as good as ordinary people imagine. The Huitsubing class was a space battleship designed in a hurry. In terms of comfort and humanized design, it can only be said to be barely acceptable. The first generation of products all have minor problems of one kind or another. If it weren't for the nanorobots and neutrino detectors, the Huitsubing would have had no idea how many accidents there were. Wang Gangsheng, who was a bit addicted to smoking, poured a piece of tobacco gum and threw it into his mouth to chew this strange tobacco gum. On one side was Luo Feng floating on the top of the cabin. He was reading an e-book. Although he could read it whole through the biological computer, Luo Feng still liked to browse and read directly. "Captain, do you want to go back to Blue Star?" Gunner Zhou Yuan asked boredly. "Not for now." Luo Feng refused to return to Blue Star for leave. Because he knew that the space transport flight resources of Blue Star were very tight. Whether it was going up or down in outer space, there was obviously a shortage of transportation capacity. "Then I won't go back either." Luo Feng frowned. Yuan, this is not a mandatory requirement, and you are the same. If you want to return to Blue Star, apply immediately. After all, this is the regulation of the War Committee. During normal service, there are 5 days of home leave every month. He just doesn't want to go back to Blue Star, and this cannot be imposed on all his comrades. Captain, I really don't want to go back." "Don't force yourself, apply as soon as possible if you want to go back." Luo Feng persuaded. Faced with Luo Feng's persuasion, everyone was still very conscious and understood that the space transportation resources of the new humans at this stage should not be wasted on visiting relatives. Now is the difficult early stage. After this period of time, when the space transportation force is improved, it will not be too late to return to Blue Star. Luo Feng had no way to deal with these guys, so he could only continue to bury his head in reading. Time passed in a flash. Huitsubing slowly stopped at the dock of Xinjiuquan Satellite City. Engineers from Xinjiuquan shipyard quickly took over Huitsubing and prepared to carry out a comprehensive transformation of Huitsubing. For example, The first-generation nuclear fusion engine was replaced with a second-generation nuclear fusion engine. Some facilities in the cockpit and rest cabin were modified, and a 300-ton cabin was added. Luo Feng floated on the traffic pipeline. Through the transparent partition, he could see that a space battleship much larger than Huitsubing was being processed on the dock next to Huitsubing. "Is this the new provincial-level flagship?" Xiao Bing exclaimed. "It should be." Luo Feng knew that the Mars expedition fleet would be equipped with 2 to 3 new provincial-level space battleships. Wang Gangsheng, who floated to the side, asked, "Our new flagship should be the new provincial-level flagship, right?" "It depends on the situation." Luo Feng did not guarantee it. Generally speaking, there are many considerations for the flagship of a fleet, one of which is that the survivability must be strong enough. In the aircraft carrier fleet of the AD era, aircraft carriers were not used as flagships, mainly because the target was too large and easy to be concentrated. The space fleet will also refer to this situation, and may set the flagship on a first-level battleship or a second-level battleship, depending on the situation. Luo Feng and his crew first reported to the War Committee's office in the new Jiuquan satellite city, and then stayed in the dormitory arranged by the War Committee for a week, because the renovation of Huitsubing will take a week. After taking a shower, Luo Feng felt refreshed. The small cabin on Huitsubing would make people feel very depressed. More than a dozen people squeezed together, not to mention how uncomfortable it was. Arriving at the public canteen of the new Jiuquan satellite city, Wang Gangsheng, Zhou Yuan and others were already eating. "Captain, would you like a bottle?" Wang Gangsheng asked, holding a specially designed bottle of wine. "More wine." Luo Feng took it. Wang Gangsheng explained, "A winery in my hometown has just launched a space product. I heard from the canteen chef that it was delivered the day before yesterday." Luo Feng opened the bottle cap and took a sip. "Huh, not bad. I haven't had such good rice wine for a long time." Wang Gangsheng smiled while holding the braised beef. "Haha, the green red wine in my hometown is good, right?" "Good stuff." After saying that, Luo Feng floated towards the dining table. Looking at the dazzling array of vegetables, fruits and meats, he quickly took a large pile. On the Huitsubing, the food came and went with the same few items, which was not as fresh and rich as the new Jiuquan satellite city. Unlike the food on the ground, space food is vacuum-packed and has a strong taste because astronauts have different degrees of taste deterioration. Pick up a bag of microwave-heated spicy beef, open the sealing tape, and Luo Feng ate it with a mouthful of green wine and a mouthful of spicy beef. Zhou Yuan, who was standing by, squeezed an orange juice ball from the orange juice bottle, and then sucked the orange juice ball floating in front of him into his mouth. After eating a bag of spicy beef, Luo Feng picked up a bag of cherry tomatoes. During the long space voyage, they had not eaten fresh fruits and vegetables for more than a month. Everyone ate a lot of fruits and vegetables. Because the digestive system of the new humans was assisted by biological computers, there were no taboos on food. "Huh?" After sucking the last sip of green-red wine into his mouth, Luo Feng floated in the cafeteria, and the whole person felt a sense of satisfaction. Suddenly a shadow blocked the light. "Luo Feng, long time no see." Luo Feng opened his eyes, and saw a familiar figure. He blurted out, "Aren't you in the North Atlantic Fleet?" The man had a buzz cut, and his eyes were obviously bright. He pulled Luo Feng to a seat and explained, "I was transferred to the Space Force. I am in the Mars Expedition Fleet. Please take care of me in the future." "You are the commander of the Tian'an Fleet. Why did you choose the Space Force?" Luo Feng asked with a smile. Fang Shunliang complained speechlessly, "There are no enemies inside Blue Star now. Is the fleet using gamma rays to kill mosquitoes?" "That's true." Luo Feng remembered some rumors from a few days ago. "I heard that the War Committee is preparing to cut the army inside Blue Star. It is estimated that the various legions inside the star will be compressed to about 3%, and then some people will be transferred to the Space Army. Obviously this is the general trend. After all, there are no enemies inside Blue Star, so there is no need to maintain a super large army. The War Committee wants to focus on the Space Army. Future enemies will appear outside the Blue Moon system. It is enough to maintain a certain strength inside the Blue Star. The focus is on the universe outside the Blue Star." Luo Feng and Fang Shongyang are old classmates and comrades in arms. The two talked about many things about the moon and the Blue Star. From the other party's mouth, Luo Feng is more certain that large-scale disarmament is inevitable, and the wheel of history is rolling. "Shongyang, your father agreed to your transfer to the Mars Expedition Fleet? It's a new era now, and old-fashioned people like him should retire. I can decide my own affairs." Fang Shunliang replied nonchalantly. Luo Feng shook his head helplessly. In fact, the new human army is not monolithic. For example, the young factions such as Fang Shenliang and Luo Feng, and the old factions such as Wang Shen don't like each other. Perhaps this is what the teacher said, there are all kinds of factions in the party, and everyone is always different. Chapter 308. As the commander of the Mars Expedition Fleet, Luo Feng is floating in the shipyard area of the new Jiuquan satellite city with Wang Gangsheng and Fang Shenliang. The continuous expansion has made the scale of the new Jiuquan satellite city unprecedentedly large. A spacecraft is towing a cylinder with a length of 30 meters and a radius of 5 meters. This is the satellite city skeleton built by nanorobots, using the previously captured asteroid as raw material. The satellite cities of the new humans are divided into two types: asteroid-attached satellite cities and gyroscopic truss satellite cities. Among them, the Lagrange point L1 satellite city is an asteroid-attached satellite city, and the remaining New Xicheng, New Jiuquan, and New Wenchang are all Euroframe satellite cities. The Euroframe satellite city consists of three main bodies: the main keel axis, the central disk frame, and the auxiliary disk frame, and the whole presents a gyroscope shape. Among them, the main keel axis and the central disk frame are the core structures, which play a supporting and maintaining role in the entire satellite city, and the auxiliary disk frame is a functional structure, and the work, living, and production areas are all on the auxiliary disk frame. The cylinder towed by the spacecraft is the assembly part of the main keel shaft. This thing is very strong and uses nano-alloy steel structure, which is almost semi-solid. At present, the length of the main keel shaft of the new Jiuquan satellite city has reached 2,520 meters, assembled from 84 keel cylinders. Without the existence of this main keel shaft, the strength of the satellite city is difficult to support and maintain, and the weight of the entire satellite city has exceeded 160,000 tons. If there were no nanorobots from outer space to use local materials, relying on the transportation capacity of new humans on Blue Star, it would be impossible to complete such a huge satellite city in a short time. The heaviest satellite city, the Lagrange point L1 satellite city, has a total weight of about 2.6 billion tons, which can only be achieved by using asteroids as the main body. Luo Feng and the other two floating in the traffic pipe chatted and looked around. Luo Feng, aren't you going home for the new year? Fang Shenliang held his head with both hands, as if he was lying on the bed, and let the nanorobot push his body forward. Luo Feng, who was swimming, was stunned. Unknowingly, the Lunar New Year would come in more than a month. I don't plan to go back for the time being, after all, the transportation capacity is limited now. Fang Shenliang reminded, by the way, the calendar will be revised in a few days, remember to update the time rules, don't make mistakes in time. Change the time? You don't know? Luo Feng scratched his head in confusion. I have been drifting on the moon for more than a month. How can I have time to understand the things on the blue planet? It means abolishing the Gregorian calendar of the AD era, and using the lunar calendar as the calendar. Fang Shenliang explained. Luo Feng asked a question, how do you calculate the time now? Because according to the original time calculation, the day after tomorrow is January 1st, year 2 of the new era, but after changing to the lunar calendar, this period of time needs a name. The service committee has given a solution, directly adding 2 months to the new era year. Add 2 months, 13 months, 14 months. Luo Feng was speechless. It was really simple and crude. Ha ha, I didn't expect that we are the first people in human history to experience a 14-month year. Wang Gangsheng burst into laughter. As a member of the young generation, Fang Shenliang naturally agreed with the implementation of the calendar amendment. It is better to suffer a short pain than a long pain. The new era originally represents a revolution. The AD era has come to an end. We use 2 calendars, which is not conducive to internal unity. Luo Feng also had no objection. That's right, the era of God should also end. The Supreme will promote the new lunar calendar in order to further eliminate religious elements. The Gregorian calendar of the AD era itself carries many religious elements, such as Christmas, Easter, Halloween, etc. As a new human being founded on science, although religious beliefs are not prohibited, Western festivals and the like will no longer be preserved. Ancestor worship is the kingly way. God brought ignorance to mankind. Our ancestors fought for us. We should erect monuments and statues for our ancestors instead of praising the gods. The calendar is also one of the cultural unification strategies of the highest will. After the lunar calendar is adopted, even if those white new humans stick to tradition, time, the butcher knife, can erase everything. If the lunar calendar is completely abolished in the AD era, it is guaranteed that within 10 years, those traditional festivals will be further weakened to the extreme. Calendars often have very important subtle functions. Many white new humans are actually opposed to the complete abolition of the Gregorian calendar and hope to implement a dual calendar system. However, the main body of the highest will is the Chinese, so naturally they will not do as they wish and directly pass the new lunar calendar with overwhelming advantage. Chatting all the way, the three drifted to the dock of the Kunpeng-class transport ship. This is a space transport ship, a specially built professional transport ship. Kunpeng-class space transport ship, fully loaded 15,000 tons, payload 8,000 tons, using second-generation nuclear fusion engine, maximum speed 18 km per second, cruising speed 12 km per second, maximum range at full working fluid is 2.5 billion to 3 billion kilometers. If an emergency occurs, the transported goods can also be used as working fluid to increase the maximum range to 20 billion kilometers. Kunpeng-class is more than enough for use within the solar system, but the speed is a little slow. The speed is a bit slow. Wang Gangsheng flipped through the data. Luo Feng did not think the transport ship was slow. This is a transport ship, not a warship. If the speed is too fast, the payload will decrease. Looking at the Kunpeng-class Fang Shengliang, he turned his head and asked, Luo Feng, I heard that the moon is building a mass projector. Can this large spacecraft also be projected? Yes, I heard from Chu Bai that the mass projector at the new Moscow launch site can project up to 1.8 million tons at a time. So powerful. The mass projector is such an important means of transportation, so the design naturally leaves room for error. Fang Shengliang grinned and said, It seems that we will go to Mars very quickly. Don't be too happy. The first phase of the project will accelerate the launch speed to 22 to 23 kilometers per second at most. Don't think of eating a fat man in one bite. Luo Feng directly poured cold water on him. That's not bad, at least it saves a lot of working fluid. The shape and facilities of the supporting mass projector have been designed on the Kunpeng-class transport ship. Moreover, this Kunpeng-class ship is not actually a transport ship, or rather, it is a variant of the Kunpeng-class. It is equipped with a large amount of living supplies and living cabins. It is a spaceship for living, mainly for the soldiers of the expedition fleet. Once Luo Feng and his team march to Mars, they will definitely need to live in outer space for a long time. Neither the Huizubing-class ship nor the Xinqiang-class ship is suitable for long-term living. The small space can easily cause depression and other mental illnesses. Therefore, based on the Kunpeng-class, the Kunpeng-class living ship was designed, which is specially used by the Space Army to facilitate long-term space life. It is equipped with a large number of deployable cabins, a full set of living facilities, entertainment facilities, and a green park cabin that simulates the natural environment. Only the Kunpeng-class can arrange these facilities so luxuriously. The spacecraft, with a full load of no more than 10,000 tons, has very limited and precious internal space. Wang Mingzhi suggested that the War Committee equip this living ship because he understood that working and living in the harsh environment of outer space for a long time would put great psychological pressure on astronauts. Under the premise of cost per mission, equipping the Space Army with complete facilities can effectively improve morale and cohesion. Chapter 309. While Luo Feng and others were visiting the construction of Kunpeng-class and Xinqiang-class rockets, time passed unknowingly, and it was March 3rd, 13th year of the new era. In the spacecraft assembly factory in Jinshi, Li Guqing, Qin Yao, and others were busy with the construction of Tianjin 2. Tianjin 2 is an enlarged version of Tianjin 1, with an overall height of 105 meters, a full load of 2,400 tons at takeoff, and a payload of 600 tons. The engine is still a nuclear-powered plasma engine. This stage of the carrier rocket is the largest space rocket built by the new human race so far, the largest on the ground. Several old engineers, who had experienced the Cold War era, looked at the huge thing in front of them, and thought of the prototype of the forward series of launch vehicles. There was a similar design in the last century. Country B had designed the Pluto nuclear-powered cruise missile before. The Pluto nuclear-powered cruise missile uses a nuclear-powered ramjet engine and can cruise in the air for several months. It can carry more than 20 mushroom eggs. When attacking, it can fly tens of thousands of kilometers at a low altitude of 300 meters at 3 times the speed of sound. Its combat performance is simply unparalleled. As for why this thing only stays on the design drawing, it is not because of the engineering difficulty, but because they dare not build it, and dare not use it even if they build it. First, the first stage rocket accelerates this thing to subsonic speed, the reactor ignites and burns to 1,400 degrees, and the subsonic air enters several conical heating chambers through the blades, and then the volume expands and sprays backwards, giving thrust and cooling the core at the same time, driving the generator to store electrical energy. Doesn't it feel very similar to the nuclear-powered plasma engine developed by the New Humans? There are only two differences between the two. First, the reactors are different. Pluto uses a nuclear fission reactor, while the Forward series uses a nuclear fusion reactor. Second, the way the working fluid is heated is different. Pluto uses direct contact heating, while the Forward series uses a nuclear fusion reactor to generate electricity, ionize and heat compressed air. Pluto's reactor is exposed and directly heats the air for propulsion. It sprays radioactive dust throughout the cruise process. Just think about how brutal this thing is. In fact, the appearance of the Pluto nuclear-powered cruise missile was to deter the Russians at the time. It was planned to cruise over the North Atlantic, constantly spraying radioactive dust and creating a contaminated area. Even after it has thrown all the mushroom eggs, it can still continue to fly over the enemy country, creating sonic booms and nuclear pollution. Humans really do everything they can to kill their own kind. Humans in the Cold War era and humans after that are simply two different creatures. God knows how many killer weapons and cruel things they designed at that time. For example, the Russians used mushroom eggs to extinguish fires, underground nuclear explosion power plants, nuclear lighthouses, Gorgon interception systems, nuclear explosion interception, Big Ivan hydrogen bombs, Poseidon nuclear-powered torpedoes. And the Americans are not far behind, with Orion space rockets, Pluto nuclear-powered cruise missiles, nuclear-powered bombers, neutron bombs and cobalt bombs, etc. Britain's Daedalus project. It was a depressing and crazy era. The whole world was going crazy, and it was a miracle that humans could survive the Cold War. Li Guoqing and Chen Yao completed Tianjin No. 1 and the enlarged version of Tianjin No. 2 by drawing on these crazy plans of the last century. Old Li, how do you think Tianjin No. 3 should be designed? Chen Yao asked. Li Guoqing is the chief engineer of the Tianjin series, and often tests new rockets. His opinions are very important. After thinking for a few minutes, Li Guoqing said, I think Tianjin 3 should end with a full load of 10,000 tons. Oh, go on. You should know about space nanofactories and space mining. Chen Yao nodded. He was in aerospace and naturally understood the sky factories and space mining of the New Humans. Except for some equipment and food that cannot be produced and processed in outer space, our outer space strategy in the future should be inclined to self-sufficiency and feedback to the blue planet. Li Guoqing explained. Indeed. In that case, our rocket design should have a limit. I estimate that a payload of 2,000 tons is almost enough. Then design the last stage Forward series based on the maximum payload of 2,000 tons. The two set the tone. The reason for setting the standard is that in the atmosphere of the blue planet, the nuclear-powered plasma engine has the highest cost-effectiveness when the launch vehicle is fully loaded with less than 10,000 tons. If the weight is increased, the thrust of the engine will be very high, and the cost-effectiveness of the launch vehicle is too low, which is a bit of a loss. With the development of space factories and space mining, the launch vehicles of Blue Star in the future will be used for personnel transportation and food delivery. Li Guoqing and Chen Yao naturally have to prepare for the rainy day, so as not to build a large number of super-large launch vehicles. The Lagrange Point L1 satellite city, the space capsule and skeleton attached to the asteroid, have occupied the surface area of the asteroid. In the nearby Blue Star's 200,000 kilometers to 260,000 kilometers orbit, the other 56 asteroids float in this area. On one of the semi-metallic asteroids numbered T7, a Luban-class spacecraft is docked on it. Countless nanorobots are tirelessly collecting the required elements inside the asteroid. For the New Humans, every element is useful. Therefore, the mining of spacecraft is that a spacecraft specializes in collecting one or several elements. For example, this Luban 008 is responsible for collecting copper, silver, zinc, and iron as a supplement. If the copper, silver and zinc elements on the T7 asteroid are not enough for a ship, some iron elements will be mined. There are two ways of transportation for the Lu class, a combination of internal cabin and external trailer. The internal cabin is 600 to 800 tons, and the external trailer is 1,000 to 1,500 tons. The asteroids pushed by the Illuminati are all asteroids with a diameter of more than 400 meters, which contain rich raw materials. If the raw materials are not available on the asteroid, they will be mined on the moon. If there are no raw materials on the moon, they will be transported from the ground of the blue planet. If that doesn't work, we can only look for alternative materials. New Humans are gradually forming a system in space mining and space factories. Luban 008 completed the mining mission and was pulled to an orbit of 180,000 kilometers with a 1,200-ton iron block. There is a space factory there, which is the fused asteroid that strayed into the blue planet. In order to commemorate the Second Purification War, this asteroid was named Victory Asteroid. More than 3 hours of flight. Luban 008 mining spacecraft docked at the spaceport of Victory Asteroid. The factory engineers and managers recorded the types and weights of the minerals from Luban 008 and then received them. On the assembly line of the Space Capsule Production Workshop, industrial nanorobots perform their duties, generating skeletons, radiation isolation layers, thermal insulation layers, heat insulation layers, airtight layers, pipelines, wires and cables, and mechanical structures. Then they enter the next stage, assembling various electronic devices or biocomputers, sealing, and pre-shipment inspection. Finally, they are painted with numbers and ready for delivery. Throughout the process, humans only need to be responsible for a part of the detection and control equipment. The convenience of production in the new era reflects the explosion of productivity. It is this rapid space production that allows the new humans to build satellite cities, spacecraft, and space bases in outer space day by day. It also greatly reduces the logistical pressure, allowing the new humans to free up their hands and prepare to march to Mars. Chapter 310. The Back of the Moon, Moscow Sea, New Moscow City. A Tianzhou-class passenger spacecraft orbited the Moon in a 500-kilometer orbit, preparing to land at the spaceport on the south side of New Moscow City. Both the Tianzhou-class and the Lu-class are actually civilian versions of the Huitzubin-class space battleships, both of which are spacecraft fully loaded with 1,200 tons. The difference from the Huitzubin-class is that there are no weapons and equipment, and the payload is used for transportation as much as possible. The Space and Aerospace Department of the New Humanity does not want to launch too many models of spacecraft. On the one hand, there is not enough time, and on the other hand, the various versions derived from the Huitzubin class are consistent in interfaces and standards, which is conducive to the handover and rescue between spacecraft. Even the new provincial-level space battleships and Kunping-class transport ships under construction are upgraded based on the Huitzubin-class space battleships, ensuring that they are from the same spacecraft family. This Tianzhou 005 carries 100 fully armed new human warriors, as well as food and living supplies that can supply them for half a year, plus a customized batch of stand-in robots and nanorobots. The captain of the spacecraft saw the opportunity and, under the command of the tower of the new Moscow spaceport, glided on the runway like a space shuttle. The low gravity and near vacuum of the Moon brought a lot of trouble. The runway of the spaceport is 5 kilometers long, and there is also an arresting net similar to the deck of an aircraft carrier. Even with the assistance of supercomputers, the landing of the spacecraft is still dangerous. The long runway and the arresting net are to prevent the spacecraft from running off the runway. After a safe landing, Tianzhou 005 successfully parked 521 meters away from the arresting net. A large tractor hooked the head of Tianzhou 005, which has a specially designed hole. The spaceport was quiet. The back of the Moon was on the side of Mars, and the sky was full of stars. The spacecraft berth was a large sealed cabin. Tianzhou 005 was dragged into it, and then the hatch closed on the left and right. Enter the detection program. A stream of neutrinos swept across Tianzhou 005 from head to tail, and everything on it was clearly visible. Inspection completed, no threat. The new human beings are very strict in the inspection of various spacecrafts. The possibility of alien viruses or alien creatures mixed in is zero. If alien creatures, like the xenomorph, appeared on the territory of the new humans, they would have been torn into pieces long ago. It is simply a fantasy to think that they would fight back and kill the monsters. It is ridiculous to think that a civilization that can colonize alien planets would be killed by the xenomorphs. After the neutrino scan was completed, the telescopic airtight passage on one side was docked with the hatch of the spacecraft, and the air pressure on both sides was consistent, and then the 3 airtight hatches were opened one by one. 100 new human warriors came out one after another, and Chubai came to the spaceport to receive these supporting warriors. On the other side, a large number of working robots, under the operation of artificial intelligence, finally moved the food, daily necessities, stand-in robots, and nanorobots in the cargo hold of Tianzhou 005 to the transfer warehouse. After Chubai signed the receiving list, the captain prepared to return to the new Wenchang satellite city. Tianzhou 005 was undergoing a second scan, which was a routine work after the spacecraft landed. This inspection was to detect the condition of each component of the spacecraft. If the parts of the spacecraft were damaged, or failed, they would be repaired immediately, and the dust on the spacecraft would be removed. In addition, a test record and ship condition analysis will be obtained. Test completed, the ship is in good condition. The ship has sufficient fuel. 67% of the internal storage fluid is being replenished. The fluid is replenished. I wish you a smooth journey on the star. The captain of Tianzhou 005 immediately drove the ship back to the new Wenchang satellite city of the Blue Star. Chubai took 100 soldiers and took the maglev subway to the new Moscow city. This is the third batch of support personnel. As more and more support came, he finally felt relieved. Now the launch tower of the mass projector has reached a height of 2 kilometers. The underground electromagnetic track around the equator has also advanced 1,640 kilometers. It is estimated that the underground tunnel and the transmission tower will be completed next month, and then the final equipment installation and debugging work will begin. After arranging dormitories for the 100 soldiers, he asked them to rest and adjust for 2 days before returning to work. Chubai hurried to the underground tunnel of the electromagnetic track. At present, there are 12 groups of workers working simultaneously in the tunnel. They are the reinforcement group, sealing group, insulation group, mechanical group, gate group, etc., responsible for the construction of the entire tunnel. Especially the work of the sealing group, the requirements are very strict. Chubai personally supervises these works. Although the moon is a near vacuum environment, it is not a real cosmic vacuum, so the tunnel of the electromagnetic track must be sealed and evacuated to ensure that the impact is reduced to the extreme. In order to facilitate construction and transportation of materials, Chubai built 2 temporary maglev tracks in the tunnel. Sitting on the maglev train, he quickly inspected the construction progress of each section of the tunnel. The tunnel of the electromagnetic track is very wide. After all, in order to accommodate a 1.8 million ton spacecraft and accelerate on the track, the size of the tunnel naturally cannot be too small. The radius of the tunnel reaches 162 meters. Standing in the tunnel is like an ant walking into a human house. Only the environment of the moon is suitable for building such a large underground tunnel, because the moon has no water-bearing strata and no intense crustal movement. During the tunnel excavation process, although Chubai and his team did not find any water-bearing strata, there were quite a few underground frozen soil layers containing ice. Although the daytime temperature on the moon is more than 100 degrees Celsius, it does not mean that the underground temperature on the moon is this temperature, because the moon has no atmosphere to keep warm and no active core, and the underground is in a low-temperature frozen state. Therefore, there are quite a few permafrost layers preserved underground. The Illuminati used water from these permafrost layers before, and the new humans naturally took advantage of them. There is no need to transport water from the blue planet, which reduces a lot of trouble. In the space city of the new humans, the internal water circulation system can recycle almost 100%, which also reduces the waste of water resources. After inspecting the progress of the project, Chubai suddenly felt a slight vibration on the ground. If the new humans were not very sensitive, ordinary people would not feel this vibration. This kind of vibration is called moonquake. The moon actually has very frequent earthquakes. Generally speaking, moonquakes are very small. Unless they are caused by asteroid impacts, the magnitude will be very high. However, it is impossible for asteroids to hit the moon, because the new humans are gradually building a comprehensive asteroid defense system. The asteroids in the Blue Moon system will be controlled within a safe range. In addition to the continuous mining of asteroids, it is estimated that if we want to find some natural asteroids in the future, we can only go to the asteroid belt. Coming to the launch tower, the tower has reached a height of 2 kilometers. The tower's pipeline is at an angle of 30 degrees to the ground and extends into the air. The dark exit looks like a super cannon. From another perspective, the mass projector can be transformed into an electromagnetic rail gun, and since the shells do not need to consider the problem of human overload, the acceleration can be increased. The War Committee and the Science Committee have cooperated to conduct relevant technical demonstrations. If the electromagnetic orbit around the moon's equator is completed, theoretically, a 1,000-ton projectile can be accelerated to 600 kilometers per second, that is, 2/1000 of the speed of light. Obviously, the War Committee intends to transform the mass projector into an electromagnetic rail gun when necessary. Chapter 311. Huang Mingzhi, who was busy with experiments, had been paying attention to the Lunar Large Particle Collider except for occasionally going home to accompany Wen Na. However, on March 21st, a file specially marked with Top Secret appeared in his email mailbox, and the artificial intelligence immediately reminded Huang Mingzhi. Huh? Looking at the title of the file, Wang Mingzhi's eyes were slightly surprised. What's wrong? Wei Feng put down the pen and asked. Nothing. Wang Mingzhi narrowed his eyes slightly, and quickly scanned the specific content of the file. After reading it, these knowledge quickly formed a new body of knowledge. Wang Mingzhi's intuition told him that there was something wrong with the formula above. This was a study on the heart of the Nibelung, specifically a research report on the energy siphon effect. He pressed his auxiliary glasses to activate the brainwave input system, and his brain started working frantically. Lines of formulas and principles appeared on the virtual display screen, as fast as a computer displaying a torrent of garbled code. Gradually, Wang Mingzhi's face became more and more solemn. Wei Feng, who was standing by, also felt that something was wrong. Something that could make Wang Mingzhi look solemn was definitely not a small matter. 10 minutes later, Wang Mingzhi stopped calculating, and the last 3 lines of formulas were left on the virtual display screen in front of him. Wei Feng, who was standing behind him at some point, read the 3 lines of formulas, pondered for a few minutes, and suddenly screamed out in surprise, "Vacuum decay! It's vacuum decay!" Wang Mingzhi, who also looked bad, replied calmly. Wei Feng frowned and said, "Before, Shizhou and China created photons in the collider, and vacuum decay didn't seem to appear. It's the energy level." Energy level? Wang Mingzhi explained. If you want to produce vacuum decay in the macroscopic universe, you must consume 1.44 times the mass of the sun in an instant. Do you think the particle collider in Xi'an has achieved that? Of course, the energy level of the Dai particle collider is estimated to be less than 1 billionth. Wei Feng then asked, in this case, we don't need to worry about vacuum decay for the time being. Wrong. Wang Mingzhi shook his head solemnly. Wrong? Take a look at this document, and then substitute the 3 lines of formula I derived, and you will understand. Wang Mingzhi shared the document with Wei Feng. Wei Feng tried to substitute the formula while reading it. But Wang Mingzhi did not sit still. He immediately notified the various directors of the science committee, including academician Yang of the physics community, Wang Yifang, Ding Xiaozhong, Zhang Tingyu, Dong Quan, Higgs, Kobayashi Makoto and others. In addition, he specially notified Kai Defeng, the chief researcher of the Energy Siphon Laboratory, and Zhang Xigua, the head of the laboratory. After reading the document and inserting the formula, Wei Feng felt very uncomfortable. Mingzhi, we must stop the research on the energy siphon effect immediately. I know, let's go into the virtual conference room first. Okay. Virtual conference room. A group of directors, academician Yang, Ding Xiaozhong, Zhang Tingyu and others have arrived. After all, Wang Mingzhi used the emergency call of the science committee. This is the first time that the science committee has used an emergency call since its establishment. With a group of bigwigs and directors, the seriousness of the matter can be seen. Kai Defeng and Zhang Xigua, who were small shrimps, also felt very strange and nervous. Wang Mingzhi and Wei Feng appeared in the virtual conference room with solemn expressions, and everyone was waiting for Wang Mingzhi to speak. Today's meeting is top secret. Everyone should keep it confidential. First look at this document, and then bring in these 3 formulas. A document and 3 inexplicable formulas appeared in everyone's hands. Although academician Yang has retired to the second line, thanks to the progress of biological computers and new human biological sciences, his body has not shown serious aging. Currently serving as the chief editor and reviewer of the Journal of Truth, he also saw the paper on the energy siphon effect on this document today. As a physics expert, he immediately felt something was wrong. The energy of the universe is conserved, and the energy siphon effect can continuously absorb heat energy and convert it into electrical energy. Even in the vacuum of outer space, the energy absorption efficiency has not declined at all. The energy siphon effect continuously absorbs energy. According to the principle of the law of conservation of energy, there must be a loss of energy if there is a gain, and the two must be dynamically balanced. Energy cannot be created out of nothing, nor can it disappear out of nothing. It must change from a high-energy state to a low-energy state. In this case, where does the energy siphon effect of the heart of the Nibelung get the endless energy to convert into electrical energy? The answer is obvious. Vacuum zero-point energy. After reading the paper on the file, a group of physics experts put in the 3 formulas and saw the calculated results. Their faces suddenly changed. Kai Defeng in the Energy Siphon Laboratory was sweating profusely when he saw the final result, and he felt like he was falling into an ice cave. Mingzhi, what about the derivation process of the formula? The rigorous Wang Yifang did not jump to conclusions. Wang Mingzhi had been prepared and sent more than 300 pages of derivation process to everyone. With the help of biological computers, Everyone in the field spent more than 10 minutes to confirm the correctness of the derivation process, which means that the three formulas are accurate. The research on the energy siphon effect must be suspended. Wang Yifang has agreed with Huang Mingzhi's point of view. Others also have the same idea. But Huang Mingzhi continued, I am very worried about another thing now. Another thing? As the vice chairman, Ma Zhongming's imagination ran wild. Compared with pure scientists, his focus was somewhat different. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he lost his composure. Mingzhi, are you talking about the Nibelungs? No, not just the Nibelungs, but also the Illuminati, Huang Mingzhi said seriously. After being pointed out, everyone immediately understood what Huang Mingzhi was worried about. The fact that the new humans do not study energy siphoning does not mean that the Illuminati will not study it, and the Nibelungs, the birthplace of this technology. The Nibelungs will certainly use the energy siphon effect on a large scale, and vacuum decay is expected to occur, and may even have already occurred. Once vacuum decay occurs in the universe, it will be a subversive change to the rules of the universe, and real particles will collapse. For organisms based on real particles, this is simply a disaster. Unless a way to curb vacuum decay is found, the entire universe will have only one way to go. If the Nibelung's planet is in the Milky Way, the solar system will not be spared. Before there is no way to stop vacuum decay, the only way is to escape, take a superluminal curvature spaceship, and escape in the opposite direction of vacuum decay to light speed. The conference room was gloomy. The Nibelung's things appeared on the blue planet, which means that the Nibelung's planet may be very close to the solar system. If the other party's planet causes vacuum decay due to excessive use of vacuum zero-point energy, the destruction of the solar system will be a matter of time. Although I want to be optimistic that the Nibelungs have not yet caused vacuum decay. However, according to Huang Mingzhi's calculation formula, once the vacuum zero-point energy extracted from the vacuum within a radius of 6.8 astronomical units exceeds the energy of 1.44 solar masses, vacuum decay will be triggered. Who knows whether the Nibelung people have reached this standard? Once they reach this standard, the consequence is that they will be finished first. From the remaining intelligence of the Illuminati, and the information collected by the new humans themselves, the heart of the Nibelung first appeared in 1822 AD. Nearly 200 years have passed, and the home planet of the Nibelung people is still silent. Everyone is terrified when they think about it. Chapter 312. Everyone is at a loss, and is racking their brains. Huang Mingzhi thought for a while, exchanged ideas with academician Yang and others, and finally decided to do a vacuum zero-point energy experiment. Mingzhi, is it too risky? Wang Yifang asked worriedly. Huang Mingzhi was calm. Small-scale experiments will not cause problems, as long as we control the experimental energy level. Others also thought so. After all, Huang Mingzhi's vacuum decay formula is theoretical, which means that it is just talk. Sometimes intelligent creatures are creatures that won't cry until they see the coffin. If no evidence can be produced, some people may take the risk of developing and using vacuum zero-point energy. Or some people may think they can control the use of vacuum zero-point energy so that it does not exceed the limit. Unfortunately, arrogance often leads to death. Therefore, this experiment is essential. There is no problem with safety. On the one hand, they cannot extract the energy of 1.44 suns in a short time. It is technically impossible for the time being. On the other hand, Huang Mingzhi has no suicidal tendencies, and will not extract vacuum zero-point energy on a large scale before he is sure. The directors of the science committee also agreed to Huang Mingzhi's experimental test. They needed conclusive evidence. On March 28, 3 Tianzhou spacecraft set off from the new Wenchang satellite city. Their destinations were 950,000 kilometers from the Blue Star orbit, 1.2 million kilometers from the Blue Star orbit, and 1.5 million kilometers from the Blue Star orbit, the Lagrange point L1 between the Blue Star and the Sun. There may be many factors affecting the experiment on the Blue Star, so Huang Mingzhi chose to conduct this experiment in 3 areas that are very far away from the Blue Star. The Tianzhou spacecraft is equipped with a special vacuum zero-point energy detection device, an energy siphon device, and a series of other scientific instruments. Among them, the energy siphon device is a replica of the Nibelung heart, and the efficiency of the energy siphon effect is only about 5.6% of the Nibelung heart. In order to ensure that the energy siphon effect will occur as expected, the scale of the replica Nibelung heart device is tens of thousands times larger than the original. After 15 hours of flight, the Tianzhou 014 spacecraft successfully arrived at the 950,000 kilometer orbit of the Blue Star. Blue Star Science Committee Virtual Meeting Room. Chairman, Tianzhou 014 is in place. Huang Mingzhi looked at the time. Start the experiment. Yes. Academician Yang, Zhang Tingyu, Ding Xiaozhong, Higgs and others waited for the test results while whispering to the people around them. At the same time, in the 950,000-kilometer orbit of Blue Star, the Tianzhou 014 spacecraft first launched 6 scientific detection satellites in all directions. These satellites carry sophisticated detection instruments that can detect neutrinos, gravity, vacuum zero-point energy, photons, magnetic fields, etc. The satellites orbited the spacecraft at distances of 10 kilometers, 30 kilometers, 90 kilometers, 150 kilometers, 300 kilometers, and 900 kilometers. Not only are there scientific detection equipment on the satellite, but the spacecraft itself also has 3 sets of equipment to ensure that there will be no errors in the results due to instrument errors. Before the experiment, the ground first detected the gravity, magnetic field, photons, cosmic rays, neutrinos, and vacuum zero-point energy data of the surrounding environment. The detailed parameters of the surrounding environment were counted within half an hour to ensure that there was no risk of error. The experiment officially begins. The Nebelunghard device on the Tianzhou 014 spacecraft began to operate, and the surging electrical energy was sucked out into the void. After the Nebelunghard device began to generate electricity, the detection instruments that had been calm all the time began to show abnormal data. Inside the virtual conference room, lines of data were constantly refreshed on the virtual display screen. Gravity parameters 0.001736, 0.001732, 0.001728. Magnetic field 0.00526, 0.00173, 0.00782, 0.00024. 0-point energy parameters 1.44267853, 1.44267852, 1.44267850. Not only did the scientific detection instruments on the spacecraft detect that the parameters were changing, but even those satellites detected different degrees of parameter mutations. It looks like a very small change, but the change is real in the universe. The magnetic field is slightly chaotic, gravity is weakening, and the vacuum zero-point energy density is also decreasing. Although they have already agreed with Huang Mingzhi's theory, everyone present was terrified when they saw this situation with their own eyes. If vacuum decay is really triggered, the blue star 950,000 kilometers away will be turned into nothingness, and a true vacuum area in 3 seconds. Half an hour later, the Nebelunghard device stopped working, and then the magnetic field returned to normal, and the gravity parameters also returned to the previous data. Only the vacuum zero-point energy parameters in this area did not quickly return to normal. Calculated from the recovery speed, it is estimated that it will take 850 hours to recover to a level close to the previous level. The reason why it is close to the previous level is that unless the energy absorbed by the Nebelunghard device is returned, the vacuum zero-point energy here will never be able to recover to the previous level. It is like the Nebelunghard is a pump, and the vacuum zero-point energy is a sea. The pump pumped millions of cubic meters of water, and it is obviously impossible to cause a significant drop in the sea level all at once. However, the energy extracted by the Nebelunghard device has been transformed into electrical energy, and can no longer be transformed back into vacuum zero-point energy. Just like the water in seawater is decomposed into hydrogen and oxygen, and then the hydrogen element is taken up as nuclear fuel, which means that part of the hydrogen element cannot return to the water cycle. It seems that there is no problem in the short term, but the consequences of extracting vacuum zero-point energy for a long time are disastrous. As an important foundation for maintaining the current rules of the universe, vacuum zero-point energy is crucial. Once vacuum zero-point energy is excessively absorbed in an area, it may trigger vacuum decay. Vacuum decay is a bit like a two-dimensional foil. Once it is activated, it will expand irreversibly at the speed of light, destroying everything along the way. At least Huang Mingzhi has no way to stop the expansion of vacuum decay, and no way to return energy to the vacuum. Even if there is a way to return energy, the new humans cannot ensure that other alien civilizations do not over-extract vacuum zero-point energy. This is a dead end. The universe is too big, and the universe is still expanding at superluminal speed. If a civilization somewhere in the universe commits suicide and activates vacuum decay may not be able to destroy the universe, and the universe expansion may continue with vacuum decay. Next, the remaining 2 Tianzhou spacecraft also arrived at the designated orbit one after another. The experimental test results are similar to those of the Tianzhou 014 spacecraft. Putting down the analysis report in his hand, Ma Zhongming hurriedly proposed, Mingzhi, just leave the satellite nearby for testing, and no longer conduct vacuum zero-point energy absorption experiments. Wang Mingzhi looked around and asked, "What do you think?" "I agree to suspend the experiment." "No, even the energy siphon laboratory should be suspended." "That's right." Although he felt very bitter, Kai Defeng still put the overall situation first. "Chairman, I agree to suspend the energy siphon laboratory." Seeing that everyone agreed, Wang Mingzhi nodded slightly. "In this case, then suspend all practical experiments on vacuum zero-point energy." However, Wang Mingzhi did not give up on it. He immediately said, "Theoretical research can continue, and we can also study how to return energy to the vacuum, or study whether the vacuum itself has a self-compensation mechanism, and how to curb vacuum decay." Mingzhi makes sense. Academician Yan agreed. Although the scientific committee passed the vacuum zero-point energy research management measures, no one was relaxed. On the contrary, they were all worried. Chapter 313. The Science Committee has just issued the vacuum zero-point energy research management methods. It has not been 3 days yet, and Wang Mingzhi will have an urgent report on his desk. The report not only contains data from the Science Committee's Deep Space Exploration Research Institute, but also abnormal data from the War Committee. After reading the two data, the trouble he expected came. In a few minutes, Ma Zhongming and Zhang Siping appeared in the office at the same time, operating their stand-in robots. "Mingzhi, you are right. Damn these lizard men." Ma Zhongming's tone was filled with anger. Zhang Siping on the side was confused, not understanding why Wang Mingzhi was so anxious to invite him over. A piece of abnormal data was worth making such a fuss? "Mingzhi, isn't it just an abnormal data?" Ma Zhongming on the side interrupted. "Old Zhang, you are not a physicist, so you don't understand the sinister behind this data. Could this data be used by the lizard men to develop some powerful weapons?" Zhang Siping asked hurriedly. Wang Mingzhi turned on the virtual projector and quickly gave Zhang Siping a popular science introduction about vacuum zero-point energy. The deep space detectors of the Deep Space Exploration Institute and the War Committee have captured some abnormal gravitational fluctuations since the end of last month. Although the fluctuation values are very small, they are still recorded by the supercomputer and then confirmed as gravitational anomalies of Mars and the asteroid belt. The researchers of the Deep Space Institute are also confused by these data, and they can't figure out why there are such gravitational fluctuations on Mars and the asteroid belt. It was not until Wang Mingzhi ordered a thorough investigation of the gravitational anomaly data within the solar system and activated the vacuum zero-point energy detection satellite that they finally knew that the lizard men were siphoning the energy of the Nibelungs. In other words, if the lizard men over-extracted vacuum zero-point energy, it might cause vacuum decay. Vacuum decay can instantly destroy the blue planet? Zhang Siping said in disbelief. Wang Mingzhi nodded. You can understand it as the relationship between controlled nuclear fusion and hydrogen bombs. Once the critical point is reached, not only will the lizard men destroy themselves, but we will also be affected. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhang Siping knew that he had to deal with the lizard men as soon as possible. It seems that the matter of eliminating the lizard men cannot be delayed. Originally, the new humans wanted to grow for a while longer, but they were caught off guard. If the lizard men were forced by the new humans to use energy siphon devices on a large scale, it would be a disaster for the solar system and nearby star systems. Wang Mingzhi, Zhang Siping, and Ma Zhongming discussed it and submitted the matter to the Supreme Will. After the Supreme Will passed a general meeting, it immediately decided to launch a full-scale war against the Illuminati, the Temple of Judas, and the Shinra Federation, eliminating these uncontrollable factors at all costs. At the same time, the Illuminati, which has reached the orbit of Mars, the Temple of Judas, which has occupied more than a dozen large asteroids, and the Shinra Federation, which has also occupied more than a dozen asteroids. They are making full preparations to prevent the attack of the new humans. Among them, the Illuminati is waiting for Mars to fly over while building a large number of crude energy siphon devices. Although these crude imitations have only about 15% of the power of the originals, they can still make up for the lack of quality with quantity. Previously, the Lizardmen's lunar headquarters had been researching this energy siphon device, but the efficiency was always stuck at about 15%, so it was delayed in being put into use. Under the pressure of the new humans, they didn't care about the low efficiency. At least the energy generated was 2.4 times higher than that of a nuclear fission reactor of the same volume. Although it was not as good as nuclear fusion, the energy siphon device did not require nuclear fuel and was safe. Very good too. The Lizardmen may not know that the energy siphon device will cause vacuum decay, otherwise they would not be so calm. Of course, in the current situation, Even if they know that the energy siphon device will cause vacuum decay, they can only drink poison to quench their thirst. Adam's idea is very simple. I don't care about the flood after I die. If I don't use energy siphon now, the possibility of being destroyed by the new human beings will rise sharply. If I use it, there may be a future. This is also the reason why Adam, after modifying the light sail of the spacecraft halfway, directly detonated the hydrogen bomb to accelerate to the orbit of Mars. They need time, but the new humans won't give them too much time. Through the monitoring satellites remaining 5 million kilometers away from the blue star, Adam already knew that the new humans had built a large number of spaceships on the moon and the blue star, and it was estimated that they would soon go on an expedition to Mars. This time, Adam no longer looked down on the new humans, but instead attached great importance to them. As soon as he reached the orbit of Mars, he sent spacecraft to the asteroid belt for mining, preparing to mass-produce anti-gamma gel, energy siphon devices, and electromagnetic rail guns. As a civilization that also came from the blue planet, the Illuminati naturally knew about electromagnetic rail guns. In the past, they were too careless and thought that the Illuminati's biochemical virus was unique in the world and could wipe out the human race, but they were killed by the new humans. After learning from the two experiences, the Illuminati prepared to manufacture large electromagnetic rail guns, using energy siphon devices to provide electricity, and create a defense system that can keep the enemy out of the country. Another thing is to mass-produce space torpedoes equipped with anti-gamma gel. Adam and Powell and others discussed that the reason for giving up nuclear fusion technology was mainly because the new humans had mysterious nuclear shielding technology. Once the two sides go to war, the new humans will definitely shield the nuclear power plants of the Illuminati, so the energy siphon device has become their lifeline. At this time, there are about 167 days before Mars and the Illuminati escape fleet meet. Adam and his team are in the asteroid belt, collecting mineral resources, building electromagnetic rail guns, energy siphon devices, anti-Y gel, and spacecraft. Prepare to make a comeback and fight the new humans. New Era Year 1, 14th Day 6th. The back of the moon. Chubai, who received the order, and the 300 people who came to support him, worked hard to build the mass projector. The room temperature superconductor strips were laid on the tunnel and spliced together by special nanorobots. The splicing effect of the nanorobots was very perfect and seemed to fit perfectly. This construction, regardless of cost, is expected to complete the mass projector and electromagnetic track tunnel in a week. Luo Feng, who had already returned to the lunar orbit in Huitsubing, looked at the instructions in his hand and understood why the War Committee had made such a fuss. Report to the commander, the Mars expedition fleet has been assembled. Fang Shunliang saluted. Luo Feng ordered seriously, Chief of Staff Fang, let all warships be ready to march to Mars in 10 days. Yes. Luo Feng continued to look at the data and the solar system star map. This time he wanted to make a decisive move and completely clean up the Lizardmen and the Shinra Federation, so that they would not linger around. Originally, there were only 10 Huitsubing class, 5 Kunping class, and 2 Shinshin class Mars expedition fleets. The War Committee doubled the number of warships they had, resulting in only 3 Huitsubing class warships left in the Blue Star fleet and only 1 Huitsubing class warship left in the Moon fleet. As for whether the hometown would be allowed to steal crystals, the War Committee had made all the necessary preparations. The 34 Tianzhou-class warships and 21 Lu-class warships could be transformed into Huitsubing-class warships at any time. In addition, a large number of third-generation Phoenix satellites, silent satellites, and listening satellites were deployed in the 1.2 million to 1.5 million kilometers orbit of the Blue Star. If the Illuminati wanted to launch a sneak attack, they would be guaranteed to have no chance of returning. Chapter 3:14. New Era Year 1, 14th, 15th, New Year's Eve. Wang Mingzhuo hurried home to have a reunion dinner with Wen Na and his uncle's family. After worshipping his ancestors, he stood on the balcony on the second floor of the small villa, looking at the crescent moon hanging high in the southeast sky. He knew that today was the day for the Mars expedition fleet to set out. He could only silently wish the Mars expedition fleet all the best in his heart. At this time, the back of the moon was facing away from the sun. On the side of the moon's equator 2,100 kilometers away from the city of New Moscow, 20 Huitsubing class, 10 Kunping class, and 5 Shinshin class ships were anchored at the Guizhou spaceport. The Mars expedition fleet will be divided into the first fleet and the second fleet, and will be launched to Mars tonight. Today is about 190 days away from Mars opposition, which means that Mars is still about 240 million kilometers away from the moon. The solar system star map in front of Luo Feng shows that the Moon is still 242.36 million kilometers away from Mars. The Illuminati's escape fleet is in the asteroid belt 121.3 million to 121.4 million kilometers away from Mars. The Illuminati's asteroid belt base is 97.63 million kilometers away from the blue planet. The specific location of the Illuminati's base area is in the spring area of the asteroid belt, the rain area. The Temple of Judas is in the summer area of the asteroid belt, the summer solstice area, and the Shinra Federation is in the summer area of the asteroid belt, the small heat area. The New Humans divide the asteroid belt into 4 areas, namely spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Each area is 200 million to 1.2 billion kilometers long, 1 billion kilometers wide, and 500 million kilometers thick. It is further divided into 24 areas, corresponding to the 24 solar terms. The War Committee's battle plan is to land on the beach, take the lead in occupying Mars before the Illuminati reaches Mars, and then use Mars as a frontier position. Commander, prepare to enter the anti-gravity life support chamber. Zhou Yuan came over and reminded. Yes. According to the original plan, their spacecraft did not need to use the anti-gravity life support chamber, but in order to land on Mars, they had to increase the launch speed of the spacecraft to 80 kilometers per second. Despite the 2,100 kilometer uniform acceleration orbit, the speed of 80 kilometers per second was still difficult for the new human body to bear, and even the enhancement of the biological computer was of no help. Therefore, the anti-gravity life support chamber is indispensable. In fact, the anti-gravity life support chamber of the new human is very simple, which is a kind of oxygen-rich liquid. The new human can change the body structure and directly become a body structure similar to that of deep-sea fish. With the oxygen-rich liquid, it can resist acceleration exceeding 320 g. Luo Feng walked directly into the anti-gravity life support chamber, and the light blue liquid quickly filled up. He also began to change his body structure. This is a bionic structure specially made by the scientific committee. How to transform the body structure specifically, directly start the deep-sea anti-gravity human body structure loaded inside the biological computer. All are foolproof operations that can be started with one button. Soon, cracks similar to fish gills appeared on Luo Feng's neck, and his lungs became a structure that could directly breathe oxygen-rich liquid. In the anti-gravity life support chamber, it did not affect his command of the fleet. The flagship of the Mars expedition fleet is still Huitsubing. The warship was directly towed into the launch track, and then the airtight hatches on the electromagnetic track opened one by one. 42 large Jinwu nuclear fusion reactors injected unimaginable huge amounts of electrical energy into the room temperature superconductor rails on the electromagnetic track. The electrical energy was converted into Lorentz force to drive the 1,300-ton Huitsubing spaceship forward to accelerate. The vacuum environment of the tunnel made the warship seem to have no resistance, and the magnetic field firmly bound the warship to move forward on the predetermined orbit. Huitsubing's speed was getting faster and faster. 5 kilometers per second. 10 kilometers per second. 30 kilometers per second. Silently, Huitsubing's spaceship rushed out of the mass projector exit under the acceleration of Lorentz force. At this time, the weak gravity of the moon could not hold Huitsubing, whose speed had reached 82 kilometers per second. Luo Feng, who was in the anti-gravity life support chamber, felt only a little pressure during the acceleration process. After Huitsubing rushed out of the mass projector, this feeling completely disappeared. In order to avoid a collision, the Space Force cleared the nearby space area a week ago. There were no obstacles in the Blue Moon system in the direction of Huitsubing's advance. Everyone, activate the neutrino radar and pay attention to the asteroids and enemy traps in the direction of advance. Received. In the next half an hour, the first squadron of the Mars expedition fleet was fully launched, with a total of 10 Huitsubing-class ships, 5 Quimpan-class ships, and 3 Shinshin-class ships. They will fly to Mars at a speed of 80 kilometers per second, and can advance about 6.9 million kilometers per day. Including the deceleration time, it is expected to arrive at Mars in 40 days. January 1st, the second year of the new era, the first day of the Chinese New Year. In the moonlit sky, the second squadron of the Mars expedition fleet was projected from the mass projector to the direction of Mars. They are now 6.9 million kilometers away from the first squadron, and will arrive at Mars in about a day. The War Committee did not take it lightly. Zhang Siping learned that the Mars expedition fleet had set off smoothly, and immediately convened an internal meeting of the War Committee. Dawei, Wangzhen, we should proceed to the second step of the plan. Zhang Siping said calmly. Lu Dawei nodded. No problem, the third squadron will support Mars at the end of January, and the fourth squadron will go there at the end of February. The War Committee was not complacent enough to think that 2 squadrons could destroy all enemies. Various space factories are working overtime to produce space battleships, and the nuclear fusion reactors and electronic equipment, biological computers, and nanorobots of Blue Star are all being produced and transported to outer space at full capacity. After integrating Blue Star, the productivity of the new humans is enough to produce a squadron within a month. Wang Jin flipped through the plan in his hand. I will form the Blue Moon Systems Defense Fleet and War Fortress satellite as soon as possible. Then take your positions. A solar orbit spy satellite, about 30 million kilometers away from Blue Star, suddenly detected some unusual signals and immediately sent data to the Bright Star, the headquarters of the Illuminati. Bright Star is an asteroid that the remnants of the Illuminati have just transformed. It is a rocky and metallic mixed asteroid with a diameter of 24 to 26 kilometers. Under the huge cosmic signal receiving pod is the communication department of the Illuminati. Angela Azek, the person in charge, received an urgent report from her subordinates and hurriedly floated to the communication center. What's going on? Ms. Azek, the number 8 spy satellite detected 2 groups of spacecraft flying quickly towards Mars. The data analysis engineer reported nervously. 2 groups of spacecraft, a total of 35, with a speed of 80 kilometers per second. Angela Azek was a little surprised. We have confirmed it 3 times. There is absolutely no mistake. Angela knew that big trouble was coming. She immediately picked up the file and called Powell while floating. Soon Powell and Adam knew that the new human expeditionary force had appeared. In the conference room, more than a dozen Illuminati high-level officials looked solemn. Your Majesty Adam, according to the comprehensive data calculation, the enemy fleet will arrive on Mars in 33 to 35 days. Kill Buffett from the technical department said while holding the file. Adam asked gloomily, if we send a spacecraft and use hydrogen bombs to continuously accelerate, can we reach Mars in advance? Gil Buffett shook his head helplessly. We are still 120 million kilometers away from Mars. If we want to reach Mars in about 30 days, we must increase the speed of the spacecraft to 50 kilometers per second, which is too difficult. Damn it! Powell was a little angry. They had established a comprehensive defense system in the asteroid belt near the Star of Light, but the other side unexpectedly went straight to Mars. For a time, the Illuminati was caught off guard. Chapter 315. January 5th. The back of the moon. In a small crater on the north side of New Moscow. The entire crater has been transformed into a super-large neutrino detector, and 8 large Jinwu nuclear fusion reactors are continuously supplying electricity to the neutrino stream emitter. The detection distance of this neutrino detector has an atomic level accuracy of 1.5 million kilometers, a nanometer level accuracy of 5 million kilometers, a micrometer level accuracy of 5,000 kilometers, a centimeter level accuracy of 500 million kilometers, and a decimeter level accuracy of 5 billion kilometers. At the beginning of the establishment of New Moscow City, this super-large neutrino detector was under secret construction, and it was not completed until the eve of the Mars expedition fleet. At this time, the lunar pioneers have already operated the neutrino detector to detect Mars, the asteroid belt, Jupiter and Saturn. Due to the long distance, the neutrino detector can only detect Mars and the asteroid belt with centimeter-level accuracy. This level of accuracy, if used to detect humanoid creatures, is like mosaics. It is not SOSO for observing spacecraft and asteroids, but with the help of supercomputers, it can accurately lock onto the other party. Chubai looked at the data calmly. On the star map, the neutrino detector has locked onto the base of the Illuminati. At present, the Illuminati has a total of 37 asteroid bases in the spring rain area of the asteroid belt, close to the orbit of Mars, with 734 large and small spacecrafts, and 241 large satellites. As for other small satellites and space mines, there are even more of them. Report, the enemy has entered the range. Chubai looked at the time, picked up the communicator, and ordered loudly, start the Iron Rain plan. Yes. At the end of the tunnel of the mass projector, a solid tungsten steel warhead was loaded into the electromagnetic track. This is a heat-resistant and high-strength tungsten steel alloy warhead weighing 100 tons. Although the weight was reduced to only 1/10 of the planned 1,000-ton level, the speed was not greatly reduced. Driven by the full-power Lorentz force, this tungsten steel alloy warhead flew directly to the asteroid belt at a speed of 600 kilometers per second. After the warhead flew 1 million kilometers, the nanorobots on the alloy warhead began to decompose the internal structure of the warhead. In an instant, the warhead turned into a single 10-kilogram small warhead, and one warhead turned into 10,000 warheads. Taking advantage of the long-awaited opportunity, In a window period of less than an hour, the mass projector projected 60 tungsten steel alloy warheads towards the spring rain area of the asteroid belt. A total of 600,000 small tungsten steel alloy warheads, in groups, at a speed of 600 kilometers per second, burst towards the Illuminati. The distance between the two places is only 91 to 95 million kilometers. The iron rain will sweep across the Illuminati's controlled area within 42 to 43 hours. The shooting error of the iron rain offensive may reach 2 to 3 kilometers. In the supercomputer simulation results, only about 5% to 7% of the warheads will focus on the target. However, as long as it is hit by a small warhead, at a speed of 600 kilometers per second, the terrifying kinetic energy is enough to destroy any atomic and molecular materials. Even an asteroid with a diameter of 24 kilometers, such as Guangmingxing, cannot stop the attack of the warhead. On January 6th, in the evening, 20 hours had passed since the first wave of the Iron Rain project. The monitor reported to Chu Bai, "Report, the control area of the Judas Temple has entered the range. Launch the attack." Chu Bai ordered without hesitation. The mass projector used the same trick again, and 600,000 small tungsten steel alloy warheads were launched towards the summer region of the asteroid belt 170 million miles away from the moon. 2 hours later. Report, the control area of the Shinra Federation has entered the range. Launch the attack. The mass projector once again sent 600,000 tungsten steel alloy warheads to the summer zone of the asteroid belt. The control area of the Shinra Federation is about 240 million kilometers away from the moon. Then the moon entered the window period of the shooting range zone, and Chu Bai once again sent 600,000 tungsten steel warheads to the Illuminati. At the same time, the various bases of the Illuminati and the electromagnetic railgun satellites could not wait to project a large number of tungsten rods to the high-speed Mars expedition fleet. However, the Illuminati is obviously inferior to the new humans with controllable nuclear fusion reactors and room-temperature superconductors in the electromagnetic railgun technology tree, and the speed of the tungsten rod can only reach 80 to 90 kilometers per second. Adam put down the report, raised his head, and stared at the star map. After a while, he ordered, "Powell, turn the muzzle immediately and shoot tungsten rods at Blue Star and the moon." "Yes, Your Majesty." Powell understood Adam's idea. They can't passively take the beating. They must take the initiative to attack. For such a large target as Blue Star and the moon, even if the tungsten rod attack cannot recreate the new humans, it can also use the tungsten rod attack to interfere with the opponent. Soon, the 285 electromagnetic rail guns of the Illuminati continuously launched tungsten rods at the blue planet and the moon. However, Adam and Powell did not know that the new humans were also planning the same thing, and the scale of the launch was even larger, and the destructive power was even more amazing. There were less than 2 hours before the tungsten steel projectile group entered the asteroid belt. Suddenly, a detection satellite on guard at the periphery was hit by a flash of projectiles, and in an instant, the detection satellite weighing about 40 tons was torn into pieces. Angela, who was responsible for monitoring the new humans, was stunned when she heard the report from her subordinates. "You said that one of our detection satellites was destroyed?" "Yes, it's Satellite 28. "What's the reason?" Angela asked. "It seems to have been hit by an asteroid." "Isn't it an enemy?" The data analysis engineer shook his head. "Our detector only observed some asteroid groups, and the diameter of the asteroids is less than 1 meter. The Illuminati, whose detection technology is average, only observed a flash of tungsten steel warheads, but mistook them for asteroids. Because there are so many asteroids with a diameter of less than 1 meter in the asteroid belt, it is also very difficult to lock and track them. The Illuminati's satellites have been attacked by asteroids before. This preconceived negligence brought disastrous consequences." Angela, who did not take this matter seriously, did not report the destruction of the satellite to Adam, but asked the Satellite Management Department to send a probe satellite. 3 Saturn VII spacecraft were carrying out mining missions. A dozen lizard clones were complaining about food problems while working. Now that they have lost the artificial ecological agricultural factory on the moon, they can only rely on clone meat and synthetic food for supplies. These clones have retained their previous memories, and now they regret this boring space life. But they don't know that danger is approaching them. The spacecraft suddenly shook, and the 6 pilots felt something was wrong. "Alarm! The hull is damaged by 67%. Start the backup power supply." "What's going on?" The little leader of the spacecraft panicked and hurriedly checked the automatic maintenance system of the spacecraft computer. As a result, he saw a terrifying scene. The back half of the spacecraft had been completely extinguished. For a spacecraft with 3 backup systems, this meant that the back half had been completely scrapped. The small leader hurriedly contacted the other 2 ships around. "Hales, Butler, how are you? Hales, Butler, you? Hales." After calling 3 times in a row, there was no response, indicating that the other 2 ships were in danger. F*******. "Boss, contact the headquarters quickly." "All right." The small leader calmed down and contacted the headquarters immediately. Only at this time, the Illuminati-controlled area no longer cared about these small shrimps. Chapter 316 Alert. Asteroid Base Number 31 suffered a devastating blow. Alert. The First Fleet was attacked by an unknown force, and the flagship Washington was destroyed. Alert. Monitoring satellite number 0072 was destroyed. A shrill siren sounded in the communication center. Angela, who was reporting the situation, was stunned by the sudden situation. "Ms. Azek, The data analysis engineer hadn't finished speaking. The communication center was shaken suddenly, and a violent collision sound came from one side. The rumbling sound was as if the entire base was torn apart. The automatic emergency program was activated, and the airtight hatch was urgently closed to prevent the remaining area from being vacuumed away. Then the backup power supply started, and the flashing lights stabilized again. Angela, who was still in shock, didn't care about her head being hit and bleeding, and asked hurriedly, "What's going on?" The several communicators who hit the ceiling quickly floated down and tried to contact other bases and spacecraft. Report, 54% of the communication array is damaged. We were attacked by an unknown attack. Angela was so anxious that she yelled, "Shit! Find out the cause immediately." Investigating. 600,000 tungsten steel bullets brought a sudden rain of steel to the Illuminati-controlled area. A tens of thousands of tons of electromagnetic railgun satellite was suddenly hit hard. 1/5 of its body was cut off, and countless dense debris was scattered. And the speed of the tungsten steel bullet was still about 100 kilometers per second, and it continued to blast forward. A fleet that had just stopped at the asteroid base for supplies was swept by 4 tungsten steel projectiles, and the fleet and the asteroid became space debris together. In the vacuum environment where sound cannot be transmitted, only the light of the collision between the tungsten steel projectiles and asteroids, spacecraft, and satellites, as well as the fragments splashing everywhere can be observed. A bright star among the heavy guards. Powell was awakened by a rapid knock on the door. After floating up, he opened the hatch. "Commander, emergency." Boom. This? Powell felt something was wrong, and was about to say something. A violent collision came from more than 200 meters away. The broken fragments of the cabin wall hit his left eye. His head burst like a watermelon and his brain sprayed in the air. As the cabin structure was destroyed, the cabin began to lose pressure, and the air escaped into the vacuum outside. Ugh! Several lizardmen, who were not killed by the collision, covered their throats in pain. They felt their blood and lungs expanding. Their extremely strong bodies actually increased their pain. The vacuum and the body were fighting each other. The blood and gas in the body wanted to escape into the vacuum. The two sides were in a tug-of-war. If no one pulled them back into the airtight cabin in time, the consequence would be that they would be slowly tortured to death by the vacuum of the universe. But at this time, no one on the bright star would come to save them, because others were also in danger. As the new headquarters of the Illuminati, the bright star was attacked by the most intensive tungsten steel projectiles. 16 tungsten steel projectiles completely destroyed the asteroid. Even a steel fortress could not withstand the kinetic impact of the electromagnetic cannon. If it was a planet with a thick atmosphere like Blue Star, the atmosphere might be able to consume part of the mass of the tungsten steel projectiles. Unfortunately, the asteroid has no atmosphere, and can only face the maximum attack power of the tungsten steel projectiles. In the cold and dim asteroid belt, more than 1/3 of the asteroid bases in the Illuminati-controlled area were completely destroyed, and most of the remaining bases were also damaged to varying degrees, with only 1/10 of the bases intact. 213 spaceships were completely destroyed, and 325 were damaged to varying degrees. Satellites, space factories, mining planets, and space mines were all severely hit. Spacecraft wreckage, asteroid fragments, and lizardmen corpses floated in various places in the Illuminati-controlled area. Against the cold and dark background, it was a cruel massacre. Many lizardmen exposed to the vacuum had scars all over their skin, and their eyes were directly exploded, leaving only 2 black holes, and their bodies were shriveled as if they had been hugged by a vampire. This is the result of failure in the fight against the vacuum. The universe is equal to all creatures. There is no mercy, and no deliberate targeting. the Illuminati communication center that contacted the remaining bases and spacecrafts one after another, and seeing the data on the display screen, Angela and others felt cold. "It's over. We're over." Suddenly, a lizardman communicator screamed hysterically. Angela raised the muzzle of the gun with trembling hands, and a stream of plasma turned the crazy communicator into a pile of charcoal. She suppressed her restlessness and hurriedly ordered, immediately send the undamaged spacecraft to rescue the other seriously damaged spacecraft in base." Yes. An hour later, this wave of attacks finally passed, but everyone in the communication center was in a heavy mood. It was too tragic. The Illuminati's losses were beyond imagination. Without any preparation, they were destroyed by the new humans, and more than half of their manpower was destroyed. The data analysis engineer had determined from the attack mode and direction that it was an electromagnetic cannon projectile launched from the direction of Blue Star. Angela now had only one thought: to evacuate the asteroid belt as soon as possible, because she was sure that the new humans' offensive would definitely have a second wave, the nth wave. She used the temporary authority of the communication center to inquire about the current situation of the Illuminati, especially some secret things. Asteroid base number 12. She squinted and read the relevant information carefully. Especially now that the Illuminati was completely destroyed, there was a power vacuum in the Illuminati. If it was used well, it might be possible to complete the plan in her heart. After checking a series of data and the damage, Angela immediately used her identity as the head of the communication center to order a spacecraft to come and communicate with the asteroid base. About 7 hours after the Iron Rain offensive, on an asteroid that was not seriously attacked. In the base hidden under the rock layer, in a dozen cryogenic life support cabins, the cryopreservation program was suddenly released. The hatches opened automatically one after another, and a white mist was released in the air as the hatches opened. The blond middle-aged white man opened his eyes blankly, and suddenly he seemed to remember something and turned on the computer on the side. After reading the real-time data above, the blond middle-aged man trembled all over. "Your Majesty, we should regroup as soon as possible," Powell, who also came out of the cryogenic life support cabin, suggested. The clone Adam was silent for a few seconds, and said somewhat dejectedly, "Powell, you should integrate the remaining forces as soon as possible." "Yes, Your Majesty." As time passed, it was not only the Illuminati that suffered the Iron Rain attack. The remnants of the Judas Temple and the Shinra Federation in the asteroid belt were also hit by a sudden iron rain. 600,000 tungsten steel bullets turned into a brutal metal storm, sweeping across the areas controlled by the remnants of the Judas Temple and the remnants of the Shinra Federation. After working hard for several months, they were sent back to the pre-liberation era by a wave of new humans. The Judas Temple and the Shinra Federation, which were already struggling to survive, could no longer organize any defense measures. The Shinra Federation, with a silly and artificial intelligence, had not completely lost control. However, the remnants of the Judas Temple were directly beheaded, and the 12 Saints were meeting at their headquarters on Vesta, and were wiped out by a tungsten steel bullet. Chapter 317. Asteroid Belt, Spring Rainy Area. At this moment, the whole Illuminati was filled with gloom, and the shadow of death had enveloped them. A Saturn VII spacecraft quietly docked on asteroid number 12. This is a composite asteroid, composed of a metallic core and a rocky surface, with a diameter of 30 to 33 kilometers. However, the asteroid was not in a good condition at this time. Nearly 1/5 of its parts disappeared directly, and 1/3 of the space dock built around the asteroid was completely scrapped. As for the spaceship lying on the dock before, you don't need to think about what will happen to it. After dodging a large area of spacecraft wreckage and asteroid fragments, the Saturn VII spaceship numbered 7217 successfully approached the side of base number 12. Angela, wearing a combat space suit, quickly led a dozen lizard men holding plasma guns to the core area of the base. The base commander in charge of the base, Star X Hagel, already knew that Angela brought people to support through surveillance cameras and notification documents. He ordered the staff to guide the other party into the base. After a while, Angela brought people to meet Hagel. "How many supernova ships does Hagel have now?" Angela asked hurriedly. Hagel replied helplessly, "I'm very sorry, there were originally 2 ships, but in the attack 6 hours ago, only 1 is available, and the other 2 are under construction, and the completion rates are 57% and 38% respectively." Glancing at the watch, Angela became more and more anxious, and hurriedly ordered, "Hagel, immediately replenish the supplies for this supernova. I will go to pick up His Majesty immediately." Okay, but there's only about 10% ammunition, and we don't have an ammunition reserve here. That's it, hurry up and finish it as soon as possible, Angela urged. Give me 2 hours. No, only 1 hour, Angela said forcefully. Hegel had no choice but to nod. I try my best. On the observation tower of the base, Angela looked at the cloned employees of the shipyard who were moving supplies, and turned her head to look at the small sun in the distance. If she is a new human, she will definitely continue to launch attacks. According to previous detection data, the enemy's large electromagnetic cannon must be built on the back of the moon. In this way, the new human's large electromagnetic cannon firing frequency has a window period, and this frequency is very likely to be a window period every 24 hours. At this time, it has been nearly 10 hours since the Iron Rain attack. If her estimate is correct, the enemy's next wave of attack will arrive in 14 hours. We must hurry up, otherwise when the next wave of Iron Rain arrives, we will be really finished. After moving the last batch of supplies up, Angela brought people, plus people borrowed from the shipyard and base number 12, to gather 157 people. Set off, target base number 42, Angela ordered. Although many crew members were puzzled as to why they went to base number 42, as soldiers they did not dare to ask. In fact, except Angela and the 21 confidants, no one knew that base number 42 had been completely destroyed, and the direction of base number 42 was close to the orbit of Jupiter. The supernova is the most powerful spaceship designed by the Illuminati. It can reach 800,000 tons when fully loaded, 450,000 tons when payload, and 100,000 tons when working fluid. It uses an energy siphon core to supply electricity and a plasma engine. As long as there is working fluid, it can be accelerated continuously. The maximum design speed is 15% of the speed of light. If this speed is to be reached, it is estimated that it will take 30 years of continuous acceleration. Obviously, this maximum design speed is a problem, because the working fluid of the spacecraft is only 550,000 tons at most, which is the data including all the payload. In fact, the spacecraft has only 500,000 tons of working fluid at most. If there is no way to replenish the working fluid along the way, these working fluids can only maintain the spacecraft's accelerated flight for 5 years at most, reaching 2.5% of the speed of light. And once all these working fluids are used for acceleration, the spacecraft can no longer slow down. When the supernova rushes out of the solar system, it means that the spacecraft can only wander in the starry sky. Then during the flight, the gravity of the planet slowly wears away the speed, which may take tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. This is a journey with no return. Using the communication tower of the base, Powell and others managed to contact some remnants of the Illuminati around them. A sense of foreboding filled Powell's heart, especially after the Iron Rain attack. The communication center was completely disconnected in less than 2 hours. Commander Powell, we have arrived at the communication center, and the communication array of the communication center is still 46% usable. Looking at the communication report in front of him, Powell did not feel happy, but more confused, and sent a message of inquiry. Since part of the communication array is still usable, why did the communication center lose contact before? A few minutes later. Commander Powell, we only saw some corpses charred by plasma guns in the base. It is estimated that someone betrayed us. We are checking the situation everywhere. After reading the reply message, Powell frowned and thought, someone in the communication center betrayed the Illuminati. What is the purpose? First of all, excluding going to join the new humans. Could it be to dock with the remnants of the Temple of Judas? However, in the current situation, it is estimated that the Judas Temple and the Shinra Federation are also in danger. Soon more and more intelligence feedback came back, and Powell knew that the traitor was Angela, the head of the communication center, and others. The other party killed the rebels in the communication center 16 hours ago, and hijacked a Saturn VII spacecraft. Suddenly, when the latest feedback intelligence came out, Powell was in a bad mood. Damn it, it turns out that these guys are planning to attack the supernova. He hurriedly reported the matter to Adam. After hearing about Angela's rebellion and hijacking the supernova, Adam fell silent. His trembling body, and the protrusion of pale green skin showed his depression and anger at the moment. Find out the escape direction of the supernova and activate the electromagnetic track. Adam froze for a while when he was about to say it. Then the panic in his eyes became more intense, and he said in an irritable and hasty tone, "Mobilize the spacecraft to pick us up immediately." Yes, Your Majesty." Powell quickly mobilized the surrounding spacecraft. 3 hours later, a Saturn VIII and 3 Saturn VII appeared next to the asteroid base. Adam and Powell quickly boarded the spacecraft with the personnel on the base, and then the spacecraft began to move forward at full speed. Inside the cockpit of the spacecraft, Adam, with a gloomy face, ordered Powell, "Immediately let all the remaining spacecraft take away everything that can be taken away, and then retreat to the orbit of Jupiter." "Yes." At this time, Powell had reacted. However, they were still a step too slow to react. 24 hours had passed since the first wave of iron rain attacks. The second wave of iron rain attacks arrived as expected. In an instant, the Illuminati-controlled area, which had already suffered heavy damage, was once again hit by the iron rain. The asteroid bases and spacecraft that had been relatively intact before became the main targets of the second wave of iron rain attacks. For example, the asteroid of the communication center was directly swept by 6 tungsten steel projectiles, and the asteroid and the base on it collapsed in an instant. The already scarred Illuminati suffered another heavy blow. Chapter 318. On the back of the moon, New Moscow City. The commander of the advance army, Chu Bai, and the chief of staff, Lu Zhinan, were in the combat command hall. At this time, the star map was showing the situation in the Illuminati-controlled area. Of course, this was the situation 10 minutes ago. Because of the distance between the two sides, the data detected by the radar was delayed by 10 minutes. Every 9 million kilometers of distance will produce a 1-minute communication and detection delay. This is a reality that must be faced in the interstellar era. "Zhinan, what do you think?" Chu Bai turned his head and asked. Lu Zhinan, who was carefully looking through the detection data, raised his head and replied, "Our neutrino detector detected a batch of tungsten rods coming to the Blue Moon system at high speed. It can be confirmed that they were projected by the Illuminati and are expected to arrive in the Blue Moon system in 10 to 11 days. Lu Zhinan enlarged the star map, pointed to one of them and continued, "The second thing is that this Illuminati spacecraft, with a mass of 800,000 tons, is fleeing to the orbit of Jupiter. It has been fleeing for 15 hours now, and its speed is getting faster and faster." Chu Bai also noticed this spaceship immediately. Not only was it flying away from the Illuminati control area towards Jupiter's orbit, it also changed its orbit 5 times without any rules on the way. Such a large spaceship flew towards Jupiter and kept changing its orbit along the way. The purpose must be to avoid the attack of tungsten steel projectiles. Chu Bai analyzed, "This is a fleeing spaceship. It seems that the Illuminati is already fleeing. I see the same thing. We can't make the same mistake again as the last time when the enemy escaped to the asteroid belt." Lu Zhinan said calmly, "Do you mean to focus on attacking this escaped ship?" "That's right. The remnants of the Illuminati in the asteroid belt are nothing but dead bones in a grave. This escaped ship is the real threat." After weighing the pros and cons, Chu Bai pointed heavily at the supernova on the star map. "Go all out and attack this escaped ship." With the arrival of the third window period, the supernova has already pulled the power of the plasma engine to the maximum. The speed is close to 43 kilometers per second, and it is getting faster and faster. After 31 hours of full-scale flight, the supernova initially left the Illuminati control area and headed towards Jupiter's orbit at an oblique angle. The straight-line distance between the Moon and the supernova expanded to 102.36 million kilometers. But Angela didn't know that her own cleverness made Chu Bai and Lu Zhinan mistakenly believe that this was the Illuminati Civilization Seed escape spacecraft, and decided to concentrate their efforts to destroy the supernova. On the lunar ring equatorial mass projector, 10 10-ton tungsten steel warheads were accelerated to 900 kilometers per second by the Lorentz force. The reason for choosing a smaller tungsten steel bullet is actually to increase the launch speed. The bullet also reaches about 1 million kilometers and quickly disintegrates into 0.1 kilograms tungsten steel bullets, a total of 1 million tungsten steel bullets, and kills the supernova spacecraft. The reason for choosing only 0.1 kilograms of small bullets is mainly to increase the density of bullets. Because the supernova will constantly change its orbit, increasing the density of bullets can ensure the success rate of one-shot kill. As long as a few bullets hit the supernova, the consequence is direct paralysis. The flying posture of the supernova also increased the possibility of being paralyzed. The flying posture of the supernova was diagonally facing the direction of the Moon, and the engine at the tail of the spacecraft was facing the Moon. Once the tungsten steel projectile group approached, it increased the possibility of the engine being hit first. Once the engine and the energy siphon device were destroyed, the supernova could only become an iron coffin floating in outer space. After launching these 10 10-ton tungsten steel projectiles, the mass projector once again launched 5,100-ton tungsten steel projectiles towards the Illuminati-controlled area. Especially those spacecraft trying to escape are the key targets. the Martian expedition fleet flying to Mars at this time. Luo Feng, who has already exited the anti-gravity life support capsule, has received the latest report from the moon. It seems that we can only go to the asteroid belt to clean up the mess. Luo Feng shook his head and smiled bitterly. High-speed kinetic weapons are indeed very scary. Fang Xingyan looked at the detection data and knew that the Illuminati had previously launched a large number of tungsten rods at their fleet. After thinking for a while, Luo Feng picked up the communicator and told the entire fleet, shift the flight trajectory to the direction 476,536,024. Goodping 003 received. Huaguang received. Liao. Even the Mars expedition fleet with strong magnetic field shields and gamma-ray laser cannons had to temporarily avoid the tungsten rods. Strong magnetic fields cannot shift the extremely fast tungsten rods, although laser cannons can wear down the tungsten rods and beat them into fine plasma. But this approach is obviously risky, because the effective range of the gamma-ray laser cannon is only 18,000 kilometers. For a tungsten rod with a speed of 80 to 90 kilometers per second, it only takes 200 to 225 seconds to reach a distance of 18,000 kilometers. Once the gamma rays are not completely eliminated, even a marble-sized residue can cause serious damage to the spacecraft. Instead of wasting energy to resist the kinetic tungsten rod, it is better to modify the flight trajectory. If there is no neutrino detector with extremely high detection accuracy, the kinetic tungsten rod with a very small volume can only be discovered by microwave radar in the AD era, even in a vacuum environment, until it is close to 10,000 kilometers. If this high-speed tungsten rod approaches 10,000 kilometers, there is no need to defend. You can only close your eyes and pray that the tungsten rod will not hit you. The radar array and detection satellite of the Illuminati in the asteroid belt cannot even lock the position of the tungsten steel projectile. Because the tungsten steel projectile is only slightly larger than a fist and has a very fast speed, even if the microwave radar detects it, the tungsten steel projectile is close at hand. Only if the tungsten steel projectile or tungsten rod is detected in advance at more than 1 million kilometers away, it is possible to block the attack. Angela, who thought she had escaped, was thinking about how to escape from the new humans. She knew that even if the supernova escaped to the orbit of Jupiter, the new humans would soon chase after it. Looking at the solar system star map, she pondered. The others on the spacecraft could only go all the way to the dark at this time. They had received news that the Illuminati-controlled area was attacked again. As for the betrayal of the Illuminati, in fact, many of them were dissatisfied. They originally thought that the Illuminati would bring a bright future, but they did not expect to be chased to the asteroid belt by the new humans like a stray dog. Now even the control area of the asteroid belt is about to be lost, which directly triggered the dissatisfaction of the lizard men with Adam. Human history since ancient times tells us that there are many people who had icing on the cake, but few who help in times of trouble. When a force is on the verge of extinction, there will be very few people who want to save it, but there will be many people who want to add insult to injury or fish in troubled waters. It's just that Angela underestimated the determination of the new humans to destroy the Illuminati. After she ordered the supernova to change its orbit again. At this time, 61 hours have passed since they started their escape. Suddenly, the supernova shook violently. Alarm, engine number 1 is damaged. Alarm, super energy core number 3 is damaged. Alarm. A series of shrill alarms, and the constantly closing airtight hatch made Angela panic. 17.1 kilograms tungsten steel projectiles penetrated the supernova at a speed of 900 kilometers per second. 4 of the 6 plasma engines of the spacecraft were directly scrapped, and what was even more terrifying was that the out-of-control plasma affected the remaining 2 plasma engines. Only 1 super energy core was still working, but the supernova had completely lost its power, and could only fly in the universe by inertia. Unless Angela and the others could repair the engine and super energy core in time, their future would be to be buried in the universe together with the supernova. The supernova's flight direction was just to the outside of the solar system. At a speed of 58 kilometers per second, even the gravity of Jupiter could not capture the supernova. The ship of despair drifted towards the cold and dark deep space of the universe. Chapter 319. January 13th, Year 2 of the New Era. 14 days have passed since the outbreak of the Third Purification War. In the asteroid belt, the Illuminati-controlled area, the Shinra Federation-controlled area, and the Temple of Judas-controlled area have been riddled with holes. Fragmented asteroid fragments are flying everywhere. The wreckage of spacecraft and mechanical creations are floating endlessly, and the corpses of lizardmen killed directly or indirectly by tungsten steel projectiles are exposed in the vacuum. The 13 waves of iron rain attacks brought endless destruction and massacre. The primary civilization that had just entered the interstellar era had no power to resist the pure and violent kinetic projectiles. There were only 6 spaceships left in the Illuminati-controlled area, 4 of which were badly damaged, and only 2 were intact. The 4 badly damaged spaceships were not hit by tungsten steel bullets, but by the debris and fragments that were scattered everywhere. The remaining 6 spaceships were also scattered, hiding in the asteroid belt. The Temple of Judas, which was also composed of lizard men, suffered the same fate as the Illuminati, but the Shinra Federation was in a better situation. The main reason was that, after all the bodies were transformed into robots, the Shinra Federation immediately dispersed after the first wave of attacks. The advantage of the robot body is that it does not need airtight cabins and life support cabins. Most of the spacecraft and satellites they prepared before weigh dozens of tons. In addition, even if the base is hit, as long as the CPU core of the robot body is not directly hit, these robots can survive. Therefore, 69% of the robots of the Shinra Federation survived, and about 37% of the small warships and spacecraft survived. The industrial survival capacity is still 12.6%. It can be seen that in the vacuum environment of the universe, the survival ability of the robot body is stronger than that of ordinary carbon-based organisms. Although 7 of Vasily's 12 supercomputing cores were destroyed, the remaining supercomputing cores still firmly grasped the situation of the Shinra Federation and did not collapse like the Illuminati and the Temple of Judas. At the same time, the batch of tungsten rods projected by the Illuminati before have officially entered the 1.5 million kilometers orbit at the border of Blue Star. The third-generation Phoenix satellite, which had been waiting for a long time, firmly locked all the tungsten rods with the cooperation of the listening satellite. The tungsten rods projected by the Illuminati are divided into 3 specifications: 100 kilograms, 2 tons, and 10 tons. The speeds are also uneven, with the fastest being 94 kilometers per second and the slowest being 78 kilometers per second. Hundreds of gamma-ray streams follow the incoming tungsten rods, like a shadow, and the irradiated tungsten rods are like being ignited. The tungsten rods and gamma photons collide with each other, and the gamma photons continuously heat the tungsten rods. Under the strong light pressure and energy bombardment, the surface atoms of the tungsten rods are continuously plasmatized and stripped. Observing from a distance, the tungsten rod will be stripped of mass by the gamma-ray flow, just like a meteorite entering the atmosphere. Originally, the Illuminati also applied a layer of anti-gamma gel on the tungsten rod, but unfortunately the new humans were well prepared, and the anti-gamma gel can only passivate the gamma rays of the previous wavelength. The third-generation gamma-ray laser uses a variable frequency gamma-ray flow, which will continuously adjust the wavelength band of gamma rays, making the anti-gamma gel ineffective. The department that controls the Phoenix satellite system in the border area of Blue Star is the Blue Moon Border Defense Command under the War Committee, and the commander is Yi Chi, the former base commander of the Qinling base. Report: the tungsten rod has broken through the first layer of defense circle. How much mass has the tungsten rod lost? Yi Chi asked calmly. Report: 40% to 80% has been lost. Yi Chi nodded. The Blue Moon system border area he was responsible for was specifically located between the 1.2 million and 1.5 million kilometers orbit of the Blue Star. Currently, there are 3 layers of Phoenix satellite defense systems, namely the 1.5 million kilometers defense circle, the 1.4 million kilometers defense circle, and the 1.3 million kilometers defense circle. It seems that these tungsten rods can't pass the 3rd layer. Chief of Staff Lin Vita laughed. If our carefully built defense system is so easily broken, we should disarm and return to the countryside. Yi Chi shook his head and said, when the tungsten rods entered the 1.4 million kilometers defense circle, the small and medium-sized tungsten rods were completely worn out by the gamma-ray flow. The large tungsten rods only had about 20% of their mass. After entering the 1.3 million kilometers defense circle, the remaining large tungsten rods were attacked by the Phoenix satellite and were completely plasmatized in less than 10 seconds, becoming a series of particle flows. Of course, many particle flows formed by tungsten iron atoms are still tirelessly rushing towards the Blue Star and the Moon. However, the bases and satellite cities, spacecraft, and satellites of the new humans in outer space are all equipped with strong magnetic field deflection shields, and these particle flows are easily deflected by strong magnetic fields. As for the Blue Star, the thick atmosphere is enough to turn these particle flows into air particles, slowly settling to the ground and the ocean. Report: the enemy tungsten rods have been eliminated by the Blue Moon Border Defense Circle. Chu Bai was not surprised by this news. Kinetic weapons are weapons that primary and intermediate civilizations like to use, and the new humans naturally made relevant defense plans. Notify the Blue Moon Border Command and ask them to adjust the satellite. We need to continue to attack the asteroid belt. Yes. Lu Zhanan, who was standing by, smiled. Commander Chu, you want to eat alone? Haha, it's Luo Feng's fault for being so slow. We are eliminating hidden dangers to avoid more troubles. Chu Bai shrugged his shoulders and looked like he was doing it for their own good. In the combat command hall, other officers also laughed. 8 hours later, the back of the moon entered the window period for attacking the asteroid belt again. The mass projector went berserk again. As long as there were man-made spacecraft that could fly, or intact bases, in the asteroid belt, they would be the targets of the mass projector. However, the tungsten steel projectiles they fired this time were all small projectiles of 0.1 kilograms, a total of 60 million tungsten steel small projectiles, which were fired at the asteroid. This scale was simply insane. Together with the Illuminati, the remnants of the Temple of Judas were almost gone. It was estimated that when Luo Feng's Mars expedition fleet arrived, they could only collect the bodies. Only the Shinra Federation, which has been divided into smaller units, can possibly hold out until the arrival of the Mars expedition fleet. Anyway, Chu Bai and Lu Zhanan had no intention of showing mercy, and they usually launch tungsten steel projectiles into 3 areas of the asteroid belt as part of their daily routine work. Summer area of the asteroid belt, minor heat area. The Iron Rain offensive continued for 24 days, and there was still no sign of stopping. Only 3 of Vasily's 5 supercomputing cores remained, and the Shinra Federation's industrial production capacity was almost completely wiped out. Now only some small bases and spaceships, as well as some robots are lingering. After Mark Rowland changed his body, he communicated with Vasily through electromagnetic waves. Vasily, this is not a solution. I am trying to find a solution, but the kinetic projectiles of the new humans have destroyed most of our large spaceships and bases. Vasily replied coldly. They want to completely destroy us this time. If they can't. Mark Rowland has not finished speaking. Another wave of tungsten steel bullets came, densely packed with tungsten steel bullets, with deadly speed, crashing into everything in front of them until they were exhausted or shattered. Damn! A tungsten steel bullet directly destroyed half of Mark Rowland's body, and the remaining gap in the body emitted a trace of electric sparks. He could only upload his consciousness immediately and transfer it to a nearby intact body. Chapter 320. February 8th, Year 2 of the New Era. After 39 days of interstellar voyage, the first squadron of the Mars expedition fleet finally completed a voyage of 240 million kilometers. This 39-day voyage was both long and torturous. Luo Feng helplessly flipped through the latest intelligence. The War Committee's Operational Information Office announced the situation of the Illuminati-controlled areas, the Temple of Judas-controlled areas, and the Shinra Federation-controlled areas. From the intelligence information, it can be described in one word: miserable. The lunar mass projector launched 38 waves of Iron Rain attacks on 3 areas. Now it is difficult to find an asteroid that is directly over 5 meters in the spring area, rain area, summer solstice area, and summer area. This shows how crazy Chu Bai and his men are. We don't know that we don't have a mouthful of soup to drink, Fang Shengyang said with his hands spread out. Luo Feng had no choice. Kinetic weapons, such simple and crude weapons, are expected to be popular in the future and become more and more powerful. Unless the speed of the spacecraft can exceed the strike speed of kinetic weapons, the War Committee will not allow the warships to engage in close combat with the enemy. For example, in this war, the lunar mass projector launched so many tungsten steel projectiles, and the cost was less than 1/10 of a Huitsuben-class ship. Only a fool would use a warship to fight the enemy with a bayonet. It is estimated that their fleet can only go there to clean up the battlefield and eliminate the remaining enemies of small targets. Luo Feng put aside other thoughts in his mind, picked up the internal communicator, and ordered, "Prepare for landing." Got it. The place where they landed was Phobos, the natural satellite of Mars. The outline size of Phobos is 26.6 km/22.2 km/18.6 km, and its shape is a bit like a potato. It is only about 6,000 kilometers away from the surface of Mars, and is the closest natural satellite to the planet in the solar system. 2 or 3 of the 5 Kuimpin-class transport ships landed on Phobos, and another 2 Kuimpin-class and 3 Huitsuben-class landed on Deimos. Seeing that all the spacecraft landed successfully, Luo Feng and Fang Shengliang divided the work and cooperated. Luo Feng ordered Wang Gangsheng to quickly transform Deimos, while he himself directed the transformation of Phobos. Fang Shengliang commanded a provincial-level warship, first deployed a layer of Diting probe satellites and a layer of Phoenix satellites in the 100,000-kilometer orbit of Mars, and then launched 30 small landing ships, about 3 tons, to the surface of Mars. For the detection of the surface of Mars, it is only a preliminary understanding for the time being. Only after the enemies in the asteroid belt are eliminated, the new humans will really go deep into Mars. The current focus is to transform Phobos and Deimos. Countless nanorobots, under the control of the soldiers, worked tirelessly to transform the 2 natural satellites. Luo Feng's fleet had engineering construction plans and design drawings prepared in advance by the Science Committee. For the new human soldiers, these things were not difficult. 2 large neutrino detectors, nuclear power plants, and spaceports were quickly built. There was also a space factory that specialized in producing satellites, space capsules, and mining spacecraft. The next day, the 2nd Squadron of the Mars Expedition Fleet also successfully arrived on Mars, and the warships of the 2nd Squadron stayed in an orbit of 50,000 kilometers. February 13th. 2 large neutrino detectors were completed, and the Mars Defense Circle was also initially completed. Luo Feng looked at the 2 fleets that had been resupplied and immediately ordered, "Everyone, the 1st fleet is responsible for clearing the asteroid belt near Mars, and the 2nd fleet is responsible for clearing the asteroid belt near Jupiter." Received. The 10 Kuimping-class ships did not follow the fleet, but stayed on Phobos and Deimos. Their mission was to build Mars into a forward base and logistics supply center for the new humans, and Chief of Staff Fang Shengliang was responsible for the relevant work. Without the mass projector to accelerate, the cruising speed of the space battleship only reached 20 kilometers per second. In addition, they had to pay full attention to the astronomical conditions in the asteroid belt. At present, they are still about 127 million kilometers away from the spring rainwater zone. The dangerous situation in the asteroid belt comes from those asteroids, especially those with a diameter of less than 1 meter. In fact, the 2-dimensional plane star map of the solar system that we often see looks like the asteroid belt is densely packed, but in fact it is a computer synthesis effect. The real asteroid belt is not like that. It is not as crowded and dense as we imagine, but rather extremely empty. For the Mars Expedition Fleet with neutrino detectors, their strategy is to avoid large ones and eliminate small ones. Avoid asteroids that are directly larger than 5 meters. For asteroids with a diameter of less than 5 meters on the route, use laser cannons to directly melt them, and use strong magnetic field shields to deflect particle flows. On the other side, Vasily, who only has the last supercomputing core left, fell into despair. March 24, 2018, remaining LXY robots 1343, GL robots 217, Micro MSK spacecraft 23. Mark Rowland has been completely destroyed by the Iron Rain attack, and he died when the spare body was exhausted. Under the continuous Iron Rain attack, the communication-based stations, factories, and spacecrafts of the Shinra Federation suffered heavy losses. Each area has been completely separated. Although it can survive by transferring consciousness, the problem is that the spare bodies are one less each time they are used. Once the spare machines within a few hundred kilometers are used up, the fate of the robot is death. Mac Rowland suffered this situation. At the last moment, he couldn't even find a working computer, and could only accept the complete demise of his consciousness in despair. Now, the remnants of the Shinra Federation are only Vasily and more than 1,500 robots. Calculation ends, Plan 1. Vasily knows that Plan 1 is the only possible way to survive. He knew that the Iron Rain attack had just ended, and he had less than 23 hours left. He quickly transformed a small spaceship weighing about 7.1 tons, and a fist-sized nano-disc was placed in a sphere made of hundreds of layers of special materials, and then the sphere was stuffed into the spaceship. Then he arranged all the available spaceships along the calculated orbit. The transformed spaceship then unfolded its light sail, and the other spaceships launched the final suicide charge with hydrogen bombs. The hydrogen bombs along the way kept detonating, like little suns. 10 minutes later, Blue Star also detected changes in the Shinra Federation-controlled area. Inside the Combat Command Hall of the new Moscow City on the Moon, the data from the neutrino detector had just been fed back and attracted attention. Chubai looked at the obvious trajectory of a series of hydrogen bomb detonation locations. It was obvious that the Shinra Federation was using nuclear explosion light radiation propulsion. The supercomputer simulation results show that the other party is sending a 7.1-ton spacecraft out of the solar system, and the estimated speed may reach 4,500 kilometers per second, or 1.5% of the speed of light. Lu Zhinan said with an unpleasant expression. Chubai thought calmly. According to the current speed and mass of the escaped spacecraft, the payload carried on it is estimated to be no more than 10 kilograms. As for escaping to the star system outside the solar system, even the nearest Proxima Centauri, it would take 280 years to reach it at the speed of this spacecraft. Moreover, the other party's escape direction is not Proxima Centauri. It is possible that the spacecraft's instruments and equipment are completely scrapped, and it has not reached the destination. File this matter and report it, Chubai said helplessly. At a speed of 1.5% of the speed of light, they have no way to intercept this spacecraft in the vast universe. Chapter 321. As the Mars Expedition Fleet entered the Spring Region rainwater area, the lunar mass projector stopped the iron rain attack on this area to avoid accidentally hurting its own people. In the exploration work for more than 3 months, Luo Feng and his team only encountered 3 small spaceships of the remnants of the Illuminati, and cleared a batch of space mines and residual satellites. 137/364/047 ahead, abnormal gravity fluctuations in the direction, initially confirmed to be an energy siphon device. On the virtual star map, 3 obvious gravity anomalies were detected in a large group of debris. The Illuminati used energy siphon devices as energy, which was like fireflies in the dark in the eyes of the new humans. The Illuminati didn't know that their abuse of the energy siphon device had aroused the determination of the new humans to destroy them. Check to see if there are any lizardmen or other things, Luo Feng ordered. No problem. Xiao Bing looked at the feedback data from the neutrino detector, and the battleship supercomputer quickly modeled the astronomical situation in the wreckage. Their fleet was only about 560,000 to 590,000 kilometers away from the wreckage, and this distance could clearly scan the situation of all the fragments. Hey! Xiao Bing looked at the scan data and found that there was actually a spaceship in it. Something is wrong. The material of this spaceship. Xiao Bing quickly matched the database, but the result was surprising. Match completed, unknown material. Xiao Bing quickly turned around and reported to Luo Feng. Commander, there is a spaceship wreckage in the debris area, and the material in it does not look like the ordinary spaceship type developed by the Illuminati. Oh! Luo Feng floated over and looked at the spaceship wreckage pointed out by Xiao Bing. I saw that there was an energy siphon device in operation at the lower edge of the debris group, and the energy siphoning capacity was obviously 1 order of magnitude higher than the other 2. The wreckage of the spacecraft was not like the ordinary spacecraft style of the Illuminati. The spacecraft was spherical with a radius of 34.1 meters. The only abrupt part of the sphere was that 1/5 of the sphere was empty. Was it hit by a tungsten steel projectile? However, as the fleet got closer and closer to the wreckage, the accuracy of the detection area became higher and higher, but after the accuracy entered the atomic level, the database still quickly found unknown materials, and even the specific composition was not detected. This was the first time that Luo Feng and Xiao Bing encountered such a situation. They became more and more curious about the spaceship and reported it to the War Committee as they approached. Soon the War Committee contacted the Science Committee. 3 days later, after Luo Feng destroyed the 2 ordinary energy siphon devices, he approached the mysterious spherical spaceship. On the Yingzhou, a new provincial ship of the 1st Squadron, the indicator lights of the 3 stand-in robot storage cabins turned from blue to red, and then slowly opened. The nanorobots on the stand-in robots' faces began to simulate the user's appearance. Huang Mingzhi, Ma Jili, and a physicist opened their eyes. Chairman. Ma Jili greeted him. Old Ma, long time no see, how have you been recently? Ma Jili smiled and replied, I have no worries about food and drink, and I am working on neutron materials. Let's go and have a look. The 3 of them walked to the equipment cabin, and the automatic mechanical arm equipped the 3 of them with a set of space-type exoskeleton armor, and then entered the airtight cabin passage. The rear hatch was sealed and closed, and all the gas in the passage was pumped away, and then the 2 hatches leading to the outside of the warship were opened one by one. Let's go! Huang Mingzhi activated the thrusters of his flying backpack and flew towards the mysterious spaceship 5 kilometers away, followed by Ma Jili and the others. Soon they approached the mysterious spaceship, and under the light, the first thing that caught their eyes was the matte black smooth shell. Activate the micro-neutrino scanner on the exoskeleton armor. While looking at the scan data, he ordered, we act separately, and be careful not to touch any equipment inside the spaceship. Received. No problem. The 3 of them scanned and tested the mysterious spaceship for most of the day, and finally met at the gap in the mysterious spaceship. How is your test? Huang Mingzhi asked. The outer shell of the spacecraft is suspected to be a neutron degenerate material, which can block neutrino detection and has a very high strength, Ma Zhili replied. In terms of physical properties, the outer shell material of the spacecraft is peculiar. The physicist continued. Wang Mingzhi combined the materials of the three people, and after a while he frowned and thought about it. The only flaw of this spacecraft made him feel very solemn. From the preliminary data, the outer shell of this spacecraft is a degenerate neutron material. Even if a hydrogen bomb explodes directly next to it, it is estimated that it cannot be harmed at all. Such a strong material was torn open by force, which makes people imagine. Let's go in through the gap first, as usual. Wang Mingzhi waved his hand and flew into the gap of the spaceship. Ma Zhili and the others hurriedly followed. There were two suspected entrances in the damaged 1/5 part. Judging from the size of the entrance, the owner of this spaceship was about the same size as the new human. After entering the passage, they encountered a circular hatch. The hatch seemed to have an identity verification function, so Wang Mingzhi and the other two had no way to pass through directly. The nanorobots they carried spread into the interior of the spacecraft, but they could not find a gap to enter. 10 minutes later. Let's go. This is not a solution. Back to Yingzhou. Wang Mingzhi had guessed the origin of this spacecraft, which was most likely the spacecraft that the Nibelungs brought to the solar system. He immediately went offline and returned to Blue Star, and then proposed a confidential proposal to the Supreme Will to establish a scientific research base in the asteroid belt to study the alien spacecraft. As for the source of the Illuminati's technology, the new humans all knew that the other party might have obtained alien relics on the moon, but after conquering the moon, no alien relics were found. It turned out that they were transported to the asteroid belt by the Illuminati. The Supreme Will passed the proposal and decided to build a scientific research base on the spot in the asteroid belt. As for the alien spacecraft, the new humans are eager to find out the other party's technology, but they are also worried about what is hidden on it. Building a scientific research base on the spot in the asteroid belt is the safest way. At this time, the Mars expedition fleet already has 4 squadrons. The 3rd squadron will be responsible for taking over the Nibelung spacecraft, the 4th squadron will be stationed on Mars, and the 1st and 2nd squadrons will continue to clear the asteroid belt. Facing the new humans who are gradually encroaching on them, the Illuminati-controlled area and the Judas-controlled area have been cleared out one after another. The time came to August of the 2nd year of the new era. Luo Feng's 1st squadron advanced into the Riddle Summer area and the Lesser Heat area. This is the control area of the remnants of the Shinra Federation. Compared with the Illuminati, the Judas-controlled area, and the Shinra Federation, which have no resistance, there are still remnants. They pushed asteroids or detonated hydrogen bombs from time to time, trying to kill the 1st squadron. Unfortunately, in front of the neutrino detector, with extremely high detection accuracy, everything was a dying struggle. Knowing that these mechanical people might be hidden in computers or other machines, Luo Feng adopted a method of complete destruction, and all man-made objects were turned into particles with laser cannons. In this case, the secret bases or secret intelligence cores that the Shinra Federation tried to hide were destroyed one by one. Space wars are so cruel, not for acquisition and conquest, but only for the complete destruction of the enemy. Chapter 322. Spring Region of Asteroid Belt Rainwater Area. After more than a month of intensive construction by nanorobots, a super-large base with a diameter of 1,500 meters is floating on the asteroid belt using the surrounding debris. There are also Phoenix satellites responsible for escorting around, and 3 Huitsubing-class warships. The spherical spacecraft is wrapped inside the scientific research base, and a large number of monitoring instruments are monitoring the spherical spacecraft around the clock. All operators and researchers are on a transport ship on one side of the scientific research base. For this kind of alien civilization, the scientific committee has formulated very comprehensive and strict research management regulations. After all, no one knows what is hidden on the spherical spacecraft. If you don't take precautions and foolishly use real people to touch it, it's not research, it's playing with your life. If the neutrino detector has the highest accuracy, Ma Zhili has observed the materials of the outer shell and the interior of the spacecraft. The strange 16 neutron degenerate material, although only a thin layer, but the researchers present did not take it lightly. They used all the means that humans can currently use, whether it is laser, nanorobots, or kinetic energy impact. It is difficult to break the outer shell of the spacecraft. As for why we know that there is only a thin layer, it is because Ma Zhili weighed the spacecraft and calculated that the spacecraft has only one layer of 16 neutron degenerate material. Because the density of 16 neutron degenerate material is very high, the weight of steel is only about 0.24% of the 16 neutron degenerate material in 1 cubic meter. If the spherical spacecraft is made entirely of this material, its weight may be as high as 300 million tons. However, the measured weight of the spacecraft is only 4,372 tons, which is too different from the estimated 300 million tons. The most reasonable explanation is that there is only a thin layer of 16 neutron degenerate material, which only serves as the outer shell defense and skeleton support of the spacecraft. From the material analysis of the tear, Ma Jili's guess is further confirmed. Ma Jili's stand-in robot floated the three people to the gap of the spherical spacecraft. Today they came here to crack the hatch of the passage. Simbek, who worked at the Institute of Life Sciences before, also came here through the stand-in robot. But he seemed a little stiff in his movements. Although he had artificial intelligence assistance, the communication was delayed for more than 10 minutes because the scientific research base in the asteroid belt was 110 million kilometers away from the blue planet. So using a stand-in robot would be very stiff and uncoordinated, but there was no other way now. For safety, they could only use this method. Sim, we're here. Ma Jili stopped. Looking up at the spherical spaceship, Simbek woke up. No wonder the biochemical technology of the lizard people was so powerful. It turned out that they had obtained an alien spaceship. He was also very interested in the Nibelungs. After all, he was a German, and the myth of the Nibelungs was their German myth. But he didn't expect that myths and legends actually have real references, and they are aliens. Entering one of the passages, the lights on their bodies automatically illuminated, and the passage was as smooth as a mirror, appearing to be a hole. The round hatch was right in front of him. Sim, try it. Ma Jili gave the other party his position. Okay. Simbek concentrated his mind, and controlled the exoskeleton armor on the side. Inside the exoskeleton armor was a cloned lizard man, and this technology was developed by Simbek. As for cloning technology, the new humans have not applied it to the human body on a large scale, and have only developed artificial stem cells and artificial organs. On the contrary, the aquaculture industry is trying to use this technology to produce artificial beef and other things, ready to be used for supplying outer space. This cloned lizard man has been controlled using brain-wave glasses, and his entire memory is blank, so Simbek can easily control him. Sure enough, when the lizard man approached the hatch, the detection equipment detected an X-ray signal, and a microwave signal appeared near the hatch. Ma Jili and Simbek looked at each other, and then Ma Jili nodded carefully. The lizard man stood there for more than 10 seconds, and suddenly a virtual floating window panel popped up in front of him. A line of unknown text, 16 buttons, and something similar to a countdown appeared on the panel. Is it a key? Very likely. Ma Jili activated the supercomputer at the base, and tried his best to decipher the text. 24 seconds later, the virtual floating window panel disappeared by itself. Simbek manipulated the lizard man to leave the hatch. He was waiting for the result of the supercomputer deciphering. The researchers had expected the existence of a key, but they are helpless now. The code must not be tried randomly. If there is a setting on the spacecraft that makes a mistake and explodes directly, it will be the end of the world. The supercomputer quickly deciphered the possible meaning of the panel symbols, and Ma Jili did not hold too much hope. Let's talk about it in our laboratory. With more than a dozen symbols, even top linguists would have a headache. Now it seems that they can only use force breakthrough. However, the strength of the degenerate material cannot be broken by the new humans now. What to do? For a moment, the researchers were at a loss. Now they were facing this spherical spaceship, which was just a turtle shell, and a degenerate turtle shell, and they had no idea where to start. Even if it was bombarded with neutrons, the turtle shell was still intact, which worried Ma Jili and others. As the only person who knew about it, it was probably Adam. But now, that guy had been bombarded into pieces. Even if he could be cloned, what about his memory? No solution. Unless the new humans develop degenerate materials now, they will have a chance to break through the turtle shell in front of them. Ma Jili himself is engaged in the research of neutron degenerate materials. The current research progress of the new humans in this area can only be described by an idiom: difficult to move forward. More than half a month later, Ma Jili took the risk of controlling the cloned lizard man, and entered a key to confirm the Nibelung language of the word input error. As for the second attempt, Ma Jili and others did not dare to proceed at all. Generally speaking, if the password is entered incorrectly, there will be no countermeasures for the first time, but the danger will rise sharply from the second time. If there are antimatter bombs on the Nibelung spacecraft, the threat level will be very terrible. After listening to Ma Jili's report, Huang Mingzhe thought for a while and ordered, "Old Ma, you should think of other ways next, and don't try the password." "Chairman, I still have some sense of propriety. Ma Jili quickly replied, like a chicken pecking at rice. After explaining the relevant work, Ma Jili left in a hurry. Huang Mingzhi was the only one left in the office. He was thinking silently about the Nibelung spacecraft. Although he hoped to crack the secret, he knew that he could not eat hot tofu in a hurry. A good iron must be hard, he said to himself, and he did not feel sad about not being able to crack the Nibelung spacecraft. After all, if you can get the alien technology, you can study it. If you can't get it, it's no big deal. It's better for the new human beings to be down to earth in the development of technology, and not to think about pie in the sky all day long. Turning on the virtual display screen, he quickly looked through the progress of the Lunar Large Particle Collider project, which is what he should care about now. Chapter 323. Huang Mingzhi focused on the Lunar Large Particle Collider. Regarding the research work on the Nibelung spacecraft, many researchers hope to bring the Nibelung heart from the blue planet, but the scientific committee rejected this proposal due to safety issues. In the case of insufficient strength, spying on the technology of alien civilizations may bring disaster to oneself. As for how Adam entered the Nibelung spacecraft, the analysis report of the Ghost Special Service deduced several possibilities. The most likely inference is to infer from the automatic sensing system of the Nibelung spacecraft that the lizardmen must have appeared first, and then the Nibelung spacecraft was discovered. Such a sequence of events raises a question. How did the lizardmen obtain the genes of the Nibelung? The only explanation is that the missing 1/5 of the Nibelung spacecraft is likely to have been left on the blue star. And it also carries the Nibelung, and the heart of the Nibelung. From all the signs, it can be inferred that the Nibelung did not die at that time, but used genetic engineering to create the first generation of lizardmen, possibly Adam or Adam's ancestors. Then the Nibelung man left the spacecraft and some technology to the first generation of lizardmen, and died. According to the biochemical technology of the Nibelung man, it is more likely that the Nibelung man died of old age. All this is the speculation of the Ghost Service, and it is also the most logical reasoning at present. The time came to August 15th, the second year of the new era, the Mid-Autumn Festival. The Lunar Large Particle Collider was officially completed. Not only the Lunar Large Particle Collider was completed, but a few days ago, the lunar electromagnetic orbit around the equator was also completed. However, both projects are underground, and the electromagnetic track tunnel and large particle collider cannot be observed on the lunar surface. Huang Mingzhi and a group of physics experts came to the main base of the Lunar Large Particle Collider through a stand-in robot. The collider is located in the Sea of Danger on the front of the moon. The construction area is larger than the Dai base in Xi'an, and the total construction area exceeds 2 Beijing cities. Using tailfield accelerator technology, 8 particle collider tunnels, the energy level of each tunnel reaches 40 million TeV, and the total energy level is 320 million TeV. Inside the Weihai base, the person in charge of the maintenance and operation of the base is Li Kun from the True Society. Originally, this guy studied mathematics. After using the biocomputer, he seemed to be reborn. Using his strong mathematical knowledge, he reversed physics and became a senior researcher in the field of high-energy physics and theoretical physics. The value of senior researchers in the new era is at least hundreds of times that of those in the AD era. They are the second echelon in the academic world, second only to Huang Mingzhi, academician Yang, Wei Feng, and Fang Ge. The new generation is gradually becoming the main force of new human scientific research, especially the members of the first and second True Society, who have begun to emerge. Li Kun, are you used to the work? Huang Mingzhi patted him on the shoulder and asked. President, long time no see, everything is going well at work. Li Kun has great respect for Huang Mingzhi. Is the experimental plan I arranged before ready? It's ready, and can start at any time. Then let's start. In the control hall of the base, Huang Mingzhi, Wei Feng, academician Yang, Wang Yifeng, Zhang Tingyu and others have arrived and are quietly communicating while waiting for the experiment to begin. The idea of this experiment is based on Huang Mingzhi's paper. Analysis of the boundary of artificial micro-black holes. If this paper is correct, then the result of this collision experiment will be within the calculation range. If the theory is wrong, the collision result will be inconsistent with the calculation result. Li Kun and another assistant in charge of equipment management began to operate the particle collider step by step. The operation mode of the Lunar Large Particle Collider is similar to that of the Xi'an Dai Particle Collider. Both use step mirrors to accelerate and increase the energy level layer by layer, and finally complete the collision in the collision chamber. However, the Lunar Collider is larger in scale, and the number of collision pipelines has increased from 2 to 8. 16 large Jinwu nuclear fusion reactors supply energy to the particle collider together. From the initial laser emission, after passing through layers of step mirrors, the violent energy that seems to tear apart time and space finally completes the collision in the collision chamber. The 8 proton streams continue to collide with each other in the collision chamber. At this time, the total energy level of the collider was 86 million TeV, which was only slightly higher than a quarter of the designed energy level. In the detection data, dense micro-black hole signals appeared, but the existence time of these micro-black holes was very short, often evaporating instantly within a few millionths of a second. These micro-black holes were not the black holes that Huang Mingzhi wanted. The micro-black holes he wanted were micro-black holes that could exist for about 5 to 8 seconds. The existence time of 5 to 8 seconds is a safety threshold. The maximum existence time of a micro-black hole can actually reach 5 to 30 seconds, but after 8 seconds, the micro-black hole will trigger a chain reaction as much as possible. This safety threshold is the safest range after Huang Mingzhi's precise calculation. President, as you expected, the second-level black hole did not appear, Li Kun said while holding the data. All this was expected. Huang Mingzhi calmly ordered, continue to increase the energy level step by step. Okay. 87 million TeV, 90 million TeV, 95 million TeV. The collider energy level was continuously increased, and finally at the 143 million TeV energy level, the micro-black hole appeared to exist for 0.8536 seconds, which was a clear watershed. Because in the previous collision experiment at the 142 million TeV energy level, the existence time of the micro-black hole was only 0.0000257 seconds, the existence time was explosively increased by tens of thousands of times, which was incredible. It's actually true. Zhang Tingyu subconsciously raised his glasses. The physicists present were in an uproar, and the discussion became louder. It seems that this is within your expectations, Mingzhi, Academician Yang exclaimed. Huang Mingzhi smiled and replied, I said that mathematics can calculate everything, including black holes and the universe. You mathematicians' brains may really be different from those of ordinary people. Academician Yang shook his head and smiled. The reason why Huang Mingzhi is called a mathematician is that many of the theories he created are based on mathematics. Whether it is computational material science, artificial intelligence, nuclear fusion physics, curvature theory, Hodge-Huang finite element theory, quantum gravity, these cannot be separated from mathematics. As more and more new human scientists imitate Huang Mingzhi, these scientists have formed the now very powerful Huang School. The Huang School does not take Huang Mingzhi as the center of the school, but mathematics as the center, so it is also called the Big Mathematics School. This school advocates learning mathematics first, and then taking mathematics as the foundation, integrating other disciplines, and then forming mathematical physics, mathematical chemistry, computational materials, mathematical biology, mathematical astronomy, and the like. In particular, the comprehensive application of biological computer technology has fully liberated the learning efficiency and memory that previously constrained humans, thus promoting the prosperity of the great mathematics school. For example, Li Kun and others who switched from mathematicians to physicists are one of the representatives of the great mathematics school. In the compulsory education stage of the new human beings, the proportion of mathematics is higher than that of other subjects, mainly because mathematics is a panacea. After learning mathematics well, even if you don't want to go deep into cutting-edge mathematics, you can switch to other subjects. Chapter 324. In the Large Hadron Collider on the Moon. The artificial micro-black hole experiment is still going on. After breaking through the watershed of 143 million TeV energy level, the existence time of the micro-black hole is positively correlated with the energy level. Until the energy level soared to 264 million TeV, the micro-black hole can last for 7.6439 seconds in a vacuum. Li Kun, you can stop now, Huang Mingzhi ordered. Okay, President. Li Kun quickly asked the staff to stop the experiment. From the day before yesterday to now, a total of 375 collision experiments have been carried out, and all the data generated by the experiments are within Huang Mingzhi's prediction. According to the prediction of analysis of the limits of artificial micro-black holes, once the collision energy level exceeds 270 million TeV, it may cause the artificial black hole to lose control. 270 million TeV to 510 million TeV is the gradually increasing out-of-control range. In this energy level range, micro-black holes may experience black hole mutations due to unexpected mergers, injection of high-energy particles, strong magnetic field gaps, and other reasons. It only takes a moment for an out-of-control micro-black hole to swallow the moon, and even the blue planet cannot escape the gravity of the black hole. The absolute range of out-of-control is after 510 million TeV. Once the energy level of the collider is increased to this level, the artificial micro-black hole will be irreversibly out of control. This parameter can be used as a theoretical guide for the manufacture of black hole weapons on another level. Like the pi neutrino cannon currently being studied by the New Human War Committee, it is a derivative weapon. An out-of-control artificial black hole, as long as the location and energy level are appropriate, is enough to destroy a star system. The pi neutrino cannon is also a stellar weapon of the same level. As long as the pi neutrino stream is irradiated to a part of the star, it will cause an imbalance in the nuclear fusion inside the star, and then stimulate the collapse of the star mass and the explosion of a subsupernova, instantly destroying the star system, and even the surrounding star systems may be affected. This is a guiding theory of the weapon idea, which is Huang-Minger's pi neutrino parity rebalance theory. Therefore, analysis of the limits of artificial micro-black holes is the guiding theory of future black hole weapons. However, for this kind of weapon, the new humans now only have theories, and there is no place to test it. They dare not mess around near the solar system. If they lose control, they may kill themselves first. Huang-Minger and a group of physicists who are interested in this topic are analyzing a lot of data generated by the experiment. What can a micro-black hole of about 7 seconds do? Perhaps for many things, 7 seconds is just a fleeting moment, but for scientists, 7 seconds is a long and very useful period of time. At least compared to Planck time, 7 seconds is incredibly long. In the next week, the Lunar Large Hadron Collider continued to collide, and LeCun led the researchers to complete the data model library of micro-black holes stored in seconds. The energy levels of micro-black holes stored in seconds were divided into 80 levels, which facilitated the exploration of the physical properties and data of black holes. And a group of researchers also initially understood the physical properties of micro-black holes, and could apply this technology in depth. As the proposer of the micro-black hole boundary, Huang-Minger naturally has a clear plan for micro-black holes. August 27th. The collision experiment started again, but this time the experiment was significantly different from the previous one. Only 6 of the 8 collider pipes were activated, and the remaining 2 were replaced with neutron emitters. The collider energy level is 240 million TeV, and soon micro-black holes appeared in the strong magnetic field in the collision chamber. Emit neutron stream. Huang-Minger ordered calmly. Okay. LeCun was a little nervous and excited. He turned his head and ordered the staff. Emit neutron streams to the micro-black hole. The staff pressed the switch. In the 2 pipes that became neutron stream emitters, neutron streams gushed toward the collision chamber. The strong magnetic field inside the collision chamber had no effect on the neutron streams. The dense neutron streams penetrated the strong magnetic field and crashed into the embrace of the micro-black hole. The micro-black hole swallowed all these neutron streams. Time passed by. The particle collider was still blasting protons. Micro-black holes were constantly being created and annihilated, and neutrons were also entering the micro-black holes. Those annihilated micro-black holes did not disappear without a trace, like the previous micro-black holes. Some strange particles were slowly deposited at the bottom of the collision chamber. The dust collection system was constantly collecting these strange particles. An hour later, Huang-Minger waved his hand, indicating that the experiment could be stopped. LeCun quickly asked the staff to stop the collider experiment. As the laser and neutron emitter stopped outputting, the collision room also stopped. Everyone focused their attention on the dust. Several staff members carefully took it out of the collection bottle and sent it to the testing room for comprehensive testing. In front of Huang-Minger, the data sharing page of the testing room was floating. After the data was tested, it turned out that something unusual appeared in the dust. 2 neutron degenerate state, stable physical properties. 3 neutron degenerate state, unstable physical properties. For neutron degenerate state, stable physical properties. 3 pure neutron degenerate substances were detected from the dust, of which 2 neutrons and 4 neutrons were relatively stable, and 3 neutrons were decaying, and it is estimated that it will decay into 2 neutrons in about 12 to 13 minutes. Looking at the test results, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Sure enough, the materials of the Nibelung spacecraft should be made in this way. Others were also excited. Computational materials science has obvious shortcomings at this stage. The materials based on atoms and molecules have been explored to the limit by the new humans. If a new foundation is not found, materials science will enter a bottleneck period. The impact of materials science on other applied sciences is very huge. The rapid progress of new human technology is largely attributed to computational materials science. Now they have finally stepped out of the boundaries of atoms and molecules and entered the door of neutron to generate materials. All things are difficult at the beginning. Previously, when Ma Zhili and others were studying neutron to generate materials, no matter what they did, the neutrons would not combine together. Apparently, the binding energy between neutrons exceeds the binding energy of the nucleus, and it is necessary to use micro black holes to forcibly forge to produce neutron to generate materials. President, in 1 hour of experiment, a total of 0.0026 milligrams of neutron to generate matter was produced. Li Kun reported as he walked over. Wang Mingjue had expected this number long ago, and the production of neutron to generate materials is just a glimpse now. After discussing with others for most of the day, dozens of experiments were carried out one after another. According to the experimental results, the energy level 2.63, the critical point, can produce the current largest neutron to generate material 64 neutron body, N64. Wang Mingjue made a prompt decision to establish a neutron to generate material property laboratory, a neutron to generate material production process laboratory, and a neutron to generate material application laboratory. These 3 laboratories will conduct in-depth research on neutron to generate matter from 3 aspects: production process, physical properties, and practical application. Once the Large Lunar Particle Collider is completed, it will bring a huge breakthrough to the materials and physics of the new human beings. Perhaps this will set off a new technological revolution in the near future. Chapter 325. Use a large particle collider to generate a micro black hole, and then use the micro black hole to create neutron to generate matter. Wang Mingjue and Li Kun, as well as Ma Zhili, who rushed back from the asteroid belt, worked together. After more than 3 months of sleepless research, they finally figured out some rules. The neutron to generate matter physical properties laboratory is directly managed by Wang Mingjue. Li Kun is responsible for the production process, and Ma Zhili is responsible for the practical application. On the experimental table in front of Wang Mingjue, there is a bottle of neutron to generate matter. The bottle is about the same size as a common thermos bottle, and there is a label on the bottle that says N16. N16 represents neutron to generate matter composed of 16 neutrons. So far, a total of 64 neutron to generate matter have been discovered, namely N1 to N64. Among them, odd-numbered neutron to generate matter except N1, N9, N25, and N27 is unstable matter, and its stable existence period is usually only a few minutes to more than 10 minutes. Even-numbered neutron to generate matter is obviously more stable, and can generally exist for a long time, ranging from several months to several decades. Wang Mingjue looked at the report on the virtual display screen, which showed the physical and chemical properties of N16. What puzzled him was that the decay period of N16 was about 13 to 14 years. This was a result obtained through precise measurement and calculation. The puzzlement was that this decay period was inconsistent with the situation of the Nibelung spacecraft shell. The Nibelung spacecraft had been in the solar system for at least 200 years, but the spacecraft shell composed of N16 had not decayed and disintegrated until now. There is an obvious contradiction between the two here. Wang Mingjue's research on the physical and chemical properties of N16 can prove that the error will not exceed 1/10,000th from other neutron to generate substances. So the problem here makes him very concerned. Ma Zhili hurriedly manipulated the stand-in robot to come in, and saw Wang Mingjue, who was thinking with his eyes closed. He was just wondering whether to speak. Wang Mingjue opened his eyes with his eyes closed. He had sensed someone entering the office. "Old Ma, what's the matter?" Ma Zhili said subconsciously. "President, oh. Chairman, I want to ask about N16. Are you wondering why the N16 we make and the N16 made by the Nibelungs have different decay periods?" Obviously Wang Mingjue had guessed what he wanted to ask. Ma Zhili nodded. "That's the question. To be honest, I can't figure out the mystery yet." Wang Mingjue spread his hands and replied. "Is that so?" When he heard that Wang Mingjue didn't know, Ma Zhili didn't dare to hold too much hope, because he knew that if Wang Mingjue couldn't figure it out, no one else would be able to help. "Although I haven't figured it out, I still have some ideas." "That's great. I hope the chairman can solve this problem as soon as possible." After Ma Zhili finished speaking, he suddenly remembered another thing. "Chairman, I want to make a drill with N16 material to see if it can break through the Nibelung spaceship." "Drill? Nibelung spaceship?" Wang Mingjue frowned and interrupted him directly. "Old Ma, don't do this for now. That spaceship may have unknown dangers. We should not act rashly before we are sure. This, Ma Jili, who was hesitant to speak, looked at Huang Mingzhi's firm attitude and finally gave up the idea of violently breaking through the Nibelung spaceship. Discussed the application of neutron materials with Ma Jili for a long time. Among the 64 neutron materials, only 13 can be used in practical application research. These 13 neutron materials are N2, N4, N6, N8, N9, N10, N12, N14, N16, N18, N20, N22, N24. Neutron materials have a classification similar to atoms, such as N2, N3, N4 and N6 are gases, and two liquids N13 and N30, and the remaining neutron materials are solid at room temperature and pressure. In addition, neutron materials are weakly magnetic and neutrally electrically charged, and even in a strong magnetic field, the electromagnetic induction of neutron materials cannot be stimulated. This is something that has become a new discipline, neutron materials science. I believe that as more and more new human scientists devote themselves to neutron materials science, they will soon be able to gain a deeper understanding of the various characteristics and functions of neutron materials. The Science Committee has passed a plenary meeting and decided to add neutron materials science to universities. In addition, about 50,000 new human researchers have been mobilized to collectively tackle neutron materials science. The adaptability and reaction speed of new humans to new technologies and new things are much stronger than those in the AD era. The Supreme Will is a collection of the new human will. It can adapt to society, culture, technology, and the natural universe in a few days, and make the most reasonable changes. For example, if there is a problem with milk quality today, it will take less than 10 days for the Supreme Will to introduce a comprehensive amendment. It is of course difficult to avoid taking shortcuts and exploiting legal loopholes, especially since the new humans are all knowledgeable, and there are many people who want to exploit legal loopholes. But the Supreme Will is not a pushover. Once the first person to try something new appears, the Supreme Will activate the amendment process and plug the loophole as quickly as possible. For example, once neutron materials appear, the scientific committee fully evaluates the risks, benefits, and future impacts that this technology may bring. It was quickly established as one of the 5 major new technological directions in the future of the new era. This reaction speed can be said to be very fast. If this technology appeared in the AD era, it is estimated that it can be played in the laboratory for decades, and then discuss whether it has benefits, and then argue for more than 10 years, and finally it is not known whether it can be launched. Just like the controlled nuclear fusion technology, the concept appeared as early as during the Cold War, but after decades of delay, it is still half dead. If it weren't for Huang Mingzhi and Wei Feng's efforts, it is estimated that mankind would not have figured out controlled nuclear fusion until its extinction. With the addition of a large number of fresh blood, the research progress of neutron materials has been rapid. Huang Mingzhi and his researchers are studying the shell of the Nibelung spacecraft, N16, and why it can break through the decay period and be preserved for a long time. Ma Jili has also developed a number of neutron material application projects in the actual application of neutron materials. On the contrary, the progress of the neutron material production process, which Li Kun is responsible for, is very slow. It is not that Li Kun and others are not working hard, but the production process of neutron materials is really very difficult. After more than 3 months of hard work, the production of neutron materials has been barely increased to 15 grams per hour. The reality is so pitfalls that only 15 grams of neutron materials can be produced per hour, and 16 large Jinwu nuclear fusion reactors are constantly generating electricity. The Large Particle Collider consumes 5 years of electricity in Shanghai in 1 hour. This thing is comparable to the production of antimatter. Ma Jili and Li Kun really couldn't imagine how the Nibelungs could produce so much N16 to build spacecraft. However, the thought that the Nibelungs might use a large number of energy siphon devices made the new humans shudder. Excessive use of energy siphons can cause vacuum decay. Before they knew it, time had come to the end of December in the 2nd year of the new era. Huang Mingzhi, who was cracking the secret of the Nibelungs N16, put down his pen and let out a long sigh. Chapter 326. With the elimination of the Illuminati, the Temple of Judas, and the Holy Roman Empire, the new humans claimed ownership of the solar system, further promoting the advent of the great development of the universe. All the previous plans were for the service of war. Once the war was over, a large amount of productivity and social forces would naturally have to be readjusted. Many military warships within the Blue Moon system were pulled back to the shipyard of the new Jiuquan satellite city, dismantled their weapon systems, and prepared to be transformed into space transport ships, mining ships, and passenger ships. Of course, the reduction of the size of the space battleships is planned. At this stage, the enemies in the solar system have been wiped out, and future enemies will inevitably come from outside the solar system. According to the technical analysis of the scientific committee, the cosmic civilization that can come to the solar system from other star systems across the vast sea of stars is definitely not a weak chicken, like the Illuminati and the Shinra Federation. At present, the space battleships of the New Humans are not enough to fight against the cosmic civilization. It is estimated that the Nibelungs only need one spaceship to wipe out the New Humans. The other side doesn't even need to activate weapons, just need to accelerate the spacecraft and then collide. Spacecraft, warships, and satellites made of ordinary atomic and molecular materials are just like paper in front of the spacecraft made of N16. Perhaps the Lunar Ring Equatorial Mass Projector completed in August this year may cause some damage to the other side. The Lunar Ring Equatorial Mass Projector with a length of 10,000 kilometers can accelerate a 10-ton tungsten steel warhead to 8,600 kilometers per second, which is about 2.86% of the speed of light. Even if this speed cannot destroy the other party's spaceship, it can still knock the other party away, provided that it can hit the other party's spaceship. After discussion by the 4 major committees, they believe that it was not cost-effective to build a space battleship. At this stage, the technical content of the New Human space battleship can only be used to fight against the same or lower-level cosmic civilizations. However, for the same or lower-level cosmic civilizations, the possibility of coming to the solar system is very small. In this way, the role of the space battleship is very useless. After full discussion, the Supreme will only approve 5 projects, namely, Solar System Sublight Speed Electromagnetic Cannon Defense Plan, Solar System Gamma Cannon Defense Plan, Pi Neutrino Spaceship Plan, New Era Class Space Battleship Plan, and Black Hole Bomb Spaceship Plan. Among them, the Solar System Sublight Speed Electromagnetic Cannon Project is a military-civilian integration project, which is jointly carried out by the War Committee and the Service Committee. They will build mass projector satellite cities on the orbits of planets in the solar system. These mass projectors are usually used as transportation tools. Once they enter a state of war, they can be immediately transformed into electromagnetic rail guns. The advantage of doing so is that it will not waste resources, and can also serve as a precautionary measure. The Solar System Gamma Cannon Defense Project can be seen as an enlarged version of the Phoenix satellite system, and plans to build 3 layers of Phoenix satellites on the periphery of the solar system. Whether it is an electromagnetic gun or a gamma cannon, these can only be regarded as conventional weapons in the interstellar era. The New Era Class Space Battleship Plan is a hypothetical space battleship with the following hard indicators. The maximum speed is 15% of the speed of light, the hull is made of neutron materials, multiple controllable nuclear fusion reactors, and it can accommodate 500 people for 30 years without supplies. As for the weapons of the New Era Class Space Battleship, they are the Pi Neutrino Spaceship Plan and the Black Hole Bomb Spaceship Plan. Pi Neutrino spacecraft and Black Hole Bomb spacecraft are more like missiles than spacecraft. Among them, Pi Neutrino spacecraft already has a prototype spacecraft. The attack mode of this thing is very simple. It directly brings the spacecraft close to the star and activates the Pi Neutrino nuclear shield on the spacecraft to cause the star to collapse and subsupernova to explode. As for the Black Hole Bomb spacecraft, it is still in theory. It needs to compress the volume of the Large Particle Collider before it can enter the equipment stage. In fact, the Pi Neutrino spacecraft has not entered the actual combat test, mainly because there is only one star in the solar system. Playing this weapon in the surrounding star system may affect the solar system. As the Supreme will readjust the social status, the new human beings begin to enter the universal universe era. As the planet closest to the blue star, the moon becomes the planet that the new human beings focus on developing. In addition, Mars, the asteroid belt, Jupiter, Venus, and other planets or asteroids that are very close to the blue moon system are gradually entering the sight of the new human beings. In the orbit of Mars, a Tianzhou spacecraft that came through the lunar mass projector is using the engine to brake. The complete Lunar Ring Equatorial Mass Projector can accelerate the spacecraft to 156 kilometers per second at the fastest speed, and can reach Mars, periopposition period, in about 8 to 10 days. This Tianzhou spacecraft came from the moon 10 days ago. Braking completed, has reached Mars orbit. In the cockpit of the spacecraft, 20 anti-gravity life support chambers began to exit the anti-gravity mode, and the light blue oxygen-rich liquid slowly dropped. Captain Wang Sheng controlled the nano-robot to clean the residual liquid on his body, and then opened the hatch of the anti-gravity life support chamber. The gill stripes on his neck slowly disappeared, and his lungs returned to normal. Others also walked out of the anti-gravity life support chamber one after another. Wang Sheng and his co-pilot controlled the spacecraft and approached the port of Phobos Satellite City. Gao Yushi, a geologist and paleontologist, floated in front of the observation window. The spacecraft was now in the 6,000-kilometer orbit of Mars. A slightly red planet came into her eyes. That was the ancient planet Mars. Half an hour later, the spacecraft shook slightly, like a chopstick placed on a potato, and they had landed on Phobos Satellite City. After getting off the spacecraft, many researchers and scientists looked up at Mars. At this time, Mars was even more majestic and magnificent, with red and khaki stripes intertwined. Wang Gangsheng personally received everyone. After entering the satellite city, Gao Yushi actually found some spiral-growing tomato plants and watermelon vines in the satellite city, all of which were fixed on the racks. Dr. Tian, can you grow vegetables and fruits in space agriculture? Gao Yushi turned her head and asked curiously. Tian Qin, who was traveling with them, was a researcher at the Space Agriculture Research Institute. He smiled and explained, these are experimental products, used to relieve space syndrome, and are not recommended for consumption. I see. By the way, Researcher Gao, which area do you plan to start from in the Planetary Geology Research Institute? Tian Qin asked as he floated. Maybe we start in the Greek Basin. Gao Yushi turned on the virtual display screen, which showed the actual detection data of the landing spacecraft and the scanning data of the guiding satellite. Greek Basin? Is there anything special there? Gao Yushi explained. The scanning data of the guiding satellite showed that there are some unusual discoveries underground there, which may help to decipher the billions of years of history of Mars. After taking a look at the scan simulation modeling diagram, Tian Qin also felt that the things there were very strange. After arriving at the dormitory prepared by Wang Gangsheng for everyone, after a day of trust, a group of researchers and scientists were busy with their respective duties. For example, Tian Qin led people to study space planting, while Gao Yushi and others were preparing to land on Mars. The satellite city of Phobos had launched a spacecraft in advance and built an outpost base in the Greek Basin in the southern hemisphere of Mars. December 14th, the second year of the new era. Gao Yushi and 7 others boarded the landing spacecraft and headed for the Greek Basin in the southern hemisphere of Mars. Chapter 327. The landing spacecraft passed through the thin atmosphere of Mars and landed in the southern hemisphere of Mars. The scientific expedition team consisted of Gao Yushi and 4 others, led by Gao Yushi, and the other 3 were soldiers from the Space Force Mars fleet. Gao Yushi and others did not enter the anti-gravity life support chamber, mainly because the atmospheric concentration on Mars was low and the gravity was not as strong as that on the blue star, so the landing spacecraft did not need to enter the anti-gravity chamber. Ignoring the spacecraft, how to drive the spacecraft to the Greek Basin was the job of the 3 Space Force soldiers. She was looking up information about Mars. The diameter of Mars is about half that of the blue planet, its volume is 15%, its mass is 11%, its surface area is equivalent to the land area of the blue planet, and its density is much smaller than the other 3 terrestrial planets in the solar system, the blue planet, Venus, and Mercury. In terms of radius, mass, and surface gravity, Mars is roughly between the blue planet and the Moon. The diameter of Mars is about twice that of the Moon and half that of the blue planet. Its mass is about 9 times that of the Moon and 1/9 of that of the blue planet, and its surface gravity is about 2.5 times that of the Moon and 2/5 of that of the blue planet. In addition, the southern hemisphere where the Greek Basin is located is mainly composed of ancient mountains, plateaus, and impact craters. The northern hemisphere is mainly composed of relatively young plains. Gao Yushi did not pay much attention to these data, as humans had detected these data in the AD era. What she really cared about was the data detected by the guiding satellite. Using atomic-level precision data, layer by layer, the underground model of Mars was modeled. Zhang Haiyang, a paleontologist, geologist, nuclear physicist, and science fiction writer, was also observing these stratigraphic data. He was about to say something. Attention, the spacecraft is about to land. The spacecraft paused slightly. The spacecraft landed successfully. Welcome to Mars Hellenic Basin 001 Outpost. 001 Outpost is on a small plain in the middle of the Hellenic Basin. This base has 67 simple space capsules, 1 communication base station, 1 small gene reactor, 1 neutrino radar station, 1 multi-purpose airport, 20 stand-in robots, 240 multifunctional robots, and the most important nano-robot factory. Although Mars has an atmosphere, it is mainly composed of carbon dioxide and nitrogen dioxide, which is not suitable for new humans to breathe. So everyone wears aerospace exoskeleton armor. If you don't want to wear heavy aerospace exoskeleton armor, you can also activate the alien planet automatic adaptation mode in the biological computer, which can take 3 days to adapt to the Martian environment. After a series of tests, Gao Yushi and Zhang Haiyang and 7 others finally set foot on the land of Mars. The blue sun is hanging high in the sky, and there are 2 satellites, one large and one small, one grayish-white potato, and the other as big as a coin, which are Phobos and Deimos. After entering the base, all the talents removed their exoskeleton armor. The 001 outpost base consists of 2 parts, namely the work area and the living area, and there is only one passage for traffic between the 2 areas. 3 space soldiers went to check the equipment and living supplies of the outpost base, because they need to live here for about half a year. Gao Yushi, Zhang Haiyang, and the other 4 put their luggage and their respective dormitories, and then they came to the work area impatiently. The outpost base was running automatically before, and artificial intelligence controlled the robot to conduct exploration and sampling work for more than 100 kilometers around. At this time, inside the work area, there are thousands of samples collected by robots from the surrounding areas. Zhang Haiyang picked up a piece of sedimentary rock with something similar to coral fossils on it, and put it into the age detection device not far away. Sedimentary rock, 377.36 to 377.39 million years old. There are quite a few sedimentary rock fossils like this, and most of the biological fossils on them are invertebrates. Huang Fan, a virologist and microbiologist, was observing rows of gel culture dishes. The virtual display screen was showing 54 viruses, 27 bacteria, and 3 fungi found at the outpost. This is a failed planet for life. Gao Yushi put down the document and said. Zhang Haiyang nodded. Indeed, the invertebrates and plants on Mars completely broke down after 310 million years. At least some microorganisms survived. Huang Fan smiled. However, as a science fiction writer, Zhang Haiyang frowned, thinking about the cause of the mass extinction of life on Mars. Then he thought of the gap on the Nibelung spacecraft. There are too many secrets in the solar system, and the truths hidden behind these secrets are always terrifying. Gao Yushi looked at Zhang Haiyang, who was in a daze, waved her hand in front of him and asked, "What are you thinking about?" "Oh, thinking about the mass extinction of life on Mars." "Are you worried about the big filter?" Gao Yushi obviously saw the other party's concerns. Zhang Haiyang nodded. "Haiyang, you worry too much. The big filter is useless for low-level attacks for the new humans now. Unless there is a supernova explosion, black hole, vacuum decay, or invasion of advanced cosmic civilization near us, we can handle it," Huang Fan said optimistically. "If it is a natural extinction, I am not worried. The key is human factors. Zhang Haiyang has a persecution delusion. Don't worry. Instead of worrying about this and that, it is better to do down-to-earth research." The optimistic Huang Fan patted Zhang Haiyang on the shoulder. "That's true. When arranging the personnel of the scientific expedition team, the scientific committee fully considered the personality and characteristics of each team member. For example, Gao Yushi, who is calm and composed, Zhang Haiyang, who has wild ideas but persecution delusion, the optimistic Huang Fan, and the loyal and low-key Jiang Jiren. Making team members complement each other is exactly what the scientific committee needs to fully consider. The mass extinction event on Mars is one of the destinations of the scientific expedition team to Mars this time. Another mission is to study the microorganisms on Mars. Huang Fan used an instrument to separate the virus strain from the culture medium and injected it into a fist-sized meatball. The meatball is a scientific research auxiliary item jointly developed by Simbeck and Lin Sha. It is called Virus Function Test Body. It is a clone tissue that imitates the human body. Combined with biological computers and cell robot technology, it can test the function of the virus. In fact, it is similar to the living mice and chimpanzees used in general biological laboratories, but the reaction of viruses and bacteria entering the meatball and entering the body of new humans is 99.99% similar. After all, mice, chimpanzees, and new humans are different species, and using real people for experiments is not only too risky, but also easy to cause unnecessary trouble. The virus injected into the meatball is numbered Mars Grease 00024. On the vital sign detector on one side, lines of data are refreshing, including heart rate, blood pressure, blood sugar, hormones, body temperature, acid base, salt balance, brain waves, antibodies and virus levels, etc. This is equivalent to conducting a direct human experiment, and the safety is very high. Injection for 2 hours. mild infection, virus affinity to lung cells, no obvious attack tendency, semi-parasitic type. Huang Fan sorted out the data while doing the experiment. The research on the native viruses of Mars is very important. Although the new humans can now ignore most of the viruses, it does not mean that they can arrogantly think that the universe is invincible. Arrogance is the biggest obstacle to survival. Chapter 328. A new Martian virus was tested on the 20 meatballs. Compared with the viruses on the blue planet, the Martian virus is very strong against the human body. Mainly because the atmosphere of Mars has become increasingly thinner over billions of years, and the insufficient magnetic field strength of the planet has caused solar wind and cosmic rays to penetrate directly into the surface of Mars. Microorganisms that can thrive in this environment are obviously very evolved. Not only are they tenacious, but they are also very aggressive against other organisms. Huang Fan looked at the flesh ball that was on the verge of collapse due to the virus attack, and couldn't help but press his temple. As the biochemical properties of these viruses were tested, there were two viruses that made him feel very difficult. Number Mars Greece 00011, number Canyon 00004. These two Mars viruses are very aggressive to humans. The former directly attacks human brain cells, and the latter has a terrifying mutation speed and adaptability. This is why he feels difficult. The test results of the meatballs show that the attack speed of Mars virus number 11 on human brain cells is very fast, and can be transmitted through the blood. Once it enters the human body, it will invade brain cells within 10 minutes, and then madly absorb brain cell nutrients to divide. At present, no meatball can form antibodies, mainly because the attack speed is too fast. In the supercomputer simulation results, even if the new human is infected, if the response is not timely, it needs to be cleared within 5 minutes of entering the human body, there is a 76.4% chance of permanent brain damage. Since the new humans have no way to repair brain cells, this virus poses a serious threat to the new humans. Fortunately, this is a blood-borne virus. As for virus number 4, this is a high-speed mutating virus, which may be caused by long-term exposure to cosmic rays, making this virus very difficult to deal with. Unless a large dose of gamma-ray radiation is used, or nanorobots are used directly for physical disinfection, it is difficult to completely eliminate this ghost thing. Fortunately, humans in the AD era did not officially enter Mars. If they accidentally brought these Martian viruses back to the blue planet, it is estimated that the Illuminati would not have to release the Homo sapiens virus, and the Martian virus would have brought a catastrophe to humans. Huang Fan closed the virtual display screen and sighed with some relief. A civilization with low technology should be cautious when exploring alien planets. Jiang Jiren, who was helping him, silently saved the test data and raised the biochemical threat level of Mars to level 7. The biochemical threat level is a set of safety standards formulated by the Scientific Committee for the degree of biological threats to alien planets. The threat level is divided into 0 to 10. 0 is no threat, 1 to 3 is a mild threat, 4 to 6 is a moderate threat, 7 to 9 is a severe threat, and 10 is a fatal threat. The threat of Ebola virus is only level 3, while smallpox virus and highly resistant Staphylococcus aureus are assessed as level 4, and prion and Homo sapiens viruses are at level 5. The biochemical threat level of Mars is as high as level 7, which shows how terrible the danger is. After the biochemical threat level is raised to level 7, people, objects and spacecraft leaving Mars will undergo comprehensive nanorobot physical disinfection to ensure that these microorganisms will not be taken out. Inside the restaurant, Zhang Haiyang, who was having lunch, listened to Huang Fan talking about the Martian virus. Zhang Haiyang, who was originally planning to enter the automatic adaptation mode of the alien environment, immediately backed out when he saw that the biochemical threat level was raised to 7. At this level, even a new human could fail if he was not careful, so he didn't dare to test the poison himself. Huang Fan, who had eaten a piece of fried pork chop, asked about other things. Haiyang, how is your research going? Wiping the rice grains from the corners of his mouth, Zhang Haiyang replied, I have made some achievements. Oh, tell me about it. Huang Fan asked with interest. Jiang Jiren and Gao Yushi on the side did not say anything, but finished their lunch in silence. It may be similar to the mass extinction of the blue planet 65 million years ago. Upon hearing this, Huang Fan knew what was going on. Asteroid impact? Zhang Haiyang explained, yes, and it was a very large asteroid. That impact not only destroyed the fragile ecology of Mars, but also took away a large part of the atmosphere, which led to the complete collapse of the ecology of Mars. Huang Fan didn't have too many doubts about the asteroid impact destroying the ecology of Mars. After all, Mars is close to the water, and the asteroid belt is right at the doorstep. It is only a matter of time before an asteroid visits it. If Mars had a natural satellite as big as the Moon, it might be able to hold on for a while longer. Are all the ancient Martian creatures you found invertebrates and plants? Zhang Haiyang thought for a moment and replied, not all. There are also some fossils suspected to be vertebrates, which are currently being further excavated. Wang Fan picked up a candied apple and chewed it while flipping through Zhang Haiyang and Gao Yushi's fossil research reports. Among the Martian paleontological fossils that have been preliminarily modeled and archived, echinoderms, mollusks, flatworms, annelids, coelenterate, and arthropods were found among the invertebrates. Obviously, this situation is very similar to the Cambrian period on the blue planet. In fact, there is no need to make a fuss about it, because under the same cosmic rules, organisms will always be affected by the basic rules, resulting in the phenomenon of convergent evolution. Mars is like a small blue planet, evolving carbon-based organisms similar to those of the blue planet, which is also within the rules. Returning to the experimental cabin again, he took a look at the row of meatballs in the isolation cabin. Huh? This is... One of the meatballs injected with the highly mutated number 4 virus had unexpected results. He immediately turned on the virtual display and called up the monitoring data during lunch. This... Wang Fan couldn't believe his eyes. The number 4 virus in this meatball actually changed its form and achieved symbiosis with the meatball cells. Ji Ren, help me get a set of independent isolation chambers. Okay. Wang Fan, with a look of doubt, continued to look through the data, and felt that this number 4 virus was more and more unusual. After a while, Jiang Jiren brought a set of independent life support isolation chambers. Transfer this meatball into this isolation chamber. No problem. Jiang Jiren operated the nano-robot, directly wrapped the mutant meatball, and then transferred it into the independent life support isolation chamber. After the transfer was completed, Wang Fan called Jiang Jiren and told him his discovery, and the two began to study the mutant meatball. On the full gene sequence analysis image of the atomic scanner, the gene sequence of virus number 4 turned into a double helix. What surprised the two even more was that the double helix formed by virus number 4 actually formed a pair of chromosomes, as if it had become the 24th pair of chromosomes in the spherical cells. What on earth is going on? Wang Fan looked at virus number 4 that automatically formed chromosomes. Jiang Ziren was also puzzled. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. Is it a disguise to parasitize organisms? But why does it have to be in the form of chromosomes? While carefully studying, the two quickly reported the discovery to the scientific committee. For this strange alien virus, we must be extremely cautious. Any negligence may cause unpredictable effects. Chapter 329. Blue Star, Qinghai Lake Base. This place used to be a research and development base for biological computers, but after the advent of the new era, it became the headquarters of the Institute of Life Sciences. The chief academician is Fang Ge, and Li Jiahong is the dean. There are also top biologists such as Lin Sha and Simbeck. In the dean's office, Li Jiahong gained a little weight after switching to management work, mainly because he didn't need to do research too hard. However, the administrative work in the new era is completely different from the AD era. The current dean is equivalent to the logistics minister, who serves scientists exclusively. The people who really decide on scientific research projects are the Scientific Decision-Making Office of the Institute, which is generally composed of 3 permanent decision-makers and 12 rotating decision-makers. As soon as he received the urgent report from the Mars outpost, Li Jiahong felt the seriousness of the matter. The biochemical threat level was raised again, and it was a super highly mutated virus, and this virus could also disguise itself as a cell chromosome, thus achieving symbiosis with the cell. He immediately forwarded this priority 9.2 report to the decision-making office. Fang Ge, who was working with Simbeck on human chromosome telomeres, suddenly saw an urgent report pop up in front of her. Priority 9.2? Fang Ji's expression suddenly became serious. The priority level could reach this level, which was already a very urgent matter. Sim, you guys go ahead, I handle the urgent file. Simbeck made an okay gesture. Fang Ge turned around and quickly opened the specific content of the report and read it carefully. It took more than 10 minutes to finish reading it. Fang Ge suddenly felt that this number 4 virus was very strange. It was the first time she had seen a virus that could disguise itself as a chromosome. While thinking, she walked into the disinfection channel and soon came to the decision-making office. Another decision-maker on duty had already arrived at the office. The two entered the virtual conference room together. In the virtual conference room, Lin Sha and others were already there. After Fang Ge arrived, the meeting officially began. Generally, when there are matters with a priority of more than 9, The decision-making office of the Institute needs to hold an emergency meeting. What do you think about the highly mutated virus number 4 found at the Mars outpost? Von Gus said bluntly. Everyone started a heated discussion. For this unknown virus, the scientists present all understood the high risks involved. The threat posed by alien viruses to the blue planet is no less than that of alien invasion. I propose that the mutant strain and the meatball be destroyed immediately. Not appropriate. Once there is one, there will be another. Destroying the mutant strain and the meatball will not help. We can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. This is not a scientific approach. We should strengthen the isolation and management of the Martian virus while conducting in-depth research on these viruses. Knowing yourself and your enemy will ensure victory in every battle. Only by deeply understanding the virus can you defeat it. The heated discussion among the decision-makers mainly revolved around the balance between safety issues and research value. Von Gus saw that everyone had expressed their opinions, so she spoke. Let's vote. Should the mutant strain be destroyed? 2 votes in favor, 13 votes against. The number of votes against destroying the mutant strain exceeded 75%, and the mutant strain was temporarily retained. Von Gus said seriously, since the vast majority agreed to retain it, I will give my opinion. First, name this virus. Second, strengthen safety issues. Third, in-depth research direction. And fourth, temporarily prohibit testing on humans. The next decision-makers on the scene named the virus Inghua virus, and discussed how to study the virus. From the report, after the mutant strain and the meatball completed the symbiosis, there was no obvious destructive effect on the vital signs of the meatball, but hidden risks cannot be ruled out. Lin Sha pointed to the virtual report cautiously and said, this can allow Huang Fan and Jiang Jiren to continue their research. There are only 2 of them. Do they need to send more researchers over? Von Gus thought for a moment. I propose to send 15 more researchers, but they can hibernate in the satellite city of Phobos and use substitute robots to work at the Mars outpost. Agree. This is a solution. When the Blue Star side discussed the Mars virus. In the biochemical experiment cabin of the Mars outpost, Huang Fan and Jiang Jiren found that 2 more meatballs had mutated, but the mutation of the 2 meatballs failed. One of the meatballs became very greedy. Under the stimulation of the mutant strain, its demand for nutrient solution soared by more than 3 times. The meatball was turned into a breeding factory by the mutant strain, and the meatball continuously sprayed viruses outward. The other meatball was directly killed by the virus, and used as nutrients for virus reproduction. After analyzing and summarizing the data of the 2 meatballs, Huang Fan found that the uncertainty of the original strain of the Mars virus mutated too quickly. Once the environment changed significantly, the original strain would complete the mutation adaptation within a few hours. However, this mutation is like Brownian motion, which may mutate into a symbiotic strain, a parasitic strain, or a highly toxic strain. Jiren, what do you think we should do next? Jiang Jiren, calm and composed, thought for a few minutes. Study the high mutation characteristics of the Inghua virus. High mutation characteristics? The danger of the Inghua virus, fundamentally speaking, is the uncertainty brought about by the high mutation characteristics. Huang Fan thought about it, and it was true. We must study the mechanism of the generation of this high mutation characteristic, how to control it, how to shut it down, or even knock it out. Your idea is a wake-up call. Huang Fan knew that he had fallen into the wrong path before, and had put the cart before the horse in his research direction. The essence of the Inghua virus is its high mutation characteristic. If it loses this characteristic, the new humans will always find a way to deal with it. The 2 immediately extracted the original strain of the Inghua virus, and conducted a full gene sequence analysis, and continued to test and experiment. Soon a strange gene fragment came into Huang Fan's eyes. This gene fragment was named Inghua base core fragment. Under the atomic imaging scanner, they can clearly observe the situation of 50 groups of culture dishes. Among them, 10 groups had the base core fragment knocked out, another 30 groups had other gene fragments knocked out, and the last 10 groups had no gene fragments knocked out. Under the stimulation of trace radiation, except for the 10 groups of Inghua virus with the base core fragment knocked out, the other 40 groups all mutated to varying degrees. Huang Fan said with statistical data, it can be preliminarily determined that the base core fragment is the gene sequence that dominates the high mutation characteristics of Inghua virus. This is a good development. Jiang Jiren also smiled. After sorting out the data, the 2 wrote a paper and uploaded it to the internal database. This base core fragment will definitely play a key role in studying the Inghua virus. If this base core fragment can be controlled to achieve controllable directional mutation, it will have a huge impact on the development of biotechnology. High mutation characteristics mean high adaptability, which can improve the survivability of the virus itself. This characteristic is indeed a catastrophic problem for other organisms. No one knows whether the virus will suddenly become extremely lethal, and vaccines are useless because the virus is constantly mutating. On Blue Star, 15 special researchers have boarded the forward launch vehicle and entered the new Wenchang satellite city, preparing to use the mass projector to go to the moon to Mars. Chapter 330. January 16th, the third year of the new era. The Spring Festival has just passed. A Tianzhou spacecraft in the 7,000-kilometer orbit of Mars slowly braked nearby, and then maneuvered to change orbit to the Phobos satellite city in the 6,000-kilometer orbit. Du Pingxin, a biochemical scientist from the former military Rongqing base, is the person who led the team to support Mars this time. He has been engaged in biochemical viruses, X genes, and biochemical transformation of humans. For the research on the Yinghua virus, the Life Science Research Institute finally decided to send him over. On the one hand, Du Pingxin has a high level of knowledge in genetics and viruses, and on the other hand, he has experience in organizing large-scale biochemical research. After arriving at Phobos Satellite City, Du Pingxin entered the hibernation cabin and activated the stand-in robot stored in the Mars outpost base. Huang Fan and Jiang Jiren, who have been studying for almost half a month without sleep or food, brought Du Pingxin to the biochemical experiment cabin. Is this the Mars virus? Huang Fan introduced. This is the original strain of the Mars virus, and this is the mutant strain. Looking at the mutant strains in more than 30 virus life support cabins, Du Pingxin's expression was a little serious. So many mutant strains? A total of 37 types. These are all symbiotic or parasitic strains, and in the freezer next door, there are 82 highly toxic strains. Huang Fan reported some situations truthfully. Hearing about so many mutant strains, Du Pingxin gradually became serious. The mutation speed of the Mars virus is too abnormal. Where did you collect the original strain sample? Huang Fan drew a line in the air in front of him, and a virtual projection map appeared in the air. This was a topographic map of the area around the Greek basin. The red area above is the area where the Mars virus was found. On the topographic map of the area around the Greek basin, the red area occupies nearly 1/10 of the area. There is also some basic information about the Mars virus on the side. The original strain is 420 to 430 nanometers long and 60 to 65 nanometers wide. It is long and likes to be deep underground. It can be semi-airborne, dust during excavation. It is commonly found in semi-humid strata 20 to 50 meters underground. Did you cause any leakage when you were digging? Huang Fan shook his head. Don't worry, our collection management is all disinfected by nanorobots to ensure that there will be no virus leakage from the strata. That's good. The researchers who came to support immediately devoted themselves to the research work. Du Pingxin affirmed the research of Huang Fan and Jiang Jiren. The root of the Mars virus is the terrible mutation speed. Once the mutation characteristics are lost, the Mars virus is just an ordinary virus. Rows of translucent culture medium, containing countless deadly Mars viruses. Just one strain of the virus needs to be put into the blue star to cause an ecological extinction disaster in a short time. After being stimulated for a few hours, the mutation can be completed, and no vaccine is useful. Unlike Huang Fan and his companions who are wearing full-body biochemical protective suits, Du Pingxin and others, who came here with stand-in robots, do not need protective suits. They only need to be fully disinfected when entering and leaving. After knocking out the base core fragment, these viruses completely lost their mutation characteristics. What a weird virus. Du Pingxin observed the image while speaking. Inside the virus culture medium, through the scanning of the atomic imaging scanner, these castrated Yinghua viruses can be clearly observed. Although they can be replicated, the mutation efficiency has dropped by thousands of times. Under the stimulation-induced mutation, the mutation efficiency is less than 1/10,000th of the previous one, which is no different from ordinary viruses. On the other hand, those Yinghua viruses that have not been castrated can mutate as long as the base core fragments still exist, even if 1/3 of the gene fragments are destroyed. Huang Fan, who was observing the gene sequences of these viruses, suddenly discovered a feature. As long as the 67th deoxyribonucleotide in the base core fragment successfully combines with the human gene chain, that is, the deoxyribonucleotide does not change, the virus will form a symbiotic relationship with human cells. He quickly recorded this discovery, and based on this discovery, he found that the 32nd deoxyribonucleotide in the base core fragment determines the parasitic relationship of the virus, and the 55th deoxyribonucleotide determines the infection preference of the virus. With the assistance of supercomputers, The functions of the 112 deoxyribonucleotides in the base core fragment were preliminarily determined by Huang Fan. In fact, there are big differences between the deoxyribonucleotides of the Mars virus and those of the blue star. The deoxyribonucleotide molecules of the blue star are composed of 3 molecules: 1 molecule of nitrogenous base, 1 molecule of deoxyribose, and 1 molecule of phosphate. Deoxyribonucleotides are the basic structural and functional units of genes. The part that determines the diversity of organisms is the 4 bases in deoxyribonucleotides. They are adenine, abbreviated as A, thymine, abbreviated as T, cytosine, abbreviated as C, and guanine, abbreviated as G. The different order of these 4 bases determines the biodiversity. However, the 4 bases possessed by the Mars virus, or the Martian microorganisms, are different from those of the blue planet organisms. Huang Fan, Du Pingxin and others had anticipated this situation, because the bases and even the constituent elements of the X gene are very different from those of the blue planet organisms. Convergent evolution under the same universe rules can only determine the general direction of organisms, but not the details of organisms. This is the similarity under convergent evolution. The 4 bases of Martian microorganisms are adenine-like L, cytosine J, cytosine Y, and cytosine H. After determining these bases and deoxyribonucleotides, Huang Fan and others, who had been busy for more than a week, finally started the first gene modification experiment. With the assistance of atomic imaging scanners and nanorobots, Huang Fan replaced the cytosine of deoxyribonucleotide number 15 in the base nucleus fragment with adenine-like. After activating trace radiation stimulation, the modified virus is still mutating at a high speed. Zhao Ren, how is your situation? Failed. Jiang Jiren shook his head and replied. Du Pingxin, who put down the nanorobot operating sensor, breathed a sigh of relief. It seems to be successful here. Oh! Huang Fan leaned over. Deoxyribonucleotide number 15 of the base nucleus fragment is the gene sequence responsible for virus replication. Huang Fan and his team intend to control the replication of the virus by modifying the bases of the deoxyribonucleotide. The experiment continued. After figuring out the function of the gene sequence, they gradually confirmed the opening, dominant, closing, recessive, stress opening, passive semi-recessive, and association, cooperating with the bases of other gene sequences of each gene of the virus through trial and error. These experimental data and results have achieved preliminary control over the Yinghua virus, laying a solid foundation for their further research. Of course, they have only completed the core fragment, which only accounts for about 1/20th of the Yinghua virus gene sequence. They need to further understand all the gene sequences of the original strain of the Yinghua virus, so that they can carry out in-depth genetic modification. Modifying genes without in-depth understanding is not scientific research, but courting death. If the virus becomes more terrible after modification, it will be like shooting itself in the foot. Humans need to believe in science and need to respect science even more, rather than blindly arrogant. Chapter 331. The 167th Directed Mutation Experiment. Under X-ray radiation, the original strain of the motion picture virus, which had some bases modified, was rapidly mutating. Mutation completed. In triplicate. The mutant strain was divided into 3 parts, 1 for vacuum freezing, 1 for backup, and 1 for replication and experiments. This mutant virus was injected into the test meatball, and it was immediately connected to the meatball's detector, and the data was constantly refreshed. Jiang Jiren looked at the data of the meatball, which was rapidly mutating in the direction they expected. 2 hours and 44 minutes later. Test completed. X-ray resistance plus 36%, shortwave laser resistance plus 12%. Sure enough. Jiang Jiren said, as he pulled out the virtual display screen. He called up the gene sequence before and after the virus mutation on the virtual display screen, activated the supercomputer's function of eliminating the same and seeking the different, eliminated the same parts of the 2 sets of gene sequences, and retained the different parts. The different parts are the mutated gene fragments, and as a result, 17 deoxyribonucleotides have mutated. Record this mutated gene fragment and mark it with X-ray resistance plus 36%, shortwave laser resistance plus 12%. These days, they have completed the record of hundreds of groups of mutated gene fragments. The 17 of them were divided into 3 groups. Du Pingxin led the gene fusion, Huang Fan led the symbiotic relationship, and Jiang Jiren led the mutant gene. This arrangement is actually related to the previous work of the 3 people. Du Pingxin was previously in charge of the work on X genes and biochemical humans, and has a very deep foundation in gene fusion. The boring gene fragment test records were naturally done by the calm and composed Jiang Ziran. Huang Fan was the first person to discover the symbiotic relationship of the Mars virus, so he was naturally responsible for research in this area. Progress in gene fusion was slow, but Huang Fan's research on symbiotic relationships produced a lot of useful data. For example, the Mars virus symbiotic strain disguised as the 24th pair of chromosomes, in order to allow the human body to supply energy for a long time and ensure that the virus itself can survive, the virus actually took the initiative to repair the length of the chromosome telomeres. In the number 2 experimental chamber, a meatball imitating an old man was injected with a symbiotic strain. In the atomic imaging scan image on the side, the pair of symbiotic strain chromosomes continuously absorb nutrients and then release some daughters. Like the symbiotic strain daughters of worms, attached to other normal chromosomes, and then a strange thing happened, the virus accelerated cell division. With sufficient nutrient supply, human cells completed a division in less than 30 minutes. The old cells and the symbiotic strains of the camouflage chromosomes died together, and the worm symbiotic strain daughters in the new cells formed camouflage chromosomes again. Huang Fan reduced the supply of nutrients and lowered the nutrient supply level to the level of normal people. The camouflage chromosomes of the daughters were replicated again, but this time, they did not accelerate the division of somatic cells, but released hunger pheromones to make the meatball feel hungry. Obviously, these little things wanted the meatball to supply more nutrients. But Huang Fan was not free, because he was comparing the length of chromosome telomeres of new cells and old cells, and there was indeed a length difference between the two. Generally speaking, the telomere length of old cells should be longer than that of new cells, but the cells after being symbiotic with the virus showed the opposite situation. The telomere length of new cells is obviously longer than that of old cells. After recording the data in the database, Huang Fan and several researchers once again increased the supply of nutrients to the meatballs. Under the stimulation of the symbiotic strain, the meatball cells continued to divide new cells and quickly eliminated old cells. Incredible! One of the researchers exclaimed with a fiery look in his eyes. At this moment, in the air in front of them, there were 2 sets of chromosomes suspended on a virtual display screen. One set was 23 pairs, and the other was 24 pairs. The 23 pairs were naturally the state of the meatball before the virus was injected, and the 24 pairs were the state after the injection. On the virtual display screen, the biggest difference between the 2 sets of chromosomes was not the extra pair of chromosomes, but the telomere length. The telomere length of the 23-pair group was already very short, while the telomere length of the 24-pair group was the same as that of a newborn baby. If he hadn't done the experiment himself, Huang Fan probably wouldn't have believed the order of the 2 sets of chromosomes in front of him. The restoration of telomere length means the extension of cell life, which is undoubtedly a step forward in life science for humans at this stage. However, Huang Fan was not too happy, because the length of chromosome telomeres was restored, but a matter that had to be faced appeared before them. The chromosome loss was not repaired, and the accelerated division of the symbiotic virus further increased the chromosome loss. The seemingly extended telomere length is actually a combination of symbiotic virus subunits attached to normal chromosomes. The spherical cells, which had already divided 45 times, were accelerated by the virus to divide 3 times, and the degree of chromosome loss reached 48 divisions, which is close to the limit of 50 divisions of somatic cells. Can the imitation telomeres produced by virus symbiosis really prolong life? This is a question worth thinking about. Huang Fan activated the nanorobot, shut down the reproduction-based function of the symbiotic virus in the spherical, and then activated the cell division acceleration stimulator. The spherical cells divide rapidly, with an average of 1 generation every 2 hours. 86 hours later, the spherical cells that completed 43 generations of division finally died of genetic collapse. Subtracting the original 50 divisions and the 3 reverse divisions, the final increase is 39 divisions. Huang Fan was a little absent-minded while calculating the data. Team leader Huang, this is the situation of reproductive cells and brain cells. Huang Fan took the data report and found that, as expected, although reverse division delayed telomeres and restored youth, it had to pay a price. The price is reproductive cells and brain cells. The reproductive cells are manifested as, after the reverse division is completed, once the offspring are reproduced, the consequence is that the offspring will have 100% genetic defects. The brain cells are manifested in the overall degeneration of brain function, memory loss, mental illness, mental retardation, etc. Huang Fan put down the report and lamented, "Sure enough, the laws of nature are the most difficult to break. If you want to live forever, you have to pay a price." The other researchers were also in a low mood. They thought they had found a way to prolong life, but in the end it was all in vain. In fact, the divine blood potion of the lizard men is, to a certain extent, an evolutionary route, but the new humans disdain to do this opportunistic way, because the fusion of the divine blood potion is a disguised hybridization of humans and Nibelungs, thereby obtaining some of the blood advantages of the Nibelungs. From the research on the captured lizardmen, the lifespan of lizardmen is generally around 370 to 390 years, which is equivalent to 3 times that of old humans and 2.5 times that of new humans. No wonder the Illuminati are flocking to it, especially the old human elites, who don't want to hold power and wealth forever. Humans are human beings. If they lose their bloodline, they might as well die out completely. Huang Fan, who was full of distracting thoughts, suspended his research work, sorted out the previous research data, and then wrote a paper and posted it on the internal network. The Life Science Institute and biologists on Blue Star soon saw this paper. The terrible sequelae in the paper were like a basin of cold water, which chilled everyone to the core. Chapter 332. Lin Sha, Fang Ge and others put down their papers in silence. When will we find the key to the shackles of life? Lin Sha sighed softly. Fang Ge was not too desperate. She was only 24 years old now, and she still had about 120 years left. The biologists and medical scientists present all understood that it was difficult to break through the limits of life. The more technology developed, the more they understood the awe of life. Among vertebrates, the Arabian giant tortoise can live up to 250 years, which is almost the limit of vertebrates. Among invertebrates, the Turritopsis dohrnii can grow in reverse under stimulation and is almost immortal. Among trees, the dragon blood tree can live up to tens of thousands of years. However, these species have paid a huge price, either dormant for a long time, or formatted and reborn, or solidified forever, and they will all lose their wisdom. Just as Huang Fan and others' paper said, virus symbiosis breaks through the life limit of human cells and also kills reproduction and wisdom. This huge price is obviously not what Fang Ge and Lin Sha are willing to accept, and the new humans will not accept this half-dead breakthrough. Fang Ge still did not deny the potential of the Yinghua virus. Although the consequences are serious, we can continue to study the symbiotic virus in depth. Should we expand the scale of the Mars outpost? Lin Sha asked. After weighing the options for a while, Fang Ge said, okay, submit an expansion plan to the science committee. Then let Jiahong develop a top-level biochemical laboratory plan and submit it to the science committee. Yes. Mars outpost. 17 biological researchers held a meeting to exchange recent research. Huang Group, I have read your paper. Is it true that no meatball experiment can avoid sequelae? Du Pingxin asked calmly. Huang Fan also hoped that there would be some fish that slipped through the net, but unfortunately, the net of heaven is long and wide. We conducted 12 groups, a total of 240 meatball test subjects, and none of them escaped. The researchers in the other 2 groups immediately whispered to each other. After listening to Huang Fan's explanation, they realized that it was not that easy to break through the limit of life. Huang Fan changed the heavy topic. How is the research of your 2 groups? The gene fusion experiment is progressing slowly. The X gene and the Mars virus can be fused, but after the 2 are fused, the probability of mutation is very high, and the directional mutation is very easy to fail. Du Pingxin shared the experimental report with everyone while talking. I'm doing pretty well here. I've collected 574 specific variant gene fragments, and am building a special gene library. Jiang Jiren also pulled out the entrance to the gene library, and shared it with everyone. With the idea that learning from others can help improve Jade, the 3 groups of researchers browsed through these papers and research materials while discussing. Huang Fan flipped through the specific variant gene fragments one by one. These gene fragments have various resistances or functions, some of which are very strange. For example, this 00412 gene fragment can make cells fall into a state of suspended animation due to dehydration, thus achieving the effect of maintaining life for a long time. According to test data, after being symbiotically infected with this Mars virus, once the body is severely damaged or in a harsh environment, the meatball can gradually enter a state of suspended animation. In this state, the meatball is like a fossil, and it is estimated that its life can be extended to more than 10 times. Once it encounters a suitable environment, the meatball will be revived with full blood. Jiang Jiren and his team even put the meatball into a simulated space environment machine, and this suspended animation meatball can still survive. Although this method of prolonging life is similar to the effect of a cryogenic freezing chamber, the advantage is that it does not require equipment assistance. This can be used for emergency shelter, especially for alien colonies, satellite cities, spacecraft, alien exploration, etc. Sometimes there may not be a cryogenic freezing chamber nearby, and this dehydration and suspended animation mode can save lives at critical moments. He marked this idea on it. The high mutation characteristics of the Mars virus bring genetic diversity to another planet, which can enrich the biological gene reserves for the new humans who originally only had the Blue Star gene bank and the X gene. The power of genes is both magical and strange, and there are countless secrets waiting for new humans to discover. After the meeting, Wang Fan returned to the experimental cabin, and suddenly a message popped up in front of him. Clicking it, it turned out that the Science Committee approved the expansion plan of the Mars Outpost Base, and planned to build a special life research base on the flat land on the east side of the outpost base. The scale is 150 standard cabins, which are the space standard cabins for space colonization jointly formulated by the Service Committee and the Science Committee. Standard cabin, cylindrical, 16 meters long, 6.2 meters in diameter, can be matched with 432 prefabricated modules, suitable for asteroid bases, satellite cities, and Earth-like planet colonies, and can be transformed into emergency spacecraft, living cabins, experimental cabins, storage cabins, cockpits, energy supply cabins, equipment cabins, etc. The scale of the 150 standard cabin is more than twice that of the current outpost base. It seems that the scientific committee is still very concerned about and attaches great importance to Mars. Wang Fan quickly put this matter behind him and continued to study the symbiotic relationship of the Mars virus. Repairing telomere length can only prolong life, but it is difficult to stop brain degeneration, so repairing telomere length is only a temporary solution. To prolong life without side effects, we must find a way to repair or reverse the gene loss of chromosomes. Every transcriptional division of human cells results in the loss of chromosome gene sequences, which is why the probability of genetic defects in offspring increases after humans reproduce after the age of 30. But how to repair chromosome genes? This is a long-standing problem. The reversal of cells, like the Turritopsis dohrnii, is equivalent to formatting and rebirth. This mechanism has nothing to do with low-level organisms. But for humans, this method is cloning. The computer can be saved through the consciousness, and then the body can be cloned and returned to the body again. Perhaps many people think that cloning can achieve alternative immortality, but this is actually a wrong perception. The life of a clone is always shorter than that of a normal person, because their embryonic cells are extracted from normal people, which means that the cells have undergone a certain number of divisions, and these divisions will be accumulated in the life of the clone. Suppose a normal person freezes his stem cells at the age of 20, and his normal lifespan is 150 years. Then the clone of this person can only live for 130 years at most. If the technology is not mature, it is estimated that it will not even last 30 years. In addition, the soul is not immortal. After multiple replacements of clone bodies, the quantum soul will be obviously missing. This is a conclusion observed by the Quantum Soul Research Institute under the Institute of Life Sciences after a large number of experimental tests. The decay of the quantum soul and the loss of chromosomes are temporarily irreversible processes. This is the limiter set by the universe, which directly blocks 99.999% of the creatures in front of the gate of immortality. Those few creatures that break through the limit are also in a half-dead state. The longer the life of advanced creatures, the more unfavorable it is to the balance of the universe, because they will consume more and more resources, and may cause the collapse of the universe. The research of Wang Fan and others is destined to be a difficult and bumpy road. Chapter 333. The biochemical experiments on Mars are in full swing, and Wang Fan and others are desperately launching attacks at the Changsheng Gate. At the same time, in order to strengthen the security of the solar system, the Supreme Will has formulated a series of plans. On the Lagrange points L1, L2, L3, and L4 between the Blue Star and the Sun, for asteroids that were dragged here are stationary between the Blue Star and the Sun. At this time, a group of Kunping-class space transport ships and Tianzhou-class spacecraft are busy on the 4 asteroids. Among them, the satellite city of Blue Sun Lagrange point L2 is located in the 1.5 million kilometers orbit of Blue Star. It always faces the asteroid belt, and is the key point between the Blue Moon system and the middle circle of the solar system. The new humans have divided the solar system into administrative regions, among which Blue Star, Venus, Mercury, and the Sun belong to the inner circle, Mars, the asteroid belt, Jupiter and Saturn belong to the middle circle, and Uranus, Neptune, and the Kuiper belt belong to the outer circle. Therefore, building a satellite city at the Blue Sun Lagrange point L2 which is always relatively static, can reduce the window period. The name of this satellite city is Blue Sun 2 Satellite City. The asteroid placed here is composed of 7 asteroids, with a natural diameter of 8,700 to 9,000 meters. The chairman of the satellite city, Jiro Hayashi, is a naturalized person, whose original name is Jiro Kobayashi. On the composite asteroid, nanorobots are spreading everywhere. Some useful elements are extracted, and the less useful elements are used to form the basic structure of the satellite city. 3 nanorobot integrated processing plants are producing standard cabins, some standard cabin prefabricated modules, and the core skeleton of the satellite city at full capacity. As soon as these things were produced, they were used to build satellite cities. Chairman Lin, the core parts of the gravitational wave detection radar and neutrino detection radar have arrived. Assistant Guan Fuqiang handed over a list of arrivals. Lin Jiro took it, flipped through it, and signed the receipt. Fuqiang, you should implement the gravitational wave and neutrino detection stations as soon as possible. Okay, does Chairman Lin have any other instructions? By the way, a batch of detection satellites will be launched from the moon to various places starting from January 28th. Please notify the Transportation Bureau to control the surrounding waterways to avoid unnecessary accidents. I've got it. Installing large gravitational wave and neutrino detectors, as well as neutrino communication stations, are all to ensure that the new humans completely control the solar system. Especially neutrino communication and neutrino detection, which are not easily interfered with, have become the standard configuration of the new humans everywhere. After all, high-energy rays and solar winds in the universe are normalized, and electromagnetic wave communication is too easy to be interfered with. Naturally, neutrino communication must be fully promoted. Anyway, neutrino communication technology is now mature and is called 7G communication technology. Just ignoring the barriers of most celestial bodies, and not easily disturbed by magnetic fields, solar winds, and high-energy rays is enough to make neutrino communication the mainstream way of new human cosmic communication. As for quantum communication, without solving the problem of quantum superdistance effect that cannot carry information, quantum communication is still a mirage. Lunar Ring Equatorial Mass Projector, Guanghan Palace City on the back of the moon, the third projection station. After entering the projection window period, 12 satellites weighing 500 tons were continuously projected directly into Saturn's orbit. Since satellites do not need to carry personnel and are designed to resist gravity, these satellites are instantly accelerated to 800 kilometers per second. During this period, the 3 projection stations on the back of the moon have successively projected a large number of satellites to the middle and outer circles of the solar system. There are neutrino detection satellites, gravitational wave detection satellites, and Phoenix 4 satellites. These satellites will gradually build a comprehensive solar system monitoring system to ensure that the new humans can timely control the situation in various parts of the solar system. Future enemies must come from outside the solar system. 6.2 billion kilometers away from the blue planet, a gravitational wave neutrino satellite is flying towards the edge of the outer solar system. This satellite is numbered Exploration 0016. It set off from the Lunar Ring Equatorial Mass Projector 91 days ago, broke through the inner circle and the middle circle successively, and just passed the orbit of Pluto 2 days ago. Its mission is to dock in the Kuiper Belt, which is 9 billion kilometers away from the Sun. At this time, the satellite is actively emitting neutrino streams while flying, scanning the area with a radius of 1 billion kilometers along the way, and filling these data into a detailed map of the outer solar system. The biological computers and electronic computers carried on the satellite are analyzing data at a floating point speed of several hundred trillion per second. In addition, some gravitational wave signals are also received. The sensitivity and accuracy of the passive gravitational wave detectors of the new humans are several orders of magnitude stronger than those in the AD era. As the most common gravitational wave signal in the universe, it is washing the detector all the time. Suddenly, a series of abnormal gravitational wave signals were received by the detector. After receiving these signals, the satellite's artificial intelligence system conducted a comprehensive analysis. As the satellite continued to fly forward, it received more and more abnormal gravitational signals, as if it had entered the gravitational control range of another large celestial body. According to the emergency plan, the artificial intelligence reported the matter to Blue Star while actively sending neutrino streams and gravitational waves forward, hoping to get relevant feedback. 6 hours later. Lunar Space Communication Center. Received feedback from the Exploration 0016 satellite. Priority 7.4. What? Priority 7.4? The communicator in charge of this satellite stared at him, and then parsed the data packet that was fed back. Abnormal gravitational wave signal? Suspected large celestial body? He immediately reported the matter to Yurin, the head of the communications center. Yurin hurried over, and there were 3 astrophysicists and astronomers beside him. Old Xia, take a look at the data. Yurin quickly gave up his position to the 3 experts. Xia Yulai, a researcher at the Purple Mountain Institute of Astronomy, glanced at the data and felt very strange. Teacher, this gravitational wave signal seems to be a dwarf planet with a diameter of 2,200 kilometers. The young man next to him said. Xia Yulai nodded. From the comprehensive data, it is a celestial body with a diameter of about 2,200 kilometers. The young man asked another question. Huh? Why is it located on a 37 billion kilometer orbit? Such a large dwarf planet has not been observed. The young man knows the astronomical conditions within 100 billion kilometers around the solar system. Especially after the new era, the new humans' observation accuracy of the universe has become higher and higher, and their observation methods have become more and more. He quickly called up the astronomical database and entered the relevant parameters. No matching celestial body exists. What's going on? He searched again in disbelief, but still found no matching celestial body. Xia Yulai waved his hand. No need to search, it's an unknown celestial body. But this is wrong. We can observe celestial bodies with a diameter of more than 1 kilometer near 90 billion kilometers, so it's impossible for such a huge dwarf planet. The young man said with a puzzled look on his face. Who told you it was a dwarf planet? The young man was speechless. Too young, Xia Yulai knew that his student had theories, but lacked experience. He patted the young man on the shoulder. I may have known what this celestial body is, but we need to wait for further data confirmation. Let's go to the celestial body simulation laboratory. Then Xia Yulai turned to Yurin and said, Director Yu, you will send the follow-up data to my laboratory. No problem. Chapter 334. The data from the Exploration 0016 satellite is continuously sent to the Moon. At this time, inside the Space Communication Center of the North Pole City of the Moon, in the laboratory responsible for analyzing celestial body information, Xia Yulai, with his student Duan Zonfeng and a researcher, carefully analyzed the data. More than 3 hours later, a celestial body model appeared on the virtual display screen. This was a contradictory celestial body, and even Xia Yulai frowned. In the deduced model composition, at the specific 3-dimensional coordinates 034211/214902/800527, in the orbit 37.1 billion kilometers away from the Sun, a void appeared, a void with mass. The diameter of this hole is about 3 to 4 kilometers, which seems very strange. Is it a wormhole? No, the gravity of a wormhole is no less than that of a black hole. If the diameter is 3 to 4 kilometers, the solar system would have been swallowed up long ago. Duan Zonfeng thought more and more that something was wrong. Xia Yulai was also unsure, and hurriedly performed a supercomputing deduction based on the data. The result was that only the diameter of the hole was accurate to between 3,700 and 3,800 meters, and the other results did not change much. It's strange. According to the intensity of the gravitational waves, this should be a celestial body with a diameter of 2,200 kilometers, and the gravity of the wormhole cannot be so small. Faced with this contradictory result, the 3 of them were a little crazy. Obviously, this thing violated the general laws of astrophysics. Xia Yulai, who was unsure of the situation, quickly packaged the deduction results and related data and sent them back to the Purple Mountain Astronomical Institute, hoping that the elite soldiers there could crack the secret. As soon as the Purple Mountain Astronomical Institute received Xia Yulai's data packet and email, it immediately organized elite researchers to study this strange celestial body. However, their calculation results were almost the same as Xia Yulai's, at most they were more accurate. Looking at this contradictory celestial body, a group of researchers were at a loss. The result had overturned their understanding of astrophysics. This incident was like a stone that caused 1,000 waves in the entire astronomical community, triggering a wave of discussion and research. However, there was no theory that could explain the secret. Even Huang Mingzhi, who had been studying artificial black holes and degenerate materials on the Moon, was alarmed by this incident. After explaining some things to Ma Zhili and others, Huang Mingzhi went directly to the North Pole City on the Moon through a substitute robot. Arriving at the Astronomical Data Analysis Laboratory, Xia Yulai saw Huang Mingzhi coming in person, and immediately ran over as if a needle was piercing his buttocks. Chairman, welcome to your guidance. Huang Mingzhi waved his hand. You're welcome, call out the astronomical data package discovered by Exploration 0016. Duan Zongfeng on the side was so excited that his mind went blank. The man in front of him was the founder of the New Human, the emperor of mathematics, the creator of the void, the father of computational materials science, and one of the creators of the Golden Crow. The rows of titles all represent scientific monuments, and the objects of worship for the younger generation of researchers and scientists. Duan Zongfeng, whose mind was blank, was awakened by a tap on the shoulder by his teacher Xia Yulai. Xia Yulai ignored the confused Duan Zongfeng and directly called up the relevant data and virtual model for Huang Mingzhi. After reading these data and models, he called up the latest data sent back from the Exploration 0016 satellite, and Huang Mingzhi's sparks of inspiration collided. After a moment, he raised his eyebrows, and it was obvious that the result of the spark of inspiration was also somewhat unexpected. Connecting to the laboratory system, and using the brainwave input device, the virtual model in front of him kept changing, and the data analysis and promotion on the side were also refreshed rapidly. Xia Yulai, Duan Zongfeng and others were stunned and shouted in their hearts, "The academic god is so terrifying." The brainwave input device can indeed increase the input speed, and with the help of biological computers, the input speed of humans can reach more than 10 times that of keyboard input. But Huang Mingzhi in front of him, that input speed is terrible, inputting more than 10 pages of data in a few seconds. And Xia Yulai looked at the data and deductions, but there was no mistake, and the logic was very clear. 5 minutes later. Huang Mingzhi breathed a sigh of relief. The final model appeared on the virtual display screen, along with more than 2,000 pages of data analysis and derivation process. Gulu. So strong, Duan Zongfeng stared at the derivation model in front of him with admiration. It took them more than 10 minutes to initially understand Huang Mingzhi's theory. "Chairman, do you mean that this celestial body is an artificial wormhole?" "That's right." Huang Mingzhi nodded. The model on the virtual display screen was an artificial wormhole tunnel with a length of 53.36 to 54.22 kilometers and a diameter of 3745 to 3750. There should be a neutron star at the central dividing point of the wormhole to maintain the stability of the wormhole. But who would? Before Xia Yulai finished speaking, he widened his eyes. "Is this a Nibelung wormhole?" 9 out of 10. Huang Mingzhi said with narrowed eyes. The discovery of this artificial wormhole obviously solved a question that Huang Mingzhi had always had. Although the interior of the Nibelung spacecraft was not completely cracked, the data analyzed from the engine nozzle at the tail showed that the photon engine used by the other party was at most 10% of the speed of light. How could this speed reach the solar system? According to the reverse deduction of the X gene, the lifespan of the Nibelung people is about 820 years, and cryogenic hibernation can extend their lifespan by 10 times. The other party can travel in space for a maximum of 8,200 years, and can travel at full speed for a maximum of 820 light years. But there are no obvious signs of cosmic civilization activities within the surrounding 1,000 light years. According to the development level of the Nibelung people, as well as the application of energy siphon devices and degenerate materials, it means that the other party may have developed to a very high level. Generally speaking, if it is really within 820 light years, the other party should have come to eliminate humans or colonize the solar system long ago. Now that this suspected artificial wormhole has been discovered, the secret of how the Nibelung spacecraft came to the solar system has finally been solved. Huang Mingzhi did not stay here for too long. After more than an hour, he wrote a word of encouragement and signed to Duan Zongfeng, and then he returned to the Blue Star. The discovery of a celestial body suspected of being an artificial wormhole is a big deal. The Science Committee and the other 3 committees immediately held an emergency meeting. "Mingzhi, is that celestial body really an artificial wormhole?" Zhang Siping asked solemnly. Huang Mingzhi nodded affirmatively. 90% chance. Natural wormholes appear in the area so close to the solar system. I guess we don't even have a slag left. The expressions of everyone present suddenly changed slightly. Huang Mingzhi's 90% is probably 100% possible. For a moment, everyone was a little flustered. Looking at the chaotic meeting room, Huang Mingzhi had to come out to stabilize the troops. There is no need to panic too much. The appearance of a wormhole does not mean that the enemy will appear immediately. I have consulted some research materials in the AD era. It is estimated that the existence of this wormhole is the companion star of the Sun that the astronomical community has been searching for. Is there any connection? Lu Dawei was confused. I mean that this wormhole may have appeared in the outer circle of the solar system for some time. Huang Mingzhi explained. Zhang Siping, who had reacted, understood what Huang Mingzhi meant. Since the wormhole has appeared for decades, or even hundreds of years, and there is no intention of the other side to come to the solar system, it means that there will be no cosmic civilization for the time being. After a discussion, everyone did not take it lightly, but decided to send a probe to first determine whether it was a wormhole, and then block the relevant news. Chapter 335. After the Supreme Conference ended, Wang Mingzhi, Zhang Siping, and Lu Dawei did not leave the virtual conference room. "Mingzhi, we need your help," Zhang Siping said seriously. He did not agree first, but asked slowly, "What are you going to do?" "We need weapons that can destroy wormholes." Wang Mingzhi, who was thinking about it, replied, "Destroy wormholes? This is a bit difficult. The only weapon that can do it is the theoretical black hole bomb. If we build a spacecraft for a large particle collider, can we create a black hole?" Lu Dawei asked. "To achieve a large particle collider that can produce destructive black holes, your war committee should have a plan." Wang Mingzhi obviously knew that they were prepared. Lu Dawei was in charge of weapons research and development. He shook his head helplessly and replied, "There is a plan, but the diameter of the spacecraft must reach 54 kilometers to accommodate a large particle collider." Lu Dawei did not say the next words, because Wang Mingzhi knew clearly that a spacecraft with a diameter of 54 kilometers would have a hard speed when built, and it would take a long time to fly to the 37.1 billion kilometers orbit of the Sun. Now, time is running out, and they must complete the countermeasures as soon as possible, because the situation on the other side is unknown, and no one can be sure whether alien civilization will suddenly come. Although they predicted that it was the wormhole left by the Nibelungs, they cannot be careless. Who knows whether the Nibelungs will visit the solar system again? Wang Mingzhi obtained temporary authority, and reviewed the black hole bomb project led by the War Committee. The project is in the theoretical design stage. The main reason is that the speed of the super-large spacecraft is too slow. With a diameter of more than 54 kilometers, the estimated speed will not exceed 15 kilometers per second. It will take 78 years to reach 36.95 billion kilometers from the Blue Moon system at this speed. This time is too long, and the longer the time is delayed, the greater the risk. After thinking for a while, Wang Mingzhi suggested, "We can pack and transport the parts of the large particle collider that the nano-robots cannot replicate to the vicinity of the wormhole, and the other parts can be made by the nano-robots on the spot." Lu Dawei's eyes lit up, and he quickly opened the virtual display screen and selected the items in the large particle collider that the nano-robots could not replicate. Now 2,437 tons of non-replicable items needed to be transported. However, Wang Mingzhi still felt that the design of the War Committee was too rough, and he modified the relevant design in half an hour. Among them, 1440 million TeV lasers were changed to 421200 TeV lasers. The latest lasers were not only expensive, but also had two large parts, which was not conducive to transportation. It seems that the number of lasers has increased, but in fact, the weight of spare parts that need to be transported has been reduced to 1,557 tons again. Great, this way we can quickly deploy black hole bombs in the wormhole, Lu Dawei said excitedly. But Wang Mingzhi was not too excited, but poured cold water on him. Black hole bombs can only be used for deterrence. I have set a safety threshold. The maximum diameter of the black hole can only reach 0.027 microns, which is enough to perish with the wormhole, and will not seriously affect the solar system. Zhang Siping asked hesitantly, "Mingzhi, if this threshold is exceeded, then the black hole will frantically devour all the surrounding matter, expand irreversibly, and then gradually erode the solar system." Wang Mingzhi replied calmly. Zhang Siping asked nervously, "Is there any way to suppress or destroy the black hole?" "No, if it really comes to that, we can only prepare to escape from the solar system and wander in the starry sky." After Wang Mingzhi finished speaking, he added, "We can take precautions and remove as much matter as possible within a radius of 15 billion kilometers near the wormhole. As long as the black hole does not obtain enough matter, it will self-destruct in about 5 to 7 years due to Hawking radiation evaporation." After that, he used the virtual display screen to simply outline the situation after the wormhole and the black hole bomb collided with each other, as well as the range of the black hole's gravitational capture. According to Wang Mingzhi's calculations, he calculated the black hole swallowing the wormhole and the neutron core in the wormhole together, and concluded that the maximum gravitational capture radius of the black hole is 11.4 billion kilometers. In order to ensure absolute safety, he increased the maximum gravitational capture radius of the black hole to 15 billion kilometers to ensure that the black hole would not obtain the surrounding matter. Once it does not obtain enough matter, the black hole will not upgrade, and because of the existence of the Hawking radiation effect, the black hole will will be unable to make ends meet and eventually self-destruct. Of course, the premise is that the size of the black hole produced by the black hole bomb cannot exceed 0.027 microns in diameter. Once this limit is exceeded, the black hole's capture gravity range will cover Eris, Makemake, Haumea, and then capture Pluto and the quasi-celestial bodies in the Kuiper belt. When a black hole acquires matter, it will grow like a snowball, and then the solar system will be really hopeless. We will keep this limit in mind. Zhang Siping replied cautiously. Wang Mingzhe looked at the time. If there is any emergency, please contact us at any time. Okay. For the wormhole, the new humans made 2 preparations. The first is to send a probe close to the wormhole, and even prepare to go deep into the wormhole. The second is to place a black hole bomb near the wormhole. Once an alien comes from the other side of the wormhole, the black hole bomb will be directly detonated to destroy the wormhole first. These 2 plans are carried out simultaneously. If the black hole bomb is not placed, the probe will not enter the wormhole tunnel. In the Lunar Ring Equatorial Mass Projector, the 3 projection stations of New Moscow City, Guanhan Palace City, and Sia City on the back of the moon began to calculate the direction and window period to the wormhole. On the front side of the moon, the supporting factory of the City of Danger, which was previously responsible for building a large particle collider, is working at full capacity again. Parts that cannot be replicated by nanorobots are quickly produced and then transported to 3 projection stations through underground tunnels. According to the plan, in order to ensure that everything is foolproof, 3 sets of spare parts for the black hole bomb will be prepared. During the preparation stage of the spare parts for the black hole bomb, 30 detectors have been projected towards the wormhole one after another, and it is expected to arrive near the wormhole in about 550 days. The current exploration work can only allow the Exploration 0016 satellite to continue to move forward and obtain more data for the new humans. On the other hand, the War Committee is urgently evaluating the harmfulness of the black hole bomb. According to the 15 billion kilometers of the clearing area set by Wang Mingzhe, they once again expanded the range to 18 billion kilometers. However, to clear such a wide range, there must be a forward base. They plan to set up a comprehensive spacecraft shipyard in the Kuiper belt, that is, 18 billion kilometers in orbit around the Sun. Using this spaceship shipyard, local materials are used to build space transport ships, which can pull surrounding asteroids and other celestial bodies back to the factory. This can not only clean up the materials near the wormhole, but also bring a large amount of raw materials, forming a virtuous cycle. If a large amount of materials are transported from the inner and middle circles of the solar system, not only the speed is slow, but also it seems to be a drop in the bucket. The local materials of nanorobots are a mainstream development in the future interstellar era. The scientific committee will also adjust the processes of more and more materials and parts into types that can be replicated by nanorobots. It is better to bring nanofactories than industrial products. As long as there are raw materials, they can be produced continuously. This model effectively reduces the materials that spacecraft need to carry, and is also conducive to interstellar colonization. Chapter 336. The site returns to the cold and dark Kuiper belt. The silence of billions of years was broken by a faint blue light, which was the Exploration 0016 satellite. The Kuiper belt is extremely empty. Apart from the Pluto-like objects, there are particles floating in the void and high-energy rays coming from all directions. In the void that is difficult to observe with the naked eye, gravitational waves are like waves, filling every corner. They may come from the Sun, Neptune, Pluto, and the mysterious void hole. The Exploration 0016 satellite, which has changed its flight destination, is absorbing the surrounding free particles while using a plasma engine to accelerate towards the wormhole. Originally, the Exploration 0016 satellite did not need to accelerate, but after the destination was changed from the previous 9 billion kilometers orbit of the Sun to the 37.1 billion kilometers orbit of the Sun, the range was increased by more than 4 times, so acceleration was necessary. Through the continuous acceleration of the plasma engine, the speed of the Exploration 0016 satellite has increased to 844 kilometers per second. As the satellite gets closer to the wormhole, it receives more and more gravitational wave signals, and the data of the wormhole becomes clearer and clearer. This mysterious wormhole was named Nemesis by the Astronomical Association. The reason why it is called Nemesis is actually related to the Nemesis hypothesis of the last century. In the long history of the blue planet of 4.6 billion years, there have been countless large and small extinction events. Putting these extinction events together, we can vaguely see some patterns. Geologists, paleontologists and astrophysicists have conducted detailed statistical analysis of the decline in biodiversity in different historical periods, and can see a rough cycle. This mysterious phenomenon has led many scientists to believe that the extinction events on the blue planet have a strange pattern of repeating in a cycle of 26 million years. It seems that there is a mysterious force that appears regularly to wipe out the main species on the blue planet and make way for new species, and the internal forces of the blue planet cannot provide an explanation for the periodic extinction. So in the last century, some scientists opened their minds to outer space and proposed the Nemesis hypothesis. In short, the Nemesis hypothesis states that the Sun has a brown dwarf or red dwarf companion that revolves around the Sun in an extremely eccentric elliptical orbit. According to its orbital period, it can be calculated that the far end of its orbit is 1.5 light-years away from the Sun and outside the Oort cloud. When it enters the solar system, its gravity will disturb the celestial bodies in the Oort cloud, causing a large number of comets and asteroids to enter the inner solar system and bombard all the planets. Comets and meteorites have amazing destructive power on the biosphere. If this theory is true, then periodic extinction is not surprising. This mysterious killer hidden in the solar system is called Nemesis. Although there are indeed strange disturbances in the Oort cloud and the Kuiper belt, the search for Nemesis has not been smooth. From the 1980s to the beginning of the 21st century, multiple searches by different teams have failed. At the same time, most paleontologists have gradually reached a consensus. Mass extinction events are not periodic. Thus, the Nemesis hypothesis came to an end. However, the strange disturbance of the Oort cloud and the cliff phenomenon of the Kuiper belt have become a mystery in the minds of astronomers. The Kuiper belt cliff refers to the distance of the 2:5 resonance, which is about 8.25 billion kilometers from the Sun. The early Kuiper belt model believed that the number of large celestial bodies outside the 7.5 billion kilometers of the Sun's orbit should increase by 2 orders of magnitude. But in fact, the number of large celestial bodies in this area has decreased instead of increased, which is called the Kuiper belt cliff. It was completely unexpected, and its cause is still unclear. New era astronomers have found evidence that celestial bodies with diameters of 100 kilometers or more do suddenly decrease in a large area 7.5 billion kilometers behind the Sun's orbit, and this is not caused by observational deviations. Some astronomers have proposed the dark blue star hypothesis, believing that there is a celestial body about the size of a blue star in the Kuiper belt cliff belt, which may explain this phenomenon. Unfortunately, new era's high-precision astronomical telescopes and radio telescopes, infrared telescopes, and neutrino detectors have not detected the existence of a dark blue star in this area. After the introduction of the wormhole's gravitational field, the cause of the Kuiper belt cliff phenomenon and the Oort cloud disturbance was finally revealed. No wonder the astronomical telescope has been unable to observe this celestial body. It turns out to be a wormhole hidden in the void. If it is a natural wormhole, it is impossible to appear so close to the solar system, because the gravitational strength of a natural wormhole is not weaker than that of a black hole. A natural wormhole with a diameter of 3,734 meters, the gravitational field it generates is enough to destroy the solar system, and even a neutron star cannot withstand it. If the wormhole was created by the Nibelungs, it means that the wormhole must allow normal matter to pass safely. Nibelungs are also made of normal matter, otherwise what is the purpose of creating this wormhole? As for how the Nibelungs created the wormhole, Huang Mingzhou had some speculations in his mind, such as the energy siphon effect, which may be the key technology for the other party to light up the artificial wormhole technology. Unfortunately, the terrible consequences of the energy siphon effect have deterred the new humans. The Exploration 0016 satellite continues to fly outside the Kuiper belt. The Kuiper belt ranges from 6 billion kilometers to 30 billion kilometers of the Sun. Beyond 30 billion kilometers is the Oort cloud area. The Nemesis wormhole is located at the junction of the Oort cloud and the Kuiper belt, which is why the wormhole's gravitational field disturbs the surrounding celestial bodies. The data along the way are constantly fed back to the Lunar Space Communication Center. These ironclad data force all astrophysicists and astronomers to accept Huang Mingzhou's model. After eliminating all impossibilities, what remains is the truth, no matter how unreasonable it is. What is on the other side of the wormhole? The unknown horror makes all those who know the truth full of curiosity and inexplicable uneasiness. Even though they know that curiosity may kill the cat, no one will sit idly by. The existence of the Nemesis wormhole itself is a huge threat to the solar system. The new humans will not give up until they figure out the secret behind the Nemesis wormhole. The disturbances outside did not affect Huang Mingzhou's research work. He continued to study degenerate materials with Ma Jili, Li Kun and others. The Nibelungs are something the new humans will have to face sooner or later. Whether they are dead or alive, they are crucial to the new humans. Huang Mingzhi did not rely on the black hole bomb, as the speed of this thing is a fatal flaw. In the interstellar era, speed is king. The speed of the spacecraft of the new human beings is difficult to break through even 1,000th of the speed of light. How can they face the Nibelungs who can develop the speed of the spacecraft to 10% of the speed of light? To forge iron, you must be strong yourself. Huang Mingzhi needs to upgrade the materials of the new human beings, and the degenerate state is a very clear direction. March 11th, the third year of the new era. The large particle collider in the moon city of danger once again surged with violent energy, like a stream of particles that created the world, creating the most terrifying celestial body in the universe, and also creating the strongest material. He has figured out why the N16 material of the Nibelung spacecraft has such a long lifespan. Today's experiment is to verify his theory. Li Kun and others on the side are also full of expectations and trepidation. Chapter 337. In the collision chamber of the Large Hadron Collider, the same proton streams as before continue to collide with each other, and then either annihilated, or generated micro-black holes, or transformed into neutrons and photons. Chairman, we are ready. Li Kun stared at the data and said. Huang Mingzhi calmly ordered, proceed as planned. Li Kun picked up the intercom, emit the neutron stream. The staff in the control hall pressed the buttons of the two neutron stream emitters. In an instant, a stream of neutrons from the specially modified neutron stream emitter burst into the collision chamber. The neutron streams emitted by the two neutron stream emitters rushed into the micro-black hole, and the strongest force in the universe compressed these neutrons together. The experiment lasted for half an hour. The reactant collection bottle was quickly taken out by the robot and sent to the analysis room. It took only 8 minutes for the analysis room to send the relevant data. Li Kun quickly browsed through it, and after reading it, his breathing became slightly hurried. It really exists, great. The researchers who were also checking the data couldn't help but exclaimed one after another. Great. Life expectancy has been extended. The chairman is awesome. Huang Mingzhi smiled but said nothing. This result was the calmest among his skills. On the virtual display screen in front of him, there was a row of strange particle structure diagrams, some composed of 8 N16 particles, some composed of 10 N16 particles, and some composed of 13 N16 particles. There were all kinds of N16s, ranging from 8 to 22. These combined neutron bodies are like molecules, and the N16 neutron body composition molecule is a two-dimensional state, similar to a single-layer graphene molecule. Huang Mingzhi named neutron bodies, such as N1 to N64 neutrons, and the neutron complex similar to molecules was named subnuclear molecules. The relationship between neutrons and subnuclear molecules is similar to the relationship between atoms and molecules. As for how to make degenerate subnuclear molecules, it is only necessary to use a neutron stream emitter to launch single-substance neutrons into a micro-black hole, and the micro-black hole will turn these neutrons into subnuclear molecules. Ma Jili was also very excited. Chairman, you have opened a new path for materials. The researchers present were full of respect. Huang Mingzhi's image in the materials science community is enough to make people respect him like a god, as he can continuously create computational material science, neutron material science, and subnuclear molecular science. Being able to create a scientific theory is already the pinnacle of many scientists' scientific research careers, and scientists like Huang Mingzhi, who continuously innovate in the field of materials science, are admired by everyone present. Huang Mingzhi was so tired of hearing these compliments that he waved his hand and said, let's continue the experiment. We will find out the characteristics of subnuclear molecules as soon as possible. Yes. Li Kun and Ma Jili worked together to direct the Large Particle Collider to conduct experiments. Huang Mingzhi was not idle. He was analyzing the subnuclear molecules composed of N16. As more and more experimental data were fed back, the subnuclear molecule named N16N2 had many characteristics that were finally revealed. In N16N2, N16 represents the element, N represents that this subnuclear molecule can be infinitely combined, and 2 represents the single-layer plane characteristics. N16N2 has 3 characteristics: single-layer plane, infinite combination, and stable proliferation. The third characteristic, stable proliferation, is why the Nibelungs use this material. The stability of N16N2 material can be superimposed as the number of nucleons increases. Ordinary N16 elements have a stability period of only 12.4 years, while N16N2 can be accumulated. N16N2 composed of 10 N16 elements means a stability period of 124 years. As for whether this proliferation can continue to be superimposed, the answer is of course impossible. According to Huang Mingzhi's theoretical model, it is estimated that this proliferation can be superimposed for up to about 13 million years. Because the particle binding energy of the N16N2 subnuclear molecule can only be maintained for about 13 million years. When the time is up, either wait for the subnuclear molecule to disintegrate itself or forge it again with a black hole. 13 million years is such a long time, which is nearly 100,000 times the lifespan of the new human beings. In another sense, it is immortal. N16N2 subnuclear molecules are very dense, resulting in an amazing weight and strong defense. High-energy particle streams, gamma rays, neutron streams, etc. have no effect on N16N2. Even neutrinos cannot penetrate N16N2. The only thing that can destroy N16N2 is a large black hole bomb. If there is a micro black hole or a small black hole, the pressure generated is not enough to destroy N16N2. I understand. Huang Mingzhi suddenly realized. Did the chairman find anything? Li Kun asked hurriedly. Huang Mingzhi smiled and replied, I think I know how the Nibelungs can mass-produce degenerate materials. Oh! Li Kun was ecstatic, his chest heaving with excitement, and asked hurriedly, Chairman, don't keep us in suspense, let's have fun together. Ha ha. Huang Mingzhi smiled and explained, if we use the infinite combination of N16N2 to create a large hollow barrier, can we stimulate a small black hole inside? Li Kun reacted immediately. Based on this feature, he turned on the virtual display and calculated quickly. 10 minutes later, the calculation results came out. Li Kun exclaimed, it really works. This way, the problem of large-scale production of degenerate materials can be solved. It's not that simple. Huang Mingzhi poured cold water. Li Kun was stunned. Are there any other problems? Gravity. Huang Mingzhi reminded. Gravity? It was only then that Li Kun realized that the gravity of a micro black hole was not too great, but the gravity of a small black hole was at least 2 or 3 orders of magnitude higher than that of a micro black hole. The N16N2 material barrier can prevent the black hole from swallowing the surrounding matter, but it has no way to block the black hole's gravity from capturing the surrounding matter. The terrible gravity of a small black hole is enough to cause catastrophic consequences in the solar system. For a moment, Li Kun's back was soaked with cold sweat. Don't make a fuss, there are always more solutions than difficulties. Huang Mingzhi was calm. Ma Jili patted Li Kun on the shoulder and said, the chairman is right, we can definitely overcome this problem. I lost my temper. The continuous new discoveries have made all researchers very motivated. It took more than a month to run the Large Particle Collider at full capacity, and more than 30 subnuclear molecules were discovered. And those papers on subnuclear molecules caused a huge shock in the new human physics and materials science circles. Everyone knows that after neutron materials science, another material science is about to be born. There are many visiting scholars who come to the Large Particle Collider base in the dangerous sea city on the moon through substitute robots these days. Seeing the miraculous N16N2 material, they could only accept the dazzling light of the academic god like salted fish. If they really wanted to compete with Huang Mingzhi, they might always be beaten. Now these arrogant scholars have already become salted fish, and they can just follow the academic god and shout 666. And Li Kun, Huang Mingzhi and others are busy solving the problem of strong gravity of small black holes. As long as this problem is solved, the process of mass production of degenerate materials will be no problem. But this final step is very difficult, and there is no material that can block the penetration of gravity. For a time, they fell into a bottleneck period. Chapter 338. While Huang Mingzhi was busy studying subnuclear molecular materials, Li Kun and Ma Jili were also working hard. At the same time, 3 sets of black hole bomb parts and 3 nanofactories had been launched to the Kuiper Belt, and the journey lasted about 13 days. New Era, March 11th, 3 years. South America, Amazon rainforest. 15 armed helicopters flew quickly, startling countless tropical birds. In the forest with towering trees, a nimble jaguar bit the neck of a sloth, and the sloth struggled madly. Suddenly, a series of low propeller sounds sounded over the forest. The fear of more than a century instantly triggered the jaguar's conditioned reflex. It released its fangs without hesitation and watched the flying object in the air vigilantly. The helicopter group did not intend to stay at all. When it felt the helicopter leave, the jaguar quickly picked up the sloth and left. The long-term fear of humans made countless wild animals very vigilant. The helicopter group quickly landed beside a lake deep in the rainforest, and a young man in a gray Zhongshan suit walked down from the helicopter. Chinli, the target is deep in the lake. Here is the specific location map. The person in charge of the lakeside camp shared an investigation report with Chinli. The virtual display screen was unfolded, and there were 6 red areas in the depths of the lake, which were the targets of his trip. Chinli turned around and ordered, "Move, bring the things back intact." Yes. 2 flat-bottomed boats and 6 speedboats went from one side of the lakeshore to the depths of the lake. This is a lake with a diameter of 6.7 kilometers. What's more strange is that the area around the lake is completely bare, as if it had been wiped out by some supreme power. Chinli looked around and saw that there were already many caimans and fish living in the lake, and there were water birds trying to prey on small fish on the lakeside mudflats. And around the camp behind him, there were countless charred tree remains, still standing on this barren land, and frequent rainstorms washed the surface into thousands of gullies. This was one of the Illuminati bases attacked by gamma rays during the First Purification War, and it was also an important scientific research base of the Illuminati, the Yishan Institute base. The destruction of the surrounding environment is the work of the gamma ray flow. After the Yishan Institute base was destroyed, it collapsed into a huge pit, which was turned into a lake by rain in less than a few months. Putting down the telescope, many weeds and vines are stubbornly invading this dead area. It has only been more than 2 years since humans destroyed this place, and nature is repairing it by itself. The new humans have almost completely withdrawn from the tropical areas, except for some areas that have been very maturely developed. Now the ecological environment of the Amazon rainforest, Congo Basin, and South Pacific Islands is rapidly returning to normal. It is believed that within 10 years, the natural environment of Blue Planet will be restored to the level before 1800 AD. This relic lake will soon be full of vitality, and become a sparsely wooded swamp lake. Time can erase all traces of human beings. More than 3 hours later, the flat-bottomed boat and speedboat returned to the lakeshore, and the staff unloaded 17 boxes of items from the boat, and there were 3 relatively large items. Things that can survive the gamma-ray flow and still remain intact must be different. These things are the 1/5 of the Nibelung spacecraft that is missing. Because the flowing liquid will interfere with the accuracy of the neutrino detector, and the Nibelungs use more degenerate materials, which will also interfere with the accuracy of the neutrino detector, so these things have not been located until today. In addition, they also recovered some Nibelung items from the bottom of the North Sea in the North Atlantic a few days ago. The researcher next to Chinli finally confirmed that all the Nibelung items had been recovered through simulation modeling and restoration. Chinli, all the items have been recovered. Chinli breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, we will return immediately. After loading these things onto the helicopter group took off again. 2 days later, the Nibelung Research Center in Zhongshan, Lingnan. Hundreds of researchers conducted a comprehensive study on the Nibelung items brought back by Chinli. The chief researcher of the research center said with concern, discussing something with Chinli. In front of the 2 of them was a restored model. These items could be assembled into 3 life support capsules, a cockpit, a shell, and various auxiliary systems, including the previously obtained Nibelung heart, which were all components. Looking at the restored model of the life support capsule, one of the life support capsules was damaged, but the other 2 were still operational. The things made by the Nibelungs were of very high quality. Even if they were not degenerate materials, they were extraordinary in resistance. The natural materials of a spacecraft that can travel in space for hundreds of years are not ordinary items. Suddenly, a series of rapid alarms sounded. What's going on? Guanhuada's face changed. A communication window popped up in front of him, and he quickly connected it. Chief, emergency, there is an abnormality in the heart of the Nibelung. A researcher said hurriedly. I go there right away. Together, Guanhuadao and Chinli quickly rushed to the 11th laboratory. On the laboratory bench, the heart of the Nibelung did not change much, but the detection equipment was not so calm. Countless electrical signals and quantum fluctuations were refreshing the detector screen, and lines of data were flowing like a waterfall. Guanhuadao exclaimed when he saw this situation. Someone is trying to contact the heart of the Nibelung here. Chinli also had a serious expression. The signal riot lasted for 24 minutes and 17 seconds, and then it became dead silent. This matter was unusual, and Chinli immediately reported the situation to the Ghost Special Service, and the electrical signals and quantum fluctuation signals stimulated by the heart of the Nibelung were also cracked. The 16 characters previously obtained from the code lock of the Nibelung spacecraft plus some Nibelung text seized from the Illuminati. Based on these text data, the Ghost Service tried to forcibly crack these electrical signals and quantum wave signals. However, this cracking is very difficult. Even with 8 Fushi-level supercomputers, not many characters were deciphered. The sudden signal riot of the Nibelung heart caused the fear of the new human leaders. Coupled with the nearby Nemesis wormhole, a sense of crisis enveloped the new human. The War Committee directly activated the yellow alert status, and the vigilance against the Nemesis wormhole became even higher. The think tank has been analyzing and deducing overnight, analyzing all the possibilities, and they need to make the worst plan. Since there is a signal riot phenomenon in the heart of the Nibelung, it means that the Nibelung civilization still exists. The quantum communication used by the other party is estimated to be able to locate the position of the solar system. Now it is unknown whether the Nibelung people will send spacecraft to the solar system, and the new humans do not understand the social structure and cultural situation of the Nibelung people. If the opponent is a dark forest civilization, then the new humans can only fight to the death. A stronger sense of urgency than facing the Illuminati once again filled the new human leaders. This time their enemy is not the Illuminati, who knows everything about them, but the cosmic civilization in the distant starry sky. The unknown horror makes the new humans feel a little at a loss. Because they don't know the opponent's trump card, the new humans can only develop comprehensively for a while, leaving no shortcomings for themselves. Chapter 339. The successive changes made the atmosphere within the new humans more and more depressing. Inside the large particle collider base in the dangerous sea city on the moon, Wang Mingzhi, who came here with a substitute robot, has received reports of the Nibelung heart signal riot one after another. Troublesome times. With a light sigh, he once again focused his attention on the virtual model in front of him. The virtual model is a vacuum collision chamber composed of subnuclear molecules N16N2 materials. This is the simulation result of the supercomputer, but it is not ideal. As soon as the small black hole is created, the gravity in the collider room will surge unprecedentedly. In an instant, the matter with a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers is captured by the gravity of the black hole and quickly gathers in the center. If this small black hole continues to exist, the situation will be like the state of Earth-shattering star in the comics, and the effect will be even more amazing and terrifying. The consequence is that the large particle collider will be completely destroyed. Under the premise that the N16N2 isolation layer is not destroyed, the remains of the large particle collider will form a planet. Obviously, this gravity has exceeded the control limit of human beings. Li Kun and others on the side were also very distressed. The production efficiency of degenerate matter is proportional to the magnitude of the black hole, and the magnitude of the black hole is proportional to the magnitude of gravity. This is a contradictory relationship. The new humans need to increase the output of degenerate matter, but do not want to face the abnormal gravitational field. Wang Mingzhi constantly reduces the level of the black hole, hoping to suppress the gravity of the black hole to the minimum range. The final calculation result shows that although degenerate materials can be used to build a large particle collider, it cannot be built on the moon. It must be built in the empty outer space, preferably away from the blue planet or even the solar system. If gravitational interference and production efficiency are taken into account, a small black hole with a mass of about 1,700 tons is more suitable. The gravity of a small black hole of this level is not strong, and the existence time is only about 550 seconds. Of course, this so-called weak gravity actually means that it is not strong in front of degenerate materials. If it is ordinary matter, it will be sucked in and pressed on the barrier layer if it is about 100 meters close to this small black hole. Wang Mingzhi revised the design plan and designed the barrier layer into 2 layers, one for isolating the small black hole, and the other 1,500 meters away from the collision chamber, forming a barrier sphere. Li Kun, help me calculate where this degenerate planet should be placed. Okay, Chairman. Li Kun's task is very simple, which is to choose a suitable orbit for this degenerate material factory. This orbit cannot be too far away from the blue star, nor too close. In addition, it is necessary to consider the disturbance and influence of this degenerate planet with a gravitational strength comparable to that of the moon on other planets in the solar system. After all, there is an extra strong gravitational source out of thin air, and the mutual influence must be carefully calculated. As a member of the great mathematics school, Li Kun is proficient in most physics, including astrophysics, and organized a group of researchers to carefully calculate. On the other hand, Wang Mingzhi continued to design a degenerate material production plant. He found that a manufacturing plant specializing in the production of a degenerate material can not only improve production efficiency, but also effectively reduced the difficulty of design. The N16N2 production plant star, which was modified 17 times, finally solved all the problems and reduced the engineering difficulty to the minimum. The N16N2 production plant star has a radius of 2,000 meters and a core area within 300 meters. It must use degenerate materials as a framework and materials that can withstand high pressure and high gravity. In the area beyond 300 meters, the strength level of materials that resist gravity can be gradually reduced as the distance increases. This factory can produce 850 tons of N16N2 materials in 600 seconds, and there are also byproducts, about 30 tons of anti-hydrogen particles. Because the launch material used by the collider no longer separates neutrons and protons, but launches atoms. The neutrons in the atoms will be compressed into N14, N15, N16, N17, and N18, among which N15 and N17 will decay into 14N and N16. During this forging process, 56.7% of the neutrons will be transformed into N16 nucleons. After secondary separation and screening, the N16 nucleons will be sent into the black hole forging furnace again and become N16N2 subnuclear molecules of the corresponding area. Li Kun, who completed the site selection of the factory star, witnessed Huang Mingzhi's nearly omnipotent creativity and design ability, and could only secretly shout that he was awesome. The factory star is located on Jupiter, or more precisely, on the orbit of Jupiter's satellite. As the second largest celestial body in the solar system, Jupiter is a self-contained entity in the solar system, and its size is also large enough. Li Kun's plan is very simple, using factory stars to replace Jupiter's satellites, and gradually replacing Jupiter's satellites with factory stars. As for these natural satellites of Jupiter, the useful ones will be preserved, and the useless ones will be used directly as raw materials, which can be made locally. According to the calculation models of Li Kun and various Jupiter celestial body laboratories, at least 28 factory stars can be arranged in the orbit of Jupiter's satellites. As soon as Huang Mingzhi's factory star design came out, both the War Committee and the Service Committee agreed to the factory star construction plan. The first factory star immediately entered the trial construction stage. Even if Huang Mingzhi was not in a hurry, the new human leaders sometimes had a sense of urgency that urged them to strengthen their own strength as much as possible. Degenerate state materials are the next generation of mainstream materials for new humans. Everyone hopes that they can be mass-produced as soon as possible. After all, only degenerate states can fight against degenerate states. The Lunar Large Particle Collider base is now fully producing N16N2 materials for the core components of the factory star. With Huang Mingzhi's design and theoretical guidance, as long as the first factory star is successfully verified, the new humans will immediately go all out to replicate the factory star. War is indeed a booster for the development of science and technology. Facing the fatal threat of the Nibelung civilization, the new humans pointed out the black hole bomb and degenerate materials in a short time. As the chairman of the science committee, Huang Mingzhi understands the speed of the new human technology better than others. Now the new human scientific community is going crazy. Fang Ge and others are working hard on the human life evolution plan, imitating the quantum computer of the Illuminati, trying to crack the quantum communication technology and photon engine technology of the Nibelung people. Huang Mingzhi leads the black hole application technology, and Ma Zhili leads the degenerate state material application project. These technologies are gradually bearing fruit under the full efforts of the new humans. Under pressure, in order to survive, the new humans have no choice. Fortunately, now is an era of great abundance of materials and energy. In the new era where all needs are fully guaranteed, even if the proportion of military industry is increased to 90% of the total social productivity, ordinary people will not feel the reduction of materials. According to the data of the Social Statistics Department of the Service Committee, the proportion of military industry of the new human beings in the first year of the new era is 37%, the second year of the new era is 29%, and the first quarter of the third year of the new era is 21%. This shows that the new human beings still have a huge war potential that has not yet erupted. The pressure from the Nibelung civilization is a kind of motivation. Without external pressure, the internal development motivation will be reduced, and then the progress of science and technology will be slowed down. Huang Mingzhi remotely controls the construction plan of the Jupiter factory star, while studying black holes and degenerate states on the moon to increase the bargaining chips for the new human beings. Time is moving towards the unknown future unknowingly. Chapter 340. September 14th, third year of the new era. Outside the Kuiper Belt, the inner region of the Oort cloud. Exploration 0016 satellite finally approached the Nemesis wormhole at a distance of 50,000 kilometers. The gravity near the wormhole is slightly greater than that of the blue planet by about 13.6%. At this time, the Exploration 0016 satellite is equivalent to being in the synchronous orbit of the Nemesis wormhole. At this time, the Exploration 0016 satellite is 37.03 billion kilometers away from the Moon Space Communication Center. Neutrino communication takes 34.27 hours one way and 68.54 hours round trip. In the interstellar era, if there is no superluminal quantum communication, whether it is electromagnetic wave communication, neutrino communication, or gravitational wave communication, it can only be considered barely sufficient in the middle circle of the solar system. Once you reach the outer circle of the solar system, or even the more distant starry sky, light-speed communication is really not enough. Without quantum communication, even if you colonize other star systems, you will split away sooner or later. Slow communication will lead to the rapid growth of local separatism, such as the ancient saying that the emperor is far away, which is an obvious manifestation. In the era of light-speed communication, the expansion of the entire star system has almost reached its limit. If other star systems are forcibly developed, these colonies will sooner or later become independent. Without superluminal spacecraft and superluminal communication, humans cannot even colonize the nearest Alpha Centauri. Can you imagine a situation where a text message takes several years, or even more than 10 years to go back and forth? No matter how united the forces are, no matter how loyal the citizens are, if there is no direct management for a long time, there will always be people who will have different intentions or be crowned. This is determined by the environment. The artificial intelligence of Exploration 0016 is automatically activated, and neutrino streams and active gravitational waves are emitted to the wormhole. At a distance of 50,000 kilometers, the accuracy of the neutrino stream feedback signal is improved to the atomic level, but this level of accuracy is meaningless. The neutrino detection data is very chaotic, which is due to the influence of the spatial characteristics of the wormhole itself. Except for gravitational waves, other electromagnetic waves and neutrino detection will be distorted by the wormhole. After the gravitational wave detection data was remodeled by the satellite supercomputer, an obvious concave area appeared on the flat space. The gravitational wave detector can only detect this depression 1871 meters deep, because the diameter of the wormhole is 3,742 meters. Before entering the wormhole, the detector can only observe a depth of 1871 meters. It is definitely impossible to enter the wormhole. Now the black hole bomb has not been deployed, and the surrounding celestial bodies have not been further cleared. Everything needs to wait for the black hole bomb to be deployed before entering the wormhole for exploration. In case there is a backup left by the Nibelung civilization on the other side, the new humans can at least counterattack. If we rush over now, it would be irresponsible to civilization. Exploration 0016 is detecting and feeding back data to the Lunar Space Communication Center. The Space Communication Center has been closely following the situation of Exploration 0016 and the Nemesis wormhole for more than half a year. Now no one doubts that Nemesis is not a wormhole, but is thinking about what the universe on the other side of the wormhole is like. Xia Yulai and his student Duan Zonfeng are the researchers responsible for analyzing the Nemesis wormhole. This contradictory wormhole, from the current explanation, can only be an artificial wormhole. Xia Yulai said, staring at the model on the virtual display. Teacher, how did the Nibelung civilization build a wormhole? Duan Zonfeng asked curiously. Xia Yulai said unhappily, do you think I'm a great god like the chairman? If I knew how to make an artificial wormhole, I would have won the Medal of the Republic long ago. Hee hee. Duan Zonfeng scratched his head awkwardly, not daring to speak, and buried his head in analyzing the data. However, Duan Zonfeng is a fearless scientific warrior. Although he admires Huang Mingzhi, Wei Feng, Fang Ge and other scientific gods, he does not think that he is useless. While analyzing the data, he also looked through Huang Mingzhi's previous artificial wormhole papers and models. Artificial wormholes. Low gravity stability. Neutron nuclear stars. Gradually, he looked through theories such as vacuum zero-point energy, energy siphon effect, micro black holes, and degenerate materials. Back in his dormitory, he was still thinking about artificial wormholes. Standing in front of the windowsill and looking into the distance, there is a half-blue star on the horizon. Looking at the endless blue planet, Duan Zonfeng couldn't sleep for a while. Hey, the endless blue star. He seemed to have some insights, and kept staring at the half-blue star. Wait, excessive extraction of vacuum zero-point energy will cause vacuum decay. There is no reason why the Nibelung civilization didn't know this theory, but they still used it. What does this mean? It means that the other party has a way to solve this problem. So how to solve this problem? To solve vacuum decay, energy must be returned to the vacuum. If the vacuum is simply flattened by itself, it will become increasingly fragile, and vacuum decay may be triggered in the future if one is not careful. Yes, maybe this can return vacuum energy. Duan Zonfeng's eyes lit up. He unfolded the virtual display screen, consulted relevant information, and extracted some formulas. Incredible, incredible. Duan Zonfeng looked at the results, he calculated and couldn't believe it. Hesitantly, he calculated again and rederived the formula and process to ensure that he did not make a mistake in driving or calculating. Duan Zonfeng did not know what to do with this result. If he made a mistake, it would be a big mistake. After thinking it over again and again, he did not discuss it with his teacher. After all, he knew his teacher's character. He wrote a paper overnight and sent it directly to the Journal of Truth. The next day, Duan Zonfeng, who was listless, had panda eyes and yawned while processing data. On the other side, Academician Yang, the editor-in-chief of the Journal of Truth, was flipping through papers. This job was very hard, but he enjoyed it. Academician Yang, who was old enough, could no longer adapt to the high-intensity scientific research work of the new era, and reviewing papers just needed experienced old people like him. The number of academic papers in the new era was explosive. First, there were a large number of scientific researchers. Currently, there were 774 million registered scientific researchers. Second, the management of the academic community by the new humans was increasingly improved, and it was not easy for disgusting things like impersonation to occur. Third, of course, it was the unification of forces that brought about scientific exchanges and openness. If the number of academic journals and magazines had not increased, it is estimated that the Journal of Atheism and the Acta Physica Sinica would be completely paralyzed. Even if there were other academic journals to share the burden, researchers who admired Huang Mingzhi would still choose the Journal of Atheism as their first choice for publishing papers. Fortunately, many self-aware scholars knew their own strengths and weaknesses and did not submit their papers to the Journal of Atheism without hesitation. Looking at the hundreds of paper emails, Academician Yang pressed his temple helplessly. He had to read at least 100 papers a day, and there were more than 300 editors of the Journal of Atheism. This shows how huge the number of papers submitted to the Truth Society is. After reading one paper after another, the Longjing tea on the side was empty several times. If there was no biological computer assistance, Academician Yang would not be able to bear this intensity of work. Reviewing papers requires brain power, and is a heavy burden on the mind. Suddenly he stopped. Huh? This paper is interesting. Academician Yang subconsciously picked up the teacup. This was his subconscious action of thinking. Chapter 341. Academician Yang turned over and over the virtual display screen in front of him, reading it back and forth 3 times. All the derivations and formulas are correct, and there are no flaws in the theory, but this theory really makes people feel desperate. Shaking his head, he dispelled this unfounded worry. He thought self-deprecatingly that with the lifespan and technology of human beings, they are not qualified to manage the ultimate future of the universe. For this paper, Academician Yang thought again and again, and did not approve it immediately. He only reviewed it. He called up a list of scientists in the physics community, and then sent the paper to the appropriate physicist. Huang Mingzhi was on the list. Huang Mingzhi, who was checking the progress of the construction of the Jupiter factory, received a reminder from the ghost that there was a paper that needed to be reviewed by himself. He paused and opened the paper with interest. The papers sent to him were generally of extraordinary academic level. Huh? Duan Zonfeng? The astronomical data analyst of the Space Communication Center turned out to be this young man. Huang Mingzhi, who had a photographic memory, recalled it immediately. The other party also asked for his autograph. After carefully browsing the content of the paper, Huang Mingzhi memorized it all after reading it once, and then formed a body of knowledge in his brain, which means that he has mastered it thoroughly. This body of knowledge is called vacuum and entropy increase, the end of the universe. Duan Zonfeng proposed the first law: all low-entropy bodies in the universe will eventually increase entropy to the vacuum zero-point energy of high-entropy bodies. The first law has a condition for validity, that is, it is valid under the background of the universe as a redshift expansion universe. The second law is, when all the energy in the universe is the vacuum zero-point energy of high-entropy bodies, the high-entropy bodies of the universe have reached their maximum value, the redshift expansion of the universe ends, and the universe enters the blueshift contraction stage. The third law is, When the universe enters the blue shift contraction phase, high-entropy bodies spontaneously transform into low-entropy bodies, which is the law of entropy reduction. The fourth law is, when all high-entropy bodies are transformed into low-entropy bodies, the universe returns to the singularity, representing the end of this cosmic era and the beginning of a new cosmic era. These four laws extend to some subsidiary laws. Among them are the principles that explain vacuum zero-point energy and the fundamental cause of vacuum decay. Duan-Zonfeng's theory is that vacuum decay will not expand infinitely, but passive entropy balance. Because artificially extracting zero-point energy from the vacuum conflicts with the first law, as the fundamental rule of the universe, will stimulate vacuum decay to take back the extracted zero-point energy from the vacuum. As long as vacuum decay takes back the stolen zero-point energy from the vacuum decay will terminate itself. However, vacuum decay will affect the life of the redshift universe, because the low-entropy body consumed after vacuum decay is about 3.14 times the normal state. If the entire universe is extracting zero-point energy from the vacuum without restraint, the life of the redshift universe will be reduced to one-third of the original, or even more, in the case of repeated extraction. The redshift universe stage occupies half of the time length of the cosmic era, which leads to the shortening of the overall lifespan of the universe. When the singularity comes, it is the end of all things, and also the beginning of all things. That is why academician Yang said that this is a despairing future. Unless you can transcend this universe, all living things are the same, and they will eventually go to the big grave of the cosmic singularity. This is also why the title of Duan-Zonfeng's paper is Vacuum and Entropy Increase, the End of the Universe. Although the cosmic singularity also represents the arrival of a new universe, if humans and the old universe end together, wouldn't that be the end of the universe? After some calculations and deductions, Huang Mingzhi agreed with this theory. Although the short-term harm of vacuum decay is reduced, the price is the shortening of the overall life of the universe. The attempt to transform a high-entropy body into a low-entropy body, extracting vacuum zero-point energy, will ultimately be difficult to resist the backlash of the cosmic trend. It is not easy to change one's fate against the will of heaven. Of course, Huang Mingzhi also saw a possibility, which is to avoid approaching the critical point of vacuum decay as much as possible, as if walking on a tightrope. However, doing so means that this civilization cannot stay in one area for a long time and must be nomadic, hunting for vacuum zero-point energy. Suddenly Huang Mingzhi's eyes widened, and he thought of a very scary reasoning. The solar system is a pasture. This explains why the vacuum zero-point energy critical point of the solar system is so low, or the area around the solar system is in the pasture, and the vacuum zero-point energy has been harvested by advanced cosmic civilizations. As long as the cosmic vacuum zero-point energy level here returns to a certain level after several 100 million years, the cosmic civilization will come to harvest again. To a certain extent, these cosmic civilizations harvest vacuum zero-point energy to extend the life of the redshift universe and delay the arrival of the blue shift universe. But whether they will step on one or two ants in the process depends on the mood of the other party. Just like when humans build crops and harvest crops, do humans care how many insects the harvester kills? Obviously not. Huang Mingzhi used the authority of the chairman of the science committee to make the 6 people who knew this paper, as well as Wei Feng, Wang Yifeng, Zhang Tingyu, Dong Quan and others anxious. Duan-Zonfeng was panicking when he met so many great masters for the first time. Zonfeng, don't be too reserved. Your theory is enough to win the medal of the Republic, and even the medal of human glory is not impossible. Huang Mingzhi said with a smile. Gulu, really? Duan-Zonfeng is a young man after all. Let's talk about your thesis first. Okay. Duan-Zonfeng nodded, like a chicken pecking at rice. Huang Mingzhi got straight to the point. He first affirmed Duan-Zonfeng's theory, and then proposed vacuum energy ranch reasoning. Everyone present was of high or medium IQ. When Huang Mingzhi opened this reasoning, everyone's brain started to work rapidly. Especially Wei Feng and Zhang Tingyu, the middle-aged and young generation, reacted immediately. Mingzhi, you mean that the solar system is the pasture of advanced civilization, and we are the bugs in the pasture? Wei Feng was still so calm. Duan-Zonfeng was stunned. He didn't expect that he only deduced the end of the universe, while Huang Mingzhi deduced that someone tried to steal the vacuum zero-point energy and delay the decline of the redshift universe. Everyone knows that if Duan-Zonfeng's theory is accurate, then this possibility is very high. Advanced civilizations will definitely not sit and watch the universe die. If they are the kind of civilization that can transcend the universe, they will not care about the reincarnation of the universe. Only those civilizations that are neither good nor bad will try their best to prolong the life of the universe. Therefore, the pasture reasoning is established, and then the second reasoning appears. Killing insects. Once a low-level civilization extracts vacuum zero-point energy, it will inevitably attract the attention of high-level civilizations. The reason is very simple. First, vacuum zero-point energy is their pasture, and naturally they will not allow other organisms to get involved. Second, low-level civilizations may extract vacuum zero-point energy without restraint, which will lead to vacuum decay, and vacuum decay will cause the life of the redshift universe to shorten. In this way, for the sake of the order and longevity of the universe, advanced civilizations will certainly pay close attention to the vacuum zero-point energy levels in various parts of the universe. If there is a sudden drop in the vacuum zero-point energy level in an area that has not been harvested, it must be that the low-level civilization has developed a technology to steal vacuum zero-point energy. Pest control will follow. Chapter 342. There was silence in the virtual conference room. The great annihilation of the end of the universe seems too far away for human civilization at this stage. Whether it is the vacuum pasture or the insecticide mechanism, it is the crisis that human civilization must face. Wei Feng said, "We must now verify whether the final product of entropy increase is the vacuum zero-point energy of the high-entropy body. You are planning to use the energy siphon device to reduce the local concentration of vacuum zero-point energy. Isn't this too risky?" Zhang Tingyu frowned. Others also held their own opinions. Some agreed with the experiment, some opposed it. If Duan Zonfeng's theory is accurate, the experiment may attract the attention of advanced civilizations. If Duan Zonfeng's theory is wrong, the experiment will accelerate the process of vacuum decay. This is a very contradictory choice. Wang Mingzhi weighed the pros and cons for more than 10 minutes, and finally made up his mind. The experiment must be done. You are worried that the absorption of vacuum zero-point energy will be discovered by advanced civilizations. Now you can rest assured. The Illuminati has used energy siphon devices on a small scale before. Advanced civilizations should have warning limits. Since the Illuminati has not triggered it, we only need to calculate it well, and there should be no problem. Since Wang Mingzhi has spoken, the objection can only be temporarily withheld. But how to increase energy entropy to vacuum zero-point energy? Zhang Tingyu asked. Wang Mingzhi proposed his own idea. Antimatter annihilation can be used, which is the most obvious entropy increase. Matter annihilation becomes photons, neutrinos, and pure heat energy. Wei Feng echoed. If the concentration of vacuum zero-point energy in the area increases significantly after the annihilation of matter, it means that the final product of entropy increase is vacuum zero-point energy. Zhang Tingyu checked the data and said, "We have 2,476 grams of antimatter in stock now, which seems a little insufficient. The Lunar Large Hadron Collider produces 30 to 50 grams of antimatter byproducts every day. I think it will be no problem to collect 5 kilograms. Wang Mingzhi said. 5 kilograms? Wouldn't that mean that all the stocks would be used up? Where would be a more suitable location for the experiment? Zhang Tingyu continued to ask. After a quick calculation, Wang Mingzhi had the answer. I plan to conduct the experiment at the solar symmetry point of the blue star's orbit. The sun can block the gamma rays and neutrino flow. The annihilation of antimatter and matter will produce an astonishing number of high-energy rays and neutrinos. Neutrinos are harmless to humans, but gamma rays are not so friendly. At this time, a shelter is needed. The largest shelter in the solar system is naturally the sun. After the plan was finalized, the scientific committee took action immediately. Wang Mingzhi attaches no less importance to this matter than the factory star. Humans must understand the social state of this universe. If they do not understand the society of this universe, they will not know when they will be destroyed. New Era Year 3, November 15th. On the orbit of the blue planet, a small satellite city is running. The craftsmanship of the satellite city is obviously very crude. The Lunar Space Communication Center uses 4 relay satellites to control the simple satellite city more than 300 million kilometers away from the blue planet. In the satellite city, the new humans imitated the energy siphon device of the Illuminati, and were fully absorbing the zero-point energy in the vacuum. This energy was used to create photons and neutrinos, and quickly radiated into the universe. Duan Zonfeng, who was in the Space Communication Center on the moon, was so nervous that his palms were sweating. Wang Mingzhi and Wei Feng, who were standing by, were extremely calm. The virtual display screen in the control hall showed that the concentration level of vacuum zero-point energy was slowly decreasing. The energy siphon device in the experimental satellite city had been running at full capacity for more than 2 weeks. Today, it was about to reach the critical point of the experiment, so Wang Mingzhi and others rushed over. Duan Zonfeng had been following this experiment for more than a month. It was probably the first time he had conducted such a large-scale experiment. He was both excited and nervous. Report: the vacuum zero-point energy concentration has dropped to the critical point. The inspector shouted loudly. Duan Zonfeng turned his head and seemed to want to ask something. Wang Mingzhi just waved his hand. You are the commander-in-chief, be more confident. Duan Zonfeng was stunned, then nodded gratefully. Turn off the energy siphon device. Received. The antimatter bomb detonation has entered the countdown. 10, 5, 10. The staff pressed the detonation switch of the antimatter bomb, and the neutrino communication will send the detonation signal to the experimental satellite city after 20 minutes. 5 kilograms of anti-hydrogen and 5 kilograms of ordinary hydrogen were mixed together in an instant. The two opposite elements attracted each other, and then annihilated each other. In an instant, countless gamma rays and neutrinos were ejected in all directions, and huge amounts of heat energy remained on the wreckage of the experimental satellite city. According to the mass energy formula of relativity, the energy of annihilation of 1 kilogram of antimatter plus 1 kilogram of positive matter is equal to 1.8 times 10 to the 17th power. And 2 kilograms of hydrogen fusion nuclear fuel, when substituted into the mass energy equation, is equivalent to 300,000 tons of TNT. The difference between the two is nearly 142 times. The annihilation of 10 kilograms of matter and antimatter is equivalent to more than 200 million tons of TNT. This energy explosion is not nothing. After all, when they fought against the Illuminati before, the other side detonated a hydrogen bomb with an equivalent of hundreds of millions of tons. After the annihilation of 10 kilograms of matter and antimatter, the laboratory space station had completely disappeared into the void, and no one knew where the fragments were thrown. But no one cared about these fragments, but quietly waited for the feedback results of the vacuum zero-point energy detector. At 21 minutes and 23 seconds, 16 monitoring satellites finally fed back the detection data to the Cosmic Communication Center. In the void of this area, the concentration level of vacuum zero-point energy is slowly rising. And this rising speed is different from the previous flat-type rise. The zero-point energy recovery speed is almost dozens of times higher. However, as the energy after the annihilation of antimatter is exhausted, the zero-point energy recovery speed also drops to normal levels. The experimental results are self-evident. The vacuum zero-point energy will indeed recover quickly because of this. Wang Mingzhi, Wei Feng, Zhang Tingyu and others were silent. Duan Zonfeng's theory was correct, which meant that the possibility of the existence of the ranch and the harvester civilization was higher than 99.9%. Mingzhi, do you think the Nibelungs are one of the harvester civilizations? Wei Feng asked. Wang Mingzhi spread his hands helplessly. Who knows? We need to discuss this matter with other committees. The Supreme Council was convened again in the virtual world. Wang Mingzhi reported on the research related to Duan Zonfeng's cosmic theory, vacuum ranch, harvester civilization, and insecticide mechanism. This includes physics and cosmic sociology. He used easy-to-understand explanations to make most people understand the meaning. Zhang Xueping pressed his forehead with a headache. It was really one wave after another. First there was the artificial wormhole, then the Nibelung heart signal riot, and now there is a ranch and a harvester. It's really too bad. As the new humans learn more about the universe, they feel more and more that human civilization is small and helpless. Weakness is the original sin, and the destruction of human civilization by advanced civilization is like stepping on a group of ants. Everyone present understands that the new humans need to accept reality, actively adapt to this universe, and change the scattered attitude of the previous civilization in the star. There are only two choices before them: either become a bug or become a harvester. Apart from this, humans have no other choice. Chapter 343. After a discussion, the directors prepared to push human civilization towards the Reaper. If they don't become Reapers, they can only become bugs. In the case of a choice between the two, everyone will choose to become a Reaper. No one wants to become a bug whose life and death are determined by humans. On the other side, the 30 Tianzhou spacecrafts projected into the Nemesis wormhole have traveled more than half of the distance and are constantly approaching the wormhole. This project is led by the War Committee, and Wang Mingzhi's Science Committee is not too concerned. What the Science Committee cares about is the development of new human technology, the improvement of productivity, and the direction of human science. Under various pressures, the Science Committee and the Service Committee, who worked hard, finally succeeded in building the first factory star. This artificial planet in the orbit of Jupiter's satellite includes an artificial black hole forging factory built on the outer layer of auxiliary facilities. The auxiliary facilities include large plasma engines, airports, power stations, warehouses and defense systems, etc. The entire factory star looks like this. In the middle is a sphere, artificial black hole forging factory. The sphere is on a plane and extends 4 support arms. The support arms then surround a circle of connecting parts. At the top of the 4 support arms are 4 large satellite cities, each with its own functions. On the satellite city of the factory star, the person in charge is the first new human, Huimin. He worked in the Human Knowledge Development Group for a period of time. After the new humans entered outer space, he applied to work in outer space. This time, they were assigned to the factory star, responsible for the production of degenerate materials. Director Hua, we can start the trial run. Chief Engineer Lin Fuzuan floated over. They were in Dongcheng, a satellite city affiliated with the factory star. More than 100 staff members were replaced by robots. Their bodies were in the orbit of Jupiter, 30,000 kilometers away from the factory star, and they were flying synchronously with the factory star. Start the trial run. At Huimin's order, everyone entered a tense and anxious working state. After all, this is the first attempt at a small artificial black hole. If something goes wrong, even the main body 30,000 kilometers away may be in big trouble. Facing the black hole, the most powerful celestial body in the universe, it would be strange if they were not nervous. Many people have written suicide notes. They are brave warriors who dared to come to the factory star to work. The staff in charge of the main switch swallowed subconsciously before realizing that he was now in the state of a stand-in robot. The switch was pressed. A large amount of hydrogen plasma flow rushed into the black hole forging furnace, and a small black hole appeared in the furnace in an instant. At this moment, Huimin felt his body become heavy without any warning, and he almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, the auxiliary system of the stand-in robot corrected his posture. All the staff in the control room reacted similarly to Huimin. This was the gravitational effect caused by the gravitational force of the artificial black hole acting on them. Everyone was concentrating on controlling the artificial black hole forging factory, and they could not be careless now. How is the data? Huimin asked loudly. Chief Engineer Lin Fuzuan quickly glanced at the data on the dashboard. No problem, everything is within the expected parameters. Huimin loudly ordered, attention, all units, continue to invest in raw materials, pay attention to antimatter. Received. The time kept ticking 50s, 200s, 603s. Countdown to the end of the reaction 10, 6. At both ends of the forging furnace, 2 strong electromagnetic attractors, 1 positive and 1 negative, were automatically activated by the system. The black hole began to self-destruct and shrink rapidly. At the same time, a large number of byproducts after the reaction, such as positive protons, negative protons, positrons, negative electrons, neutrinos, photons, etc., began to escape the bondage of the black hole. If there were no 2 opposite strong magnetic attractors, the consequence would be that the 30 tons of antimatter and positive matter would be directly annihilated and exploded, which is equivalent to 1.2 trillion equivalents of TNT exploding in the core of the factory star. Wang Mingzhi, who had long anticipated this situation, solved this problem at the beginning of the design. The 2 strong magnetic attractors attracted positive matter and antimatter to both sides, while the degenerate material itself is weakly magnetic, and it is a super heavy solid, so it naturally stays in place. After sucking away the byproducts, the nanorobots on the upper side formed a sphere and carried the 850 tons of N16 material out of the black hole forging furnace chamber. These N16 nuclei that were transported out will be forged into N16 N2 subnuclear molecules of different areas as needed. Chief Engineer Lin Fuzuan input the parts they need now on the generation area, that is, the degenerate core parts of the factory star. In a tense atmosphere, the second forging of finished products began. Many products cannot be successfully manufactured by forging once or twice. Looking at the degenerate products forged one by one, Huimin was secretly relieved, but he was also dissatisfied with the production efficiency. It seems that we need to set up other factory stars as soon as possible, Huimin said to himself. Hearing Huimin's words, Lin Fuzuan naturally understood that the current production model was wasting the productivity of the black hole forging factory. Only by focusing on the production of 1 or 2 products can the production efficiency of the black hole forging factory be greatly improved. As it is now, a black hole forging furnace produces dozens of products, resulting in the overall output of degenerate materials being less than 15% of the original design. Old Hua, you should report the good news to the higher-ups, Lin Fuzuan reminded. A word awakens the dreamer. Huimin patted his head, turned around, picked up the communicator, and quickly wrote a trial run report. Wang Mingzhi on the moon closed the report. Overall, he was satisfied with the trial run of the first phase of the factory star. Although the production efficiency did not reach the highest daily output of 68,000 tons of degenerate materials, it was still very qualified as a product mother machine for degenerate materials. Previously, the Lunar Large Particle Collider produced less than 15 kilograms of degenerate materials in a month, but now this productivity has increased by hundreds of thousands of times. With the first factory star put into production, it means that degenerate materials have initially achieved mass production. Next, we only need to replicate the factory stars in a chicken and egg manner, and the production of degenerate materials will achieve explosive growth. The Science Committee and the Service Committee decided to deploy 6 more factory stars in the orbit of Jupiter. The War Committee, which received the news, also wanted to get a batch of degenerate materials from the factory star for research. The defensive power of degenerate materials alone is enough to increase the strength of the spacecraft shell by several orders of magnitude. In many science fiction novels, those spacecraft can fly at sublight speeds, and these spacecraft are easily destroyed by laser cannons or electromagnetic cannons in wars. This leads to a very embarrassing problem. Even an atom in sublight speed flight can easily damage the spacecraft as the speed of the spacecraft increases. In interstellar space, there are dense cosmic dust, asteroids, and small debris. How can a spacecraft that cannot even be blocked by laser cannons and electromagnetic cannons fly at sublight speed? It is estimated that as soon as the spacecraft starts, it will be beaten into a sieve by the free particles in the universe. So if you want a spacecraft to fly at sublight speed, the prerequisite is a degenerate shell, or some kind of phase shift technology, energy shield technology. A spacecraft that can fly at sublight speed means that it is immune to most laser cannons and electromagnetic cannons. This is an obvious logical flaw. Chapter 344. Mars, Phobos Satellite City. The first squadron of the Mars fleet, which had roamed the asteroid belt for more than a month, finally returned to Mars. The Phobos Satellite City at this time was no longer in the shape of a big potato. The diameter directly expanded to 92.7 kilometers, like a mechanical planet. The industrial metal texture and the cold mechanical sense of cyberpunk made people praise science. At the fleet's dedicated spaceport, Luo Feng, wearing a space combat suit, floated down the traffic pipe and went to the interior of the satellite city with the help of nanorobots. Phobos Satellite City includes the inner city, outer city, and subsidiary city, and the 4 spaceports are one of the subsidiary cities. Fang Xinyang, who was stationed in Phobos Satellite City, floated over to the reception hall of the port as soon as he saw Luo Feng and others. Commander Luo, welcome back to the port. Fang Xinyang saluted and smiled. Luo Feng shook his head and patted him on the shoulder. You can't wait for me to come back. Ha ha. The group floated over to the base of the Mars fleet, and Fang Xinyang reported some recent internal affairs and the situation in the universe. Harvester civilization bugs. Luo Feng was in a heavy mood. Fang Xinyang also said in a low voice, as we step into the era of the universe, such things may become more and more frequent. Huh? Luo Feng felt something was wrong with his body. As an elite warrior, he had a very fine control over his body, and he could detect any slight changes inside and outside his body. He felt that the gravity on his body was gradually increasing. Looking at Luo Feng with a strange look on his face, Fang Xinyang smiled and said, "Do you feel that your body has become heavier?" Luo Feng reacted immediately and blurted out, "Artificial gravity." Exactly. Fang Xinyang nodded and explained, "Half a month ago, the Science Committee sent people to install it, and it was officially put into use 3 days ago. They were in the outer city at this time, and the gravity was only 1 to 10%. If you don't pay special attention, you won't feel it too obviously." After floating for a while, they came to the junction of the outer city and the inner city. On the gate leading to the inner city, it was showing pseudogravity area 10% to 50%. Please pay attention to the gravity effect. Let's go. Let me show you the strong embrace of the Blue Star Mother. Fang Xinyang stretched out his hand to the gate. Luo Feng passed through the gate without hesitation, followed by Xiao Bing, Zhou Yuan and others. After entering the gate, it was not a straight passage, but an elevator. Ding dong. The elevator door opened automatically, and the display screen appeared on the exit gate again. Pseudogravity area 50% to 100%. Please pay attention to the gravity effect. At this time, Luo Feng and others finally felt the obvious change in gravity. The 50% to 100% pseudogravity zone is a layer set in the black hole gravity furnace, with a thickness of 10 kilometers. The thickness of the bottom kilometer is exactly the same as that of the blue star. Fang Xinyang explained. I can't wait to feel the strong embrace of the mother of the blue star. After Luo Feng finished speaking, he walked down layer by layer. This is the inner city area, which is divided into 10 layers according to the gravity level. Under the inner city area is the core area of the black hole gravity furnace. The headquarters of the Mars fleet was located on the 8th floor of the inner city. Luo Feng did not go back to the headquarters first, but went straight to the first floor of the inner city. When he stepped into the first floor, Luo Feng was shocked for the first time. The scenery that came into view was not the cold metal texture that they found boring, but the lush countryside. The core radius of the black hole gravity furnace is 3.5 kilometers, and the 1G gravity limit is around 3.9 kilometers. The military construction of the first floor of the inner city is above a radius of 3.9 kilometers, with a surface area of 200 square kilometers. Robots and engineers were designing the layout inside. The sanatorium, dormitory, park and simulated ecosystem were all on the first floor. Dormitories and sanatoriums were already completed, and only a large number of plants and animals were needed to enter. The natural environment that Luo Feng saw now was actually mostly holographic projections. Only a piece of tomato, watermelon and cucumber were real plants. Fang Xinyang took a deep breath, turned his head, and said to Luo Feng, "The seedling cabin of the life science group is already breeding plants and insects, and the cloning cabin is also cloning some animals. Soon this place will be full of vitality." Luo Feng, lying on the ground, looked at the ceiling. There was a sun on it, and there were blue sky and white clouds moving. The sun was a special light bulb that imitated sunlight. The light intensity and light wave frequency band emitted by the light bulb were almost the same as those of the real sun. The blue sky and white clouds were naturally virtual images created by holographic simulation. The ceiling was about 800 meters above the ground, and it was equipped with airflow, temperature, humidity, rainfall and snowfall functions. A breeze blew on Luo Feng's face. He closed his eyes and felt this wonderful environment. It was completely different from the narrow and oppressive spaceship. He seemed to have returned to the blue planet. Human beings are born with a love for the blue planet, which makes Luo Feng and others immersed in this moment, cheering with all their hearts. Many soldiers even have the impulse to burst into tears. After drifting in the universe for more than a year, although there are biological computers and cell robots to regulate their bodies, many soldiers' hearts are full of depression and fatigue. Gravity and the natural environment are still an indispensable part of human civilization. Living in outer space for a long time is very easy to get depression and mental illness. Luo Feng and the others seemed to have received a baptism of nature, and their mental outlook felt refreshed. Fang Xinyang, who was standing by, smiled but said nothing. He had felt the same way before. More than 2 hours later, Luo Feng reluctantly took the elevator back to the headquarters on the 8th floor and looked through the important documents that had been piled up for more than a month. Huh? Restart the energy siphon device R&D plan? Xinyang, wasn't the research on the energy siphon device banned? Why is it restarted again? Fang Xinyang explained. The scientific committee seems to have developed a solution to vacuum decay, so they restarted the research on the energy siphon device. Really? Luo Feng asked casually, and then he turned his attention to the black hole bomb and other weapons. Browsing through the internal documents, Luo Feng figured out the current war level of the new humans. Compared to the general low-level civilization, it should be stronger, mastering black hole bombs, neutrino star bombs, high-energy laser cannons, large electromagnetic cannons, and degenerate materials. However, communication technology and superluminal flight technology are still a huge limitation. It is not easy for the new humans to break away from the ranks of bugs and join the ranks of harvesters. It's just that the recent waves of crisis have made the new human society a little upset. Luo Feng put down the documents with a headache and felt the 0.6 G gravity in the 8th floor. Suddenly Fang Xinyang stood up. "Commander Luo, let's go eat." Luo Feng was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "Okay." The two of them walked together and came to the 2nd floor with a gravity of 0.90 to 0.95. At this time, many engineers, soldiers, and researchers working on Phobos were eating in the restaurant here. The gravity here is almost the same as that of Blue Star, and you can eat like Blue Star. Luo Feng and others directly ordered a spicy hot pot, a table of mutton rolls, steaks, vegetables, and enoki mushrooms, and a pitcher of dark beer. This long-lost way of eating made everyone happily feast on it. Chapter 345. Oort Cloud, 37.712 billion orbits of the Sun. The Nemesis wormhole itself will fly around the Sun in an elliptical orbit. According to astronomical observation data, The orbit of the Nemesis wormhole fluctuates between 31.7 and 38.8 billion kilometers from the Sun. At this time, Nemesis is moving away from the Sun. Exploration 0016 on the synchronous orbit of the Nemesis wormhole has been running for more than half a year. In the Kuiper Belt, 3 nanofactories arrived at the designated location one after another between February 2nd and 15th, 2014. One of the nanofactories is now fully producing spare parts for black hole bombs, and the other 2 nanofactories are producing Lu-class transport ships and exploring satellites. One Lu-class transport ship after another is running rampant in the Kuiper Belt and the Oort cloud, gradually cleaning up the asteroids near the wormhole. The materials of these asteroids are not wasted. The Lu-class transport ships will mine these materials and then transport them to the nanofactory satellite cities. The scale of the 3 nanofactory satellite cities is gradually expanding. As long as there are enough raw materials, 15 Lu-class transport ships can be put into service every day. This production capacity is increasing day by day. After all, we have to clean up the radius of the wormhole, which is 18 billion kilometers, which is larger than the outer, middle, and inner circles of the solar system. Fortunately, there are some icy asteroids and comet-type asteroids around the wormhole, and the fine scanning of the neutrino detector can lock it in detail. 3 Lu-class transport ships set up a new nanofactory about 1 million kilometers away from the wormhole. Then the nanofactory automatically unfolded, using the materials obtained from the surrounding area by the Lu-class transport ship to directly produce and process spacecraft. The same nanofactories are being produced continuously from the 3 previous nanofactories, and then transported to the vicinity of the wormhole for deployment. These nanofactories will quickly devour the asteroids and free particles near the wormhole. It is this kind of cannibalism that makes the New Human's plan of clearing the countryside feasible. Although asteroids from other areas will continue to fly into the clearing the countryside area, the New Human only needs to calculate and establish a complete asteroid interception system to ensure that there will not be too much matter in the void near the wormhole for a period of time. 3 black hole bombs were successively placed on the 50,000 kilometer synchronous orbit, 500,000 kilometer orbit, and 5 million kilometer orbit of the wormhole, forming a triangular distribution around the wormhole. The New Humans were not too anxious about the exploration work on the other side of the wormhole. Before the technological confidence was not enough to fight against the Nibelung civilization, it was best to stay put and take the opportunity to climb the technology tree desperately. At least before the 18 billion kilometer radius of the fortified area was completed, the exploration plan would not enter the substantive stage. Even if the proliferation mode of nanofactories is used, by continuously deploying nanofactories and rapidly eroding the void around the wormhole, it will take at least 8 to 14 months to clear such a vast area. Unless it is absolutely necessary, the New Humans will not venture into the wormhole in advance, because the New Humans are not ready for a full-scale war with the Nibelung civilization. At the same time, as the first factory star produces a large number of degenerate products, the construction of the other 10 factory stars has entered the sprint stage in full swing. Asteroid Belt Spring Rain Area. Near the former Illuminati headquarters, there is a scientific research satellite city officially named Shattered Light Satellite City. Moduli is back again, this time with an isolation layer and a drill made of degenerate materials to crack the Nibelung spacecraft. Bring me the isolation layer and install it. Hearing Moduli's instructions, the head of the laboratory recruited an assistant and instructed the relevant arrangements. The isolation layer is made of N16N2 material in the shape of octagonal honeycomb plates, assembled together by screws, nuts, and connecting plates. These assembly parts are all made of degenerate materials. Screws, nuts, and connecting pieces are forged from N24N, and the honeycomb plate is made of 3 layers of N16N2 material, which makes it easy for the plates to be inserted and buckled together. The reason for such a complex structure is not that Moduli does not know the benefits of one-piece molding, but I can't do it. The New Humans have just mastered the manufacturing process of degenerate materials. There is no way to form large volume, large area, and complex structured products or parts in one piece. The only option is to use screws and nuts to connect. For example, the new Era-class space battleship currently being designed looks like the Rivet battleship before World War I, which is quite retro. But there is no other way. Who told the New Humans not to master the technology of integrated molding of degenerate materials, or the technology of welding degenerate materials? They can only use this crude method. The site returns to the Nibelung spaceship. Professional robots assembled these parts, and soon the Nibelung spaceship was wrapped up. Moduli was still not at ease, so he put on the second layer of partitions. After checking that everything was correct, Except for a communication line through the misaligned hole, the two layers of partitions locked the Nibelung spaceship inside. 3 professional blasting robots were on one side of the spaceship, and inside the enclosed space were densely packed nanorobots. Majili and others outside were all stand-in robots. Majili ordered, "Start the action, get the nanorobots ready, and if there is any abnormality, take action directly." Understood. Everyone knows that there are great risks in cracking the spacecraft of alien civilizations, and negligence can kill people. With the operator concentrating, the professional blasting robot did not choose the previous 2 hatches to drill. Instead, it chose the hull on one side of the spacecraft. The drill bit forged from N24N material started to rotate wildly, and the motor power was increased to the extreme 80,000 revolutions. The moment the high-speed drill bit touched the hull, a hole the size of a finger appeared under the drill bit. The nanorobot operator who had been staring at the neutrino scanner quickly manipulated the nanorobot and rushed into the hole at the moment the drill left the hole. In addition to a thin layer of N16N2 armor on the hull of the spacecraft, the items and equipment that were not all made of degenerate materials. The nanorobots began to invade the interior of the spacecraft. Majili, who was staring at the data, saw countless strange molecular materials. First, the energy siphon device and high-energy capacitor of the spacecraft were disintegrated, and then the antimatter storage bottle inside was quickly controlled. After checking the spaceship 3 times with nanorobots and confirming that all dangers were eliminated, Majili, who was on edge, breathed a sigh of relief, and then said with excitement and curiosity, "Let me reveal your true colors." The 3 blasting robots worked hard to drill a hole on the side of the spaceship, which could accommodate 2 people in and out. As the door was opened, the situation inside the spaceship appeared in front of everyone. Just when everyone was excited, something strange happened inside the spaceship. Alarm! Abnormal spores appeared on the spaceship. "Start the emergency plan," Majili shouted loudly. The nanorobot operator controlled countless nanorobots to quickly wrap these spores. Chapter 346. As soon as the spores touched the nanorobots, they suddenly unfolded strange tentacles, wrapped around the nanorobots, and then tried to devour the nanorobots. Oh no, these spores are biological robots, and they are trying to devour the nanorobots. The operator was horrified. "Calm down, start Plan 6. The instructor in charge of tactical guidance calmly ordered. "Yes." The swallowed nanorobots instantly disintegrated themselves, causing some damage to these spore-type biological robots. However, the scan data of the neutrino atomic imaging scanner showed that the self-explosion of the nanorobots did not cause serious damage to these spores. 6 nanorobot operators nervously operated the nanorobots, trying to use the human wave tactics to consume these spores. However, these spores, while resisting the siege of the nanorobots, devoured the wreckage of the nanorobot self-explosion, spacecraft items, and 3 blasting robots, and kept increasing their own numbers. Plan 11, Liquid Nitrogen Injection. Yes! One of the honeycomb panels popped open, and the liquid nitrogen that had been prepared long ago poured in. The spores that were desperately resisting and reproducing were like being hit hard, and they stiffened instantly when they came into contact with the liquid nitrogen. This is the best way to deal with biological enemies. Even the strongest organisms need energy. Once covered by liquid nitrogen, their chemical reaction speed will drop sharply, thus reducing their vitality. The nanorobots have already been tested with liquid nitrogen. Their superconducting structure uses electromagnetic force as the driving energy, and they are not afraid of ultra-low temperatures at all. Keep some for research, and destroy all the other spores. Yes! The nanorobots launched a major counterattack and completely dismembered the Nibelung spores. Except for some spores that were captured in the strong magnetic field bottle, all other spores were destroyed. The bottle made of degenerate materials, coupled with liquid nitrogen and strong magnetic field restraint, was enough to keep these spores in good shape. Half an hour later, the nanorobots completely cleared these spores. The cautious Majili did not take it lightly. 3 more blasting robots were dispatched to cut the antimatter, suspected biocomputers, energy siphon devices, photon engines, etc. into small pieces and store them in separate degenerate boxes. It took 3 days and 3 nights to complete the division work, and the spacecraft was divided into 3,247 small parts. For those suspected biocomputers on the spacecraft, the items made of degenerate materials were studied in depth. Especially for the suspected biocomputers, they were extremely cautious and scanned again and again with neutrino detectors, and even the number of atoms inside was within the statistical range. Majili and the head of the laboratory, Li Fengming, looked at each other with a look of relief after looking at the data. On the restored model of the interior of the spacecraft, you can clearly see rows of blank areas similar to magazines. From the fact that the Nibelungs can prepare antimatter, these missiles or torpedoes are most likely antimatter bombs. These blanks represent that the missiles of the spacecraft have been exhausted, and the photon engine, another weapon system of the spacecraft, has also malfunctioned. Why is the photon engine a weapon? Because the photon engine uses antimatter annihilation as fuel, which will produce a large amount of gamma rays and neutrinos. Just aim the engine nozzle at the enemy and ignite the engine directly. The gamma rays are enough to destroy low-level civilization planets within hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Analyzing from the remodeling of the interior of the spacecraft exhausted all its ammunition before arriving at the blue planet, and after losing power due to engine failure, it crashed into the moon during inertial flight. This is the result of the supercomputer simulation, but what surprised Maz and others was why the Nibelung people, who appeared on the blue star, did not bring biological robots into the blue star. With biological robots, the Nibelung people can easily destroy the rule of humans and establish a world of lizard people. With doubts, Maz and Li Fengming did research some things. For example, there are signs of fighting inside the spacecraft, and the engine failure is also destroyed from the inside. All signs indicate that there is a situation of cannibalism inside the spacecraft. At that time, it was very likely that the ship was divided into two factions. Although the Nibelung man who landed on the Blue Star won in the end, he did not gain control of the main body of the spacecraft, and was eventually forced to flee the main body of the spacecraft. Maz and others understood and guessed about the grievances within Nibelung. Now the focus is to obtain the technology needed by the new humans from the spacecraft. From the various data analyzed, the Nibelung spacecraft has many technologies that are useful for the new humans. For example, photon engine technology with a maximum speed of 10% of the speed of light, 167 to generate materials and related products, 224 molecular material research products, and spore biorobot technology. There is also something that looks like a black hole bomb. This is the only weapon-like item left on the spacecraft, but Maz and others have not figured out the purpose of this thing yet. As for other hibernation capsule technologies, electronic computing, detection technology, food production technology, internal circulation system technology, etc., the technological gap with the new humans is not big, and at most they can only learn from them. Maz did not despise the technology of the Nibelung civilization. These technologies are the technology of the other party hundreds of years ago. God knows what the current technological level of the Nibelung people is after hundreds of years of development. He and Li Fengming sorted all the items into categories, and assigned them to various research institutes according to their respective technologies. To study these things, professionals are required. For example, Maz himself plans to study the 167 to generate materials and products, which is his professional field. The spore biorobots are assigned to the Biocomputer Research Institute. The 224 molecular materials are assigned to the Materials Research Institute, and the photon engines are assigned to the Photon Engine Research Institute. Considering that these things are somewhat dangerous, the research area is still here in the Shattered Light Satellite City for centralized control. Maz, who was controlling the stand-in robot, was watching the Nibelungs. Black hole bomb. From the results of a series of data analysis, it was a black hole bomb. However, some of the auxiliary equipment was a bit confusing. The black hole bomb had been disassembled into 8 pieces. A group of researchers were studying the equipment inside. They could make the black hole bomb into a rugby ball with a radius of 130 to 271 centimeters. With the current technology of the new humans, they could only sigh that they were inferior. Maz and others are still not 100% sure whether this football is a black hole bomb, mainly because 2/3 of the auxiliary equipment has no function related to the black hole bomb itself. These auxiliary equipment on the football have attracted the attention of a group of researchers, and they are replicating and testing each part. It is believed that by understanding the technology of the Nibelung spacecraft, the technology of the new human beings can go further. Maz, who returned to the moon city of danger, has 167 kinds of degenerate materials to learn from, and has made rapid progress in the research related to the application of degenerate materials. In other technologies, especially the research and development of photon engines, is also accelerating. Time is like the light of the stars, seemingly eternal, but it will never come back. Chapter 347. Asteroid Belt, Summer Region, Minor Summer Zone. New Constantinople Satellite City. a new satellite city built in the ruins after the Shinra Federation was wiped out. This is one of the aerospace research bases jointly established by the Ministry of Space and the Science Committee. There are research institutes on spacecraft, artificial satellites, satellite cities, and deep space probes. Among them, the Photon Engine Research Institute is located in the third subsidiary city of New Constantinople. The Photon Engine Research Institute is a scientific research institute affiliated to the Engine Research Institute, specializing in the research and development of photon engines. The chief researcher of the institute is Yang Tiansheng from the Great Mathematics School, and the second chief researcher is Gao Zishang from the Great Mathematics School. Yang Tiansheng is a mathematician, physicist, and engine engineer, while Gao Zishang is a mathematician, high-energy physicist, antimatter scientist, and senior engineer. Now, if you don't have a few titles in New Era, you are embarrassed to say that you are the head of the institute. In addition, the scientific research community now has special institutions and clauses for the evaluation of chief researchers and the scientific committee. If you want to fish in troubled waters or eat from the big pot in the institute, forget it. If you are caught, you may have to sing tears behind bars. Even if you don't go to jail, this society will indirectly kill those who cheat. Zhang Yanghao, director of the Photon Engine Research Institute, hurried to Yang Tiansheng's office with a delivery note. Tiansheng, the things you want are here. Yang Tiansheng grabbed the delivery note, glanced at the content on it, and immediately smiled. Well, the east wind has finally arrived. He quickly floated to the engine laboratory. The two of them came to the engine laboratory. Gao Zishang was busy with the improvement of 3 engines with researchers and engineers. Zishang, good news. Gao Zishang raised his head and looked carefully. Tiansheng, what good news? The batch of parts we customized has arrived. Isn't it? Gao Zishang just blurted out, and immediately reacted. The batch of parts has arrived? Yes. Yang Tiansheng handed over the delivery note. Gao Zishang hurriedly took it, and immediately said hurriedly, Don't dawdle, old Zhang. Bring the stuff over quickly, my sword is thirsty. Zhang Yanghao selectively filtered out these second-year syndrome catchphrases. The stuff is already at port number 3, and the Research Institute staff have gone to get it, and it will be here in about half an hour. Okay. Gao Zishang turned his head, and said to Yang Tiansheng, Let's do a big job. Yang Tiansheng couldn't stand this guy's second-year syndrome, so he stroked his forehead with his hand. The Photon Engine Research Institute with more than 300 people all took action. As the batch of degenerate material parts arrived, they each performed their duties, and assembled these parts on the 3 engines. Like the nuclear fusion engine, the photon engine was launched in the first year of the new era. Compared with the nuclear fusion engine, the photon engine has 3 fatal defects that have not been solved. The defects of the photon engine are low fuel photon generation rate or photon conversion rate, extremely strong gamma ray penetration, and low reflectivity of the engine photon action plate. These 3 defects are the fatal problems that plague photon engines. Yang Tiansheng, Gao Zishang and others used nuclear fusion reactions to generate high-energy photon streams, and developed the first generation of photon engines with reflectors made of gamma ray passivation materials. The engine was developed, but the engine structure itself was overweight, and the fuel-load ratio was 34 at a speed of 500 km per second, and the fuel utilization rate was lower than that of nuclear fusion direct injection engines. Obviously, this engine will not be accepted by the Spacecraft Research Institute. Until the emergence of degenerate materials, antimatter can be mass-produced, and the 3 defects of photon engines are solved. Degenerate materials can generally block photons, and even gamma rays cannot penetrate degenerate materials. As engine fuel, 96% of the products of antimatter are various photons and 4% are pure heat energy, which means that the photon conversion rate of antimatter fuel is 96%, which is hundreds of times higher than the photon conversion rate of nuclear fusion fuel. According to the research data of the photon engine on the Nibelung spacecraft, the fuel-load ratio is about 0.4 when the spacecraft is accelerated to 10% of the speed of light. If braking and other needs are added, the fuel-load ratio is about 1. The fuel-load ratio is 1, which means that a 1,000-ton spacecraft carrying 1,000 tons of fuel can fly at 10% of the speed of light. The customized degenerate parts are assembled on the engine. Although the performance is slightly worse than that of the Nibelung photon engine, the degenerate material cannot be formed in one piece, resulting in a decrease in performance. The same level of engine, the engine of the new human, brings a fuel-load ratio of about 1.2, and the fastest speed is about 8.5% of the speed of light. Looking at the engine that has been formed by about 80%, Yang Tiansheng turned his head and ordered, "Lao Zhang, you go and prepare the experimental spacecraft, and we will install the engine on it the day after tomorrow for a walk." No problem. May 1st, 4th year of the new era. At Port 4 of the satellite city of New Constantinople. Not only were people from the Photon Engine Research Institute present, but also people from the Spacecraft Research Institute. The spacecraft for the experimental photon engine was provided by the Spacecraft Research Institute. The spacecraft was modified from the Tianzhou class, and the main body of the spacecraft still followed the format of the Huizhubing class, but the 3 photon engines added this time were different from the previous tail-mounted engines. 3 photon engines are installed in the middle of the spacecraft, which is somewhat similar to the core first-stage booster sub-body in a space rocket. The engine sub-body is hung in the middle of the spacecraft, and can rotate 360 degrees. In addition, the engine nozzle can be vector-controlled, which can quickly achieve braking and trajectory change. Using this centrally mounted rotating external engine can not only achieve rapid braking and trajectory change, but also facilitate the upgrade and transformation of old spacecraft. In the control tower of the port, Gao Zishang asked with some concern, "Is this spacecraft reliable?" After all, anyone who sees a spaceship covered with rivets will be nervous. The researchers at the Spacecraft Research Institute also looked embarrassed. They had no choice but to make do with it before the degenerate material one-piece molding technology was available. Yang Tiansheng quickly eased the awkward atmosphere on the scene. It shouldn't be a big problem, after all, it's a degenerate material shell. 3 spaceship testers boarded the spaceship. Since it was a modified version of the Tianzhou class, the testers entered the anti-gravity life support chamber with ease. Deep space is ready. Tower received. A tugboat pulled the deep space and flew far away. The nozzle of the photon engine was even more powerful than the laser. Although the engine's action plate can effectively passivate some gamma rays, once the engine is running at full capacity, the gamma ray stream emitted by the engine can severely damage unprotected targets within 5,000 kilometers. If the passivation grid is removed, the maximum range of the gamma ray stream emitted by the engine is 700,000 kilometers. Within 100,000 kilometers, the old gamma ray protection technology is of no use at all. This is a high-power laser, and the photon engine can be used as a weapon at a critical moment. So you must not fly around the satellite city casually, otherwise, if you are not careful, you may hit your satellite city or other spacecraft, which may cause a big accident. The tugboat pulled the deep space to 100,000 kilometers away from the New Constantinople satellite city, and the test officially began. Chapter 348. 3 professional spacecraft testers, in the anti-gravity life support chamber, controlled the deep space spacecraft through the control method of brain wave induction. Captain Ren Yingwu and 2 team members Li Wei and Park Kwandao performed the last routine self-check of the system. The fuel tank is normal. The communication system is normal. The detection system is normal. The overwhelming big data stream was refreshed rapidly on the virtual display screen in front of the 3 people. Confirmed, the spacecraft system is normal. Ren Yingwu opened the solar system star map. The Sun, the 8 planets, the asteroid belts, and the Kuiper belt were all on the star map. Natural celestial bodies all use blue as the background color, while the artificial celestial bodies of the new humans use yellow as the background color, and the unknown celestial bodies use red as the background color. On the solar system star map, in addition to blue and yellow markers, the only red marker is the Nemesis wormhole. With the assistance of the spacecraft supercomputer, artificial intelligence began to plan the flight route of the spacecraft, and the test route was quickly planned. Considering that the space on the solar ecliptic plane is relatively crowded, not only are there many celestial bodies, but the spacecraft of the new humans themselves are also densely distributed on the solar ecliptic plane. Therefore, the route is diagonally upward from the Xiaoyu-Shaoshu area of the asteroid belt, first flying upward for 10 million kilometers, and then turning parallel to the solar ecliptic to fly toward the outer circle of the solar system. Ren Yingwu instructed through brainwave communication, direction 2569/8071/2517, power 5%, departure. Received. The fuel distribution system of the spacecraft accelerates the anti-hydrogen atoms and hydrogen atoms into the antimatter annihilation furnace. There are 10 antimatter annihilation furnaces inside each photon engine. Each antimatter annihilation furnace uses 10% of the engine's power. At this time, only 2 antimatter annihilation furnaces are started, and only 1/4 of the power is used. The positive and negative atoms ejected at high speed attract and annihilate each other in the annihilation furnace, and a torrent of photons that is hundreds of times stronger than nuclear fusion gushes out and directly hits the action plate of the engine's main action chamber. The action plate and passivation grid composed of degenerate materials reflect the torrent of photons and neutrinos toward the engine nozzle. Photons and neutrinos act on the action plate, generating a huge interaction force, which pushes the spacecraft forward quickly. Despite the anti-gravity life support chamber, Ren-Wu and the other two still felt a slight sense of oppression, mainly because the acceleration was too violent. The speed of the virtual display screen in front of them, the acceleration time is floating up. 13 km/s 3 seconds. 120 km/s 11 seconds. 567 km. The final speed stays around 1,170 km per second. After entering the uniform flight, the interior of the spacecraft will not be affected by acceleration, and the engine will gradually reduce the injection of antimatter, entering the uniform inertial flight state. After flying at this speed for 2 hours, the deep space has flown more than 8 million kilometers. Enter the turning channel. Ren-Wu ordered. Received. The spacecraft's engine enters vector control and begins to adjust the flight direction. When the spacecraft reaches the 10 million kilometer turning corner, the spacecraft is already flying parallel to the solar ecliptic plane. This is an empty channel, with no dense celestial bodies or spacecraft passing by, so the deep space can gallop freely in the void. Range 2673/0267/2411, target Kuiper Belt NM36 Satellite City, full speed ahead. Received. The 3 photon engines of the deep space gradually increase their power, and the brutal photon and neutrino streams push the deep space forward. The speed on the virtual display is jumping wildly 2760, 5027, 8391 alert, encountering a cloud of free particles. If someone could see the deep space, they would observe that the front half of the deep space was experiencing a terrible collision, and countless free particles in the void were rubbing against the surface of the deep space, creating sparks. Ren-Wu looked calm. This was expected. As long as the speed was fast enough, there would be a reaction when hitting an atom. When the speed exceeded 18,000 kilometers per second. Alarm, photon pressure 0.0214. The so-called photon pressure is a kind of resistance that a spacecraft must encounter when it enters a sublight speed flight state, which can be understood as something similar to air resistance. The closer the speed is to the speed of light, the greater the light pressure on the front of the spacecraft. Once the spacecraft enters 90% of the speed of light, it is like being in the collision chamber all the time. Ren-Wu stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and after 3.7 hours of continuous acceleration, the deep space finally reached its limit. At this time, the deep space's flight speed was 23,400 kilometers per second, equivalent to 7.8% of the speed of light. This speed is about 0.2% slower than the expected 8% of the speed of light. After reaching the limit speed of 23,400 kilometers per second, the spacecraft engine entered the low-power inertial flight mode. The deep space only needs to use a part of its power to offset the free particles and light pressure. Of course, the flight speed can actually be increased, but if it continues to accelerate, the spacecraft will lose the fuel for braking and returning, and become a lonely ship drifting forever in the universe. 24 hours later, the deep space has advanced 2 billion kilometers, less than 15.7 billion kilometers away from the NM36 satellite city, and it will reach the NM36 satellite in about 8 days. Compared with the previous flight range of 500 to 600 days, it took 9 days to cross 17.7 billion kilometers, which is almost limitless. This speed is almost enough for use within the solar system. New Constantinople Satellite City. The data sent back by neutrino communication made Gao Zishang excited. It is indeed antimatter fuel, and it is a perfect match for photon engines. It seems that there are no major problems with the prototype. Next, we can improve it and launch the first generation of photon engines. Yang Tiansheng said while browsing the data. The people in the Spacecraft Research Institute were also happy. The low sublight speed spacecraft could finally enter the development stage. Note, low sublight speed refers to a flight speed lower than 30% of the speed of light. There are also medium sublight speed, 30% to 59% of the speed of light, high sublight speed, 60% to 89% of the speed of light, and extreme sublight speed, 90% to 99%. Gao Zishang looked through the data and suddenly turned to the people at the Spacecraft Research Institute and said, "The deep space has some stress damage. Take a look." What? They quickly browsed the data fed back by the deep space. After reading the data, Mi Wanli, the spacecraft design engineer, replied helplessly, The photon engine accelerates too fast. Part of the structure of the deep space cannot withstand this acceleration. We will improve it. We can use degenerate materials as the spacecraft skeleton, Gao Zishang suggested. Mi Wanli shook his head at this suggestion. Our degenerate material processing technology is not good. If we use a large number of degenerate material parts, the spacecraft will be overweight. Is that so? Gao Zishang frowned. This is a very helpless reality. Nibelung can use a large number of degenerate materials as spacecraft parts because the other party's degenerate processing technology is better than that of the new humans. For example, the outer shell of the Nibelung spacecraft has only one layer of N16N2, while the new humans need 3 layers, resulting in a weight 3.4 times higher than the other side under the same area. Degenerate materials are themselves overweight. If used in large quantities, the dead weight of the Tianzhou-class spacecraft made of ordinary materials is about 670 tons, while degenerate materials may reach more than 10,000 tons. Faced with this situation, the Spacecraft Research Institute can only reduce unnecessary parts using degenerate materials as much as possible to avoid overweight of the spacecraft. The design of the spacecraft must balance the engine power and the dead weight of the spacecraft. Chapter 349. New Era 4, May 10th. 11:34 a.m., Blue Star Time. The 3 photon engines that have rotated 180 degrees eject photons and neutrinos in both directions, breaking through the reaction force. In space travel, it is not only necessary to be able to fly at high speed, but also to be able to brake at high speed. If the spacecraft can only fly but not brake, it will be a one-way trip. Cannonballs or missiles can choose a one-way trip, but spacecraft certainly cannot use this method. When the last photon was ejected, the spacecraft was docked steadily at the spaceport next to the NM-36 satellite city. This is an unmanned satellite city, a factory-type satellite city dedicated to the production of Lu-class transport ships. Levi exited the anti-gravity life support cabin and took out a nanorobot reserve pack from the cabin, so that his own space suit could be used in outer space. After the airtight cabin was opened, he activated the nanorobot and drifted to the interior of the NM-36 satellite city. Because it is an unmanned satellite city, there is no standard cabin for human use, and there is not even an airtight passage. In the empty satellite city, only Li Wei was active. Ren Yingwu and Park Kwon-dao were checking the spacecraft. The continuous acceleration and deceleration caused considerable damage to the hull structure of the deep space. For safety reasons, they now plan to use the spacecraft on the satellite city to build a dock for repairs. The deep space was modified based on the Tianzhou class, and the Lu-class transport ship and the Tianzhou class are both derivative models of the Huizhubing class, and the docks can be used interchangeably. The sky was full of stars, and the sun was only slightly brighter than other stars. Driven by the nanorobots, Levi entered the 3 main control cabins of the NM-36 satellite city. After inserting the ID card, he obtained the temporary control authority of the NM-36 satellite city, which contained the available docks and 5 tugboats of the NM-36 satellite city. Captain, I have mobilized a tugboat. Received. The tugboat pulled the deep space into one of the docks, and then the dock locked the deep space inside. Ren Yingwu synchronized the internal structural damage data of the spacecraft, and the dock's artificial intelligence system automatically controlled the nanorobots to repair the damaged parts based on these data. The internal structural stress damage caused by acceleration is not an obvious crack, but a hidden injury hidden inside the structural parts. The Spacecraft Research Institute has set a temporary structural reinforcement plan to initially strengthen and transform these damaged parts. This preliminary transformation plan can ensure that there will be no problems when returning to the new Constantinople satellite city. As for the in-depth optimization plan, we can only wait until the spacecraft returns. Fortunately, the engine used a lot of degenerate materials and was not damaged by stress. Levi retrieved his ID card and controlled the nanorobot to return to the spacecraft. NM-36 satellite city was dead silent. Apart from the Lu-class transport ships coming and going, there was nothing else moving. There were very few lights. Robots and artificial intelligence did not need natural light, so the satellite city would not be equipped with lighting facilities. Looking up at the starry sky, there were dazzling stars in all directions. Standing on the connection part beside the dock, Levi saw a completely different view inside the solar system. Because it is easy to be disturbed by sunlight when looking at the starry sky in the inner solar system, and in the Kuiper belt, the sun is just a brighter star. In less than 2 hours, the deep space was repaired. Levi returned to the spacecraft. They were not in a hurry to return to the asteroid belt, but had a meal on the spacecraft first. The food on the deep space was just an ordinary spacecraft meal. Staple food: steamed buns / bread / fried rice, meat, beef patties / sausages / fish balls, vegetables, mixed vegetable puree. Fruits: tomatoes / apples / cantaloupe. Drinks: pineapple flavored / orange flavored vitamin drinks. It's that simple. The menu is changed occasionally, but it's usually the same. Levi took out 2 steamed buns, beef patties, and mixed vegetable puree, and put them in the microwave to heat. He casually opened a bottle of pineapple-flavored vitamin drink and waited while sipping it. Ren Yingwu and the others were already eating. "Levi, what are your plans for the future?" Park Kwon-dao asked curiously. After taking a sip of the drink and swallowing it, Levi said slowly, "I am studying for a doctorate in quantum communications. I think I will consider transferring to a communications company or research institute." "Doctorate? That's amazing. I wonder when I can get a master's degree," Park Kwon-dao said enviously. Li Wei smiled and turned around to take out steamed buns, beef patties, and vegetable puree from the microwave. "If you weren't so lazy, you would have a master's degree long ago," Ren Yingwu said unhappily. Park Kwon-dao scratched his head awkwardly. He didn't dare to refute the captain. Before they knew it, they had finished a meal and fell into a deep sleep. They didn't have a good rest during the 9-day flight. Now they needed to rest for a day before setting off again. May 11th. The deep space was towed by a tugboat to a distance of 1 million kilometers from the NM-36 satellite city. Then the deep space once again started the antimatter photon engine, flew 10 million kilometers diagonally upward, and entered the upper parallel plane of the solar ecliptic plane. Officially embarked on the flight route home. After emergency reinforcement, the deep space suffered acceleration stress damage again, but this time the damage was much smaller than the last time. 9 days later, the deep space was docked steadily at Port 4 of the new Constantinople satellite city. As soon as the spacecraft docked at the port, it was taken away by the Photon Engine Research Institute and the Spacecraft Research Institute for comprehensive testing and analysis. After a series of tests and analysis, Gao Zishang, Yang Tianxing and others discovered some problems with the photon engine design. For example, the waste heat problem of the antimatter annihilation furnace. The photon engine can only use 96% of photons and neutrinos, while the remaining 4% of heat energy is wasted. If you think that 4% of heat energy is not much, you are wrong. Antimatter annihilation means that 4% of the mass is converted into heat energy, while nuclear fusion reaction can only convert 7% of the mass into photons, neutrinos, neutrons, and heat at most. This 7% conversion rate of nuclear fusion refers to the multiple nuclear fusion from hydrogen to iron. Ordinary nuclear fusion does not even have a conversion rate of 4%. The 4% heat energy generated by antimatter annihilation is higher than the energy density of ordinary nuclear fusion. It would be a shame not to use this heat energy. It is shameful to waste it. Gao Zishang decided to add a thermoelectric converter to the antimatter annihilation furnace to convert this heat energy into electrical energy for use inside the spacecraft. At this point, the first generation of photon engines has officially entered the quasi-mass production stage. The Photon Engine Research Institute has contacted the Space Industry Group to prepare for the mass production of the engine. The first generation of photon engines, the model is Ching-1-1, which echoes the model of the gamma-ray laser Phoenix. The Space Industry Group quickly established the Ching-1 Engine Company, which specializes in the production of Ching-1-1 photon engines. On the other hand, the Spacecraft Research Institute is also improving the spacecraft to minimize the stress damage caused by acceleration. Not only the Huitziben class and its derivatives, but also the Kuipen class, the new line and provincial level are included in the upgrade and transformation. Photon engines must replace nuclear fusion engines, and the upgrade and transformation project is urgent, and the new humans also urgently need to increase the speed of spacecraft. In the busyness, the area around the Nemesis wormhole has been cleared for 12 billion kilometers. The time for the new humans to explore the wormhole is also approaching. Chapter 350. With the continuous emergence of new technologies, the social and cultural life of the new humans is transforming into a cosmic civilization. Blue Moon 1 Satellite City, formerly Blue Moon Lagrange Point L1 Satellite City. A space passenger spacecraft transformed from a Tianzhou transport ship uses the engine reaction force to brake at Port 2 of Blue Moon 1. Passengers wearing light space suits came out in a curious and excited manner, and 120 passengers floated in the airtight passage. Great! Oh! Cool! The young people shouted, while the middle-aged and elderly were much calmer, but the curiosity in their eyes was no less than that of the young people. Blue Moon 1 was originally positioned as a scientific research satellite city. At the highest meeting in January this year, it was repositioned as a scientific research and space life satellite city. Some high-risk scientific research projects were transferred to the Moon, or even the asteroid belt in Mars. This is a helpless choice. With the comprehensive transformation of new human technology to cosmic civilization, the danger of many experiments has risen sharply. The Blue Moon system is no longer suitable as the setting area for these scientific research projects. A group of tourists started their tour from the subsidiary city of Blue Moon 1. Blue Moon 1 is one of the 6 satellite cities with pseudogravity in the Blue Moon system, and is also the first adaptation base for humans on Blue Star to enter outer space. There are astronaut training bases, space food production bases, space living areas, commercial areas, ports, etc. Huang Tianxi, who had a rare week off, signed up for space tourism with several colleagues. In fact, many new humans have entered outer space through stand-in robots. But stand-in robots are not real people after all, and have a certain lack of 5 senses. Huang Tianxi previously worked in a rural cooperative in the mountainous area of BS City. After the new era, most of the mountainous areas migrated collectively, and he was sent to the Cape of Good Hope district, where he served as the director of the Agricultural Bureau of Cape of Good Hope City, and worked there for more than 3 years. Chairman and director are special terms in the new era, and almost all official positions use chairman, director, and waiter. Generally, a distinguishing noun is added in front, such as XX city chairman, XX district chairman, XX department waiter, etc. This reflects that under the highest will, all citizens are equal, and there is no saying who is noble and who is lowly. Floating in front of the skylight of the passage, Huang Tianxi looked at the blue planet from afar and couldn't help sighing. Things have changed. Who would have thought that I could travel the universe and walk in space in my lifetime? Brother Huang, I heard that you and the great god are from the same hometown. The young man who just joined the bureau asked curiously. Huang Tianxi said with both honor and nostalgia, I was personally sent by the president to work in the Bay's mountainous area. At that time, there were no nanorobots like today, and we could only rely on our own hands. Listening to Huang Tianxi's story of the glorious past, the young man's blood was boiling. After saying a lot, Huang Tianxi patted the young man on the shoulder and said, Let's go. The young man who woke up quickly followed and drifted over. The group entered the microgravity area of the outer city, which was a commercial street. Different from the business in the AD era, the business in the new era focuses on virtual, knowledge, food and entertainment. For example, in clothing stores, most of them provide clothing copyright, clothing customization and clothing quick adjustment, and rarely sell finished clothing. After Huang Tianxi and others entered the commercial street, various advertising windows floated around the shops. Don't miss it if you pass by. The newest space suit, only $188. Foam popcorn, 3 cents a bucket, buy 2 get 1 free. Jupiter Shenyu Travel Agency, Jupiter half-year tour 3,000 yuan, 3 lucky customers randomly, 50% discount. Please consult for details. The commercial street is crowded with people, and the flow of people is not small. Unlike his colleagues, who have already bought some souvenirs, Huang Tianxi still has nothing in his hands. Brother Huang, this thing looks good. Do you want to take a look? The young man pointed to a shop. Gong Jean Armor Customization Store? Huang Tianxi scanned the store's identification code, and a lot of introductions popped up. This store is a subsidiary of the life science group, Gong Jean Company, which just started business last month. Its main business is to sell biological gene armor to citizens. Huang Tianxi, who was slightly interested, called the young man. Hung, let's go in and take a look. The two floated into the store. The inside of the store was completely different from the outside. The walls were like enlarged plant cells. There were not many customers except 3 waiters and the store director. This was because Gong Jean Company had just started business and had not yet carried out large-scale publicity. Welcome 2 guests. One of the waitresses floated over. Xiao Hung asked curiously, what is the use of gene armor? Isn't it the same as the function of nanorobots? Guest, you don't know that gene armor can be used as a space suit. In addition, because it is composed of biological cell robots, it has more auxiliary functions than nanorobots, but its attack power is not as strong as nanorobots. The waitress unfolded the virtual display screen while introducing and played some videos of the functions of gene armor. Xiao Hung and Huang Tianxi carefully browsed these videos. From the perspective of functional positioning, the function of biological robots is between the internal cell robots and the external nanorobots. They belong to the surface cell robots, which are equivalent to the surface-enhanced version of cell robots. Nanorobots are not very compatible with the human body and need artificial intelligence to assist in control. New humans do not fully trust artificial intelligence and will never give their lives to artificial intelligence. Therefore, gene armor came into being. Like cell robots, gene armor belongs to the branch of biological robots and can complement cell robots. Moreover, gene armor is controlled by biological computers and is completely controlled by humans themselves, so there is no risk of artificial intelligence getting out of control. This thing is the in vitro cell robot technology redeveloped by Life Science Group based on X-gene, Mars virus, and Nibelung robot. In terms of energy supply, gene armor also abandoned the previous single-cell chemical energy route and adopted a combination of micro-antimatter energy core, photosynthetic chloroplast, and comprehensive chemical energy mitochondria. Among them, the micro-antimatter energy core is the main energy core, and the other two systems are auxiliary. The micro-antimatter energy core is rugby-shaped, with a size of only 0.31 to 0.64 centimeters, and is made of degenerate materials as raw materials. A set of ordinary gene armor is usually equipped with 50 micro-antimatter energy cores. The 50 energy cores store a total of 50 grams of antimatter, which can generate energy equivalent to 10 kilograms of nuclear fusion fuel. Equipped with gene armor, it is like a human-shaped nuclear bomb. Of course, combat power is not the strong point of gene armor. The real function of gene armor is to assist humans in living in outer space and achieve unprotected life and work. The cell robots of gene armor can resist cosmic radiation, high-energy rays, and vacuum environment. New humans wearing ordinary space suits can only survive for a week at most once they are stranded in the universe. Even with the assistance of nanorobots and cell robots in the body, they can only survive for 1 or 2 months at most. However, new humans wearing gene armor can survive for decades under the same conditions, and even for hundreds of years if the conditions are relatively good. Gene armor absorbs the biological characteristics of the dehydrated dormant species of the Mars virus, and can survive for a long time even in the vacuum environment of the universe. Chapter 351. With the introduction of the waitress, Huang Tianxi and Zhao Heng had a preliminary understanding of some functions of the gene armor. The functions of the gene armor are divided into 2 categories: auxiliary functions and combat functions. Auxiliary functions can be subdivided into life functions, work functions, and survival functions. There is no specific subdivision of combat functions, but combat functions have restrictions, and the civilian version and military version are very different. After ordinary citizens join the new human army, they can unlock the restricted functions and add some military-specific cell robot modules. Can it really survive in a vacuum environment? Zhao Heng asked with rapid breathing. The waitress was a little embarrassed. Obviously, the gene armor has certain limitations or defects. Huang Tianxi flipped through the detailed introduction of the store, and soon found the problem. Gene armor can indeed survive in a vacuum environment, but it does not mean that it can do whatever it wants. This vacuum environment actually refers to the vicinity of natural asteroids, natural satellites, artificial satellite cities, or artificial celestial bodies. The safe distance is within 1 kilometer. Once drifting beyond 1 kilometer, there is a danger of getting lost in the universe, especially for those asteroids and artificial satellites that fly very fast. If the user of the gene armor is too far away from the celestial body, it is difficult to return actively. Heng, you can take a look at the details yourself. Zhao Heng, who wanted to buy but was hesitant, opened the virtual display screen and looked up the effect introduction of the gene armor. Huang Tianxi asked the waitress, "Can I try it?" "No problem." The waitress smiled when she heard that she wanted to try it. She took out a green box from the counter. Through the transparent viewing port of the box, you can see a light green ball inside. The ball is the size of a football and is immersed in liquid. After inserting the waitress's ID card, the box automatically popped open. "Sir, this is a trial model, which is exactly the same as the ordinary model." "How to try it?" "Just put your hand on the initial core of the gene armor." Huang Tianxi dipped his hand into the liquid without hesitation. When his hand touched the surface of the gene armor's initial core, his biocomputer automatically popped up a message. "Gene armor detected, trial version, do you want to connect?" After choosing to connect, he immediately felt that the gene armor's initial core seemed to come alive. The sphere began to dissolve, and the tiny cell robots turned into strands of tentacles, spreading along Huang Tianxi's arm. The situation was just like the venom symbiote attached to the human body, except that the gene armor was light green, while the venom symbiote was black. Soon, Huang Tianxi's entire body was covered with gene-armored cell robots, and gradually the cell robots began to attach to every inch of Huang Tianxi's skin. A set of light green scales appeared on his body, and a layer of skin appeared on the parts without scales. He felt that the scales and skin were integrated with himself, as if they were indistinguishable from each other. The physical fitness of the new humans is very strong, and the gene armor brings a bonus effect similar to that of exoskeleton armor, and is even more flexible and handy than exoskeleton armor. Gene armor is equivalent to an extended organ of the human body, while exoskeleton armor is an external object after all, so there will naturally be differences in fit. With experience in manipulating cell robots in the body, Huang Tianxi skillfully changed the color of the scales. The color of forgiveness is not a divine color that everyone can control, so it quickly changed to a blue background. Then the scales were modified to a space suit style, which looked similar to the combat suit without shoulder armor in Dragon Ball. Huang Tianxi turned around and asked, "Is there a test site?" "Yes." The waitress took Huang Tianxi and Zhao Heng into a test field of more than 1,000 square meters. In Blue Moon 1, where space resources are precious, only large companies such as Life Science Group have the strength to have such a large test field. The waitress reminded, "Mr. Huang, you can test it with confidence. The shell of the test field is made of degenerate materials." "Oh, then I have to move around." Huang Tianxi activated his combat template and jumped forward with all his strength. The huge reaction force almost made him hit the ceiling. His combat instinct was aroused, and he did a backflip, kicked the ceiling with one foot, and fell straight to the ground. At this time, countless nanorobots turned into an Iron Man and rushed towards him. Huang Tianxi opened his palm, and an invisible gamma ray burst shot towards the Iron Man. ZZ. The Iron Man was immediately cut in half by the gamma ray stream, but the nanorobot collection was not so weak. In an instant, the nanorobots turned into two Iron Men again, and countless particle robots entered a free-floating state, trying to besiege Huang Tianxi. "Hey, interfering with the electromagnetic field." The antimatter energy nuclear energy output power of the gene armor reached 100%, and a fluctuating strong electromagnetic field enveloped the surrounding 3 meters, and the nanorobots could not get close to him at all. This is the inherent defect of the nanorobot. Even if it uses neutrino communication, the nanorobot has only one way to move, that is, to move through electromagnetic attraction and repulsion. The strong magnetic field is enough to interfere with the nanorobot, making it difficult for it to move normally, thus locking the possibility of the nanorobot approaching. Cool. Zhao Heng was jealous of the fierce battle on the test field. After fighting for more than 10 minutes, Huang Tianxi took the initiative to admit defeat in the face of the endless nanorobots. Then he tested the vacuum environment, cosmic radiation, high-energy rays, ultra-low temperature and 500 degrees Celsius high temperature. The gene armor blocked all adverse effects. Except that the attack power is slightly lower than that of nanorobots. The gene armor is already quite perfect, and can meet many needs of ordinary people in outer space. On the counter. After removing the genetic armor, Huang Tianxi returned the sphere to the storage box. "I want to buy a set. What procedures do I need?" "I want to buy one too," Zhao Heng said impatiently. The waitress immediately explained with a beaming face. "2 guests, you just need to submit the order here. You can choose to pick up the goods on site, or mail it to a designated address." Huang Tianxi was not in a hurry. "Mail it. I want it in stock." Zhao Heng was a little impatient. "Okay, I take care of it for you right away." A set of civilian plate gene armor is not cheap. It costs 8,000 yuan. Considering the price level of this era, 8,000 yuan is a huge sum of money, which is equivalent to 1 or 2 months' salary of an ordinary person. Of course, the new humans now generally have more savings, so they can still afford this money. As soon as he got the gene armor, Zhao Heng immediately installed it on his body. After leaving the Gonggong Gene Armor store, the two visited the Space Museum and the Cosmic Observatory, and entered the inner city of Blue Moon 1 in the evening. The inner city of Blue Moon 1 is a pseudogravity area. The gravity of the first floor of the inner city is similar to that of the ground on Blue Star, and it simulates a temperate marine climate. After the tour group took them to Blue Moon 1, they disappeared on their own, leaving all the tourists to explore on their own, and will take them to the Copernicus city on the moon the day after tomorrow. Huang Tianxi and several other colleagues met up and prepared to have dinner at a Cantonese restaurant on the first floor of the inner city. After being baptized by the weightless environment, Zhao Heng felt the gravity again, and felt that gravity was a bit familiar. "It's amazing, it feels exactly the same as the ground on Blue Star." Suddenly, Huang Tianxi next to him stared at the door of the restaurant. 3 figures appeared there. Chapter 352. The three people at the door were all dressed in casual clothes. The young man in the lead looked very aggressive, especially his sword-like eyebrows. Huang Tianxi stood up and shouted, "Shizheng." Zhang Shizheng looked carefully and found that it was Huang Tianxi. He turned around and walked over. "Tianxi, long time no see. Sit down and eat together. I treat you. Are you still in the Cape of Good Hope area? Don't you consider working in outer space?" Zhang Shizheng didn't hesitate and pulled out a chair and walked down. The two people who came with Zhang Shizheng also sat aside. Zhao Heng introduced them to each other in a familiar manner, and soon the two sides were chatting and joking. As more than a dozen hot dishes were served and a bottle of Lao Shifeng was opened, the atmosphere at the table gradually became lively. After Zhang Shizheng and Huang Tianxi drank a glass, Huang Tianxi asked, "Shizheng, are you on vacation too?" He knew that Zhang Shizheng had just been transferred to the chairman of the Saturn L3 satellite city stationed on Saturn half a year ago. Generally, unless there are special circumstances, the term of office of local managers of New Humans is 5 years. I took a half-month vacation and just happened to return to Blue Star. Huang Tianxi was stunned. That's not right. The journey from Saturn to Blue Star takes at least 20 days. Did you teleport back? Ha ha. Of course I came back by spaceship. Don't you pay attention to the news on Blue Star? Zhang Shizheng laughed. Zhao Heng on the side hurriedly whispered, "Brother Huang, it may be the antimatter engine of deep space." Huang Tianxi suddenly realized, and then another question came up. Didn't deep space complete the test in the middle of last month? It's put into use so soon? There are no spacecrafts. The asteroid branch of the spacecraft manufacturing group has used old spacecrafts to transform 8 Tianzhou-class ships to facilitate the return of personnel from various regions to visit their families. Zhang Shizheng explained. I see. Huang Tianxi was also happy for the staff from other planets. As the New Humans expand to the middle and outer circles of the solar system, the previous fastest speed of 800 km per second is no longer able to meet the needs. In the face of distances of dozens of astronomical units, a speed of 800 km per second is really not fast. It takes at least 20 days to go to Saturn, not to mention the more distant Uranus, Neptune, and the Kuiper belt. Temporarily transforming a batch of low sublight-speed spacecraft can allow some personnel working on alien planets to return to Blue Planet to visit relatives, etc. This is a decision made after careful consideration. After eating a piece of roast goose, Huang Tianxi put down his wine glass. How is the situation on Saturn? It's not like that yet. We can only move around on the various satellites of Saturn. Zhang Shizheng drank a glass of wine in one gulp. Zhao Heng quickly filled the glass. The cleanup work over there should be almost done, Huang Tianxi said faintly. Zhang Shizheng nodded. It will probably be cleaned up in 3 months. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Huang Tianxi looked a little worried, and then he drank the wine in his hand. Believe in yourself, and believe in humanity. The new humanity will win. The new humanity will win. Everyone shouted together. That kind of self-confidence infected Huang Tianxi, and he poured another glass of wine. The new humanity will win. Cheers. Cheers. Everyone drank the wine in the glass. Although there are some concerns about the unknown on the other side of the wormhole, many New Humans have not lost confidence. 5,000 years ago, we faced the flood like the ancient Egyptians. 4,000 years ago, we cast bronze like the ancient Babylonians. 3,000 years ago, we thought about philosophy like the Greeks. 2,000 years ago, we fought bravely like the Romans. And 1,000 years ago, we were as rich as the Arabs. For 5,000 years, we have been on the world's poker table, watching the rise and fall of one opponent after another. Even if the future opponents are Nibelungs, the Harvester civilization, the New Humans who inherit the glory of their ancestors still have the unyielding will to fight against heaven and earth. The technological breakthroughs brought by top scientists such as Huang Mingzhi and Fang Ge have boosted the confidence and morale of the New Humans. We cannot look at our opponents arrogantly, but we cannot give up on ourselves. 2 bottles of Lao Shifeng were drunk by everyone. The New Humans with super physical fitness are no longer seriously affected by alcohol. Zhang Shizheng, who is still energetic, and Huang Tianxi come to the balcony of the restaurant. Zhang Shizheng handed over a Yushi cigarette. Huang Tianxi took it and flicked his fingers. A spark of electricity came out of his index finger and lit the cigarette. Huh, you still like to smoke Yushi. Old habit. Huang Tianxi took another puff and exhaled slowly. Huh, Shizheng, are you really going to take your family to the asteroid belt? Now there are people who create gravity. It's the same everywhere. Does your wife agree? Haha, it's not convenient for her to work on the moon. I plan to let her go to the asteroid belt with me to settle down, and find a job in the asteroid belt by the way, so that she can be closer to home in the future. Huang Tianxi envied Zhang Shizheng. He was an only child, and it was unlikely that he would leave the blue planet to work on another planet. As they chatted, they talked about the time when they worked in the Bays Mountain area, and recalled what Huang Mingjue had said to them. They had realized their dreams, and were now fighting for the future of mankind. By the way, I will be transferred in a while. Huang Tianxi asked curiously, so soon? No way, there is a shortage of management personnel on Neptune now. The conversation went on until late at night, when the moon was high in the sky. The next day, Zhang Shizheng and Huang Tianxi had to say goodbye. Zhang Shizheng needed to take a spaceship back to his hometown on Blue Star to visit his parents. Huang Tianxi continued to visit Blue Moon 1. On the other side, a newly modified Kunpeng-class spacecraft entered the 10 million kilometer parallel plane on the upper side of the solar ecliptic plane and then headed towards the Kuiper belt at full speed. This was a comprehensive space transport ship, carrying 50 new human soldiers, and a complete set of living satellite city parts. The above parts can be used to build a satellite city with gravity, with the help of nanorobots. The reason why they were sent to the Kuiper belt was mainly to build a frontier base 20 billion kilometers away from the Nemesis wormhole. After all, the distance to the Lunar Space Communication Center is too far, and it takes nearly 70 hours for communication to go back and forth. Once an emergency occurs, the Lunar Space Communication Center may not be able to respond in time. Therefore, building a frontier base close to the wormhole and sending the new human army to station nearby became the top priority before exploring the wormhole. Obviously, the new humans are preparing to explore the wormhole, and all the preparations are being carried out in an orderly manner. Before the quantum communication technology comes out, this kind of rustic method can only be used. Driven by the antimatter photon engine, the spacecraft burst out at a speed of 23,400 kilometers per second. The modified Kunpeng-class spacecraft withstands the stress of acceleration. In addition to this spacecraft, a batch of low sublight speed spacecraft will be sent over in succession. These spacecraft will carry a batch of antimatter bombs and photon antimatter torpedoes. As for the universe on the other side of the wormhole, the new humans will speculate with the greatest malice and prepare a few more tricks to avoid being caught off guard by unexpected situations. If there is no danger, everything will be fine. If there is danger, the War Committee will definitely not show mercy. Time flies, and the unknown world on the other side of the wormhole is waiting for the new humans to enter. Chapter 353. New Era 4, September 2nd. 3 frontier bases have been built in the Kuiper belt, between 19 billion kilometers and 20 billion kilometers from the wormhole. There is also an expeditionary fleet, including 3 Xingqian-class ships, 9 Huitziobing-class ships, and 6 Kunpeng-class ships. These warships have been transformed into low sublight speed spacecraft, divided into 3 squadrons stationed near the 3 frontier bases. Antimatter torpedoes and antimatter photon missiles are also fully equipped, and even a batch of neutrino star bombs are equipped. As for the electromagnetic gun of kinetic weapons, since its speed is temporarily not as fast as the speed of the spacecraft, and the projectiles made of degenerate materials cannot be accelerated by electromagnetic force, it has temporarily withdrawn from the front line. Luo Feng is the commander of the expedition fleet, and Chu Bai is the commander-in-chief of the frontier base. The two are responsible for the vigilance of the wormhole. Frontier 1. In the communication center, more than a dozen soldiers are busy, controlling all nearby detectors and monitoring satellites. Countless gravitational waves and neutrino streams are surging in the void, and various passive detectors are also running around the clock. Chu Bai himself was in the communication center. Luo Feng came here via stand-in robot, and he was on the fleet. On the star map, within a radius of 24 billion kilometers, the center was a wormhole marked with a red mark, and there were sparse artificial celestial bodies. In addition to the 3 black hole bombs, there was a minefield of antimatter mines and monitoring satellites. Chu Bai crossed his arms and stared at the star map. It was this smiling, seemingly harmless young man who wiped out the remnants of the 3 fleeing forces in one fell swoop. Report, the exploration spacecraft is in place. The adjutant reported. Chu Bai turned around, put away his calm expression, and said seriously, Luo Feng, take care. Wait for my good news. Luo Feng said, and controlled the substitute robot to return to the storage cabin. All the soldiers in the communication center stood up and saluted. Huitziobing and 2 warships of the same class separated from the fleet, left Frontier 1, and headed towards the wormhole at full speed. On the 3 warships, everyone was determined to fight to the death. Once there was an enemy on the opposite side, they would be the first wave of new human troops to face the enemy directly. Without quantum communication, it is so helpless. The frontier base is still too far away from the wormhole. If the enemy's spacecraft is fast enough, by the time the detection data from the front is fed back, the enemy spacecraft may have already hit the face. Luo Feng had no choice but to lead the battleships and station them in the void 1 million kilometers away from the wormhole, so that they can react in time if there is an emergency. This is an extremely dangerous mission, because once the black hole bomb is activated, it will be instantly pulled into the black hole within tens of millions of kilometers. Unless the spacecraft can fly faster than the speed of light, all matter within the range of the gravitational wave will be swallowed by the black hole. 10 days later. Under the reaction force of the engine, Huitziubing brakes steadily at a distance of 1 million kilometers from the wormhole. Luo Feng, who exited the anti-gravity cabin, cleaned his body surface with a biological robot. Wei Qin, control the number 3 black hole bomb. Received. Su Wu, control the number 2 black hole bomb. Received. Luo Feng's Huitziubing control the number 1 black hole bomb. In addition, he quickly ordered the warship to take over the satellites, detectors, and space minefields around the wormhole. From this moment on, he is the supreme commander of the wormhole war zone. The space minefield and the black hole bomb button are in Luo Feng's hand. The captains of the other 2 warships also hold their own black hole bomb buttons. They are backup plans. The new human army will not put all its eggs in one basket. The communicator shall Bing debug the data for a while. Commander Luo, the data is all normal. Luo Feng calmly ordered, then let's start. Yes. There are only 6 people on the warship, which is the minimum staffing of the Huitziubing class. Xiao Bing was in charge of communicating with the exploration spacecraft. Luo Feng was writing a farewell message. If anything happened, this would be their last words. Of course, the most dangerous people at this time were the 3 people driving the exploration spacecraft. The internal structure of the wormhole and the existence of the neutron star made it difficult to communicate with electromagnetic waves, neutrinos, and gravitational waves. The only way to explore was to have people driving the spacecraft. Inside the cockpit of the exploration spacecraft, 3 soldiers were ready: Captain Guiyong, driver Su Changsheng, and communicator Lin Zhonghua. Guiyong looked at the photos of his wife and daughter tenderly, touched his stubble-covered chin, and recalled the cute look of his daughter when she was a child. He placed the photo on his chest, wrapped it in his body with a biological robot, and uploaded an email to the main server, setting it to be sent out in a week. Su Changsheng and Lin Zhonghua also silently completed the email settings. Let's go, Starry Skymen are fearless. Explorer 88 starts. The Exploration 88 spacecraft started the antimatter photon engine and slowly moved towards the dark wormhole at low power. The diameter of the wormhole channel is 3,742 meters, and the length and internal conditions are actually the model inferred by Huang Mingzhi through calculations. The real situation is unknown to the new humans. The driver Su Changsheng took a deep breath, and his adrenaline surged uncontrollably. Hold steady. Guiyong patted him on the shoulder calmly. After taking several deep breaths in a row, Su Changsheng suppressed the fear in his body. As soon as the spacecraft approached the wormhole boundary at 4.36 kilometers, it felt an attraction that actively pulled the spacecraft into the wormhole. Hold steady. Don't let the wormhole's gravity dominate your flight direction and speed. Received. Exploration 88 kept adjusting the direction and power of the engine nozzle. This situation was expected. In order to maintain the stability of the wormhole, there must be a neutron star in the middle of the wormhole as a stabilizer. This neutron star is the source of attraction. After flying about 8 kilometers, there was a sudden collision and vibration in front of the spacecraft. Su Changsheng was confused. What's going on? Lin Zhonghua, who was in charge of communication and detection data, changed his face. Rocks. There are rocks ahead. Rocks? Guiyong turned his head and looked at the data. The disturbed and somewhat chaotic data showed that there were dense silicon, carbon, iron, calcium, aluminum, hydrogen, and oxygen reactions ahead. The density was in a solid state. This sudden situation caught the 3 of them off guard. Is the model wrong? This is not a wormhole, but an asteroid? Su Changsheng said uncertainly. Don't jump to conclusions, Changsheng. Control the spacecraft. No problem. After several attempts, there were rocks ahead. Guiyong, frowning, made a prompt decision and manipulated the robotic arm to collect some samples from the rocks ahead. Retreat first. Okay. The spacecraft engine turned 180 degrees, and then the engine was activated, pushing Exploration 88 out of the wormhole. The anxious Luo Feng was staring at the monitoring data around the wormhole, not letting go of any abnormal situation. Report, Exploration 88 is back. Xiao Bing reported hurriedly. Inquiry. Before he finished speaking, the communication from Exploration 88 arrived. The password is correct. Communication is connected. Luo Feng asked hurriedly, "What's the situation?" Guiyong reported their experience in the wormhole truthfully. On Hu Yubing's bed, everyone was also confused after listening to Guiyong's report. With no other choice, Luo Feng could only report the situation to Chubai and let them analyze the relevant situation as soon as possible. The first wormhole exploration mission ended helplessly. Chapter 354. Frontier 1. After listening to the adjutant's report, Chubai asked the analysis team, "What do you think?" The head of the analysis team pondered for a while, and discussed with several team members in a low voice for a few minutes before he spoke. "Commander-in-Chief, our view is that the wormhole is blocked by asteroids." Blocked? The head of the analysis team continued to explain. Artificial wormholes are also celestial bodies, and their own gravitational strength is not weak. It is very likely to capture passing asteroids and drag some of them into the wormhole. So what do you think we should do now? Should we continue the exploration or suspend the plan? Chubai asked. Since the asteroid is blocking the wormhole should have been in disrepair for a long time. I think we can continue to explore. After weighing the pros and cons, Chubai nodded. Hu Yubing's cockpit. After reading the analysis report and the latest order from Frontier 1, Luo Feng immediately ordered Exploration 88 to enter the wormhole again. The second time Exploration 88 entered the wormhole, he was not as nervous as the first time. At a depth of 8,411 meters in front of the wormhole channel, Exploration 88 was sucked by gravity onto the surface of the rock layer, with the head of the spacecraft against the rock layer. Guiyong was in the anti-gravity life support chamber, and a blue tentacle spread out from his left hand, down from the anti-gravity life support chamber, through the special pipes of several cabins, and finally extended from the torpedo tube to the rock layer. Under Guiyong's operation, countless cell robots began to use the elemental components in the rock to rapidly proliferate their bodies. Cell robots have more comprehensive resistance than nano-robots. After testing that nano-robots cannot be used inside the wormhole, cell robots were activated. The 1,000 prepared micro-antimatter energy cores also quickly invaded the rock layer with the cell robot. As the cell robot nodded, Guiyong sensed the situation inside the rock layer. What is this? The cell robot invaded the rock layer near 9,367 meters and found an abnormal thing. Degenerate material, rugby ball shape, size 130 to 271 centimeters. This thing is a bit familiar. Guiyong knew that he must have seen something similar somewhere. While manipulating the cell robot to go deeper, he started to recall his memory. As expected, some memory fragments appeared in his mind, and he finally knew why he felt that he had seen it before. This thing was exactly the same shape as the black hole bomb of the Nibelung spacecraft. Then Guiyong felt through the cell robot that gravity was released from this big olive. What was even more surprising was that the spires on both sides of the big olive were constantly swallowing up the surrounding rocks, like a bottomless abyss. This might be the neutron star predicted by Director Huang. He recorded the relevant data and continued to manipulate the cell robot to move forward. For hours later, Guiyong suddenly opened his eyes. After passing through Big Olive, his cell robot moved forward another 11,367 meters before successfully breaking through the rock formation on the other side. This situation means that the same wormhole tunnel exists on the other side. If his calculations are correct, the wormhole should be Big Olive. As the center, the total length is 36,416 meters. As for the rock layer in the channel, he carefully touched it again and confirmed that there was only one Big Olive. After that, Guiyong disconnected the cell robot and left the cell robot in the rock layer there. Longevity. N. Some data has been detected. We exit the wormhole first. Received. The engine rotated 180 degrees, and the reaction force pushed the spacecraft out of the wormhole. Frontier 1. The analysis team looked at the data sent back by Exploration 88. Team leader Shi Chaolong compared the data of the Big Olive with the black hole bomb found on the Nibelung spacecraft. It was found that the shapes were exactly the same, which was a big discovery. Commander-in-Chief, we have preliminarily determined that the wormhole is blocked by an asteroid. If you want to pass through the wormhole, you must clean up the rock layer. Chubai's eyes were slightly thoughtful, and he did not immediately agree to clean up the rock layer. What do you think of that neutron core star? Shi Chaolong hesitated for a moment and explained, well, from the data, the neutron star needs to continuously absorb matter to generate energy to maintain the stability of the wormhole. So, the rock layer cannot be completely removed, otherwise unpredictable situations may occur. The commander-in-chief is right. The strategy team quickly formulated the next exploration plan, and also fed back the results of the second exploration to Blue Star. The third exploration began. This time, the 88 spacecraft directly mined a part of the rock layer and transported it outside the wormhole, and the Sulu took over and pulled it to a distance. The work of cleaning the wormhole rock layer took more than half a month, mainly because there were too many restrictions inside the wormhole. Otherwise, the new humans could clear these rock layers in a few days. Except for the rock layer of about 200 meters around the neutron core star, the remaining rocks were cleaned up. According to the diameter of the wormhole and the diameter of the neutron core star, the channel inside the wormhole is estimated to allow 4 spacecraft, with a cross-sectional radius of no more than 700 meters to pass safely. The restriction flexibility of this channel is still good. At least now, the new humans' main battleships can pass through the wormhole. After completing the rock clearing work, Guiyong and his 2 companions, who were exhausted physically and mentally, did not immediately carry out the 4th exploration. They revised the date of sending the email and rested on the spacecraft for 2 days. In addition, Huatsubing also resupplied Exploration 88. The time came to October 3rd. The 4th exploration operation was officially launched. In the cockpit of Exploration 88, Guiyong and his 2 companions, who had rested for 2 days, drove the spacecraft to the other side of the wormhole with a nervous mood. The wormhole tunnel is only 36,416 meters long. Although we need to pay attention to the gravity of the neutron star, the speed of exploration is still not too slow. It took only 8 minutes to reach the universe on the other side of the wormhole. As soon as the spacecraft rushed out of the wormhole, Guiyong cautiously ordered, Level 1 alert. The spacecraft immediately braked and adjusted the engine, ready to return to the solar system through the wormhole at any time. The passive signal receiving device is receiving the surrounding gravitational waves, neutrinos, and electromagnetic waves. Lin Zhonghua did not start the active detection system first. After all, active detection is easy to be detected by alien civilizations. The spacecraft's supercomputer is running at full capacity, trying to find some gravitational waves, neutrinos, or electromagnetic waves with traces of human editing in the chaotic signals of the universe. After entering the silent state for an hour, they only obtained a strange star coordinate map. Report: the data of the surrounding star map is temporarily not equipped with the area in the database. Guiyong thought for a while and asked, is there any signal with traces of human editing? No detection for the time being. Lin Zhonghua replied calmly. Turn on the active detection system. Yes. Neutrinos flowed and gravitational waves rippled in all directions. Coordinates: 3679/5871/0083, rocky asteroid, elemental composition. Coordinates: 3679/5877/0097, carbonaceous asteroid. Coordinates: 3754/2447/0140, rocky dwarf planet. Asteroids, dwarf planets, and planets appeared on the star map. Combined with the data from passive detectors, they have determined that Exploration 88 is currently at the edge of a star system, similar to the Kuiper belt of the solar system. This star system is not quite the same as the solar system. It is a common binary star system in the universe. As for whether there are aliens, further exploration is needed. Chapter 355. It has been more than 23 hours since Exploration 88 entered the wormhole. The specific time is 23 hours and 24 minutes. Suddenly, the detection satellite detected a spacecraft rushing out of the wormhole. Gulu, Luo Feng held the trigger buttons of the antimatter minefield and the black hole bomb in his hand, and he was determined to die together if there was a disagreement. The atmosphere in the cockpit of Huatsubing was solemn, which made people feel extremely depressed. 3.7 seconds later, a communication access request came from Xiao Bing's communication channel. This is Huatsubing. Exploration 88 received, temporarily safe. Huh! Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The horror of life and death would make people with poor psychological quality collapse. Luo Feng still did not relax his vigilance. Level 2 alert. The 3 warships were still vigilant about the wormhole and Exploration 88, and Exploration 88 also knew the rules, and took the initiative to stop about 30,000 kilometers away from Huatsubing. Exploration 88 unfolded the degenerate armor layer on the surface, completely opening the interior to Huatsubing, and Huatsubing's neutrino radar scanned Exploration 88. After scanning the 6 directions 3 times, Huitzubing allowed Exploration 88 to approach. It is not excessive to be on guard against the other side of the wormhole. After all, there may be unknown alien civilizations there. This is not a movie. Reality does not allow for negligence. Huitzubing's main laser cannon and photon missile can lock Exploration 88 tightly. If there is any abnormal situation, Luo Feng will definitely kill it without hesitation. The universe is so cruel. The relationship between civilizations is often difficult to reconcile. The interstellar stage play of multi-civilization hybrid is an extremely unrealistic scenario. First of all, the difference in intelligence caused by biological differences is enough to trigger the emergence of a chain of suspicion. If a civilization has developed to an intermediate civilization after 10 million years, and suddenly one day, they discover a civilization that has developed to a primary civilization in more than 100 years. What will this intermediate civilization do? There is only one result, that is, the intermediate civilization completely destroys the primary civilization. Humans can protect chimpanzees, but if chimpanzees evolve into intelligent creatures, humans will definitely kill them. Every civilization is the same. No one will allow another civilization to develop and threaten themselves. The best way is to nip the threat in the bud. As long as there are uncontrolled blank areas in the universe, the cosmic suspicion chain will never be eliminated. Unless there is a civilization that can monitor the entire universe anytime and anywhere, it may be more reassuring. The 2 spacecrafts are quietly exchanging data in the void. Exploration 88 sent all the star maps, star position coordinate maps, and binary star systems to Huitzubing. Huitzubing sent the data package to Frontier 1 again. The data package went through many rounds, and finally returned to Blue Star. A temporary Supreme meeting was held in the virtual world. Wang Mingzhi flipped through the data and analysis reports, and casually cancelled the virtual display screen. Mingzhi, what do you think? Zhang Siping asked carefully. Wang Mingzhi paused. From the data, there should be no advanced or intermediate civilizations near the other side of the wormhole. As for whether there are primary or native civilizations, further exploration is needed. The others also looked much more relaxed. At least they didn't have to face alien civilizations right away. They had been under a lot of pressure for a while. I propose to move a black hole bomb to the opposite universe. Lu Dawei proposed. Wang Mingzhi did not object. This can be considered, and we need to build a scientific research base near the wormhole. After some discussion, for the next disposal plan of the wormhole, everyone decided to make arrangements in different fields. First, before the new humans have mastered the technology of artificial wormholes, it is not advisable to develop the opposite side on a large scale. Second, set up black hole bombs and antimatter minefields, as well as warning systems, on the opposite side of the wormhole. Third, set up a scientific research base on the solar system side of the wormhole to comprehensively study the manufacturing mechanism and technology of artificial wormholes. Fourth, gradually send unmanned probes to explore the details of the opposite universe. The binary star system on the opposite side of the wormhole was officially named Tianya system, which means that the world is as close as neighbors. The connection of the wormhole makes the Tianya system and the solar system very close, closer than the neighboring system. Wormhole solar system side. The second squadron of the expedition fleet came to take over Luo Feng's work. After all, the high alert for nearly a month was very stressful for Luo Feng and others. Even Gui Yong and his 3 companions from Exploration 88 returned to Frontier 1 to rest. They could not work for a long time under such high mental pressure. Especially Luo Feng, who was holding the button of the black hole bomb, was always considering the life and death decision. After flying for 10 days, 4 spacecraft including Huitzubing and Exploration 88 finally returned to Frontier 1. Chubai saw Luo Feng, Gui Yong and others who were in low spirits in the airtight transportation hall of the port. Welcome back. Chubai saluted and said, I said it was good news, wasn't it? Luo Feng joked. Chubai shook hands with everyone one by one. Everyone has worked hard. Take a day off first. I will prepare a celebration banquet for you tomorrow. Luo Feng and others who were in low spirits did not exchange a few words before entering the ecological simulation villa in the pseudogravity area. After taking a hot shower, Luo Feng lay on the soft bed, like a tired bird returning to its nest, and gradually fell asleep. The second squadron of the expeditionary fleet. The parts of the number 3 black hole bomb were dismantled and transported to the Tianya system, where the asteroid resources were reused to create a new black hole bomb. In addition, thousands of monitoring satellites were deployed in the Kuiper belt of the Tianya system to monitor the Tianya system and nearby star systems. There are also 2 Huitzubing-class space battleships stationed on the Tianya side of the wormhole, but both battleships are stationed near the wormhole in a law-abiding manner. There are quite a few deep space probes launched, but the new humans themselves will not easily leave the vicinity of the wormhole. After all, the new humans have not yet mastered artificial wormholes. Without artificial wormhole technology, once the Nemesis wormhole has problems, the new humans in the Tianyao system will be lost in the distant starry sky. Who knows where the Tianyao system is? Through the analysis of the star coordinate system, it has not been confirmed where the Tianyao system is, and it may not even be in the Milky Way. Going too deep into the opposite universe may lead to unpredictable dangers. It is better not to go out and wander around in an unfamiliar place. After resting for more than a month at Frontier 1, Exploration 88 returned to the Tianyao system again, and Guiyong and his 3 companions were still responsible for the exploration work. Of course, their focus was to explore the Tianyao system, using unmanned probes to explore the Tianyao system. Entering this unfamiliar starry sky again, not far away were 2 Huitzubing-class ships, and the 2 sides informed each other of the situation. Exploration 88 began to use the deep space probes launched before to observe the situation in various areas of the Tianyao system. As a typical binary star system, the 2 stars in the Tianyao system are 1.24 times the size of the Sun, Big Tianyao star, and a red dwarf star, Little Tianyao star, that is only 0.2 times the size of the Sun. The wormhole is in the Kuiper belt of Little Tianyao star, but the binary star system is not very friendly to the planets inside the galaxy, and it is difficult for such a star system to have the conditions for the birth of life. The boring exploration continued. On November 27th, a piece of feedback information from the probe surprised Guiyong and his 3 companions. Chapter 356. There is an Earth-like planet on the Lagrange point L2 between Tianyao and Tianyao. 3 deep space probes arrived at this Earth-like planet a day ago. The planet is about 873 million kilometers away from Tianyao. Because it is located at the Lagrange point L2 inside the Tianyao system, it cannot be illuminated by Tianyao. In this way, this Earth-like planet can only receive sunlight from Tianyao, a red dwarf star. Originally, according to the light intensity of the red dwarf star, plus the distance of this planet should be an ice ball similar to Pluto. The magical creation of the universe is full of countless possibilities. Due to the influence of tidal locking, the front of this planet has always been facing the Little Tianyao star. Under the long-term sunlight of the Little Tianyao star, the planet presents a state of ice and fire. The front is a warm hot soup ocean, and the back is ice and snow. 3 deep space probes are parked in an orbit 24,000 kilometers away from the planet, which is the synchronous orbit of Ice Mars. The size of Ice Mars is slightly smaller than that of the Blue Star, and slightly larger than Mars. The radius is between 4811 and 4823 kilometers. It has no orbit and rotates at a speed of 18.67 hours per cycle. The South Pole, the North Pole, and the Little Tianyao star are in a straight line. After Guiyong looked through these basic data, the following data was what surprised him. The reconstructed planet model built with neutrino flow feedback data showed that this was a planet with life. The tropics of icy Mars are from the North Pole to the Arctic Circle, followed by the subtropics, temperate zones, subarctic zones, near the day-night line, and Arctic zones. Except for the Arctic zone that occupies 1/3 of the planet's area, the rest of the area has dense life forms, whether animals or plants or microorganisms, and the ecosystem is quite complete. Suddenly Lin Zhonghua, who was analyzing the data, changed his expression and zoomed in on one of the areas. Some buildings and people were moving around. "Captain, great discovery. Look!" Guiyong turned around and looked carefully. The more he looked, the more serious he felt. "Nibelung people?" Zoomed in on the model of the area and called up the specific scan data of those people. In terms of genes and body element composition, these people were highly similar to the transformed forms of lizard people, and their genes also contained the sequence of the X gene. It seems that even if these guys are not Nibelungs, they are related to Nibelungs. Guiyong analyzed. "Captain, look at this place." Lin Zhonghua circled the central area of the settlement. "Degenerate objects? It looks like the wreckage of a spacecraft, but the engine part is gone." While observing these Nibelungs, the 3 of them stored these findings and data on a communication spacecraft, which automatically passed through the wormhole back to the solar system to report the news. The navigation mode and relevant data of the wormhole have been figured out. The artificial intelligence of the spacecraft can be operated in a foolproof manner to realize automatic back and forth between the 2 sides of the wormhole. Guiyong and his 3 companions, who are operating 3 deep space probes, continue to investigate this group of Nibelung people in depth. There are 3,700 and 16 Nibelung people in total. Their settlement is located on the subtropical land of the icy Mars. Their social structure is somewhat similar to a clan tribe, divided into 2 settlements. In terms of technological level, it is mainly based on biology, supplemented by simple machinery, and there is no obvious mechanical industry. There is an energy siphon reaction on the wreckage of the spacecraft, which may still be operational. Considering the situation of the previous Nibelung spaceship, Guiyong set the threat level of the Nibelung tribe as 7.4. The reason for setting it so high is mainly because the Nibelung spaceship may have antimatter bombs, wormhole generation cores, large olives, and other things, which are star destroying. New Era Year 4, December 12. 7 days have passed since the discovery of Ice Mars and the Nibelung tribe. The instructions of the highest will of the new human beings have reached the Tianya system outpost. Before the true technological level of this group of Nibelung people is determined, the mission of the outpost is to collect intelligence and guard the surroundings of Tianya system. The scale of the observation center of the outpost base has also been expanded from Guiyong and 3 people to 9 people. In the cabin of the observation center, Guiyong is summarizing the intelligence data of the past few days. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, the 3 deep space probes have been disguised as rocky asteroids orbiting the icy Mars. From the data collected in the past few days, they have already had a preliminary understanding of the situation of the Nibelung tribe. The Nibelung group is divided into 2 mutually hostile tribes, the Wreckage tribe occupying the wreckage of the spacecraft, and the Red Sea tribe on the island. The population of both sides is similar. From the results of genetic testing, the 2 tribes have obvious blood relations. The population age ranges from 1 to 673 blue star years, and the reproduction method is similar to asexual reproduction. There is a very old Nibelung in each tribe. One is 673 years old, and the other is 614 years old. These 2 people should be the first-generation founders of the 2 tribes, and are most likely survivors of the spacecraft. From the age data of the second-generation offspring of the 2 tribes, it can be preliminarily judged that they were born 213 blue star years ago. This inference is also basically consistent with the time when the Nibelung people appeared on the blue star. Lin Zhonghua enlarged the Red Sea tribe, pointed to the room of the first-generation survivor and said, "Captain, we found something that is very similar to the Nibelung heart in our database." After taking a look, Guiyong did not make a fuss. After all, there were spaceship wreckage on Ice Mars, and the other party would definitely get some items from the spaceship. He recorded this information casually and ordered, "Zhonghua, pay more attention to the items of the 2 tribes, especially the things from the spaceship wreckage." "Okay, I'm doing my best to investigate." He is now concentrating on studying the asexual reproduction and biotechnology of the Nibelung people, and can only hand over the task of investigating the wreckage of the spacecraft to Lin Zhonghua. Based on the planetary model formed by the neutrino feedback data, both tribes focus on developing biotechnology, and have even established quite professional biological laboratories. There are many animals, plants, and microorganisms on the ice Mars, and there are very obvious traces of biochemical transformation. These Nibelung people may not have completely inherited the technology of the Nibelung civilization. A cosmic civilization with low sublight speed spacecraft, artificial wormhole technology, and degenerate material technology. If these people inherit the technology of the Nibelung civilization, they can create new glories in a minute. And they will not be unable to get out of the ice Mars after 213 years. The heart of the Nibelung should have the functions of communication and positioning, but the Nibelung civilization has not come to rescue these people for such a long time. It is estimated that the Nibelung civilization is in danger. The fact that the Nibelung civilization, which is at least an intermediate civilization, can be destroyed shows that the opponent has an overwhelming advantage in strength, which deserves the attention of the new humans. Intelligence gathering continued, and the war between the 2 tribes became the best way for Guiyong and his team to collect intelligence. After observing several small-scale battles, the observation center obtained a lot of useful intelligence. For example, to kill the Nibelungs, the brain must be destroyed. Due to the enhancement of biotechnology, ordinary chemical energy weapons can basically not kill the Nibelungs. The asexual reproduction of the Nibelungs is to lay eggs directly. It seems that in order to increase the genetic diversity of the population, the limbs of the enemies killed in the battle will be taken back and used as breeding mothers. Judging from the time span and population size, the reproduction speed of the Nibelungs should not be fast. One piece of intelligence analysis was sent back to Blue Star through the Observation Center. Chapter 357. Ice Mars. On the hot Earth island, this is the base of the Red Sea tribe. Of course, the Red Sea tribe is named by the new humans. Only the local Nibelungs know the real name of this tribe. Next to an active volcano on the island, there is a dark green building in the shape of an inverted pot lid, surrounded by densely packed forests that soar into the sky. On the ice Mars, where the gravity is only about 77% of that of the blue planet, there are towering trees 200 or 300 meters high everywhere, and most of the animal species are reptiles, with a small number of mammals. It's just that the forest on Hot Earth Island seems to have been genetically modified, like a large net of emerald green vines connecting all the big trees on the island. Through the feedback of neutrino flow, the entire forest transmits energy to the hemispheric buildings through the vines. The area of the entire island is larger than Madagascar Island on the Blue Star. In addition, there is no day and night change on the ice Mars. The red little Tianya star is always hanging high in the sky of Hot Earth Island, bringing endless heat to the planet. Of course, in this environment, plants have also evolved a peculiar survival mode, which can actively turn over and shrink leaves to switch to photosynthesis. When the leaves face the sun, it means that they have entered the photosynthesis state. When the leaves face the sun or shrink, it means that the plants have entered the resting state. This is a peculiar life mode evolved by the creatures on ice Mars over thousands of years. If the Nibelungs had not come, perhaps a native civilization would have been born here thousands of years later. Guiyong discovered that the reason why the Chihai tribe chose to establish a base on Hot Earth Island was probably to utilize the rich geothermal energy underground on Hot Earth Island. There are 11 active volcanoes on Hot Earth Island, and it is the center of crustal plate activity on ice Mars. In particular, the large volcano next to the Chihai tribe seems to be suppressing huge energy. Data from supercomputer simulation shows that this is a supervolcano no less powerful than the Yellowstone volcano on the blue planet. Once detonated, it is enough to destroy the ecology of the icy Mars. The rock wall below the crater is covered with gray-green pipes. These pipes are not only on the rock wall, but also in the magma deep underground. The Chihai tribe seems to meet its needs by extracting underground heat energy, and these gray-green pipes can suppress the eruption of active volcanoes to a certain extent. This technology is different from that of the Wreckage tribe. The Wreckage tribe uses photosynthesis energy plus the energy of the energy siphon device. Captain, the things on the wreckage have been confirmed. Here is the list. Wreckage tribe, main structure of the wreckage, energy siphon device X3, half of a suspected biological computer, wormhole generation core X2. Red Sea tribe, heart of Nibelung, antimatter torpedo X5, half of a suspected biological computer, life support cabin X3. Guiyong put down the list and closed his eyes to think. Judging from this situation, it seems that an irreconcilable conflict has broken out between the two tribes. The existence of wormhole generating cores and antimatter torpedoes forced him to be vigilant. Wormhole generating cores used on planets are enough to destroy planets. This is why the abandoned city tribe has 2 wormhole generating cores in its hands, but has no way to leave the ice Mars. Wormhole generating cores must be used at the edge of an empty star system to ensure that they are foolproof. Otherwise, using them near a planet is equivalent to inserting a Mars-level gravity source between the blue star and the moon, which will instantly cause chaos in the planet's gravity and eventually lead to catastrophic consequences. Not to mention using it inside a planet, that would be the same as suicide. While thinking, Guiyong wrote a summary report through brainwave input, focusing on the information of wormhole generation core and antimatter torpedo. Without these 2 things, the new humans would definitely launch a thunder offensive to strangle these Nibelungs. However, with these 2 things, the new humans have to be cautious. If the other party counterattacks before death, destroying the ice Mars is nothing, but if even the goddess of vengeance wormhole is affected, it will be a loss. The strong attack plan can only be used as a last resort. Now we must find a way to destroy the 5 antimatter torpedoes and the 2 wormhole generating cores. This can only be done secretly. But Guiyong is not too optimistic. The Nibelungs have spore biological robots, and their attack power is even stronger, and they can restrain nano-robots. And from the intelligence, the 2 tribes are trying to re-enter the universe. After all, they were once members of the Nibelung civilization, and they would not be willing to linger on in the ice Mars. They should know more about the situation of the Nibelung civilization, especially the Red Sea tribe, with the heart of the Nibelung in hand. Guiyong doesn't believe that they will not contact the civilization base camp. There has been no response for more than 200 years. Anyone who is smart knows what this situation means. Inside the Red Sea tribe of Hot Earth Island, Gu Yaze, who is 443 rings are the time unit of the Nibelung people, slightly longer than a human year, has been restless recently. He put his hand on the emerald green seat handle, and an emerald green vine. Chan said, concentrating his mind to communicate with the genetically modified plants and animals on Hot Earth Island. At this moment, he seemed to be a god, and could sense the situation of Hot Earth Island and its surroundings. Even the Goosen continent across the Lost Strait was partially invaded by him. Countless information gathered in his brain, and the crude biological computer behind him was helping him to identify this information. As long as there was an abnormal situation, he could sense it. The Nibelung people who were working outside could not help but stop their work. Why did Father God suddenly activate the induction network? Could it be those guys from Li Gang? Prepare for battle. The Nibelung people reacted quickly, and quickly took out weapons from the equipment warehouse, and prepared to fight the enemy. Go back to work, there are no enemies for the time being. A sentence sounded in everyone's heart. Yes, Father God. Gu Yaze, who was sitting on the emerald seat, stopped sensing and asked everyone to exit the alert state through the mental connection. But at this time, Gu Yaze did not feel happy at all, and the feeling of being spied on was still with him. As warriors of the Yapi civilization, what the Nibelungs call themselves, they have the instincts of wild animals, and if someone is watching them, this feeling will be aroused. Gu Yaze felt that someone was staring at him at this moment, and this feeling brought back his long-lost memories, which were the feelings he had only on the Yapi home planet. Could it be that Gu Li Gong is doing something tricky again? Ball? The tall Yapi man guarding the door bowed respectfully and said, Father God, please give me your orders. Tell the border to pay attention to the situation over there. Yes, sir. At the same time, on the side of the wreckage tribe, the leader Gilligang walked with heavy steps in the room transformed from the wreckage of the spacecraft. Gilligang, who was older than Gu Yaze, also felt the sense of being spied on, and thought that Gu Yaze was playing tricks. He ordered the border to pay attention to defense and reconnaissance. Then he came to the depths of the underground, where hundreds of Yafupi people were busy. Looking at the behemoth in front of him, he nodded with satisfaction. Soon he can revive the Yafupi civilization. However, when he thought of being taken away by Gu Yaze to the Intelligent Brain Core, he became furious. The Intelligent Brain Core can not only communicate, but also store the star map of the Yafupi civilization. Chapter 358. Wormhole Sunside. The name of Frontier 1 base was transferred to the new base of 1 million kilometers of the wormhole. Inside the new base, Chu Bai, Luo Feng and others were discussing the intelligence sent back by the outpost. The model of Ice Mars was suspended in front of everyone, and there was a series of intelligence about the Red Sea tribe and the Waste Ship tribe. Bao Gang, the leader of the strategy team, put down the intelligence summary report and said, if we want to eliminate these Nibelungs, the most urgent thing is to destroy the 2 wormhole generation cores and the 5 antimatter torpedoes. Team Bao, do you have a solution? Luo Feng asked hurriedly. Whether it is the wormhole generating core or the antimatter torpedo, it is very simple to destroy these Nibelungs. Use to generate materials to make armor-piercing warheads, and then use electromagnetic guns to detonate these antimatter, and destroy the Nibelungs and Ice Mars at the same time. Chu Bai didn't even think about it, put this plan aside as a backup. As a precious and rare planet with life, the new humans are unwilling to destroy Ice Mars. If we want to preserve the original ecology of Ice Mars as much as possible, my plan is. After listening to it, Luo Feng and Chu Bai thought for a while, and finally passed the battle plan. New Era Year 5, January 27th. A new provincial-level space battleship appeared 1.5 million kilometers away from Ice Mars. In order to avoid being observed by the Nibelungs, the battleship has been parked on the backside of Ice Mars. The 12 Dieting satellites were disguised as rocky asteroids and arranged in the synchronous orbit of Ice Mars, locking the Red Sea tribe and the Waste Ship tribe around the clock. Considering that the shipwrecked tribe was already building a spaceship, the new humans decided to strike first and kill the enemy in the bud. Luo Feng was on this new provincial-level space battleship at this time. On the holographic projection, every move of the 2 tribes was under their monitoring. The Dieting satellite had locked onto the 2 wormhole generating cores of the shipwrecked tribe and the 5 antimatter torpedoes of the Red Sea tribe. January 28th. Luo Feng, who was ready, waved his hand and said, Action. Received. 7 electromagnetic cannons disguised as asteroids attacked the satellite, moving rapidly from the back to the front near 400 kilometers of the low Earth orbit of the Ice Mars. The electromagnetic cannon on the satellite began to aim at the target, and the antimatter energy furnace was running at full speed, and the huge Lorentz force was exerted on the warhead. After precise calculations, 7 arm-thick alloy warheads rushed out of the atmosphere and headed for 7 targets. Gu Yaze, who was resting in the underground base, was suddenly startled, and a murderous intent enveloped his heart. The moment he walked out of the life support cabin. Boom boom boom. Waves of intense vibrations and roars sounded in the base. This direction? Not good. Guyet's face changed drastically, and he immediately inserted his hand into the emerald wall to sense the 5 antimatter torpedoes. To ensure safety, he stored them separately in 5 secret places. As the sensing net moved, his face became extremely gloomy. Deep underground, the secret vault where the antimatter torpedoes were stored had been broken open by the warhead that fell from the sky. The degenerate shell on the surface of the antimatter torpedo was penetrated by the secondary degenerate armor-piercing warhead of the alloy warhead. The location where it was penetrated was the degenerate storage folder that stored more than 200 kilograms of antimatter. The alloy bullet is in the shape of a long stick. There are some hollow small pipes on the part inserted into the antimatter torpedo. These small pipes then burst out with super strong suction, sucking out the antimatter inside. At the tail of the alloy bullet, a sphere composed of nanorobots on the outside and liquid on the inside is expanding. The liquid inside the sphere is Na2N6 material. The degenerate material can isolate antimatter and prevent antimatter and positive matter from attracting and annihilating each other. Near the alloy bullet, countless nanorobots are replicating rapidly. Damn it! You are looking for death by trying to steal negative matter. Guyet, who sensed the situation, was furious. He controlled countless vines and spore robots, trying to take back the antimatter. But Luo Feng would not give them a chance. In the low Earth orbit, the 7 electromagnetic cannons attacked the satellite, aiming at Guyet, Gu Ligong and other Nibelung high-level officials, and immediately countless tungsten steel projectiles were sprayed over. Guyet's heart was alarmed, and he twisted his body and jumped more than 10 meters to the left. Near where he was just now, 3 holes with a little smoke appeared there, and Guyet's ghost was waking up. Before he could react, the sense of crisis broke out again. In outer space, 20 more electromagnetic cannon attack satellites appeared in the near-Earth orbit in front. Dense tungsten steel projectiles were overwhelming the 2 tribes, and Luo Feng was directly killing them. Tungsten steel projectiles ranging from 0.1 kilograms to 10 kilograms continuously bombarded the ground. Guyet, deep underground, had been beaten into a pulp, dead beyond death. As the high-ranking members of the Nibelungs, they were the focus of the attack, and the attack would not stop until they were beaten into a pulp. In less than 10 minutes, more than 3,000 Nibelungs were completely wiped out and all beaten into a pulp. As for the backup plan that Guyet and Gu Ligong had set up on the wormhole generation core and antimatter torpedoes, although it was activated, it was useless when the antimatter was extracted. This is also the reason why Luo Feng did not kill the Nibelungs at the beginning. He had estimated that the other party might set up a life-binding dead hand system. If they attack the Nibelungs first, or if they clear the antimatter together, they may give the other side a chance to die together. Only by clearing the threat of antimatter first can they further eliminate the Nibelungs. People generally don't think of fighting to the death until the last moment. If Guyet can make up his mind to press the detonation button in the dozen seconds, when the alloy warhead penetrates the antimatter torpedo, they can completely destroy Ice Mars. But in the case that their lives are not threatened, Guyet and Gu Ligong obviously do not have the courage to fight to the death. It was this hesitation of more than 10 seconds that caused them to lose the chance to self-destruct. Hundreds of large drones rushed out from the temperate ocean of Ice Mars, and they rushed towards Hot Earth Island and Gusen Continent in groups at full speed. This was the drone cluster that Luo Feng had launched from the cold zone on the back of Ice Mars before the attack. As the first wave of orbital offensive ended, Luo Feng picked up the intercom and ordered loudly, "Deploy the landing spacecraft." Received. The 6 landing spacecraft that had been hidden on the back of Ice Mars quickly circled the low Earth orbit, and then rushed into the atmosphere on the front of Ice Mars. The Dieting satellite in the synchronous orbit was still staring at every inch of the Ice Mars, to ensure that no fish would slip through the net. More than an hour later, the drone cluster arrived at Hot Earth Island first, and these drones immediately alerted the sky above the location of the 5 antimatter torpedoes. Not long after, 3 landing ships reached the air above Hot Earth Island, and controlled the artificial intelligence of the nanorobots to quickly recover and place the 5 antimatter balls underground. On the other side, the 3 landing ships on the Gusen continent also successfully recovered 2 balls of antimatter. At this point, the Ice Mars annihilation war officially ended. The next step is the finishing work, which only requires cleaning up all the things left by the Nibelungs, sending the useful ones to the laboratory, and destroying the useless ones on the spot. Chapter 359. Thousands of intelligent robots are collecting items in the ruins. Deep in the torn underground base, the walls are crumbling, and several intelligent robots, with the assistance of nanorobots, enter the lifeless underground. The body of the leader of the Red Sea tribe is detected. Recovery begins. The sensor light on the head of the intelligent robot flickers slightly, and then it controls the nanorobot to move away the rock fragments and the remains of the green plant body. Spore robots are detected. Clearance begins. The nanorobots use their scale advantage to besiege the spore robots of the Nibelungs. These spore robots that have lost their masters are quickly cleared in front of the nanorobots. The new humans had obtained samples of spore robots before, so they would naturally study the weaknesses of spore robots and then transform nanorobots that specifically restrain the opponent. The intelligent robot took out a degenerate storage bottle and kept a portion of Gu Ye's spore robot. Unlike highly stable nanorobots, spore robots belonging to the biological robot branch have ever-changing functions and characteristics, and each individual will have differences. Therefore, the spore robots left on these Nibelung people are equivalent to a species gene bank, so they must be collected and studied. In addition to the spore robot, the various parts on Gu Ye's body were collected and placed in a special life support box. Among them, the brain cells of Gu Ye's and others were the items designated by the Institute of Life Sciences to be collected. The next work was just like killing monsters in an online game, touching corpses and opening treasure chests. Half of the biological computer was detected to be damaged. Starting to recover. A damaged wormhole generation core was detected. Starting to recover. Luo Feng commanded the intelligent robots and nanorobots to conduct a comprehensive cleanup of the ruins of the Red Sea tribe and the Waste Ship tribe. Things of research value, such as items on the wreckage of the spacecraft, the bodies of the Nibelungs, spore robots, genetically modified organisms, and the spacecraft of the wreckage tribe. These items were packed and taken away, and those useless items were checked to see if there were any text symbols here, and if there were, they were recorded in the database. Except for the geothermal energy absorption system that suppressed the eruption of active volcanoes, which was temporarily retained, all other useless items were decomposed by nanorobots and returned to the nature of the icy Mars. Luo Feng on the Suzhou was looking through the captured data. This time, they used the power of thunder to destroy the two wandering tribes of the Nibelung people. Not only did they harvest the heritage of the Nibelung people's tribe, but they also harvested a life planet. Especially life planets are extremely rare in the vast universe. According to the calculation of the Cosmic Environment Simulation Laboratory, the probability of the birth of a carbon-based life planet is very low. At least in the vicinity of 100 light-years around the solar system, there are no obvious traces of life planets. It is a great fortune for the new humans, who have just left their home planet to be able to harvest a well-developed life planet. Report, the Red Sea tribe's hot earth island has been cleaned up. Xiao Bing reported to him. Luo Feng immediately ordered, leave a landing spacecraft, and let the nanorobots build an observation station at the ruins of the Red Sea tribe. Okay. 3 days later, as the wreckage of the Nibelung spacecraft and some large items were transported out of Ice Mars, the traces of the Nibelung people on Ice Mars were completely wiped out. The Suzhou battleship and 3 Kunping-class transport ships immediately set off to fly to the wormhole. New Frontier 1. More than a dozen researchers in the analysis team are analyzing the text symbols obtained from the two tribes. The sound simulation system, combined with the neutrino monitoring data from more than a month before, can analyze the sound emitted by the other party. The principle of restoring sound is very simple and crude. Since neutrino detection can scan and form an atomic-level model, the data from the all-weather scan can be combined to obtain the internal and external changes of the individual during that period of time. This internal and external change includes cell division, blood circulation, heartbeat, pH, muscle movement, etc. The sound comes from the mouth, nose, throat, and breathing. A one-to-one bionic body can be constructed through cell robots, and then the individual's actions in that time period can be repeated. On the virtual display screen in front of Shi Chaolong, the leader of the analysis team, the progress bar marked with Nibelung Language Database has reached 71.6% of the progress. This not only knows how Nibelung people pronounce, but also can analyze the meaning of each other's words through scenes and expressions. Shi Chaolong turned around and asked, "What is the progress of the text analysis?" 94.3%. Very good. This progress is almost enough to read the Nibelung text. Of course, the Nibelung people have already used biological computers on a large scale, and there are very few written or printed text symbols. If it weren't for the Red Sea tribe and the Waste Ship tribe, who lost the technological heritage of the Nibelung civilization, the analysis team would not have been able to obtain so many texts. Just like the new humans now, Everyone uses biological computers to save information, and the use of paper materials in life is becoming less and less. Without being able to crack the biological computer, the possibility of obtaining detailed information about the other civilization is very small. If the Illuminati did not have the legacy of the old Nibelung man, it would probably not even be able to enter the door of the spacecraft. After reading the language and text analysis progress, he came to the Biological Comprehensive Analysis Laboratory of the New Frontier 1 base. In the Ice-Mars Annihilation War, a large number of Nibelung genes, corpses, and spore robots were obtained, which contained a lot of information. Gu Yaze and Gu Ligong, the two survivors of the spacecraft, are very likely individuals born in the Nibelung civilization. At this time, their brain cells were immersed in a special solution. Although the brain had been destroyed, it did not mean that the information had completely disappeared. Brain cell reverse stimulation memory reading technology is another combination of biological computers and brain wave sensing. Several researchers in biological brain cell science operated the instrument and read the remaining memory fragments in the brain cells bit by bit. This work is like piecing together a puzzle of the Qimingshanghe 2, and the number of puzzles is at the level of tens of billions. Without a supercomputer, there is no way to parse data of this scale, and only the new generation of Fuxi 3 quantum supercomputer can complete this difficult task. Extract the memory from the brain cells bit by bit, and then piece these memory fragments together. Gu Ligong's brain cell integrity is 68.4%, while Gu Yaze's brain cell integrity is 74.5%, among which Gu Yaze's memory area cells are relatively intact. The summary in front of Shi Chaolong shows that a large number of memory information has been parsed. The Nibelung people's home planet is transliterated as Yafip, which means a bright life planet, and can also be translated as bright star. As brain cells read more and more information, the new humans have more and more information about the Nibelung civilization. In the analysis of memory, some of the information that the new humans are most concerned about appeared. For example, the causes and consequences of the demise of the Nibelung civilization, their enemies, and the current situation. The analysis of this information allows the new humans to further understand the cruelty of the universe, and at the same time believe more firmly in the existence of the Reaper civilization. The powerful Nibelung civilization in the eyes of humans is still as weak as a bug in front of the Reaper civilization. There is a long way to go in the vast sea of stars. Chapter 360. Yaf Calendar, 83,651 rings. I was transferred to the patrol ship Wei Ling, and became a glorious Yaf warrior. Wei Ling was stationed in the White Mist system. 83,652 rings, 8 Fu. During the boring patrol ship service, I became familiar with everyone on the patrol ship. But at this time, I had to face one thing. Captain Gu Ligong didn't seem to like me, a college soldier, perhaps because of the close relationship with the patrol ship's politics. This is a headache. The relationship between the Yaf Grand Council and the Space Expeditionary Force is not good, and the position of political affairs seems to be set up by the Grand Council to balance the Space Expeditionary Force. 83,655 rings, 7 Fu. The conflict between the Expeditionary Force and the Grand Council is getting more and more intense. The political official has secretly talked to us many times, asking us to be wary of the people on the side of Captain Gu Ligong. Although the conflict has a tendency to escalate, we are all Yaf people, and the possibility of internal war is not high. 83657 rings, 3 fair. The Space Expeditionary Force's private construction of a colony star caused strong dissatisfaction from the Great Council, and the commander of the Space Expeditionary Force's Third Army, Gu Gich, was dismissed from his post. I feel a little pessimistic about the future, and the dissatisfaction of the 6 major expeditionary groups with the Great Council is also deepening. The quarrels between Captain Gu Ligong and Zheng Shi are becoming more frequent and fierce. This is a memory fragment, or memoir of Gu Yaze, the leader of the Red Sea tribe. 83,657 rings, 2F. Damn Gurgur, this bunch of cowards and reptiles in the Great Council actually tried to abolish the command headquarters. They are all sinners of the Yapi civilization. Ridiculous masters of the Great Council actually worried about the attack of advanced civilizations. There is no advanced civilization in the universe. It is just a lie they made up to try to maintain their status forever. If there is really an advanced civilization, it is the Great Yapi civilization. Damn the Great Council termites, if it were not for their obstruction, the Yapi civilization would have ruled the entire universe. 83,658 rings, 5 fair. Damn Gurgur, I must kill you this time, you reptile. In order to make the Yapi civilization great again, these Great Council reptiles must be eliminated. The Yaphi people do not need cowards and termites. This is the memory fragment of Gulagang, the leader of the Waste Ship tribe. After reading these two people's memory fragments, Sher Chaolong has roughly understood the contradictions within the Nibelang civilization. The conservative Great Council and the radical expeditionary force are constantly fighting within the Nibelang civilization. Then, Sher Chaolong, Chubai and Bao Gang, who just came over, were also checking these memory fragments. 83663 rings 3 Fu. Bad news. The 17 anti-rebellion fleets mobilized by the Grand Council were attacked and wiped out by the expeditionary force. The Grand Council and the expeditionary force broke off completely. The Grand Council army, which had not experienced the cruel cosmic war, was no match for the battle-hardened expeditionary force. If it were not for the end weapon in the hands of the Grand Council, the expeditionary force might have captured the Yaphem Mother Star field. Gurega and several crew members were expelled back to the home planet. Gulagang acted even more recklessly, instilling the idea of making the Yap civilization great again into all the crew members. 83,668 rings, 6 fair. The expeditionary force's control area has expanded by 15 times. Perhaps they are right. There is indeed no more advanced civilization in the universe. I followed Captain Gulagang and conquered low-level civilizations and galaxies one by one. I did not encounter any cosmic civilization that could resist Yap. Perhaps the people in the Great Council really thought too much. 83673 rings, 9 ferrites. This time we opened the space gate and seemed to have arrived at the edge of the universe. The area in front was dark, and there was no star within the 43 to 50 million halo radius on the detector. Looking at the large void area in the universe in front of us, it seemed as if it had been dug out by someone. An indescribable sense of insignificance filled my heart at this moment, and my intuition, which had not been triggered for a long time, was actually a little terrified. Gu Ye's next memory fragment was missing, but Gu Ligong's memory fragment happened to have the next experience. 83,675 rings, 2 fair. The 5th Expeditionary Group was attacked by an unknown enemy, and more than 300 star systems were completely destroyed. These damn alien civilizations must pay the price this time. 83675 rings, 3 fair. We mobilized 1.5 million warships to fight against those despicable reptiles. However, before the large fleet set off, the enemy appeared in front of us. I commanded the Great Zero to charge at the enemy. While flying, I prepared to launch a negative matter missile. However, things went beyond everyone's imagination. All weapons had no effect on the enemy, and our space gate was interfered by the enemy, and difficult to start. I could only see a flash of white light through the quantum communication channel, and everything was completely destroyed. Whether it was a star, a planet, or a warship made of supersolid, degenerate materials, or a black hole, it could not stop the attack of the white light. Fear, depression, enveloping everyone, the enemy was slaughtering us. In desperation, many warships in the fleet chose to self-destruct black hole bombs. God of Yaffa bless. The black hole bombs seemed to be able to interfere with the enemy's shielding of space. I found a gap, activated the space gate, and fled into the space gate with the other 5 patrol ships. However, the space gate only lasted for less than a moment before it completely collapsed in the void. Only Wei Ling and Gao Qi passed through the space gate safely. But we paid a heavy price. The negative matter engine of the spacecraft was destroyed by the aftermath of the collapse of the space gate. The engine of Gao Qi was hit by a supersolid fragment and also lost power. What's more troublesome is that due to the hasty escape, the opening of the space gate was not properly located, resulting in being lost in the starry sky. Then, there was another long blank. After thinking for a while, Chubai turned his head and asked, "What do you think about the white light attack encountered by the Nibelungs?" Bao Gang pinched his mustache and said 4 words, "Vacuum decay." Vacuum decay? Bao Gang explained, "Theoretically, the only weapon that can destroy a black hole is vacuum decay. But how do the Reaper civilizations avoid being swallowed by vacuum decay?" Chubai asked in confusion. Either they have superluminal spacecraft, or they have a way to resist vacuum decay. Chubai's heart sank. No matter which possibility it was, it showed that the Reaper civilization was not easy to mess with. The arrogant Nibelang civilization expeditionary force brought about the catastrophe precisely because they despised the Reaper civilization, and they expanded on a large scale, and used a large number of energy siphon devices. If the Reaper civilization does not destroy them, it will be a shame to the universe. The previous experience of the Nibelang civilization has sounded the alarm for the new humans. Before there are superluminal spacecraft, it is best not to expand in the universe at will. These intelligences further verified Huang Mingzhi's guess that the Reaper civilizations must have strict boundary monitoring of all parts of the universe. Once an abnormal situation occurs in that area, it will attract the attention of the other party. At its peak, the Nibelungs occupied an area with a radius of more than 8 million light-years, with 11 Milky Way-like galaxies and 27 dwarf galaxies. However, they were killed in seconds without even seeing the other party's appearance clearly. The universe is a deep pool. Before you have the strength to fight against the crocodile, it is best to be a plankton obediently, otherwise you may be dead.